offshore, realize warning. All three air speed. Recon on control left. Time out 9:39 hours.
Hello, testing 1, 2, 3. Can anybody hear me? We are back again with hurricane coverage here. We're covering Hurricane Ian, Category 4 Hurricane Ian, as it is making landfall today, actually really soon here in southwestern Florida. Welcome to everybody that's watching. It looks like we've got a lot of people tuning in. We're going to get right into this. I'm not going to have a lot of time to interact with the chat like normal because there's just so much to talk about. So before we get started, as always, I want to remind you that the only way that this works is if we work together. Copy the link to this stream and paste it everywhere. Put it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, you know, wherever it is. Send it in a text message to a family member or a friend. We're going to be with you here all day, relaying really important information in a very unfortunate situation. It does seem like a worst case scenario has unfolded overnight, and Hurricane Ian is rapidly intensifying here. And I believe it's a Category 5. Now, the last update that we got from the Hurricane Center puts this as a high-end Category 4. Okay, the official wind, sustained winds was 155 miles per hour. To officially be a Category 5, you have to have 157 mile per hour winds. So Category 4, Schmore, like, don't pay too much attention to the categories. This is going to be a historic, devastating storm for places in southwestern Florida. There's no doubt in my mind about it. Hopefully everybody that was told to got out of there because we're almost to the point of no return with some of these really bad impacts down here near Cape Coral, Fort Myers, Naples, all the way up towards Inglewood, Rotonda, Sarasota, Cape Coral, and Marco Island. Okay, thankfully, if you did leave, you're not going to be blind to the situation because we have a wonderful team, a huge team of some of the most well-trained storm chasers in the world, sending us live video of what's going on the ground right now. Okay, so this is a look at everything. We've got Storm Chaser Brad Arnold, Brandon Coppick, Chris Hall, Vince Welty, Brett Adair, and Bryce Shelton out there, literally putting their lives on the line so that we can get a view of what's actually happening on the ground. Obviously, there's probably going to be some issues with service and connectivity later today as the storm comes ashore. You know, we can't expect internet to remain intact during a Category 4 or 5 storm, but we're going to stay with these guys and get updates from them as often as possible as we go forward. Beyond that, we have teamed up with Radar Omega today. to do something else that's really interesting, and it's going to be really helpful, and that is the Project Mesovort system here. So not only are we going to be able to, view the radar and our storm chasers and everything today, but also the Radar Omega team has actually went through and installed a bunch of cameras and sensors and all kinds of things like that we can use today to track this storm. All right, we are going to have, unfiltered access to this, and these things are running off solar power. They've got battery backups. The only thing that's going to disconnect us from them is potentially losing, the internet. So we're going to have eyes on this thing from every single possible angle. There's no way that we're going to, overlook anything. And then, of course, we've still got our big team of, of meteorologists that are going to help me. We're going to have their input come in and chime in here in the next little bit. We started a little bit earlier today, so the whole team isn't ready to go, but we are going to get there very soon. All right, so here's the latest look at Hurricane Ian right now, and unfortunately, once again, it does look like that Eyewall is starting to clear out. It looks to me like this is actually going to possibly continue to intensify right up until it comes onto the shore of Florida there. And once again, this is a worst case scenario. At 6:35 a.m., recent data from the Hurricane Hunters showed that the Ian is rapidly intensifying, and maximum sustained winds are now at 155 miles an hour, putting it 2 miles per hour below Category 5 status. So this is essentially a Category 5. And then here, more recently, about an hour ago, the tail Doppler radar aboard one of the Hurricane Hunters planes picked up 166 knots, or 190 mile per hour winds, just a half a kilometer above the surface in the eyewall of Hurricane Ian. So this is as intense of a hurricane as you'll ever see. And once again, unfortunately, it does look like it's going to be a pretty devastating situation for the communities down here. Additionally, on top of the hurricane making landfall today, we are going to have more problems with tornadoes. Okay, the latest SPC outlook has a 10% risk for tornadoes in the eastern central Florida area. And then this experimental tornado forecast model called NATOcast, which is something that I actually look at a lot, and I like this model, is painting maybe a 45% chance of a tornado within 25 miles of a given point in that purple area down there. So we are not only going to see Hurricane Ian and all of its wrath today, but we are going to see several tornadoes that it is likely going to spawn as these outer bands of the storm kind of train over the same areas over and over again. I believe we've already seen a couple of tornado warnings today. We're going to see more of those from places like Palm Bay, Sebring, Kissimmee, Orlando, Deltona, Titusville, Rockledge, Vero Beach, Sebastian. All these places in Florida are under the gun today for a whole separate threat outside of just the tropical storm or hurricane force winds that could be coming later, but potentially multiple tornadoes will also be possible with this storm as it comes into on the shore. Beyond that, okay, so we've got the big wind field from the almost Category 5 storm that we're watching here, and we've got the potential for tornadoes. Beyond that, on the northern side of this mess, we've also got the potential for just incredibly intense rain. So St. Petersburg, Tampa, Spring Hill, Ocala, Cedar Key, the Villages, Palm Coast, all the way up to Jacksonville. It's pretty soon the rain's going to start, and it's not going to stop for a while. And we're expecting to see 15 to 20 inches of rain, which will cause really bad freshwater flooding. So not only are we worried about storm surge and coastal flooding, but freshwater flooding from the rivers is going to be a real possibility today. Updated forecast for the storm surge is once again just an absolutely terrible thing to see this morning. Woke up this morning hopeful that we were going to continue to see that weakening phase, but that's just not been the case. Here is the latest peak storm surge forecast, and it does look like areas near, once again, Inglewood, Port Charlotte, Cape Coral, Fort Myers Beach, and all these places, and the Charlotte Harbor specifically, are under the gun for maybe up to 18 feet. 18 feet of storm surge, which is almost double the worst case scenario I laid out in my most recent video. So once again, the reason I'm using the language that I'm using, I'm trying to have a serious tone here, is I just want to let everybody know that this is no longer maybe of the worst case scenario. This is more than likely going to be something really bad that's going on down here in southwestern Florida. So if there's anybody that stayed behind, if you know anybody if you got family members down here that are watching, let them know that we've got to hunker down in order to get through this one, especially if we're near Port Charlotte. Get to a higher, sturdy, shelter because this is going to be quite the rough morning and afternoon as this thing continues to get a lot more intense as it gets closer and closer to the shore. These upshear vertical hot towers that you see popping up here just in the past few minutes are signs that the storm is continuing to strengthen, and it's not interested in weakening before it hits Florida. The number one thing that we've been thinking this entire time leading up to this is, we thought that the storm was going to weaken significantly before it made landfall. We knew it always had the opportunity to become a Category 5 or a Category 4 or whatever it is, but the idea was it was going to weaken significantly right up before it made landfall. And it looks like that's not going to happen. In fact, this is really reminiscent of Hurricane Michael back in, 2017 or 2018? Right at the last minute, thing just exploded upon landfall, and we, unfortunately saw a pretty bad situation over there. This is a very similar situation. We've got those big hot towers popping up there, showing that we are seeing an intensifying storm. And once again, just over the next 30 minutes to an hour, things are going to rapidly deteriorate as we continue to see that. Here's a look at the hurricane in 3D from the Radar Omega app, and you can see that last big convective burst really did kind of solidify the eyewall and cleared it out a little bit. If we zoom in here, we can literally see the stadium effect. We can see down into the eyewall, and you can see the more circular, the more symmetrical that becomes, the more organized and harder to kill this storm is going to be. And there is a lot of stuff working against it. There's a lot of things that are trying to kill it. There's cold air coming from the north. If you live in like Alabama or Tennessee this morning, go outside and feel the air. You can tell it feels like fall. It feels like fall. That air is getting attracted and sucked down towards the hurricane, and it's going to try to weaken it. It's going to try to do its best to get under this thing and turn the intensity down. But it's almost too late because this thing is literally just moments away from making landfall here at peak intensity for its entire lifetime. So once again, updated storm surge forecast means that we could see up to 18 feet of storm surge around Port Charlotte. And just once again, there's so many incredible images coming in of this storm. This will be studied for years to come. This rapid intensification of the storm as it approaches Florida. Sunrise on an extremely dangerous Hurricane Ian approaching the Florida coast. Its eyewall is packed with lightning, and usually that much lightning activity seen right next to the center of circulation is a continued sign of intensification here. So we're going to look at all of the storm chasers as they are starting to get into the thick of things. A really interesting thing to point out here is our guys that are actually on the coast. Let me pull up storm chaser Brad Arnold here full. This is very concerning to see. He's actually right there at Port Charlotte. So he's near the Cape Coral, just to the north there. Let me see here. Let me try to find his exact location. Yeah, Port Charlotte. He is looking into the port, and look at how far back the water's going. It almost looks as if a how do I explain this? It almost looks as if a a tsunami or something is getting ready to occur. You know how the water kind of goes back out to sea a little bit before a big wave comes in? You can see that the water level has receded significantly. The water is flowing in reverse right now in Port Charlotte, and usually that we typically only see that before a huge storm surge situation is imminent. Okay, so the water at Charlotte Harbor is being taken out to sea. This is the only time that we see this usually is whenever, either during a tsunami or whenever huge storm surge is imminent when wind direction changes. So that is one of the things that we're looking at here in the Charlotte Harbor and Port Charlotte area, which is unfortunately where some of the worst impacts from this storm will be felt. Latest update from the National Hurricane Center does still paint this thing as a Category 4, but once again, I want everybody that's watching this, if you happen to still be in the area, to treat this as a Category 5. All right, there's no difference between this and any Category 5, I promise. All right, 2 miles per hour wind gust is not going to make or break your roof flying off or, something like that. So it's important that we all take this as seriously as possible. It's important also for anybody that's out, in this area that wasn't able to evacuate or didn't evacuate. Don't walk out into receding water in the Tampa Bay or the Charlotte Harbor. All right. Apparently, we're getting some reports that people are trying to do this, and it's important that we don't, because that water is going to come back. So this is actually from a statement that we received from the Florida Division of Emergency Management. It's important that we get this out there. Stop. Do not walk out into the receding water in Tampa Bay or Charlotte Harbor. The water will return through storm surge, and it poses a life-threatening risk. Once again, that's directly from the Florida Division of Emergency Management there. So hopefully we don't have anybody out there walking around right now, and if we do and you're watching this, or if you know somebody that's doing that, that's not watching this, call them and let them know that this is not it's not going to last long, and when that water comes back, it could be a bad situation. Let's see here. Let's go ahead and see if we can't. I'm going to try to pull up a couple different things here. Once again, I'm kind of a one-man band here right now. I don't have oh, actually Andy just joined, but well, a lot of our team isn't up and ready to go yet, because we hadn't planned on starting this until about 30 minutes from now. So I'm going to do some of the production work on my own here in the background. I'm going to open up some more of our Radar Omega tools so we can start monitoring these cameras that we have located along the coast. And hopefully we keep them for a long time, but it does have the ability, or the opportunity is there for these to kind of go offline at any point. But we got a lot of them. We have a whole lot of them. Once again, huge shout out to Radar Omega and Project Mesovort for allowing us to have access to this. We've worked hard deploying all kinds of weather sensors and cameras along the coast that are going to allow us to keep up with this thing like we would never have been able to without it, pretty much. So that's always good. I'm trying to find, oh yeah, here's a great kind of time lapse of what's going on there with Project Mesovort. This is the Cinnabel Island surge camera. So you can see really well there that the winds are starting to pick up. Just in the past couple of minutes, the winds are starting to pick up, and watch that water. Watch the water come up. It comes up really fast. It's almost like a flash flood in these situations where, everything seems normal at one point, but then if you skip forward a little bit, that water comes up really fast, and pretty soon we're going to start seeing that overflowing onto the grass and past the barrier here. So that's one of the things that we're looking at. There's a lot of you guys in the Radar Omega app watching this stuff with me. I see hundreds of you, so if you've got the app, you can follow along there. If not, as always, I'll be here showing it to you 100% for free throughout the day today. Additionally, we've got all of our storm chasers out there who are ready to kind of report what's happening to us. So we're going to get an update from some of them right now. Let's start with Storm Chaser Brandon Kopic. Mr. Kopic, we are live on YouTube, and we can see that things are starting to pick up out there. We're just wanting an update from you. What do you see, and what do you hear, and what are you thinking today? And this is one of our storm chasers here that we'll be talking to all day today. And of course, sometimes these guys are going to be busy. It might take them a second to respond, but we're going to be patient with them as we go forward, because this is
so right now
a tough
I'm
situation.
With Chris Hall. We're here in Venice, Florida. We're watching this thing, seeing if it's going to make that little bit of a northeastward shift. The current track has it going more towards the Northport and Port Charlotte area. But we have got a safe zone here in Venice here. We actually linked up with the local fire department that's taking shelter, and we're set up to go out with them to help clear the roads after everything passes. But right now we're probably going to venture south towards Inglewood, see what it looks like down there. But our fallback zone is going to be back in Venice. So we'll be live throughout the day with you, buddy.
Sounds good, Brandon. Thank you very much. Brad Arnold, I'm live on YouTube. We're looking at your feed, and we're seeing that water kind of recede there at Port Charlotte. We're also getting reports that people are trying to walk out in the receding waters. Are you seeing anything like that out there right now? This is Storm Chaser Brad Arnold, who we will also be talking to throughout the day today. Once again, these guys are outside in a hurricane, so it may take them a second to kind of hear my voice come through and for them to respond.
Ryan, yeah, we are sitting right on Charlotte Harbor, right here near the Fisherman's Village. Looking out, it does appear like the water has receded probably a couple football fields out into the harbor, which is pretty rare. This is actually the first time I've ever seen this happen. You only get this with extremely strong hurricanes, but as that wind direction shifts and becomes more out of the west, we're going to get a huge wave of a huge wall of water. And at that point, we'll have to recede. But as far as seeing people walk across, I haven't seen anybody just yet. As soon as I do, I'll let you know. I hope they're not walking out there. Good God, I mean, I sincerely hope if they value their life, they're not walking out there, because one change of wind direction and this place is underwater, 10 feet of water in 5 minutes. So hopefully that's not true.
All right, there you go. Storm Chaser Brad Arnold there giving us a live report from Port Charlotte. Thankfully, he hasn't seen anybody out there, kind of doing this thing where people are apparently walking out there. But if that is the case, if anybody is thinking about doing that, please don't do that. We've got a nasty hurricane coming up towards the Port Charlotte area, and here's what he's talking about. Okay, I want to really explain what he's talking about with the wind direction. Right here is where, what's going on here? Oh, hold on. Right here is where Brad Arnold is, okay? And this is the Port Charlotte area. This is the bay that we're seeing the water kind of recede in. Notice how right now the wind is blowing this way. The wind is blowing this way. That's why we're seeing the water recede. Whenever this center of circulation comes up about this far, we're going to start to see the water blow this way, blowing the Gulf of Mexico quite literally into the Cape there and into the bay. When that change in direction happens, like he said, more than likely a wall of water is going to kind of impact the area here, sending 12 to 18 feet of storm surge into all these areas. We're probably starting to see some of that storm surge in and around Naples, Bonita Springs, but we'll slowly start to see that change and become more of a problem up there towards Punta Gorda and Port Charlotte here within the next little bit. Like, it's not going to take long for this to happen, and that's why thankfully our storm chasers here that are in the path of this thing are they know what they're doing. They know their escape route. They've got a plan in place. As soon as they see that water inching up, they're going to turn around and get the heck out of there, because they're not going to have much time once it starts, getting going real good. So We're going to stay with all of them, and we're going to intermittently check in on our Radar Omega, cyclone ports or mesovorts as well. These things are, once again, going to be super vital and important during this mission today of trying to keep everybody informed. So we're going to be checking in on those often. And then as well, I am going to try to look at chat here as much as I possibly can, and Twitter. So just like yesterday, we had a lot of people watching, and we had, just so many people helping out, getting the word out about, what we're doing, but also helping me find information. If you see something from a news organization or a government organization that we need to pass that information on, tag me in it on Twitter. Follow me on Twitter at Ryan Hall, y'all. And I know a lot of us don't like Twitter, but it works. And I can just relay that information rapid fire. Once again, no buffers, no need to wait on a producer. I am just here to literally absorb all the information and give it to you. So if you guys want to be a part of that and help, we're doing that over on Twitter today. So far, I think we've relayed a lot of stuff, and I'm going to unmute Andy here so that he can talk. I think that worked. Did that work? There we go. Okay, and we're going to go to Andy. What's up, Andy?
Thanks, Ryan. Good to see y'all today. I hope you're all doing well and you're able to get some sleep like myself. I somehow managed to do it. Thanks, Ryan. I was going to ask you to unmute and Zoom and also turn the radio down just a little bit. I'm here to start giving some feedback so we can get things running smoothly and all nice and level. That's all I got, though.
All right. Thank you very much, Andy. Guys, and meteorologist Andy Hill is going to be popping in throughout the day, helping to explain things and kind of watch portions of the storm that maybe I can't, because we're going to be focused on small parts. He's going to be able to look at other things. And then also, if I ever need a break, we can kind of go back and forth a little bit. So Andy is a meteorologist, and he really knows his stuff. So whenever he comes on, let's all pay attention and hear what he has to say. And once again, we are going to be here all day. And I started this stream at like 9:30 a.m. It might be 9:30 p.m. before we end the stream. I think YouTube actually won't let us go longer than 12 hours without deleting the whole thing. So we are going to more than likely go for 11 hours or so. But we're going to be here with you during the brunt of the storm, which is going to come very soon. All right. There was something else I was getting ready to show you guys, a new update from the Weather Prediction Center. Here we go. Weather Prediction Center got a brand new forecast out for the day 1 to 3 excessive rainfall outlook. And that big pink area that includes Tampa and Orlando and Jacksonville is a very rare high risk of excessive rainfall. This means that we could see potentially devastating flooding once again in this area. And it's not just going to come from the storm surge. I think people in Florida, a lot of times they think of flooding. They only care about the storm surge and the potential coastal flooding. I'm telling you guys, this stretch of heavy rain from Tampa up to Jacksonville through Orlando and Palm Bay is going to be equally bad for some people in the sense that this is going to cause some significant flooding that is just not seen in Florida very often. I know it rains a lot down there, but 20 inches to 25 inches is not something that we're used to dealing with in this area. So if you live in a flood-prone area, even all the way up towards southeastern portions of Georgia and southern portions of South Carolina, you've got to watch very closely that flood zone or the creek or stream, river, whatever you're close to, because it's going to start shooting up quick when this incredibly strong rain starts coming down. So yeah, there's the eye of the storm is still clearing out there. As you can see here in the latest satellite imagery, we've got a really good look at the center of the storm. Whenever you see the eye become more symmetrical, more circular, more I guess, just uninterrupted in shape, it's just a sign that the storm is continuing to get worse. You'll likely see a whole lot more information come out from these hurricane hunters here soon. But once again, I don't want to focus too much. I really don't want to focus too much on exactly what the wind speeds are and what the category is on this storm, because I'm telling you guys, you're not going to tell a difference whether the National Hurricane Center calls this a 4 or a 5. It's going to be a bad situation, especially right there where it makes landfall, which looks like is going to happen sometime soon here in southwestern Florida. Let's pull up, let's look at the radar loop and kind of show you some of the more intense areas right now. We're already seeing some tropical storm force winds all the way up as far north as Bradenton and Arcadia, but the inner Eyewall, this part of the storm right here, the reds and the yellows that you see around the center, that's where we're going to see the more intense wind. Okay, that's where we're seeing probably sustained winds around 150 miles per hour, which is it's hard to wrap your mind around the chaos that is going on right now inside of those eyewalls. But it's going to be a very similar situation when it makes it onto land. Once again, looks to me like that's going to happen somewhere right around Punta Gorda. This thing has been kind of dancing around. It's been wobbling back and forth a little bit. It could kind of float north a little bit more from here and make landfall closer to where Brandon Coppock is, south of Sarasota. It could directly go to the east and kind of make landfall there near Cape Coral. But I think it's going to continue on a similar trajectory that it is right now and go right up into the Charlotte Bay and towards Port Charlotte. And that's where we're going to see some of the biggest impacts. But even outside of that, Sarasota, you're going to be getting some damaging winds. Okay, Arcadia, you're going to be getting some damaging winds. Cape Coral, Bonita Springs, LaBelle, all these places are going to see hours of potentially winds in excess of 100 miles per hour. Even pretty far inland, we are still expecting this storm to maintain its strength all the way until it gets past Arcadia. It might be a major hurricane that far inside of Florida, because this part of Florida is so, there's a lot of marshes, there's a lot of moisture, there's a lot of low-lying areas that's not going to kind of friction the storm out like a normal landfall would, or as soon as it hits the ground. So we're going to see this thing cause widespread damage all the way up a big chunk of the southwestern side of Florida here. I know we got a lot of people watching in Tampa as well. Thank goodness this thing isn't up there with you guys. I know some people are kind of breathing a sigh of relief because you aren't going to get the brunt of like the strongest part of this storm. But I do want everyone to know in Tampa that you're not out of the woods. There's still going to be some storm surge. There's still going to be some really strong winds, more than likely some damage associated with that. And there's going to be an incredible amount of rain that could lead to some really bad freshwater flooding. So we're going to continue to monitor all these situations. And on top of that, the tornado threat is really getting ready to ramp up as well. And the Florida Division of Emergency Management has a video here that we should probably relay. So I'm going to throw that up right now.
Ian, as the governor has mentioned, is projected to make landfall this afternoon on the Charlotte County coast. This will cause life-threatening storm surge, flooding. Tropical storm force winds will be felt throughout the entire state, and even isolated tornadoes. I urge Floridians who have made the decision to shelter in place, to stay indoors, and stay off the roads. You do not want to be outdoors or on the roads as a storm of this size is making landfall in your area. It is extremely dangerous. Hurricane Ian, as the governor...
Okay, so pretty much everything that we've been saying, this is an extremely dangerous situation. If you decided to stay or if you had to stay behind and couldn't evacuate, it's important that we understand that we are going to have to work here. We're gonna have to try to get through this unscathed, and we've got to pay attention to what the local officials are saying. We got to pay attention to what's happening with the storm surge. We got to pay attention to everything that's going on, and that's one of the reasons why I'm here. We're going to try to relay every single bit of information as it comes in. Storm surge was a big deal last night in the Keys. And it's going to continue to kind of work its way up the southwestern side of Florida. We're probably already starting to see it kind of unfold down there south of Naples. We're starting to see that water rise a little bit, but we're really waiting for the massive amounts of water inundation to happen here near Cape Coral and Fort Myers within the next hour or so, as that center of the storm goes up to the north a little bit. Of course, our storm chasers are out there in the middle of it, giving us a live view of everything, and we're going to check back in with them momentarily. But we're also getting, once again, some reports of people trying to go out and enjoy the hurricane. And buddy, I can't help but admire the spirit of the Floridians who are out here trying to make the best of this situation. But I can't promote this kind of stuff, guys. This is going to be a really bad thing. I don't think people understand what's getting ready to happen here, and it's quite unfortunate that we see people literally out on the piers. Once again, we've heard reports of people walking out into some of these places where the water is receding right before the wall of storm surge comes in. Hopefully, I don't know if anybody out there is watching me right now, but if you are, please get inside, man. Like, it's you're not gonna have much time to get away from what's getting ready to happen, and I'd hate to see a worst case scenario happen with these people. And they're just trying to, once again, everybody is nervous and kind of everybody feels the negativity around a situation like this, and a lot of people's first reaction is to try to make the best out of the situation. Let's try to do this and do that, but in this case, it's not the best thing to do. It's not the best thing to do. I am currently looking through some information on Twitter, and I'm going to relay some of that to you guys. I've got a video here of the Port Charlotte flowing in reverse. Geez, man. And I just retweeted that if you guys want to go look at it. The Charlotte Harbor is still at this moment flowing in reverse as the waters are receding ahead of the potentially devastating storm surge that we're getting ready to see. Once again, we usually only see this before a tsunami or before a significant storm surge event. And there's that reminder from the Florida Division of Emergency Management. Do not walk out into receding water in Tampa Bay or Charlotte Harbor. The water will return through storm surge and pose a life-threatening risk. Let's get an update from another one of our storm chasers here. Hello, Chris Hall. I see you're out there getting ready to face the wrath of Hurricane Ian. Why don't you tell us what the vibe is like? What are you feeling? What do you think is going to unfold as the day goes on? Chris Hall's a local storm chaser from Kentucky who's driven down to help us kind of wrap our minds around what's going on in Florida right now. And we'll wait on him to respond. And
For the storm, as you can see, you have some trees on the road, but that's just very minor compared to what's about to happen, I'm afraid.
Okay, so I had it muted. Let me play that again.
Right now, Ryan, it may be windy, but let me tell you, it's the calm before the storm. You've got a lot of tree branches down and some waves of rain falling, but it's nothing major yet compared to what's about to come inland. But as of right now, it's just a little calm before the storm. As you can see, you have some trees on the road, but that's just very minor compared to what's about to happen, I'm afraid.
All right, so that's Stormchaser Chris Hall. And by the way, we have seen a lot of already kind of like preliminary damage here with trees down. You can see here, this is a live look from Stormchaser Brad Arnold. We've already got tree limbs down in the road and stuff in a lot of these areas. And we're still several miles away from the strongest part of the storm, that inner Eyewall core there. So we're already seeing winds gusting really high. We're already seeing some trees down. Power outages are being reported all across this part of Florida, and just understand that it is only going to get significantly worse from here on out. Okay, and this is not even a quarter of what we're about to have to go through here in this portion of Florida. I'm really I'm really appreciative of everybody who's helping me out on Twitter. I see a lot of people have went over there, and you're tagging me in videos and pictures and news stories and updates from emergency management, and we are going to start relaying those really soon. But first, we have an update from meteorologist Andy Hill. Go ahead, Andy.
Hi, y'all. Just offshore of KMLB, Melbourne radar, there is a rapidly developing spin-up tornado that's going to head on the shore just to the south or around Indian Harbor Beach, south of Satellite Beach. So just so you're aware about that, that is a rapidly developing storm just right next to the radar. So we're pretty confident about this one's tornadic rotation. It might currently be dropping a waterspout that may move on shore due to its pathing.
Okay, thank you, Andy. And now we've gotten to the point where we're going to go back and forth between focusing on the Eyewall and the landfall of Hurricane Ian, and then the potentially multiple tornadoes and waterspouts is about to drop up here in eastern Florida. There's the rotation that Andy's talking about. You can see we've got inbounds right next to outbounds. This is indicating that we have a mesocyclone here, and this could be producing a waterspout right now, and then maybe it will become a tornado as it comes towards Satellite Beach, Indian Harbor Beach, and the South Patrick's Shore. So we've got a big alert that will pop up at the bottom of the screen if a tornado warning is issued. So make sure you heed all those warnings today. It might get to the point to where we're not able to individually zoom in on each of them. If we get to a point where we have 5 or 6 tornado warnings at once, like we did yesterday, and we're monitoring the landfall, we're going to do our best to, relay that information as quickly and as efficiently as possible. But the number one thing to remember is if you see your county down here on that ticker next to the tornado warning, it's best to just take shelter until you don't see it anymore, just to play it safe. We've got a lot of tornadic supercells that are getting ready to train over portions of Florida, just like we saw yesterday, and more than likely drop several tropical tornadoes as we go forward. Thanks to everybody who has shared us as well. I'm seeing that all over Twitter. We, put it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and everything else is helping us get this vital information out to people who usually wouldn't seek it out. People tell me that they just like the way that this is presented better than the traditional newscast. So we know this is the way we do it. I'm here unfiltered, no commercials. Like I'm just going to be here until the storm's over or until YouTube kicks me off. And we're just going to rapid fire relay information to you. And that's the whole gist of what we're doing. We're already seeing 168,000 customers without power in Florida. And you can see it's all focused down here where Hurricane Ian is making landfall. We'll likely see that work its way up into the millions, unfortunately, as we go through the next couple of hours. So if you live in Florida, even if you live pretty significantly inland, not necessarily right on the coast, go ahead and prepare for a power outage, and it could even be a little bit extended because obviously with 150 mile per hour winds, 190 mile an hour wind gusts, maybe there's going to be really detrimental damage to the infrastructure that will take some time to repair. Charge up your, batteries, go get whatever you need now, eat the perishable food that you have, and just prepare for power to go out. Go ahead, Andy.
Hi, Ryan. Yeah, I just wanted to iterate another point that is relevant to that in that actually right now, a lot of areas along Southwest Florida's coast are at low tide, and high tide around Naples and Fort Myers is expected just before 6 p.m. Eastern time. So the impacts right now are actually less than what they could be if we were at high tide, due to the added effects of the tidal position.
Absolutely. This is going to go downhill pretty fast. And here's an interesting picture from one of the water gauges in Naples. Naples, you can see that over the past 30 minutes or so, the water is starting to rapidly rise. So you can see how it's went up and down with the normal tidal fluctuations here. And then here in the last little bit, it's kind of really went up. We're going to continue to see that happen in Naples, and we're going to see that happen to a much larger extent once this gets closer to the harbor over there near Port Charlotte, Charlotte Harbor. Yeah, we're gonna watch all these storm surge cameras and stuff as things are starting to rapidly deteriorate. We're also gonna wait on updates from our storm chasers, and I'm trying my best to filter through some of the information that's coming through on Twitter. Once again, we're a little bit understaffed today, but like it's gonna be all right. We're gonna get through it, and we're gonna do everything we can to get this relayed to you. Here's a look at the Fort Myers area. Let me show this. Here's a look at Fort Myers area with the arrival of Hurricane Ian, which is nearly a Category 5 storm. Whatever you do, don't be like these people on the right there. Yeah, apparently, yeah, this is another one of those places where we actually see people out in this trying to, play around in it and stuff. And I just don't think they know what the inevitable result of this is going to be. Oh yeah, you see them there? Let me pull this up. We've got to publicly shame these people because like we can't promote this behavior. These are literally people in Fort Myers where a catastrophic hurricane is getting ready to make landfall in the ocean. So like, yeah, we can't do that. We can't do that. This is why even in situations where the National Weather Service, the local agencies, and everybody has done the perfect job of getting the message out, the warnings out, that we've effectively communicated the dangers, but there still ends up being fatalities. We could avoid that if we all just kind of proceeded with caution. Hurricane Ian, if you're just now tuning in, Hurricane Ian is on the verge of becoming a Category 5 storm. 155 mile per hour winds, and remember, it only takes 157 mile per hour winds for it to be classified as a Category 5. Catastrophic storm surge of 12 to 16 feet above ground level, along with destructive waves, are expected somewhere along the southwest Florida coastline from Inglewood to Bonita Beach, including the Charlotte Harbor, and residents in these areas should urgently follow any evacuation orders in effect. Catastrophic wind damage is expected along the southwestern coast of Florida beginning in the next few hours, where the core of Hurricane Ian makes landfall. Preparations to protect life and property should be urgently rushed to completion. And basically, I'm just reading you information from the National Hurricane Center, guys. They're saying that preparations to protect your life should not only be done now, they should be done urgently because you don't have much time left. Heavy rainfall will spread across Florida, the Florida Peninsula through Thursday and reach portions of the southeastern U.S. later this week. And widespread life-threatening catastrophic flooding is expected across portions of central Florida, with considerable flooding in southern Florida, northern Florida, and southeastern Georgia and the coast of South Carolina. Widespread, prolonged, major, and record river flooding is expected across central Florida. So the entire peninsula of Florida, whether you get a direct hit from this thing or not, is under the gun for a historic storm here, whether it comes from the storm surge, the catastrophic winds, or the rainfall that's going to come for this. And then additionally, that wasn't even issued in the key messages here, we're going to have a whole separate tornado threat. So we're going to cover each one of those aspects, kind of in depth here as we go forward. We're looking at some live cameras from our storm chasers. Let's go through them one by one and talk about what they're going to be doing today. This is Storm Chaser Brad Arnold near Port Charlotte or the Charlotte Harbor. And he earlier observed the waters flowing backwards in the harbor, and he said that it probably receded about 2 or 3 football fields. And as soon as the wind directions change, he's expecting, along with everybody else, that 12 to maybe even 18 feet of water is going to quickly kind of just engulf everything in this general vicinity, which is once again a worst case scenario. We also have Stormchaser Brandon Kopic in Sarasota County, Florida, a little bit farther to the north, who's given us a live look at where some of those intense winds are already starting to happen. He's driving south, and he's trying to position himself right around where landfall is expected to happen. All right, we're still not 100% sure of the exact centimeter of beach that it'll make landfall on, but it's almost certainly going to be somewhere between Punta Gorda and Cape Coral. We also have Chris Hall, who is in Southwest Florida, giving us a live look at what's going on here. He's really close to where Stormchaser Brandon Kopic is. We have Vince Welty, as always, sending us a live feed here of his adventures, who is in the Punta Gorda area as well. And then we've got Stormchaser Brett Adair, who's right there, giving us a view of some of the rough waters near Fort Myers and Fort Myers Beach. And you can see that things are getting pretty serious out there. And then last but not least, we've got Stormchaser Bryce Shelton, who is near the Punta Gorda region as well. So all of our storm chasers are kind of in the same spots, but they're spread out enough to where we're going to be able to see the differences between how the center eyewall is going to affect the most intense areas and the areas just outside of that. To see even farther away from where we're looking at here, we have, thankfully, Radar Omega's Mesovort system, who is feeding us live video from this hurricane. It is looking like there is already some connectivity problems with this. Obviously, with the power going out down here, it's going to be hard for us to maintain a connection to these cameras, but I'm sure they're working on it. And as soon as I can get one of these up, we're going to go through them one by one. But here, we're still getting data from the sensors, right? We've got 79 degrees here near Naples. The pressure is 998 millibars. It's pretty close to Cape Coral. We're already down to 988 millibars, which is nuts. And that's going to drop very, very fast as the storm gets closer and closer to Florida. Once again, I want to thank everybody who's tuning in right now. We've got a record amount of people watching, and I thank you for putting your trust in me, some guy on YouTube. I'm going to do my best to relay the information here with no bias, no buffer between me and you. And I'm just asking you to, if you can, just hit the like button to help us get in front of even more people here, because once again, I believe that there are some people who maybe don't understand the full severity of the situation, especially in Eastern Florida, where there's an interesting thing getting ready to happen with the potential tornadoes that are going to come out of this storm. So obviously everybody's focused on the landfall, right? And as we should be, like, we're going to cover that in depth, and we're going to be there with you guys as we go through this. But all through the rest of Florida, there are several other problems that we're going to see, including tornadoes. Hurricanes like this often spawn several tornadoes, and we're going to see that. And as you can see, the National Weather Service has issued a tornado watch for a good chunk of Florida. This includes Orlando, Palm Bay, Sebastian, Cape Coral, Miami, Sarasota, and all these places. And look at the wording here. Look at the wording. Several tornadoes likely. We don't see that unless the National Weather Service really does believe that we're going to see a lot of tornadoes. So this is not your average tornado watch. This is a higher level situation. So we want everybody to take every tornado warning that comes through today extremely seriously. Isolated gusts up to 60 mile an hour if possible. Obviously, that's going to be higher down here where the hurricane's making landfall. But look, 12 million people are under that tornado watch. So it's important that we effectively communicate the danger that comes along with that. Once again, thank you guys for tuning in. I'm going to try to talk to the chat a little bit here. I know everybody has questions, everybody has concerns. And one of the cool things about doing the weather on YouTube is being able to interact with you guys. So we're definitely going to try to take advantage of that right here in a second. But of course, I've got to focus on the data coming in as well and making sure that we're getting that information out to y'all because we're in front of a lot of people here. We've got the school, the Earth Science class in South Carolina at Wardlaw Academy in South Carolina is tuned in. We're up on the whiteboard there. Everybody that's tuned in right now, welcome. If you're just now getting here, just to kind of recap what we are talking about today, we've got a catastrophic hurricane, potentially of historic proportions, getting ready to make landfall in Florida. And we've just got a team of storm chasers on the ground who are feeding us live feed. We've got radar, satellite, and all kinds of weather instrumentation installed along the coast that are helping us get information out. And we're here once again to do this completely unedited, no producer, no buffer between me and you. We're just getting the information out as quickly as possible. Here's the latest look at Hurricane Ian on satellite. So we've been looking at it a lot on radar. Let's go over to the satellite and look at how things are looking. This is the infrared version, okay? So this is not what the storm actually looks like from space. This is color-coded to show us how high the cloud tops are in a given spot. The brighter reds indicate really high cloud tops, but the blacks and the whites indicate even higher cloud tops. And that height is important to kind of pay attention to because the higher the cloud tops are, the stronger the storm is, the more explosive the thunderstorm energy is inside of this thing as it gets closer to Florida. We're going to kind of look at this here in a couple of different ways, and I'll show you that here in a second. But look at how close this is coming to actually making landfall along the coast. Things are getting ready to rapidly deteriorate in Inglewood, Rotonda West, Port Charlotte, Cape Coral, and Fort Myers Beach as the storm gets dangerously close there. It looks like there's still some clearing going on in the Eyewall too. You see how it was looking a little bit less impressive, a little bit less organized just a couple hours ago when it was, I don't know, 20, 30 miles farther south. But the unfortunate thing here is that this is getting closer. As this gets closer to the coast, we are seeing this kind of organize more. The Eyewall is clearing, indicating that the storm central low pressure is getting lower and therefore strengthening the storm overall. Let's show you some of the potential storm flooding inundation that we're about to see here. And hopefully you guys can see this because it's going to be kind of small on the screen, but I'm going to try to walk you through it as best as I can. Do we have a key? Okay, so this is the potential storm surge flooding map inundation. And here's the thing, we're expecting maybe 12 to 18 feet storm surge. Everybody in the red could see a storm surge flooding with just 9 feet of storm surge above ground. So this map isn't even showing us the worst case scenario where we see 12 to 18 feet. We could see even more of these areas potentially underwater as the storm approaches. So with just 9 feet of storm surge, you can see how many of these streets, how many of these even residential areas are going to be dealing with the inevitable flooding that's getting ready to happen as that water starts to rush in when the wind directions change as the storm gets closer to make landfall. This is going to be a pretty serious situation over here near Fort Myers, Cape Coral, North Fort Myers, all the way back up into the Fort Myers shores. And it's additionally going to be a rough time around the Charlotte Harbor, especially around Punta Gorda, Cleveland, Harbor Heights, and Port Charlotte. If you haven't already, every precaution that is necessary to protect your life and property, should be rushed to completion. Just waiting on a little bit more information to come in here. Honestly, there's so much of it that it's kind of hard to keep up with. But here's another really unfortunate graphic that we can take a look at here from Evan Fisher. Evan Fisher. I am retweeting this right now so you guys can see this up close. But this is what he's got to say here. Evan Fisher, once again, I can't overstate how serious the storm surge threat is in Southwest Florida. Ian will drive deadly surge into Cape Coral and Fort Myers, placing much of the area underwater. If you live near the ocean in a surge zone, this is your last chance to leave. And once again, he's put together, I believe, a simulation here or an animation showing what the water inundation could look like as we go forward. And here's another one a little bit zoomed up. Overlaying the building footprints reveals that this won't just be inundation in the tidal zone. Thousands of buildings will be underwater in Cape Coral alone. Once again, we can't stress enough how much of a catastrophe this is getting ready to be. And the only reason we're using that language, the only reason we're using that wording is not to scare anybody. It's not to be sensational. It's to get you motivated, if you're still in the area, to get the heck out, or whatever it is that you can do to protect yourself from what's inevitably getting ready to happen here. Let's get an update from Brad Arnold. Hey Brad, we're just making our rounds with all the storm chasers. What are you seeing now? Have you seen any change in the water height? And what are you thinking as we go forward? Brad Arnold is one of our storm chasers who is in the Punta Gorda area or the Port Charlotte area. So as soon as he has the ability to respond, we will talk to him about that. And I believe that I think he's in the kind of the perfect situation.
Hey Ryan, yeah, we have seen the wind pick up just a little bit with some of these bands that were getting closer to the Eyewall. Still nothing that I would consider over hurricane strength. Not over 75 miles an hour yet. Mostly high-end tropical storm winds, probably between 50, maybe 60 miles an hour. As far as the water goes, we're still getting offshore flow. It's still pushing the main, the harbor out to sea. Haven't had a wind switch yet. I've noticed a little bit of an increase with the water, but not too much. Nothing to be concerned about just yet, but the time is coming.
All right. Thank you, Storm Chaser. Brad Arnold, who once again is near the Charlotte Harbor. Let's also get an update from Vince Welty if we can. Hey, Vince, we're live on YouTube. Just looking for a quick update and your approximate location. So we're going to talk to Vince.
Punta Gorda. I think this is going to look right. So a lot of people up on currently in areas that are very prone to storm surge, so I hope they're using caution. But I think that we may need to head a bit farther south for the purposes of data collection and because of the topography. If this eye comes right over Punta Gorda, I'm going to try to be on the offshore flow side of it so that we can hold our position better and not have to utilize the parking garage. So it'll pull the storm surge away from the coast. But if this thing hooks farther south, then we may need to go down, I believe it's Highway 41 or Highway 75, or Interstate 75 rather, to intercept it at this point. So right now it's just a waiting game. It's bouncing back and forth, and every 10-15 minutes it's checking the topography, elevation, and the storm surge map and checking it against the radar motion to make sure we're not putting ourselves 6 feet underground in the morning.
Right, that's professional storm chaser Vince Welty. You can hear his tone of voice that, even our storm chasers are people who have been doing this for a decade are nervous right now about what's getting ready to happen. And they're there to give us eyes on the ground and let us see what's happening. And obviously people like Vince are even recording important weather data that'll be used in the future. But also their lives are at risk as well. Even if you're down there on purpose trying to get a live stream or whatever it is, you also have to leave at some point to get away from the inevitable disaster that's getting ready to take place here. So that's Storm Chaser Vince Welty giving us a view also of some of the water starting to pour over there near Punta Gorda. And if we can get his location manually updated there, that'd be great. So let's also get an update from Brandon Kopic, who's a little bit farther to the north. Actually, Brandon's now in Port Charlotte as well, but we'll get an update from him. Hey, Brandon, just making our rounds, getting an update from everybody. What are you thinking now? Are you seeing anything different? How are conditions looking? And I'm going to go through Twitter and chat here in a second and answer some questions if I can. Because there's, once again, a whole lot of stuff
currently
coming in.
I'm heading south. I'm in the Punta Gorda area now. It looks like the hurricane has made a very hard shift to the right. We're just kind of watching, seeing how it's going to move. We might need to move further south, just kind of keeping an eye on it for now, but crossing over the water right now. Wind's pretty intense, but they are only going to get a lot worse from this point on.
All right, so that's an update from our storm chasers. Let's take a look at the radar here. Latest update does show a shift in the eyewall there, a little bit to the right, but it's also, there's a lot of interesting things going on here, and one of them is just the kind of wobbling and the oblong nature of what we're seeing there on radar could kind of insinuate a big shift to the right, but overall that central low pressure may not actually be flying as far right as what some of these guys think. So yeah, here is Andy. Let me pull up something that he just sent me, and then I will pull him up. Go ahead, Andy.
Thanks, Ryan. Hope you all are doing well at the moment. I just wanted to share with you this GIF of lightning activity in the Eyewall. And there have been several lightning experts on Twitter that I've seen say this is the most electrically active lightning, or the most electrically active eyewall in a hurricane in the Gulf of Mexico that they've ever seen. So what this means is that lightning, it happens rarely actually in hurricanes. Only more powerful hurricanes actually see lightning in the eyewall. And to get this, you need to have the strongest winds converging to the center toward the eye, such that air rises rapidly enough to incur enough charge in the clouds to produce lightning strikes. So what the amount of lightning that we see in Ian's eyewall right now tells us that this is, once again, it's another supporting factor for its current strength, and also that it's maintaining its strength, unfortunately. So I just wanted to share that with you all so you could get a look at everything that we are observing behind the scenes and meteorologists are looking at to hopefully deliver information. And the next National Hurricane Center formal update comes out in the next 10 minutes or so at 11 a.m. Eastern. So we will be able to see what exactly they have in store for us as of this latest update. It will be the last block update, I believe, that they will do before landfall. But I believe they're still putting out hourly updates in between this.
Andy, what is your opinion on the next update? Do you believe, based off just what we're seeing on radar and through satellite, do you believe that this maybe has intensified to Category 5 status?
It's hit or miss. Of all of the things I've seen, there have been multiple recon flights that have flown through it. Props to them, by the way. They are going through it all, and very unstable flying conditions in the eye, the mesovortices wrapping around the center and actually causing them to drop in altitude rapidly. So it's a scary thing to do. We support their desire to get us observations. It's a hard job, so shout outs to them. But their flight missions have found varying data that is going back and forth between potentially supporting Cat 5 upgrade or not. But again, like you said, whether or not it does get upgraded to Cat 5, it's going to be basically the same for the people in line of this storm.
All right, thank you very much, guys. That's meteorologist Andy Hill. We will be hearing much more from him as time goes on. And guys, I'm seeing a lot of, once again, I'm seeing so many pictures and videos of these people in Fort Myers out there, playing in the ocean or whatever. I'm not going to show it, and I'm not going to try to talk about it too much anymore, as a caution of maybe for whatever reason that might inspire more of that activity. But there's no reason to be outside right now, especially not along the coast from Fort Myers to, you know, Cape Coral, Punta Gorda, Port Charlotte, Northport, Vamos, Sarasota, Bradenton, St. Petersburg, all the way up to Tampa. I wish that people just understood what exactly is getting ready to happen here. And it's really insane how quickly this has went south. And by the way, when the lights turn green, that means it is time to talk to Andy again. So he's got another update for us. So what do you got, Andy?
Hi, Ryan. Yeah, sorry, break in again. I just wanted to say that extreme wind warnings are now being issued from the National Weather Service. The extreme wind warning is a more recent development that is used for landfalling hurricanes. It used to be a tornado warning, actually, but they've since changed over to extreme wind warning. So now all of the Cape Coral and surrounding areas there are under an extreme wind warning preceding the landfall of Hurricane Ian.
Okay. All right. I'm going to pull that up for you guys, and I'm retweeting this as well. So if you guys want to help spread the word here, 418,000 people included in this extreme wind warning. This is extremely dangerous hurricane winds. Move to an interior room now. And as you can see, this includes Boca Grande, Pineland, Pine Island Center, St. James City, Sanibel, Cape Coral, Estero, Coconut, and Bonita Springs. The entire Fort Myers area and places just to the south and west are under this extreme wind warning, which is rare. We don't see that every day. And it's just a sign of what's to come here as this very dangerous storm continues to barrel down on the southwestern coast of Florida. We're going to zoom out a little bit here in the near future. I know we've got a lot of people watching that are in southwestern Florida. And we're obviously going to do everything we can to keep you updated, but there's also a ton of people watching right now in eastern Florida, the central part of Florida, northern Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, and everybody, because of how much media attention has been given to this storm and how much information there is floating around out there, there are a lot of questions, especially for places farther downstream. So I'm going to try to cover that as well intermittently as we get breaks and new information coming in concerning this, landfalling hurricane. But right now we are kind of locked in on making sure that we effectively communicate the dangers for the people that stayed behind back here in this portion of Florida. We have storm chasers on the ground out here giving us a firsthand view of what everything is looking like. And honestly, right now, it's not, the winds aren't as intense as, what you would expect to see in a Category 4 or 5 hurricane. And the reason for that is a lot of those really strong winds are kind of reserved back towards the inner eyewall. So a lot of our storm chasers are in this area, for example. And then a lot right here up near Punta Gorda and Port Charlotte. And then most of the strong winds are right here in this outer eyewall. Right here, especially where you see that big burst of red that just popped up on the radar. That's where we're seeing those 150, maybe 160 mile an hour winds. And so once this makes it over some of these areas, that's when we're really going to start to see some of the real bad effects of this. So the longer it takes to get there, the more time it has over the ocean, the more time it has to potentially continue to strengthen. So we, unfortunately, it's inevitable at this point that it's going to happen. This is going to happen. So we don't want it to sit where it is too awful long. And we just want it to come ashore and then hopefully start to rapidly weaken once the majority of the central circulation is over land. We are monitoring emergency management feeds. We're monitoring all kinds of different emergency management outlets. And once things start happening that need to kind of be relayed in the form of breaking news, we will also relay those to you. But as of right now, we're not hearing about much of anything other than widespread, trees down. We've got a lot of power outage reports, sorry, and all this. But other than that, we're not really seeing any sort of really negative impacts from the storm just yet. I imagine things are going to rapidly go downhill just in the next hour or so. So if you still have power in Florida, another reminder to charge your batteries, get that backup battery ready, eat that perishable food, make preparations now to prepare for a extended power outage, because that's certain. That's one of the things that's certain with a situation like this. We are almost 100% going to have millions of people without power in Florida here in the next little bit. Because this is almost Category 5 storm. New Recon data is finding anywhere from 140 to 170 mile an hour winds in and around this the center of the storm. Now, once again, I want to talk about storm surge. A lot of people are asking about that. The experimental storm surge forecast expects 12 to 16 feet in the area that we're kind of focused on. Punta Gorda, Port Charlotte, Fort Myers Beach, all these places. And it's important to know that just 10 feet would be a catastrophic situation that would put thousands of buildings, flooded out. But we expect possibly even seeing 16 feet here as we continue to watch this unfold. It looks like Brad Arnold is starting to get in on some of the stronger winds. Sorry, that's Brett Adair. My bad. Brett Adair is starting to get in on some of the stronger winds up here, and you can see some of the debris, some of the tree limbs and stuff that are down on the ground. It's important to know that this is one of the reasons why we already have widespread power outages in this region. You can see a lot of those are hanging off the power lines. We've got them littered across the road and stuff. But this is what we're seeing here is tropical storm force winds for the most part. That's what's causing that damage. We're talking 50, 60, maybe some 70 mile an hour wind gusts here. And here soon, we're going to start seeing 100, 120, 130 mile an hour wind gusts. And, just kind of double the extent of the damage that we're already seeing. That's what we can expect for multiple hours as the storm comes on to shore. So this is going to cause widespread, potentially catastrophic wind damage as this comes on to the shore of Florida. We're still looking for the potential tornadic threat and the risk for water spouts as well. But as of right now, there are no further updates on that. Here's just an incredible picture of the water being sucked out of Tampa Bay as well. You can see that the water is literally down, 7-8 feet, and it's backed up several football fields out of the Tampa Bay. This is one of the places where we got unconfirmed reports of people trying to run around and play in this mess. It's important to know that when the water backs out like this, it only does that right before it comes back in, and in a significant way. All right, we're going to see that water come back in, a wall of water, and you're not going to be able to get away from it if you're out there playing around in the mud. So obviously Tampa Bay is not going to get it as bad as Port Charlotte. But it's still going to be a dangerous situation out there. So we don't want anybody out there putting their life at risk for no reason, really. I'm continuing to monitor Twitter. Thank you guys so much for sending in, all these reports and all these pictures and things that are helping me relay the news. I'm really trying to find some of the latest kind of updates from the National Hurricane Center here so we can get that to you. And are we still updating when did you say the next one's going to come out? Are we looking at that at 11 a.m., Andy?
Yes, Ryan, it actually has come out already. We're getting the information from it now.
Okay. All right. So the latest and hurricane information from the National Hurricane Center is getting ready to land, and we are going to try to relay that to you as soon as we have the information. It's a very important update. Once again, it doesn't matter to you if you're in the area, whether or not it's Category 4 or Category 5. You're not going to notice the difference. Either way, it's going to be a catastrophic storm. But I think we're all kind of interested to see how the Hurricane Center is going to classify it right before it makes landfall. And it looks like the 11 a.m. Update from the National Hurricane Center is going to keep Ian at 155 miles an hour, making it a Category 4, high-end Category 4 storm. That's unconfirmed, but that's what I'm hearing. You seen anything yet, Andy?
Yeah, I see 155 on the latest update, Brian.
All right. Thank you very much, Andy. So once again, latest update from the National Hurricane Center is going to give us 155 mile an hour winds. And
also, Ryan, your camera did go out.
Okay.
Just so you know.
I'm going to turn it back on. I don't know what happened there. But 155 mile an hour winds, making it a monster Category 4. And it's important to remember that no matter what, Category 4, 3, whatever it is, this is going to be equally impactful for the people down here. So let's not pay too much attention to that. And let's continue to monitor what's going on with our storm chasers here. Let's see what's going on with Chris Hall. Looks like Chris and Brandon have kind of picked a spot here to kind of pull over and monitor something. Let's ask what's going on. Hey, Chris, we're following along here live on YouTube. We see that you've kind of stopped here. What's going on? Is there anything in particular that you're looking at?
Not really, Ryan. We're just trying to make a game plan and watch and see if this thing wants to wobble off to the north or if it wants to make that hard turn east. That's just pretty much the game plan as of right now.
All right. Thank you, Chris Hall. Brandon, what's your plan if this does kind of wobble off to the north a little bit and comes ashore to the west of Punta Gorda? Is there a route? Is there a way to get to the shore that's safe to get out of if we get a big, massive increase of storm surge? Have you looked into that, Brandon? You can see that the winds are really starting to pick up. Water is simply gone out of the Peace River.
So we're definitely going to increase the winds here. We're kind of keeping an eye on all routes right now. We do have the option to blast back north. We do have a safe location up to the north, but it's about 20 minutes away. So we're going to watch these next few radar updates, see if it really does take that jog to the north, and if it does, we've got that parking garage we've already got set about 20 miles north of here that we can race to before the Eyewall makes impact.
All right, thank you. Remember, guys, our storm chasers are in a really dangerous situation as well. They're going to try to put us in a position to where we can observe the storm as it comes in without putting their life in too much danger, where they get in a situation where they get stuck.
That's a good question, though, Ryan. Do me a favor. Ask Andy what his opinion is as well. What does he think about it?
All right. Andy, did you hear that? Brandon Kopic just asked me to get your opinion on where he should go to try to be in a position to intercept the landfall of this storm. If you've got any input there.
That is one of the most difficult questions I think I've ever gotten. I don't like where he is right now. Everything there actually scares me in that webcam. I want him to be in as safe a spot as possible. I don't think it's worth getting the best view of it per se. So I'll look into it a bit, but that's what I'm gonna say.
All right, 100%. I'm on board. We'll relay that. Brandon, meteorologist Andy Hill is advising that you just make the most safe option. It's looking like it's probably not going to be worth getting the best shot. Just use your situational awareness out there and make sure the most important thing is that with 100% certainty you've got an evacuation route. You've got a way to get out of there. So we're all on the edge of our seats here. We're following along. Just let us know if you need anything.
Sounds good. We're on the fence of whether or not we're going to head north. Obviously, safety is number one. We just all got alerts on our phones. I don't know if they issued, I don't think it's the extreme wind warning, but we all just got alerts on our phones here. It is time to shelter in place. It is no longer safe outside on the bridges or roads. That is from the EMA.
All right. Is that Andy, Brandon just said he got an emergency alert on his phone. telling everybody to, you know, shelter in place and get inside. Is that associated with a new warning, or is that just something from the local government there?
If it's a shelter in place warning, it could be the civil danger warning. I haven't seen that come through personally. If it's not that, I imagine it might be tied to extreme wind warnings. But it's probably something like the civil emergency, civil danger.
Okay. Yeah. So if you live in southwestern Florida, you probably just saw this pop up on your phone. It's pretty, you know, unsettling to look at. There's no other information that pops up other than it's time to shelter in place. It's no longer safe outside on the bridges or the roads. So once again, we are going to follow intensely with our storm chasers here, but my advice to the storm chasers, my, message to them, if they're listening, is to not do anything in efforts to get the best shot, and only do things that have your personal safety in mind. Okay. Obviously you guys are out there for a reason. And obviously you being out there is vitally important, but it's important that we have you for the next one too. And guys, listen, we're talking to professional storm chasers here. If you're a resident, if you're a person living in this area, we also advise you to do everything that you can to protect your life and property here. We don't have much time before it's too late to make those precautions. Okay. So as quickly as possible, let's get ready. A rare extreme wind warning, if you missed that, was issued not too long ago for portions of the Florida West Coast. Destructive hurricane force winds are likely as Ian tears through the southwestern portion of Florida here within the next little bit. There's also been another tremendous spike in lightning as the Eyewall begins to come ashore in down there on the outer islands of the area near Punta Gorda. So we've got even more lightning popping up here, which is a sign of a strengthening hurricane, which is once again unfortunate here. And the Eyewall of Hurricane Ian, with winds of 155 miles per hour, is moving on shore now. And we're going to show you that latest hurricane update advisory here. If I can pull that up for you. Give me just a second. I want to show you something here. Yeah, so here's the latest information there. Wind speeds are 155 miles an hour. When maximum wind gusts are 190. I want to explain this because it's important. When the winds, so if you've ever been outside in a windstorm, okay, if you've ever been outside in a windstorm, when the winds die down, you get a little bit of a break, right? In this situation with this hurricane, when the winds die down, they will be blowing at 155 miles an hour. Otherwise, there will be gusts in excess of 180, 190 miles per hour. Okay, that's the intensity of this storm. When the winds die, we've got sustained winds of 130, 140, 155 miles an hour that are going to be felt all around these communities. So just in case anybody doesn't understand how that works, that's hopefully going to make you understand the severity of the situation that's getting ready to unfold. Let's look at the latest Hurricane Center update with the graphic there. Hurricane Ian, as of 11 a.m. Eastern, is a monster Category 4 hurricane with winds of 155 miles an hour, just shy of being a Category 5 hurricane. And we've got this expected to be a major hurricane, even several miles inland. So this isn't going to just completely dissipate as soon as it hits Florida. It will weaken, but even all the way back up towards places like Arcadia, you are going to be getting in on some of these catastrophic winds. So make sure you keep that in mind. Of course, this is going to be a tropical storm with hurricane force wind gusts all the way over to the eastern side of Florida by 8 p.m. tomorrow. Daytona Beach, Titusville, Merritt Island, Melbourne, all these places are going to be in getting some of those really strong winds. But thankfully, none of those are going to be in excess of 100 miles an hour, it looks like. Well, there's going to be damage. There's definitely going to be impacts from this on the eastern side of Florida. There is even going to be storm surge, but it's not going to be as intense as what we're getting ready to see over there on the other side. Then it looks like the storm's going to try to go over the Atlantic Ocean and maybe try to pick up a little bit more energy before it makes landfall again somewhere near Savannah, Georgia, or Charleston, South Carolina. From there, we're going to see heavy rain and possibly a lot of widespread flooding through Georgia and South Carolina, and then it's going to kind of dissipate as it goes up towards North Carolina, Kentucky, and Virginia. Obviously not just going to go away. It's going to turn into this huge mid-latitude cyclone. A lot of places are going to get rain from this. You're going to feel the impacts from Hurricane Ian plumb up in Canada. Okay. But, you know, the impacts are going to be quite a bit different by the time it gets there. I'm concerned mainly for Florida, obviously, concerned about the flooding in Georgia and South Carolina. And then there is going to be another severe weather aspect and element to this in North Carolina and potentially even Virginia, as that, you know, low pressure center kind of curves back and throws a lot of that warm, moist Atlantic air up into the warm sector of the storm in this area. We might be covering somewhat of a severe weather outbreak when that happens. But for now, obviously, the number one thing that we've got to focus on is the continued growth of major Hurricane Ian right before it makes landfall. We are still seeing big towers, big CBs wrap around the northern side of the low-level center. And it's absolutely unfortunate to look at here because usually at this point we would expect to see some sort of the friction of the land interaction start to weaken the storm. But if we look here on radar, or sorry, the latest satellite, the infrared satellite, you can see that we're still seeing massive explosions of convective activity around that central low pressure center as it comes onto shore. So we are very close now to landfall, and it's going to continue to rapidly deteriorate. The conditions are going to continue to rapidly deteriorate as we get closer. Let's come back over here to the multi-view. And I'm going to, once again, I'm trying to filter some of my explanations, and some of the information that I'm relaying is coming as a response to chat without just reading off the question, but I'm going to do some of that as well. Let's see here. Let's see. Yeah, Sarah, thank you. Yeah, Brett is fine. Everybody, a lot of people in chat are concerned about Brett Adair, and Brett is perfectly fine. That's I don't know what caused that, but Brett's all right. We're in contact with him. We've got a live feed of him. We've got a GPS tracker on him. We've got, you know, we are taking care of Brett, and it's not just me. Brett's associated with a large team of other people from Live Storms Media, and then there's also a team of people behind me in contact with our storm chasers and making sure they're all right and everything. Okay, so I don't have to keep the camera up at all times, even though I'm going to as much as possible to keep up with these guys. Let's see here. What else we got? Hurricane warnings have been expanded eastward. Hurricane warnings have been expanded to the east to include a lot of central Florida, all the way over to the east coast. Actually, we've now got hurricane warnings that include Sebring, Okeechobee, or Orlando. So hurricane conditions are possible even all the way into the central portion of the peninsula of Florida, unfortunately. There's a large tropical storm force wind field around this thing, but a relatively small hurricane force wind field. But wherever that ends up tracking over is going to be, once again, experiencing catastrophic winds when it first makes landfall, and then hurricane force winds plumb up towards Orlando. Let's see. Logan has a good satellite imagery here that I want to show you guys. That is a significant amount of lightning. It might actually not be safe to send Recon into the storm in this situation. There's obviously going to be a lot of turbulence, and the planes already had some issues this morning. So that's a good point too. It may be time to even stop sending the hurricane hunters into this storm if the lightning activity and stuff continues to kind of become more intense. Looks to me like conditions are unbelievably, it's the definition of the calm before the storm. If you look at some of the Storm Chasers live feeds here, Things are, well, once again, getting ready to rapidly deteriorate. But right now, even though we are seeing a lot of damage, you can see some trees down, you can see a lot of limbs down, power lines down and stuff. But for the most part, we are not seeing any extreme winds just yet, which is good news. But yeah, there's so much lightning around the center of this eyewall. So we got an update from Stormchaser Vince Welty. Let's see what he's got to say here, as he's got an update right now.
Howdy everybody, Stormchaser Vince Welty here. I'm in Punta Gorda, Florida. Things are starting to go downhill. I don't have a mic right now, so sorry about the wind noise. Emergency alerts have gone off for this area, advising it's now time to shelter in place. It's no longer safe on the roads. Conditions are deteriorating rapidly. Not quite enough that we need the personal protective equipment on right now. We're going without the hard hat at the moment, but Hurricane Ian is inbound right now with 155 mile per hour winds. That is insane. That's almost Category 5. Category 4 or 5, it doesn't matter. The impacts are significant at this point. Shelter in place if you haven't left already. Punta Gorda here is probably going to be spared a little bit by the surge, given the current movement of the eye, but we still need to watch this. If you're in the path of this thing, take it very seriously. Like I said, tropical storm force winds and minor Category 1 hurricane force winds are now happening here consistently. Still have power, and pretty much everybody's gone. Everything's boarded up. So be sure to check out my live stream and those live surge cameras.
So that is Stormchaser Vince Welty. And once again, you can hear that he's a little bit nervous. He's a little bit he's got a lot of stuff going on. When you're in that situation, you got to think about a million things at once. You got to make sure the people that are dependent on you to relay information are getting the information that they need. And you got to make sure that you're constantly thinking about evacuation routes and how you're going to keep yourself safe in a situation like that. So we're going to keep up with Vince as time goes on. Just to reiterate everything, we've got high-end Category 4, almost Category 5, Hurricane Ian, moments away from making landfall here in southwestern Florida. Ian is a huge storm. If you compare it to Hurricane Charlie, which is what a lot of people from this area are doing, if you compare it to Hurricane Charlie in 2004, the entire eyewall could fit within the eye of Ian. So the entire eyewall of Hurricane Charlie could fit inside the clear slot in Ian. That's how much larger Ian is compared to Hurricane Charlie. And obviously Charlie was a terrible storm for this part of Florida back in 2004. This is not going to be Charlie. Okay, this could be a worse situation. Obviously, we've got a much bigger storm. We've got a lower central pressure, and we've got a situation where whenever that storm surge comes into this area, it's going to really, be a worst case scenario, especially if we end up seeing that 12 to 16 feet of water inundation. One of the things that we need to continuously talk about, and something that I want to touch on as often as possible before we get into not being able to look away from the hurricane impacts, is the tornado and flood threat. Okay, so even if you're not in southwestern Florida between Tampa and Naples, let's say you're back up in Orlando. Okay, let's say you're in Miami, Fort Lauderdale, Daytona Beach, any of these places, you are not out of the woods today. There is a tornado and flash flood threat that is extremely significant, much higher than usual. Okay, so here's what you need to do if you get a tornado warning or a flash flood warning today. Find your safe space that protects you from the extreme winds and the flash flooding. In a situation like this, it's kind of tough because usually we tell you to go underground, go as low as possible in a high wind situation. But when you've got waters rising at the same time, that could pose a questionable threat. So move to a designated storm shelter or an interior room on the lowest floor, safe from flooding. Also has to be safe from flooding. Minimize travel, stay away from flooded roads, and remember that culverts and roadside ditches are not the safest, are not safe places during heavy rainfall. So sometimes people will head for a ditch or a culvert in a high wind situation to take cover. Just know that in a situation like this, that's not going to necessarily be the best thing to do. Latest look at this hurricane on satellite. This is the infrared version. We can also see it now probably completely through the actual visible satellite. So this is what Hurricane Ian looks like from space as the sun is rising on it this morning. You can see the just incredible spin there right in the middle. And I don't know if I'm seeing that right, but I think we might even be seeing a little bit of a subvortice there on the northern side, which is something that happens in really intense hurricanes, which we'll dive into that on the radar a little bit in the future if that's something that we're seeing. But obviously, a violent swirl, a violent rotating storm, very quickly approaching the Cape Coral, Fort Myers, Inglewood, Rotonda West, Naples area, and we are going to be keeping up with this. It looks to me like a lot of our mesovort stations are having a hard time staying connected. I don't know if it's just on my end or what, but obviously the internet's going to be hard to keep up with during this. But the good news is the most important thing, which is the pressure and the wind speed. We're still getting live data on that. And that's coming in fluently through all of these. So we're going to keep checking back in on those. But thankfully, we've got our storm chasers like Storm Chaser Brad Arnold out there, who's giving us a live look on the ground near Fort Myers right now. In fact, his exact location, obviously he's in Charlotte County, but his exact location is just to the north and west of Charlotte Park. So here's what I think is getting ready to happen here. Let me pull up something real quick that I forgot to do before I started the stream, so I can use my pen. I have to have my red pen to mark on the screen, or I just can't do this. I can't do this without it. So give me just a second. Let me find it. There we go. All right, let's come back over the radar real quick. I know everybody's interested in looking at the cameras, and we're going to keep that up as much as possible, but this is important. This is where most of our storm chasers are right now, in Punta Gorda, near Port Charlotte, Charlotte Park, and the South Punta Gorda Heights. This is Brad Arnold's marker right here, if you can see that. Look at where he is. All right, so that outer band that was causing some of those tree limbs to fall earlier has moved away. And now he's in kind of a little deformed zone of the storm where there's not a whole lot going on. This is where things are going to start changing. When this part of the storm, this core of the storm, makes it over into where they are and into Cape Coral, into Fort Myers, into Northport, and all these areas, that's when we're going to start seeing some of the potentially catastrophic wind damage that's going to come along with Hurricane Ian. This has a very large tropical storm force wind field, but a relatively small hurricane force wind field. It's all inside of that where we're seeing those winds in excess of 100 miles per hour. So as that slowly comes closer and closer to our storm chasers here, we're going to see conditions rapidly deteriorate as time goes on. But as you can see, there's already a ton of trees down and stuff. And of course, we're now up to 200,000, more than 200,000 people without power in Florida. And that was just a few moments ago. This is an extremely dangerous situation. We're covering Hurricane Ian now, and we've got our storm chasers and everybody on board. The National Hurricane Center has come out with a couple new key messages for Hurricane Ian, so I'm going to relay those to you one more time before we get into really honing in on some of the impacts that are getting ready to happen here through the eyes of our storm chasers. Sorry. First of all, it's important to continue to hone in on this point. Not just bad storm surge, but a catastrophe, a catastrophic storm surge inundation of 12 to 18 feet with destructive waves is going to be expected somewhere along the southwestern coast of Florida between Inglewood, Bonita Beach, and including the Charlotte Harbor. Residents in these areas should urgently follow any evacuation orders in effect. Catastrophic wind damage is beginning along the southwestern coast of Florida today near the landfall location, and hurricane force winds are expected to extend well inland along and near the core of Ian. Preparations to protect your life and property should urgently be rushed to completion. Heavy rainfall will spread across Florida throughout the day into Thursday and reach portions of the southeastern U.S. later this week and this weekend. Widespread, life-threatening, catastrophic flooding is expected across portions of central Florida, with considerable flooding in southern Florida, northern Florida, southeastern Georgia, and the coast of South Carolina. Widespread, prolonged, major, and record river flooding is expected across central Florida. Hurricane conditions are expected along the east and central portions of Florida overnight, where a hurricane warning has been issued. Hurricane conditions are possible from the northeastern Florida portions to also maybe even intermittently in South Carolina on Thursday and Friday, and a hurricane watch has been issued for that area. So we now officially have a hurricane watch all the way up the coast of Georgia and South Carolina, as intermittent hurricane conditions are possible as the storm recurves after it crosses the peninsula. Andy, do you have anything for us? Do you have anything you want to talk about real quick to as I kind of refresh everything on my end?
Yeah, Ryan. We've been looking into, I assembled the researcher team we've got in our back end here. A bunch of volunteers are helping us out. We've been looking at parking garages in the area. It's very hard to find anything actually in Port Charlotte for Brandon and Chris Hall. So we actually found Fawcett Memorial Hospital, and from satellite photos from Google Earth or Google Maps, basically Google Earth, we do think there is a parking garage there. They're headed north towards it right now, but you can also tell them in advance in case they aren't checking that out. That would be worth checking out in the Port Charlotte area.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Andy. Do you have any further reports of wind speed? Like what are we currently seeing out there right now? I haven't got a chance to look. Have we seen any reports of above hurricane force so far?
So actually, a lot of the automated surface observation stations have not been recording wind speed for like the past 20 minutes in the area. This is likely because anemometers are going to fail, or data linkage is going to fail at some point due to power problems. Lots of problems are going to prevent us actually from getting good observations in the area. But so yeah, I don't have any wind speeds for you right now. Actually, it's well, I do have one in Naples, actually, a Mesonet station in Naples, which is well southeast of where the eye is tracking right now. Did actually report a gust of 80 miles per hour. So that's many miles south and east of where the Eyewall will end up being. So again, we're still seeing up to Category 1 hurricane wind force gusts that way away from the Eyewall, and that is only going to move into this area very quickly here.
And Andy, I know you've got a lot of stuff going on. You're monitoring the researchers, the weather analysts, the satellite, the radar, but also if you've been paying attention to chat or Twitter or anything like that, are there any questions, any big things that we're kind of maybe overlooking that we need to talk about for the people who are requesting information?
I would say it's probably actually too chaotic for that right now. I'm happy to receive questions if you guys want to send them to me through whatever means. I'm happy to look through Twitter and answer as best as I can. Of course, I'm managing multiple teams though, so keep that in mind, and making sure that our storm chasers are safe and getting information as well.
All right. Thank you very much, Andy. Guys, that's meteorologist Andy Hill, who is going to be continuously updating us as time goes on. And of course, he's going to help me kind of field through some questions. We're watching chat. Obviously, it's a little bit hard to keep up with everything during really busy times like this, but we're also watching Twitter. So if you want to follow me on Twitter at Ryan Hall, y'all, I'll be able to. Honestly, it's probably easier to see some of the incoming information on that platform, just because it's a little bit slower over there. And also, I'm retweeting all of this really important information over there as well. So I've got a couple other things that I want to share with you. First of all, storm surge has begun on Sanibel Island as the Eyewall of Ian approaches. Here's the before view, and here's the after view. Just literally, I don't know the exact time difference between this, but it happened very quickly. So that's before, that's after. You can see that there is a massive rise of water. And once again, I bet the shore was emptying just like Port Charlotte before this, and then this all came at once. And that's what we're scared of happening. That's what we're afraid might happen as this approaches Fort Myers as well. Another thing to kind of look over here is the potential storm surge. And once again, I want to reiterate that this is only showing places that will be affected with storm surge greater than 9 feet above ground. We are going to see much more than that, and it still looks like a lot of Fort Myers is going to be underwater. A lot of Cape Coral, most of Cape Coral, Whiskey Creek, and Fort Myers Beach, St. James City, and Sanibel are going to be completely underwater due to this historic storm surge that's getting ready to come up into portions of southwestern Florida. That's what we're seeing right now with the latest data. And here's a look at our storm chasers who are slowly but surely getting into some of the more detrimental impacts. Thankfully, a lot of these guys have multiple ways of transmitting information to us. They're not just relying on the cellular networks out here, even though I do believe the cellular network is still working in a lot of these areas. I know Brandon has satellite, the ability to connect to us via satellite. And, you know, some of these guys just have multiple different bonded connections that are able to get the information to us. So even though it's probably going to end up being choppy, it is going to, we're going to be able to keep up with these guys throughout the duration of the storm, I believe. Here's another still image of the webcam that's situated on Sanibel Island. The image is not the best, but the water levels are coming up quickly. And you can see there's a stop sign there. That's already 3 or 4 feet above the ground level right now. Hurricane Ian is a monster, Category 4, almost Category 5. That's getting ready to cause some major problems down here. And we're trying our best to just relay this information in an easy to understand way without any buffer. We're trying to get it out quick. And here is an update from Stormchaser Brandon Kopic. Once again, let's hear what he's got to say.
Awesome data. All right, guys, Stormchaser Brandon Kopic here. We are in Punta Gorda, Florida right now, as the Eyewall is about to hit our location. We've got good gusts coming in right now. Be sure to tune in live on Radar Omega and YouTube. It's about to get crazy, and thankfully we've got our cyclone port up top. We will be getting awesome data inside this hurricane. Stay tuned, guys. All right, guys, Stormchaser.
Once again, Brandon's car specifically is outfitted with an array of meteorological instruments that record pressure, wind speed, and all that, and it sends it to a big database where it'll be able to be kind of monitored and looked at a later date. So that is what he was talking about with the cyclone port. And of course, you can watch all of that unfold in that Radar Omega app as well, if you wanted to do that. Just once again, there's no good news coming in. Everything that I'm seeing here is just continuing to show that we're on the verge of witnessing a worst case scenario down here in southwestern Florida, and it's just you know, it's disheartening to see. I hope we're doing everything we can to effectively communicate the risks. And I hope that we've got people out there watching that are helping spread that risk. Some people, it doesn't matter what a guy in a suit on CNN tells them. It doesn't matter even what somebody like me tells them. You know, like some people are just set in their ways. And I know these people, you know them too. I talk to them every day. And you know, they don't want to follow some of the precautions that have been advised. All I ask of you, if you're watching this right now, and you maybe you don't live in Punta Gorda or Tampa, Naples, Cape Coral, or any of these places that are getting ready to get hit by this, but you know somebody that does. You've got a family member, you've got a friend. Don't even worry about sending them my live stream. I don't care if they watch me or not. Just personally, as a person, as somebody who loves them, text them, call them, and let them know that you're concerned. Sometimes a personal something like that is a little bit more of an effective stimuli to get somebody to act in a situation like this than just another news article or just another YouTube video. So if you can do that for me, you could potentially be a hero in this situation. All right, Andy, go ahead.
Hey, Ryan, I don't actually have a weather update, but actually, I'm wondering if you would think it's a good idea to talk about what Reed is doing right now, Reed Timmer, because I can tell you what just happened if you'd like to hear it.
Yes, please fill me in.
Okay, so Reed is actually like right on the coast somewhere. I guess he didn't have a location in mind, much like Brandon Kopic, Chris Hall, and these people we've been trying to help out in the back scenes with our teams, finding them parking garages and so forth. And Reed actually parked somewhere along the coast and has jumped a fence into a multi-story. I don't know if it's a home that's been evacuated or if it's a motel or something, but he was literally being sloshed around by the storm surge coming on shore right now. And he managed to make it to the upstairs balcony in that house and is now there with a very laggy stream, but he is there. I hope he's safe for his sake. That is an extremely dangerous situation. I can't believe what our storm chasers are doing, but they're, yeah, that's so that's something that actually just happened in the last 5 minutes.
Okay, if we can, if you've got a clip of that and you can drop it in the thing, I'll take a look at it. But yeah, guys, there's obviously a lot of storm chasers out there today, and Reed Timmer isn't technically on Team Y'all today like he normally is. We didn't. This is kind of like a last minute situation with a lot of storm chasers, so we don't have his feed. But obviously, we're going to do everything we can to help him out as well if he needs it. So Reed Timmer is literally, he goes by extreme
Ryan,
storm
if Andy's
chaser.
got any idea exactly where Reed is, please send me a GPS marker. That way, once all this passes, we can go check on him.
We've got a GPS. I'm sorry. We've got. He uses the name Extreme Meteorologist. This is what he does. He goes out in the most intense part of the storm, and he's always done it. But obviously, we're going to keep up with Reed as we go forward. But here's what I don't want to happen. I don't want everybody in this chat right now to go on Twitter and Facebook and start spreading the idea that he's washed away into the ocean or something. All right, we're going to wait to hear from him. He's a trained professional in this situation, and we've got a bunch of people in the background that are going to do everything we can to get a location on him and get in contact with him. Okay, we don't want to spook him if he ends up being in a good spot with everybody in the world worried about him and his parents calling him and stuff like that. This is something that Reed does. If he needs our help, we will help him. Otherwise, we're going to let him do his thing. And we will look at that clip here in a second if you guys want to. But Reed is another one that's got an important mission out here today. It's not just about being an adrenaline junkie, which is what a lot of people, I think of whenever they think of somebody like Reed Timmer and what they're doing. He's installing surginators. He's installing all kinds of really important weather instruments that are going to be vital for the future of hurricane forecasting. He's a scientist. He's a doctor. He's a PhD in meteorology. This is his life's mission, and that's what he's out there to do. So he just uploaded this 47 seconds ago. He just uploaded this 47 seconds ago on Twitter. So I believe that he's all right. But yeah, he is just way too close. He is just way too close. My goodness, man. My goodness. So there you go. Reed is somewhere near the tip of Pine Island, Florida. And once again, you guys, if you want to see more of the updates from Reed Timmer, go to his Twitter. He's at Reed Timmer AccuWeather, at Reed Timmer Accu. And I retweeted that if you want to go to his profile there. I'm sure he'll have all kinds of intense updates throughout the day. My goodness. But anyways, water levels are continuing to rise near Naples, Florida.
A new tornado warning.
And now we have a tornado warning. And that's going to be for Highlands, DeSoto, and Hardee County in Florida. So we told you that this was going to happen right at the same time as this storm is making landfall. We're going to start seeing tornado warnings, and we just saw that one pop up right there. You see the warning polygon. It includes places like Zolfo Springs, and let me see here. I'm going to have to pick a different radar site. Let's switch over to Radar Omega to closely analyze that, to see exactly what we're looking at. We're going to look at velocity to see if we can see the rotation in it. And it does look like it's in a little bit of a weird spot. Obviously, this whole place in Central Florida is just really lacking in the radar coverage. So I can't really see much on velocity, but we can certainly see that there's a storm here that's potentially producing a tornado, and it's moving up towards Zolfo Springs. So please take shelter now if you live in DeSoto, Hardy, or Highlands. This is one of the things that happens with an intense hurricane like this. It spawns tornadoes, sometimes a lot of them in the outer bands, and that's what's starting to happen here. All right, so Reed Timmer's exact location is just a little bit displaced from where the storm chasers that are working with us are. And look at the difference. Like Reed Timmer, like, obviously, you can see that the winds were gusting much higher there. There was a lot more intensity to the storm. Literally just a few miles away, these guys are still experiencing maybe just borderline hurricane conditions. So that's the difference in what's going on with the storm right now. And I'll explain again by denoting on the radar what the difference looks like there. Our storm chasers and everybody that you're seeing on my screen is right here. All right, Reed Timmer is right here. So you can see that he's in the part of the storm. Everything that you just saw in that video is going to be moving up towards where everybody else is. And hopefully anybody that happens to live in this tiny island here south of Pine Island and St. James City, hopefully they've gotten out, they've evacuated, because obviously this situation is only going to get worse as the storm gets closer and closer. But those conditions are going to expand and continue to be the case all the way up through Northport and Punta Gorda and Arcadia as we go through the next little bit. Tornado warning has been issued for Zolfo Springs, Florida until 12:15 p.m. We're going to keep you updated on that. But as of right now, I don't think we have any sort of confirmation that there is an actual tornado on the ground. Brett Adair, one of our storm chasers up there, you can see him on the screen. Brett Adair just messaged me and he said, here we go. We've got to get back in the garage soon. This is going to get nutty, and it's about time to turn and burn. So Brett is pretty much in the same spot as the rest of our storm chasers there near Punta Gorda, and he's considering already thinking about just turning around and getting out of there to be safe. Obviously, that's the smart thing to do in this current situation. Yeah, so continue to work with me here, guys, on Twitter. I really appreciate everybody that's helping us kind of formulate all this information that we're compiling here. And we've been relaying a lot of information from the local governments and the National Hurricane Center, and then also there's a lot of gauges out there that we're starting to get really bad information from. The Naples gauge is starting to preliminarily be the highest water level recorded there at 4.55 feet above major flooding level. That's well over the previous record in Hurricane Irma in 2017, which was 4.25 feet above major flooding level. So Ian is likely continue to add to this record, and we're going to see record storm surge flooding widespread across this area as we go forward. There's no doubt about that. Remember, with some of the maps that we showed you earlier, in a worst case scenario, there's going to be thousands of buildings under or literally flooded out by this storm with just 10 feet of water inundation, and we could see up to 18 feet during the I guess the apex of this event as we continue to watch it unfold. Let's see here. I'm also being told by some of the people who are looking at the hurricane reconnaissance data that we still wouldn't be shocked if they end up bumping this to a Category 5 just before landfall, as there is another reconnaissance flight in progress. And once again, even though we're obviously following that closely, trying to figure out what the category is and stuff, it really doesn't matter at this point to the residents. It's going to be a bad situation no matter how you categorize it. Record high water inundation is being recorded right now in Naples. That level of water is going to continue to advect up the coast towards Cape Coral. You're next in line. So in Bonita Springs, this wall of water that's getting ready to overtake the entire southwestern Florida area here, it's coming to Bonita Springs now. Okay, and that's actually a place where we just recently got a report in of a 90-mile-an-hour wind gust. And obviously, I believe it's probably gusting even higher than that in multiple areas around here. And then next in line is going to be Fort Myers Beach. Okay, we're going to see that wall of water. As soon as that wind starts changing, the direction of the wind starts changing from coming out of the south and east and coming from the south and west, it's going to happen quick. The wall of water with the storm surge that's built up underneath this huge hurricane is going to then work into Fort Myers Beach, then Cape Coral, then St. James City, then Pineland, then Fort Myers, the city of Fort Myers, then Suncoast Estates, then Burnt Store Marina. Then it's going to keep going up the coast towards Boca Grande, South Punta Gorda Heights, and of course Punta Gorda and Port Charlotte. The entire Charlotte Harbor there is under the gun for potentially seeing 12 to 18 feet of catastrophic storm surge here. If you know anybody in Florida, please let them know what's going on. Obviously, I think everybody at this point probably understands, like, this is a well-covered event. The National Hurricane Center, the National Weather Service, all the media outlets have done a fantastic job of covering this. But just in case there's anybody out there that's being stubborn, that thinks that this is still going to be just another Florida hurricane that they've been through time and time again, it's time to really plead with them and hopefully help them understand that that's not the case. This is going to be something that the locals down here have not experienced in their lifetime, and it's time to either get out or really start to get to higher ground and find a sturdy shelter. Still looking at that high risk as well for freshwater flooding through a lot of Central Florida. The entire peninsula of Florida today is under a day one excessive rainfall outlook. And of course, the more centralized you get into the state, the higher that risk. That pink zone is sort of rare. Okay, so even if you don't live right on the coast and you don't see the catastrophic storm surge flooding, catastrophic, just regular rainfall flooding is going to be possible for millions of people throughout the center of the peninsula of Florida. Here is a tale in 4 images. Some of the progression of the storm surge here from Hurricane Ian from the Radar Omega Sanibel Island surge camera. Just look at that, man, how rapidly that is going upscale. I'm wondering if I can pull that up now. See here, Sanibel Island surge cam. I'm going to keep that there. In fact, I'm going to minimize it to see if I can't connect to it. And then I might just have to refresh the system here, but nevertheless, we'll be able to keep up with it through the back end here, and I'll continue to show you those images as the surge continues to rise. Yeah, several feet in a very short period of time. Look, I want to show you this one more time. This is very quickly, this has happened. This is 11:08, 11:31, 11:34, 11:45. That's how fast pretty much the entire island at this point is now underwater because of the storm surges coming up so quickly. Andy, if you don't care, could you take it away for just a little while so I can refresh all my systems and make sure I can get these cameras up and stuff?
Yep, Ryan, I got you. Yep. So, guys, what I've been doing in the back end here is we're still working on getting a good, solid spot for Brandon and Chris to be able to observe this the eye of Hurricane Ian coming in. They're currently actually in the Northport area in Florida. That's northwest of Port Charlotte. They somebody has been threatened trying to get into the hospital parking lot that we recommended to them. They threatened of being arrested, but emergency management things have been suspended, so I don't know why people are hostile. So we are getting them to another ER station in Northport. That is what I've been busy with at the moment. We have one active tornado warning, of course, that is going towards Zolfo Springs right now, and Wauchula, that was hard to say, area, and that's well and ahead of the area that Hurricane Ian will be headed towards inland. Just want to reiterate that as Hurricane Ian does go inland, it's expected to not weaken too rapidly at first. So areas along Highway 17, like Arcadia, the Zolfo Springs area may see some still very destructive winds along with the flooding. But you should be well inland enough to not have to deal with storm surge at that point unless you're near a riverbed. So after that point, though, once we're getting closer to the Orlando metro area, the storm should rapidly weaken into a tropical cyclone force, so less than hurricane force wind speeds expected in the Orlando area per the National Hurricane Center. So that will happen because a lot of the interior of Florida is actually more desert-like than it is. It's like a tropical desert due to where it is in latitudinal range. So that will cause Hurricane Ian to rapidly deteriorate in strength as it passes through inland Florida. So if you're in the Orlando area because you evacuated from Tampa or anywhere in the vicinity, your main threat right now will be flooding. Okay, as this thing passes through, you are in a high risk for excessive rainfall and thus flash flooding from the Weather Prediction Center.
Okay, thank you, Andy. Appreciate the updates as always from meteorologist Andy Hill. And like he said, we do have one. I repeat, one active tornado warning right now, and that's going to be for DeSoto, Hardy, and Highlands counties. So if you're in there, please take shelter. You're obviously a little bit displaced from the main center of circulation from the hurricane, but you're right in line for a tornadic supercell, which is baked into the outer band of the hurricane here. And that's going to continue to be a problem for a lot of people up there. And we're starting to see the wind really pick up now through some of our Stormchaser cameras. You can see Brad Arnold's view of the palm trees there. We're starting to see those sustained winds resemble more what you would imagine with a hurricane. And then, oh my goodness, here is an update from the surge camera. This is a live look at the surge camera in Sanibel Island. This was just moments ago in Sanibel Island. This camera is it's live inside of Radar Omega, and it is taking an absolute beating. This is live right now as the storm comes ashore. Just unbelievable power with the water as it comes over the island. Once again, I believe within moments we'll see the entire area here underwater as this continues to rise quickly and the storm brings in more and more water. So that's something that we're watching there. Additionally, there's several other cameras that we have access to that I'm trying to work with and make sure that we can pull them up at any time. But obviously, in the middle of a hurricane, and when you're dealing with equipment, electronics, and internet, sometimes things go wrong. So we're working on it, and at least we have good connection still with our storm chasers, who all seem to be doing the safe things right now and not running towards the coast. Everybody's kind of holding back a little bit, which is very good news. This is still going to be a highly impacted area where they are here near the Port Charlotte, Northport, and Inglewood. And honestly, if I was them, I would even be getting away from there. But they're there to give us eyes on the ground and make sure that we completely are aware of everything that's going on as the storm comes ashore. And they're getting ready to get into that inner core and experience some of the more severe aspects of this storm any moment now. I want to show you guys an up close and personal view of the satellite imagery once again before we start honing in on these individual chaser cameras. It's important that we do that, but it's also important that we continue to monitor how this storm is looking the closer it gets to land. And unfortunately, there's no good news here. This continues to look like a worst case scenario where there's no sign of rapid destabilization with that center core. The eye is literally getting bigger. It's getting larger. It's getting there's more area around it that could be impacted by the low pressure that's going to send that storm surge and water up into the coastal areas. So that is just once again an incredibly terrible situation. We can flip it over here to 3D and look and see that we are still seeing the new hot towers, the new convective bursts on the western side of the storm, which tells me that this is still not even coming close to trying to weaken. And I know my camera keeps going out there. I'm going to try to keep that up as much as possible. I don't know what's going on with that, but it'll come back on right here in a second. But that tells me that we are still seeing this thing maintain its strength as a Category 5 or Category 4 borderline Category 5 storm. And this is going to very quickly become a bad situation right here along the coast. You can see how the eye of the storm is literally right on the beach, pretty much at near some of these places near Cape Coral. So we'll be able to see that through the storm chasers as well if the eye remains clear whenever it comes ashore. This is the kind of eye of a storm where you can get in there and experience the stadium effect. It's just unfortunate that it's going to be experienced in such a high populated area, but at the same time, it's quite a fascinating and rare thing to see. Literally in the eye of a storm like this, the cloud tops are so high in the middle, it feels like you're in a stadium. And the clouds are kind of like the Coliseum around you. So we'll be able to see that through the storm chasers as time goes on. Once again, I want to show you that what this is looking like. Once again, just moments ago, this is near, what is that called? Let me find the name of it again. Sanibel Island. So this is a live look just moments ago near Sanibel Island as the brunt of the storm is coming onto shore. And I want to show you what this looks like on radar so you get an idea of exactly what we're looking at here. So Sanibel Island is over here, right in this area. Okay. And notice how the flow is coming from the ocean towards land. That's why the storm surge is getting so bad there. Up here in Punta Gorda and areas points north, the flow is still going away from land. So the water is actually getting sucked out to sea here. It's going to come around and then kind of bust up this way and seriously in a very fast nature to kind of flood this area with a wall of water, maybe 10 to 16 feet in depth. So whenever that change in direction of wind happens, that's when we're going to start seeing the storm surge become a big deal. And we're still wondering exactly what's going to happen with the center of the storm. Look at how almost stationary this is. The center, the eye hasn't moved. Is it going to go north from here and be a much worse situation for the Port Charlotte area? Is it going to just cut straight right and be a much worse situation for Cape Coral and Bonita Springs? Whoever ends up on the southern side of this eyewall, whenever it makes landfall, is going to experience the worst storm surge. Now, more than likely, everybody that gets impacted by any part of the eastern side of the eye is going to experience catastrophic wind damage. Okay, so that is it's important to lay that out. There are specific areas of the storms that's going to be worse than others, but everybody that comes into contact with the core of the storm is going to have to deal with potentially, once again, catastrophic wind damage. Let's see here. I'm trying my best to follow along with all the updates coming in from Twitter. You guys are doing a great job at keeping stuff coming towards me. This looks like this was near Naples, Florida. We've already got, power lines coming down and, explosions happening. This is even before the main storm hits. The winds aren't even that bad right now, but even before the main storm hits, we're already seeing some stuff like this happening. And this is why they're trying to encourage people to shelter in place, go inside. If you did not evacuate, go inside, shelter in place, prepare for the worst, and make sure you have the ability to get to a high, sturdy shelter in the event that the storm surge comes through. Yeah, and hopefully all these videos and stuff that we're seeing are coming from, storm chasers and not residents. But it does look like there are at least some people that have stayed behind, and are going to have to ride this one out. Pine Island is now experiencing some really strong winds. There's a lot of really strong winds and a lot of storm surge that is making its way into the Pine Island area. And we're starting to get a lot of pictures and videos of that as well. It's looking like a really bad situation over there. And of course, that's a similar situation to what we are going to see at points north here within the next little bit, where our storm chasers are. Let's get an update from them, by the way. Literally right next to the core of the storm. This is the calm before the big part of the storm here as they continue to monitor conditions. Let's go down the line. Let's start with Brandon Kopic. Hey, Brandon, we're just checking in again. It looks like things are really, really bad just to your south. We're wondering if you're going to head that way or if you're going to stay where you are and wait for the storm to come up towards you. What are you thinking right now?
So we're kind of running back and forth on this state route here, trying to get an idea of our options when it comes to hunkering down next to buildings. We're going to keep that hospital over there in Port Charlotte as a backup. They had a little barricade, but we could easily move that if we needed to, if it was a life or death circumstance. But we're just kind of eyeballing the surrounding buildings and all that, seeing if there's a good place to kind of hunker down between buildings and brace for impact. But we're just kind of moseying back and forth right now, making our decision of where we want to set up shop.
All right. Thank you, Brandon. And Andy, do you have any update for us on the situation with Brad and whether or not they're able to find somewhere to get to? Is there any update on that at all?
So it was Brandon and Chris who are trying to find a place. They are currently headed back towards the Punta Gorda area where Zach and Brett and Brad are currently, because they do have a place to go in the parking garage there. So I don't think Brandon's car can actually fit into the parking garage. So at worst, he will, shelter in place with our other storm chasers there. And that is definitely the best option, in my opinion, even though Punta Gorda is susceptible to a lot of the storm surge and flooding there. They've got the multi-story parking garage that's a stable structure, and also cars to shelter out in due to the groups of people there. So they are hopefully headed to a good spot. It should be stable, and we've been working really hard for the last 45 minutes to make sure that Brandon and Chris and all of them are in a good spot.
All right. It looks like I'm having some technical difficulties once again with the camera. Andy, if you don't care to give me maybe, I know you got a lot going on, but if you can give me 5 minutes here to kind of remedy this, I'll take it back from you.
All right. Okay, guys. Classic camera issues, right? Great to see you all, by the way. There are a ton of new faces here. I am a meteorologist. I got my degree from University of North Carolina at Asheville, so I hope you can trust me to deliver this information while Ryan takes a quick break to fix his technology. I've been responding to all sorts of people on Twitter. You guys, thank you so much for sending out your updates. I'm glad to hear a lot of people are safe, but there are a lot of people who are not safe at the moment in the path of Hurricane Ian. A lot of surrounding areas here have a lot of people who have not been able to evacuate simply because they can't afford it. They don't have anyone to go with. You know, you can look at the Snapchat map and literally see that there are people still in one-story houses right on the coast. This is a really bad situation, and I hope we've done the best we can. Like, absolutely relay this to as many people as possible. But even though we've had over 1 million people watch our stream yesterday and 80,000 of you here right now, exponentially relaying information to your loved ones or people in the path of this, we still, even with that massive reach and all that the National Weather Service and our National Hurricane Center employees are doing, we still cannot manage to reach everyone and make sure that everyone's safe. So that is truly why this is so important that we get this information out to as many as possible. So to cover some things right now, we're probably about maybe about 30-45 minutes out from a landfall here in the Punta Gorda to Boca Grande vicinity here. A lot of our storm chasers are on the ground providing you video. You can see just to my upper right here. They are in the Punta Gorda vicinity predominantly, and they will be sheltering in a multi-story parking garage safely. So a lot of our problems with this area are storm surge. We're expecting actually, you know, a good 12 feet or more of storm surge possible in these low-lying areas, and that's why that's probably the most devastating impacts to be felt in the next couple of hours as we monitor this. If you're going to be with us today, we'll be live for 10+ hours. We will be live as long as we possibly can be, well into the evening hours in the Eastern time zone. All right, so in addition to that, a lot of our viewers are out ahead of this storm, the path of Hurricane Ian in Central Florida. I want to reiterate to those of y'all who may be tuning in now that Central Florida, once you're in the Orlando area, the storm should have weakened very rapidly by that point. The National Hurricane Center is projecting it to only be of tropical storm force in the Orlando area, so not even hurricane force wind speeds there, but your big problem will be rainfall and flooding. That is going to be a big problem for everyone who relocated to from the Tampa area up there. So make sure you're still in a good place if you are in Central Florida, all the way up the coast. It's very important that flash flooding, you're monitoring it. Local National Weather Service will help you with that. Even city planners, there are tons of resources, even so, that we've seen going out and being in place for the impacts of Hurricane Ian. All right, so if you're just now joining us, Ryan will be back soon. Webcam problems actually are what are plaguing him this time, but we need to make sure that in the midst of Hurricane Ian, if you're absorbing this information for whatever reason, your loved ones, yourself, or just a general interest, please be sure to take breaks. Keeping your wits about you and staying sane are very important things right now. Don't let yourself if you do get overwhelmed, don't plunge further into it. Make sure you're okay and keep yourself in check, okay? Make sure you're hydrated. It's very important to drink water. Here, I'll do it for you right now. And make sure you've got snacks so that you're staying healthy physically, staying healthy mentally. We do have a new extreme wind warning as well from the National Weather Service Tampa Bay. That will include areas of the coast of Inglewood and areas south to Rotunda and so forth. All of those areas locally are under an extreme wind warning that is issued from the National Weather Service local office, particularly for in advance of the landfall of a major hurricane. Okay.
All right. Thank you so much, Andy. Once again, meteorologist Andy Hill with the update there. While I tried to remedy the camera problems, I don't know if I'm going to be able to solve it. I'm not sure what's happening, but hey, every once in a while the camera's going to go off. You guys aren't here to see my face anyways. As long as we continue to be able to relay the information here, show the satellite, show the storm chasers, and continue to kind of get you in front of this thing, let you stay ahead of it. That's all that matters, okay? And including relaying new information just like this brand new extreme wind warning that looks like it just came out here for areas just a little bit farther north than the other one. So let's come over here. I'm retweeting this. It's on Twitter. You guys should probably share this too. Let's try to get this information out to as many people as possible. This adds another 50,000 people that are under the warning here for extreme wind. Extremely dangerous hurricane winds are getting ready to be possible in Inglewood, Grove City, Rotunda, and Placida. Also, that goes down to Boca Grande as well. So extreme wind warning in effect until 2 p.m. Eastern, Wednesday, September 28th, 2022. That's today. 5 schools, 1 hospital included in this. This is a rare high-end wind warning that only gets issued whenever we're about to see some really bad things unfold. Okay, so hopefully everybody's sheltered in place. Once again, if you have any loved ones down here, if you know anybody that lives in this area and they're not heeding the warning, please, please, please plead with them and try to get them to treat this one a little bit differently, because this is not your average hurricane. This is a monster, Category 4 storm, right on the verge of being a Category 5. And one of the things that concerns me about this storm is not just the wind speeds. It's not just the potential storm effects outside with the tornadoes and the outer bands and stuff. It's just the overall size of the eye. Usually with these storms that have a really big center of circulation that's really wide open like that, that slowly move ashore, those are the ones that end up being the worst with the storm surge. There's a lot of examples that I could bring up, but I don't want to use any of those names just yet because we're not 100% sure what's going to happen. But sometimes in a worst case scenario, when it comes to a hurricane and storm surge, we see that big, large, deep bowl right in the middle of the thing that allows for the storm to have more of an impact on the ocean and therefore cause more problems with storm surge. The way a hurricane works is very similar to imagine you've got a bowl of soup or like a cup of coffee and you've got, a spoon and you're spinning it. Right. And then you see that little dip right down there in the middle of the cup whenever you've created a little vortex in your coffee cup. The deeper that is in the atmosphere, imagine our coffee cup is our hurricane and it's having a direct impact on the water below it. The deeper that swirl is, the deeper that divot is, the more pressure, the more outward force that can be exerted on that water, and the more the wind can pull it in the form of storm surge onto land. So that is unfortunately what we're seeing here. We're seeing a big swirl with this storm that's going to help propagate that water moving forward. So unfortunately, we are going to be here all day relaying some of this news that comes in. We're going to be trying to talk to our storm chasers as much as possible. We're going to be trying to get in touch with local emergency management to relay any information that needs to be sent out there. But of course, and most importantly, it's important to know that landfall is imminent within the next hour. If you're in this area and you are out, and this area means anywhere between Bradenton and Naples, it's time to get in. Okay, be prepared for power outages, catastrophic wind damage, and historic storm surge, which you haven't seen before at this level. Just hunker down and let's hope for the best. If you did evacuate, hopefully we got a lot of people watching that did make the correct decision of evacuating, and you're just concerned about what's going on back home. I totally understand. That's another reason why I'm here, is to just relay to you information and news about what's going on down there. It's one of the big reasons for the storm chasers as well. Having them out there is extremely beneficial, and us being able to tell you the story of what's happening through more than just a bunch of colors on a screen. So that's what we're going to continue to focus on there as we watch all of our storm chasers descend on the inevitable landfall here, which is actually going to happen very soon. Mission number 29 is underway into Ian right now as hurricane hunters. We actually have, if you didn't know, one of the ways that we learn about the central pressure and the way that we know the wind speeds in these hurricanes, even when they're way out in the ocean, is we send planes into them. We literally have planes that fly into the middle of the hurricane. They record data, and that goes into helping us tell you what the impacts are. And it also goes into the algorithms that make the forecast models that allow us to tell you what the future of that storm, of what the storm's going to look like as well. So right now, the next mission is underway that's getting ready to go into Hurricane Ian. So we should know here soon if the winds are increasing or decreasing, if the storm is getting, stronger or weaker. But unfortunately, at this point, it's not going to matter that much, because overall the storm is strong enough to where even if it was to weaken to a pretty good degree, it's not going to be quite enough to lower the impacts very much. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, I shared with you a couple of things in the stream text of the last moments of our Sanibel cyclone port cam. If you didn't see that, that was associated with a 98 mile per hour wind gust, I believe, is what took that offline, and then also some viewer submissions of a patio deck actually being ripped off, shown on video, and flying over the house. So we're getting into it.
All right, thank you, Andy. Like he said there, that this was a wow. The final moments of that the cyclone port device there in Sanibel Island is finally, like, man, this was actually a pretty decent distance above the ground too. You can see that a big powerful wave came through, and wow, all at once just kind of knocked the thing over, and I think we've lost connection with it completely. So once again, this is the last moments of the Sanibel Island surge pack. Unfortunately, our cyclone port was taken out by the extreme winds and storm surge just moments ago. Here are the last moments we had of it on camera. My goodness. And once again, it's probably only going to get worse from here, and conditions similar to that are going to be expected up and down the coast as we go forward. Cape Coral, Fort Myers Beach, Pineland, Punta Gorda, all these places, please take your precautions now. The wall of water that is the storm surge associated with this is on the way. Once again, we do have a new extreme wind warning that was issued 12 minutes ago for Inglewood, Rotunda, Grove City, and just get ready if you're in those places for extremely dangerous hurricane winds in excess of 100 miles per hour. So there's this other video as well that we got here. This is from Nash. And where was this from again? Cape Coral. Okay, so this is already happening in Cape Coral here. Check this out. Just moments ago, the patio literally gets lifted up and sent away. And once again, it's important to reiterate that this is outside of the main core. So whatever ends up being the main event or the damage that ends up happening as a result of the inner core, the biggest part of the storm, is going to be even more intense than that. So if you're outside on the patio in a situation like that, it's time to come in. As it looks like that's what we just saw there on that recording. Here's another update from Reed's Hammer. He's all right, guys, by the way. I think some people are still worried about him because we kind of talked about his situation that he was in earlier. This is a video that he uploaded. He's found higher ground, but look, he's not getting out of there anytime soon. He is definitely in a tough spot there with the storm surge that's continuing to inundate the area near Pine Island in Florida. Super grateful to be able to work with storm chasers today. Obviously, it's hard to get eyes and on a situation like this, and a lot of times, you're just completely in the dark. You don't know what's going on underneath a storm like this until after it's gone. But thankfully, with the storm chasers in place, we're going to be able to keep up with everything right up until the thing goes away. Let's see here. I do want to emphasize once again, we're not only looking at the hurricane landfall here. That's not the only thing that we're watching today. We had a tornado warning not too long ago, and we're likely going to see more today, as we have a tornado watch for the entire southern part of Florida. So tornado watch, possible multiple tornadoes are going to be associated with these outer bands of the storm. So everybody up here, even in central Florida, needs to be watching out for their own high wind emergencies if those tornado warnings are issued. It does look like, though, the storm is making a beeline for the coast. It's going to make official landfall here within moments, right there to the west of Cape Coral near Pine Island. And that's where we're going to see, once again, some of those really intense winds and negative impacts from the storm. I hope to goodness everybody's inside. I hope everybody's sheltering in place. I still see the random picture or video from a pier or beach camera of people apparently outside. This is just not the time to be outside, guys. It is not the time to be outside. Radar estimates are maybe suggesting that there are some winds, especially on the western side of that Eyewall. Just above the surface, maybe around 190 to 210 miles per hour. That's not sustained. That would be a gust. So, you know, that's going to obliterate anything in its path, y'all. Okay, that's literally going to cause irreversible damage to any kind of structure. So I just want to make sure that you understand that that's the case and that you're doing everything you can to protect yourself as we brace for impact here. All of our storm chasers are in position. Conditions are rapidly deteriorating. Let's get an update from some of them. Hello, Chris. I'm just going through and asking for an update from our storm chasers. Whenever you get a chance, please get back with me. Tell me what's going on. Let's see here. Vince, I'm live and I'm just looking for an update. We're following you. On the camera here, we can see that you went a little bit farther south. What do you think is going to happen, and what's your plan from here? And
I'm actually in Punta Gorda now. I'm just driving around until the surge comes in. We really need to time the surge with the placement of the eye. I was just on a bridge, and we've got sustained about 60, 65 miles per hour with gusts to 75, and then we were holding 80 for a little while there. So that's the bridge between Punta Gorda and whatever that town is north of there over the body of water. I don't know where I'm at, man. It's getting really bad out here. Anybody that hasn't sheltered needs to shelter now, and honestly, anybody that didn't leave the area is probably regretting it at this point. A lot of water being sucked out of these bays, too, so stuff's about to get real here pretty soon. So a lot of folks on my stream have been commenting that, oh, this isn't that bad. Well, you know what? Wait an hour, and it's going to be bad. This is Category 4, borderline Category 5 storm. It doesn't matter what category it is. It's category dangerous, and I think these people are heeding the warning pretty well down here, but there's a select few that aren't. So if that's one of you, then definitely need to be very careful. This stuff means business, especially up on those bridges. It about pushes my car off, so be careful if you're out here.
Hey, Ryan, sorry I was on the phone. Right now we're just making game plans, just scoping out some things, and just watching these bands move in as Hurricane Ian makes landfall.
All right. Have you found a safe place to get to if things go south?
Yeah, we're going to make a beeline back over this bridge shortly, and we have a building that we're going to hunker down under.
Hey, Brad. Been a while since we've heard from you. We're just going through getting updates from the storm chasers. What are you seeing, and what do you think is going to happen over the next little bit? Amazing that we still have contact with everybody. This is I figured by now we would have lost pretty much all ways of
communication. Hey Ryan,
hey,
it's been pretty normal here. Probably tropical storm force winds regularly. We're just now getting into the heavy part of Hurricane Ian. You can see on my stream starting to lose more and more visibility of the bridge that goes across the harbor. It is getting very, very close to us. We're about to go through one of the outer bands, and then it's the Eyewall. So Wind's definitely picking up. We're getting hurricane gusts just off the coast. So check back in about 5 or 10 minutes and it'll be a completely different story than it's been all morning. So things are definitely picking up here.
All right, so there you go. Some updates from our storm chasers as the worst of Hurricane Ian is getting ready to unleash itself into the area where it's making landfall. And it's inches away from making landfall if it hasn't officially there right on the island near Pine Island Center. So you can see here on the radar the past couple of frames, you can see a little bit of that clearing making it over land. So we might have an official landfall here, but this thing could kind of dance around where it's moving so slow. It could dance around and make multiple landfalls before it's actually completely over land. So that's one of the things that we're having to keep an eye on here. Things are going from bad to worse over there on Sanibel Island, where we lost one of our surge sensors, and it just completely went out. And this is another camera that is showing just a really bad situation unfolding down there. And unfortunately, I know I've said it a million times, and I know we have people filtering in and out. That's why I repeat myself sometimes. What you're seeing, these conditions are going to spread and become more common all the way up through all of these communities that we've been talking about today. The big bad impacts from this storm seem to be really tightly compounded around that big eye. And as it gets closer to places like Northport, Fort Myers, Cape Coral, Punta Gorda, and Port Charlotte, and all these places, this is going to end up being what we see there as well. So, preparing for a worst case scenario here in Florida as Hurricane Ian is inches away from making landfall if it hasn't already. And we're already seeing a lot of flooding coming in from Naples. So way down to the south. Let me show you one more time on the radar how this works. The storm is gathering up water in this area and throwing it onto the shore. So the farther north that this goes, the farther north that this flow goes. Right now, the brunt of it, a lot of the real bad storm surge is coming into Naples. And if this goes any farther north, then that's going to go north with it. Okay, does that make sense? And this is what we are seeing right now in Naples. Already widespread, residential flooding. A lot of those houses are underwater or about to be underwater. And this is from Naples, and it's just started. This is once again going to be a catastrophic storm surge situation, unfortunately, for the people down here in southwestern Florida. I just want to take a quick second to thank everybody that's tuning in. Thanks for putting your trust in me. Some guy on YouTube here to relay this information to you. I'm a weather fanatic from Eastern Kentucky. We've got a team of meteorologists and researchers and storm chasers behind me, helping me do this in the most efficient way possible, without any fluff, I'm not trying to, overproduce it. We're not trying to, put up lower thirds every second before we relay the information. As soon as we hear about it, you hear about it. And that's why I'm passionate about doing this. And I'm just happy to see people tuning in. Unfortunately, the circumstance is what is not the best thing in the world. That video I just showed you is a video from Chris Hall, by the way, which is one of our storm chasers. And things are starting to ramp up, as you can see. That was probably loud. Sorry about that. This is in Punta Gorda, as some of the stronger winds are now starting to come into the area. Still trying to connect to some of these cameras, and we're gonna show you as many of these as possible as we go forward. It's just we're having a real hard time, obviously, with some of the connectivity leading up to this. It's a hurricane, y'all. Here's another view near Naples. My goodness, y'all. Another view near Naples. Once again, significantly displaced from the most intense area of the storm. This surge is just a precursor to what we could see in some of these other areas as the storm makes landfall. So once again, this is a live look just moments ago at some of the storm surge out there in Naples, Florida. Yeah, just trying to filter through as much of this as possible. Yeah, Naples, the Naples Pier. Looks like the Naples Pier is almost underwater at this point. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. It does look like, Andy, have you heard anything? Do we have an official landfall yet? Do you know?
I have not been keeping track of official landfall, but just based on radar, it looks like it's a little bit off the shore near Captiva.
All right. Sounds good. Thank you, Andy.
We're over 80 mile per hour sustained here in Punta Gorda on the bridge.
All right. Thank you, Vince. If you need anything, we've got all of our people, you know, trying to find routes and parking garages and stuff. Just, I know you've got it handled out there, but if you need anything at all, let me know. Stay safe.
Yeah, we need to make chicken when it's done. Thanks.
He's going to need a McChicken when this is done. Oh, boy. Once again, lightening the mood in a terrible situation. I'm trying to find some way to effectively communicate these risks without sounding too doom and gloom. But honestly, it's not possible here. We're already starting to see some of the really bad storm surge move into Sanibel Island and Naples, which are south of Punta Gorda and the overall Fort Myers area. This is another video now. Holy smokes. This is just moments ago. This is what it looked like in Sanibel Island. The storm surge is still coming in, and you can see not only do we have the massive amount of flooding moving onto shore, there's debris floating in that, like it's a flash flood or something. That's how quickly the water is rising. That's how fast the wind is blowing. This is as devastating of a scene that you'll see. And we're unfortunately about to see it through many more areas here in southwestern Florida. We're going to keep up with our storm chasers very closely here. And the eye of the storm is just about to make it over Pine Island. But the center of circulation, the actual deepest area of low pressure, won't make it onto land. Probably, who knows how long. I mean, just look at how it's so eerie to watch how still this thing is. This is a loop of 2 hours. This is the past 2 hours. That's how little this thing has moved. It's just unbelievable how stationary and still this thing is.
It's about to get a little sketchy, but we're going to cross the bridge here and get to Port Charlotte. I think we're going to stay on the north side here.
All right, Brandon, we're following along. Stay safe, and if you guys need anything, obviously reach out to me or somebody on the back end. You guys are our number one priority right now. So if you need anything at all, we'll do everything we can to help. And there's I think almost 100,000 people watching me right now. So I'm sure that if any resources are needed, we can figure out a way to make that work. Once again, we're just waiting. Honestly, this is the calm before the storm for the most part, as our storm chasers are seeing. Obviously, we're getting the full brunt of it in Sanibel Island and some of these places to the south, which we've lost all power and communications abilities down there, so I don't have very much to show you right now. But the same conditions that they are experiencing, it's moving up into where our storm chasers are. So we're just kind of waiting for that to happen to kind of relay what that looks like to you so that you can know what to expect downstream. It's important to understand that this is not just going to go away whenever it makes landfall. A lot of times when a hurricane hits land, the moment that eye gets over land, boom, hurricane's gone, threat over. That's not going to be the case with this one. National Hurricane Center predicts that this is going to remain a major hurricane all the way up until 8 o'clock tonight, potentially well inland near Arcadia. You can expect to see hurricane force wind gusts in Bradenton, Tampa, Lakeland, Sebring, and Clewiston. And once again, it's going to be a long day, and we're unfortunately just getting started here with some of the coastal effects. Andy, is there anything going on that we haven't talked about, maybe that you could elaborate on?
I've actually sent out a tweet for that, Ryan. I'm gathering a bunch of responses right now about specific topics that I can talk about, but not locations. I'm not able to. We're never going to be able to deliver every single location's information. Just
Right.
make sure you reference the National Hurricane Center's guidelines if you are concerned about your location in particular. Okay. But yeah, I've got a tweet out for that, gathering topics to talk about when we have the time, if we have the chance, before we get knee deep into landfall here.
Okay. And anybody who's following me on Twitter, what I'm going to do is I'm going to retweet that tweet from Andy. And so you guys you can see that on Twitter. If you have any specific questions for Andy and I, or possibly, honestly, Andy, because I'll probably hand it to him while he answers those, send those to him on Twitter. He's going to compile all those, and we'll try our best to answer as many questions as possible. And I'm also trying my best to look at chat, but it is just a little bit too fast for me right now. But I see you. I wish that I could talk to every single one of you individually and, ease your mind, or, inform you on the specific thing that you are looking for information on. But obviously, it would be impossible to do that on an individual level. That's why I'm trying to relay as much broad scale information as possible that's relevant to as many people as possible. Right now, we are focused on the people of Florida, specifically in southwestern Florida, because they're getting ready to undergo a historic and catastrophic event. As time goes on, I'm going to be live here all day. All right, we're just getting started. I don't know how many hours it's been, but we're going to go until YouTube kicks me off. But as things maybe calm down here on the shore, then we'll start talking about maybe what's going to happen further inland. We'll talk about more of Central Florida, Eastern Florida, southeastern portions of Georgia, South Carolina. All you guys are eventually going to have to go through this as well. It's not going to be the same. It's not going to be as bad. But this storm is going to have widespread detrimental impacts through the whole state of Florida, and then once again into the southeastern portion of the U.S. But right now, it is extremely important that we stay focused on this landfalling Category 4, almost Category 5 storm. And it looks like we got a 99-mile-an-hour wind gust report coming in from Sanibel Island, sustained at around 72 miles per hour. So even down there, we're not at the peak of what this storm's going to be capable of here as we go forward. Let's see here. And I know that we were joking around about this yesterday, but it seriously is an indicator of how big of a deal this is. We just got an update from Waffle House, and they're telling us that now it seems like there are actually 21 stores from Bradenton and Naples that are closing. And it's a meme, it's a joke that everybody says, oh, when the Waffle House closes, it's bad. That's actually true in this instance. Like these guys pay millions of dollars to have like a team of engineers and scientists and meteorologists that do nothing but focus on how to keep them open. And they have decided, despite that, they are going to close in this extremely dangerous situation. So the Waffle House is closing. And then, of course, we're just getting a bunch of incredible video in from all over the place. This is more from Reed Timmer. Once again, I encourage you guys to go follow him on Twitter. And of course, he's live streaming as well. This is just, once again, a really bad situation unfolding there in Pine Island in Florida from Hurricane Ian. Our storm chasers are in a little bit calmer conditions right now. It's kind of crazy to see what the difference is just in a very small distance. I would say that Reed Timmer is only 30, maybe 40 miles away from where Brandon Kopic is. And that's the amount of difference in the kind of conditions that we're seeing is incredible. So that's another reason why it's really unfortunate if this storm continues to be slow, and if it doesn't weaken tremendously, we're just going to see these incredible storm surge, totals and wind gusts and heavy rain and everything kind of sit over the same areas, like for a very long time, only compounding the overall damage that the storm's able to do. It's bad enough whenever a category 4 or 5 or whatever slams into you and then leaves, but it's even worse whenever it sits there for a while, just completely, unrelenting in its wanting to just kind of like dump the same impacts on the same people. Here's another view from that Sanibel Island camera. Once again, this is one of the Radar Omega storm surge sensors that was taken out by the storm surge not too long ago. We're seeing very similar, footage to this all up and down the southwestern coast of Florida, including Pineland and Pine Island Center, and also St. James City. And next up, if we get that change in direction from the wind as this eye of the storm comes ashore, the next places that could possibly see a really bad storm surge are going to be up there into Cape Coral, Fort Myers, Punta Gorda, and then of course Port Charlotte. Those are some places that I'm really worried about here. But obviously Naples up into Bonita Spring and Fort Myers Beach are probably getting ready to get in on some of the worst of it within, I don't know, the next 30 minutes, if it hasn't already kind of expanded beyond that. Here's a video from Fort Myers. This is not Naples. I think we showed this earlier and said it was Naples, but this is actually Fort Myers. So not only are we seeing that really bad storm surge in Naples, but we are also seeing it in Fort Myers. And this is what Fort Myers Beach looks like right now, fortunately. Our storm chasers are located up near Punta Gorda. Some of them are a little bit farther south. Some of them are a little bit farther north, but they're all around the port there in the harbor area. And it looks like the storm surge from Ian is now making its way into Cape Coral. This is what Cape Coral looks like right now, as water is just funneling in from the beach into some of the commercial and residential areas. You can see there's like a mall or a shopping center over there. The water is coming in. We will probably check this camera in 30 minutes, and it will be several feet higher than it is right now. This is why we encouraged people to get to higher ground and take this seriously, because it's just not going to get any better than this. We may see several feet deeper of storm surge whenever this comes through. Remember, we're looking at potentially seeing up to 18 feet of storm surge in whatever area gets the hardest hit by this system. So 18 feet of water inundation, that's 18 feet above the ground. It's just almost impossible to fathom just thinking about it. And of course, it's going to be a very bad situation for the people that have to deal with it, that unfortunately weren't able to evacuate for whatever reason. A 3D view of the eye of Hurricane Ian. We can see right down into it. Let's peek down inside. And we can see that it's trying to come ashore right there near Cape Coral. But we still, the central low pressure area is still located offshore. It's going extremely slow. But once again, it's important to remember that the southern side is where we're seeing most of that storm surge come through. So that's why we're starting to see the water move into Cape Coral right now. Unbelievable stuff here as historic Hurricane Ian makes its way towards the southwestern coast of Florida. It's unbelievable. I'm kind of speechless looking at this image. It's not. It's just really crazy to see this unfold in real time. What this looks like on satellite. This is not a very common, satellite image. And of course, like I said earlier, I believe this storm will be studied for a long time as we go forward. Let's see here. Basically, as far as news goes, as far as like what's happening out there, it's a lot of what we've been showing you. We'll be able to provide more detailed information as to exactly what's happening and where whenever we start to get it in more, whenever we start to really interact with the local emergency authorities, and our storm chasers are closer to the heaviest affected areas. But right now, some areas are right in the middle of the hardest part of this storm. Some areas are right on the verge of receiving it. And all I can do is show you pictures and videos and live streams that we have access to that kind of illustrate what's going on. As we learn more details about specific areas, we will relay those to you. As of now, it's just important to know that this is a Category 4 storm, and you know, it's everybody in the path, especially right there in extreme southwestern Florida, from Tampa all the way to Naples, needs to hunker down for a storm of like, once again, we haven't seen one like this in our lifetimes, more than likely in this specific area of Florida. Hurricane hunters are on the final approach to Ian for one last look at its intensity before landfall in the next couple of hours. So I'm monitoring that flight as the hurricane hunters are going into that part of the storm, and I will let you know what they find as soon as I get that information, okay? Once again, we are still seeing power outages all across the state of Florida, 265,000 people without power now. I still believe that we're going to see that number go over 1 million soon, especially once the storm officially makes landfall and we see that widespread catastrophic wind damage take place from Cape Coral, Fort Myers, all the way up towards Inglewood, Rotonda West, and Arcadia. But right now we're at that 250,000 mark, and yeah, the Eyewall is getting incredibly close to Fort Myers, and what's unfortunate is our storm chasers right now, we're able to see them pretty clear, but as you can tell, they're a little bit displaced from the largest and most significant part of the storm. I believe by the time that the catastrophic winds and everything gets to the storm chasers, it's going to be a lot harder to maintain that internet connection with them. So we're going to try to stay with them as much as possible. And in fact, let's get another update. Brandon, we are seeing all kinds of really bad looking video and photos coming out of Naples and Cape Coral. It looks like as soon as you get a little bit of a wind shift in your area, the wall of water is going to unfold on you. What's your plan right now? And just kind of give our viewers an idea of what's going through the mind of storm chasers Brandon Kopic and Chris Hall right now. We're going to try to illustrate that for you.
So first off, the lovely data hole we were just in was fantastic. But right now we're just kind of scoping out areas. We're a little bit further inland by a couple miles, so I think surge shouldn't be that big of an issue for us. Obviously it's a risk, but we do have a parking garage nearby at this hospital that if all else fails, we can go there. Definitely keeping our options open right now. We're just kind of meandering around town looking for sturdy looking buildings to just park up next to while the wind just begins to rip.
Based on latest satellite and radar imagery, are you still thinking that you're going to end up on the southern and southeastern side of the Eyewall, or is your goal to get right inside of the center of it at this point?
I mean, at this point, sorry, that was Chris. At this point, we're looking to get straight into the eye. We want to be right in the eye and be able to look right up in it. I don't think we're going to be on the south side at all. If anything, if it curves right, then we might be on the north side. We definitely won't be on the southeast side of it. So we're keeping an eye on it. We're just finding a good place to brace right now.
All right, guys, that's Storm Chaser Brandon Kopic giving us an update on his plans and what he's seeing out there. Here's an update from Reed Timmer. Abandoned Dominator 4, salvaged the science bag, retreated to shelter. Very intense. So it looks like Dominator 4 is probably going to be a loss in this hurricane, as it's more than likely being swept away by the flooding storm surge waters right now, unfortunately. And if you guys don't know what Dominator 4 is, that's the car that Reed Timmer drives around, and he's had it for a long time. It's survived tornadoes. It's survived incredible hailstorms. It looks like a piece of tin foil, but it looks like it's not going to survive Hurricane Ian. Conditions are rapidly deteriorating, especially where Stormchaser Vince Welty is. As you can see, winds are, last we talked to him, winds are gusting above 80 miles per hour. Looks like at this point it might even be more than that, where he is once again on the southern side of Port Charlotte and the harbor there. I want to give you guys a little bit of a.
Well, Ryan, as a quick update, it looks like Chris and I have found a bank to kind of hold up in right now. That's got good cover on all sides, so it looks like this will be our point of intercept.
Amazing. All right. Thank you. I want to give you guys a little bit of context as to where these storm chasers are exactly, because we have the ability to track them with GPS here, and you guys can follow along and track them in the Radar Omega app as well. They'll pop up. Just have to turn on the cyclone port marker here. But Vince Welty is right here. Okay, you see my cursor? So he's a little bit further south and therefore a little bit closer to the center of the storm than Brandon and our other chasers. Brandon's up here. Okay, so Vince is starting to see the brunt of the storm. Brandon's still a little bit displaced from it. So it's slowly going to move up this way. And that's what we're going to see happen here. And you can see very clearly on Vince Welty's live feed that the winds are really starting to ramp up. And we are starting to see some more significant data come in. Look at this. We've got a 48 mile an hour sustained winds and gusts at 70.9. So you can see the winds are really ramping up there on Vince Welty's car, which we can see all the sensor data in the Radar Omega app. Okay. All right. Once again, if you hear the noise in the background, we are monitoring multiple emergency management feeds. We're trying to make sure that if any sort of big time emergency happens, we can relay that to you. Yeah, that I hope that's not too distracting, because it is necessary. Let's see. I'm trying to just find some more information for you. And this is just nuts. This is just nuts. Latest satellite imagery here of monster Hurricane Ian there as it makes landfall in Florida. If you're just now tuning in, this is live severe weather coverage. Today we're talking about Category 4, almost Category 5, Hurricane Ian as it makes landfall in Florida. We're going to be talking extensively about the effects right up on the coastline as we are now starting to experience some really, really bad, detrimental, things that are happening from Naples all the way up to Cape Coral. We're going to stay with this and we're going to continue to monitor that. But we are also going to be with you as the storm treks across Florida. It's not just going to end whenever it hits this part of the state, okay? It's going to continue to cause catastrophic damage as it goes inland towards Arcadia. Okay, Arcadia, Inglewood, Sarasota, Avon Park, Sebring, all these places, this whole area here has to watch out for the potential for some very, very strong winds as we go forward. Additionally, it looks like this thing is going even slower than some models were projecting. That means that we could be talking about an even worse rainfall event for places like Tampa, Orlando, Kissimmee, Spring Hill, Deltona, Daytona Beach, all these places. You're not in the path of maybe receiving some of the catastrophic wind damage, but catastrophic freshwater flooding is going to be possible from the incredible amounts of rain that we're going to see from this storm. 20 inches or more is going to be possible in a very short period of time here. And once again, it's Florida. You guys are used to rain, but I promise you, you are not used to this kind of rain. And there will be places that flood that you've never seen flooded before. And it's going to lead to some really bad situations from, once again, from Tampa all the way up to maybe as far north as Jacksonville. And the Weather Prediction Center does have a high risk of excessive rainfall for today, which is a rare thing that we don't usually see unless we truly believe things are going to go south. Let's see here. Somebody just sent in a question. that I just happened to see here on Twitter, so I'm going to try to answer that. They took a screenshot of our satellite here and said, "What is this? What is this?" And basically what you're looking at there is just a big storm that's popped up in the outer bands of our hurricane. The hurricane is huge. Okay. This thing is literally, I mean, it's hard to even explain how big this is. And I don't even know if we can get a shot of this thing at once. There we go. Yeah.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Covers the whole state of Florida, and it's exhausting all the way up to the North Pole. Okay, so the hurricane is huge, and it's all one big system. And inside of that hurricane, there are storms that are popping up, supercells, and that's what you see here. And in fact, one of those has just prompted a new tornado warning. And if I can find that polygon, I will show you where it is. There it is. To the east of Sebring. Is that Sebring or Sebring? Do you guys know? I hate to mispronounce the town names here, but that's what we're dealing with right here. A tornado warning is now in effect for Okeechobee County in Florida. Take shelter now. This one looks classic. This one looks classic. I would just about bet there's a tornado imminent here if there's not one down already. You can see the hook. You see the hook? Got the hook echo. That indicates that there could be rotation. We double check and verify that through the velocity, which whenever it looks like a Christmas ornament, that's a bad sign. You got red next to green, meaning that we've got inbounds right next to outbounds, indicating that we have counterclockwise rotation there, gate-to-gate shear. There's more than likely a tornado imminent here. If there's not already one down right now, that might be a tornado debris signature there. It's hard to tell exactly looking at the correlation coefficient, but we'll keep up with that, and we will let you know as things continue to evolve. Let's give you a little bit more localized town names and stuff. The only one that I can see that's included in this warning is Prairie Ridge. So if you're in Prairie Ridge, take shelter now. And of course, if this continues on the path that it's going, it will eventually make it up there near Indian Lake Estates and Lakeshore. So that's another thing that we have to watch today, is not only the strong winds associated with the hurricane, but the tornadoes that will spawn inside of the hurricane, especially in the outer bands, which we are obviously already starting to see. So not only do we have extreme wind warnings in place, hurricane warnings, but also tornado warnings, specifically for Okeechobee County in Florida. And my goodness, we got somebody watching that is in Hurricane Ian. Once again, I appreciate you guys sending videos and reports and stuff, but please don't put yourself in danger to get a video. This is from Thomas Pound. He says, our neighbor's roof is about to be destroyed. I don't know where his exact location is, but I'm sure it's somewhere around Fort Myers there. As you can see, we're already starting to see some of that major wind damage come through. We're also starting to be able to see that through Brett Adair's live stream here, as the winds are really starting to crank up near Port Charlotte. Really starting to ramp up there in Port Charlotte. It's pronounced Sebring. Thank you guys. Thank you for helping me out. One thing that I always do during these is I butcher some town names. I'm sorry about that, but I try my best to fix it if I can.
Hey Ryan, this is Brad. We're in Punta Gorda. Wind definitely picking up. We're getting hurricane force winds now. We got Category 1 hurricane force winds.
All right, Brad. If you don't mind, if you got time to maybe walk our viewers through what your plan is from here and what you think is going to happen over the next 30 minutes to an hour. Stormchaser Brad Hall. Sorry, Brad Arnold. Not Hall. Dominator 4 is in the bay. Oh my God, you can't see it very well. But this is a very blurry picture of Reed Timmer's Dominator 4 in the middle of being washed away as a result of Hurricane Ian as it moves forward. Let's see. Some more pronunciations. Bradenton. Okay, I think I've been saying Brandenton, sorry. Bradenton, Sebring, and Kissimmee. Kissimmee? All right, so I'll try to do better on that as we go forward. Currently, we are focused in on the area near Cape Coral and Port Charlotte as they are experiencing the most severe impacts, I believe, from the storm right now. Our storm chasers, however, are a little bit farther to the north where it's getting ready to get really bad there. It's not quite there yet, but it's getting ready to get bad. We got a new update from the Storm Prediction Center, by the way. I told you guys we're going to be going back and forth between Western Florida with the devastating hurricane and Eastern Florida and the resulting impacts of those outer bands. We now have an enhanced risk of severe weather from the Storm Prediction Center, and that includes Melbourne, Cape Canaveral, Orlando, Daytona Beach, and the Palm Coast area. And that it houses a 10 to 14% risk of a tornado within 25 miles of a given point in those same areas. So Orlando and Melbourne, even though today we're not going to see necessarily the hurricane that southwestern Florida is going to see, we've got that opportunity to potentially see tornadoes. So when the lights turn green behind me, that means it's time to talk to meteorologist Andy Hill. So Andy, why don't you go ahead?
Thanks, Ryan. Hi, guys. Meteorologist Andy Hill here. I've got 3 things for you. The current tornado warning that is in effect actually does have a tornado debris signature evident east of Sebring. It may be worth a quick look at local areas there on Google Maps, Ryan, if you want to pull that up. Additionally to that, I'm watching an area east of Okeechobee on the northern part of Okeechobee Lake, or Lake Okeechobee. So that one has been exhibiting some broad rotation, but it is strengthening. Another cell to watch as it heads potentially near some populated areas near Okeechobee. And then one last thing that you can take a look at too when you have the time is from the Tampa radar. There are actually birds showing up on the radar return in the middle of the eye of Hurricane Ian. They're seeking shelter, and we can verify that due to multiple radar products such as the correlation coefficient and the differential reflectivity. So we've had our meteorologists in the back and actually observing birds trying to find shelter in the center of Hurricane Ian's eye.
Wow. Okay, yeah, we're definitely going to investigate that on radar right here in a second. But first, I do want to just make sure we're doing our due diligence and making sure anybody in the path of this tornado, more than likely a tornado on the ground here in Okeechobee County, knows what's going on. I believe that this tornado is down right in the middle of the Prairie Reserve State Park, and it's getting ready to go over the Fort Kissimmee Cemetery. Okay. And then we'll see it go really close to the Moody Air Force Base, actually. But for the most part, there's not a lot of commercial or residential buildings or anything out here. It's a park. But if there's anybody in that area, please seek shelter now. There's a tornado on the way. Back to looking at our storm chasers. Which radar do you say we should look at to see that, Andy?
The Tampa Bay radar, KTBW.
Okay. So we are going to go to Tampa Bay radar, and we're going to kind of observe what Andy's talking about here with the birds taking shelter in the eye of the hurricane, which is something that I think we saw something similar to that during Hurricane Ida last year, and it was interesting to look at. But it's it'll give us another vantage point to kind of dissect and analyze the core of the storm itself as well, just by switching to that radar site. So if I can get it to load up here, we will take a look at that right here in a second. Otherwise, I also have a couple of other updates for you. First of all, I still see people in the chat that are asking about Reed Timmer. He's fine. He's fine. And if anything was to go sideways, we would obviously do everything we can to help him out. But right now, he's just in a monster, devastating hurricane. I mean, that's, he literally went there to do that. So he's got all kinds of pictures and videos coming out on Twitter. And I would highly recommend you guys going and checking that out because some of it's incredibly dramatic. I'm not getting anything from Tampa, unfortunately. I don't know if I'm just not hitting the button right or what, but we're going to pull up the radar here and we're going to continue to track this storm with or without the ability to go to Tampa, because the thing is this is making landfall right in the place where we was hoping that it wouldn't, near Port Charlotte, just barely a little bit to the north. And right now, the Cape Coral, the entire Gulf of Mexico is heading towards the Cape Coral area in the form of storm surge. So we want to make sure everybody understands that that's happening. It's probably going to come a lot farther inland than what some of the locals believe, especially if it gets up into the, the 7 to 10 or, 12, 15 feet area. What else do we have here? There is a tornado on the ground in northwestern Okeechobee County. That is something that we saw through the radar imagery earlier. And it does look like Fort Myers Beach is the storm surge is continuing to come up there. Once again, not a whole lot of breaking news coming out of this situation right now as we just wait for what's going to happen. Because right now, for a lot of areas that are going to get the front of this, it's still the calm before the storm. You can see that pretty well through a lot of our Stormchaser's cameras. Things are starting to get worse, as you can see here on Bryce Shelton, his view near Port Charlotte. There's a lot of debris, small debris in the road and in the parking lot there. You can also see that pretty clearly from Vince Welty's point of view. The very good news is, and the thing that I'm happy about right now, is that through all of these live streams, I'm not seeing a lot of people out. These look like ghost towns, which is absolutely what we want to see in a situation like this where such a bad storm, such as a Category 4 Hurricane Ian, is getting ready to go through. This is something where at first we thought the storm was going to go significantly to the north of this area, and then last minute, a lot of people had to put together plans to evacuate, and it looks like a lot of people did get out, thankfully. But of course, there are still some people there, and we're going to hope for the best for them, and hopefully the worst case scenario doesn't end up happening here, as Cape Coral is getting battered by the eyewall of this storm right now. Let's see here. Andy, have you gotten some questions on your Twitter thread? And do you want to take some time maybe to answer one or two of them while I update some stuff?
I can try, Ryan. Yeah, I've gotten like 80 different questions on there. A lot of them are asking about their local areas, of course.
Right.
I'm doing my best to answer all of them on there while I can. But quite honestly, I don't know if I have any particular ones. A few people have been asking about what the storm surge is. And so I could tell you that storm surge really is just seawater or fresh water or inundating the land, the terrain that normally shouldn't be there. And it's caused by the massive wall of winds. Just imagine all the wind sweeping around the center of the hurricane is just driving the water into the coast up the land. So that's what storm surge is. It is pretty much the most dangerous thing around the localized areas of Ian's landfall or any major hurricane landfall. So that's one question. I've also had other questions that are regarding what landfall means. It's the center of the hurricane. Just outside of that is the strongest part of the hurricanes, just outside that clear area of the eye you see. When that is over land at all, that is a landfall of a hurricane. So that's what we mean by that, in case you're confused about that. And I mean, yeah, that's about all I can answer at this point. Continue leaving questions. We'll get to them at some point.
Okay. Thank you so much, Andy. I do have a couple more things now that I want to kind of talk about as we're continuing to update everybody. First of all, update from Stormchaser Vince Welty. Apparently a coconut has dented his vehicle. A big obvious dent in the side of the vehicle from a coconut falling on his vehicle there. He just sent that message over on Twitter. And then also we've got this video from Punta Gorda. Let's see here. And let's show that. This is from Chris Hall, who is out there relaying this stuff for us. He's one of our storm chasers. Look at that. It's really picking up now. in this area. Probably gusting well above hurricane force at this point. Eventually, even the sustained winds will likely be stronger than what we're seeing right there. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Also, of course, thanks to everybody who's tuning in. I know we've got a lot of people who are tuned in, and I just appreciate you guys for liking, getting us out there so we can get this vital information out to as many people as possible. And of course, I know a lot of you are sharing this on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, social media, sending it in text message to family members and friends. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't be able to do this. I think that it's awesome what we're able to do as a collective here. We're just relaying information, and that's what it's all about. So thank you very much. Let's see here. We are kind of, I'm going to start off. It's 1:09 p.m. I'm going to try every hour to kind of start from the top and go over everything that's happened and everything that we think is going to happen. So for anybody that's just now tuning in, we are watching a catastrophic Category 4, upper level Category 4 Hurricane Ian make landfall here in Florida. We have a team of storm chasers out there giving us live video feeds. We also have a lot of stationary webcams and stuff that we're getting access to that are showing us some of the impacts, some of the effects that are happening here. We're seeing very bad storm surge in places like Cape Coral. This is an example of that. This was actually about 30 minutes ago, so I'm sure it's worse than that right now. But a lot of these stationary cameras are actually not working right now because they've either been washed away or we've lost internet connectivity with them. So we'll see that happen from time to time. But that's what some of the storm surge looks like. And of course, you can see all of the storm chasers right there in front of me. I once again, there's something wrong with my camera. It's gonna go in and out. But thankfully, we're not here for my face. I'll continue to relay this information and give the camera time to cool down, I guess. But I am going to take a second to try to work on that here in a bit. It's important to also note that we still do have a tornado warning in effect, and that's going to be for Okeechobee County in Florida, and that's going to go all the way until I believe the next 5 minutes or so, and we'll see if they decide to reissue that. It'll be interesting if they do. I'm not 100% sure if that's what's going to end up happening. Andy, one more time, I've got a backup here. I've got a backup plan I'm going to try to hook up. If you can give me about 5 minutes. Guys, I'm sorry for the technical difficulties, but I'm going to be right back, and we're going to hand it over to Andy now. Thank you, Andy.
All right, no problem, Ryan. Hey, guys, lots of people here. Thank you so much for getting the word out of the stream. I hope we're able to help as much as possible with the best current information and examples of what is going on in the vicinity of Hurricane Ian's landfall. So, as you can see here, we have a lot of storm chasers on our team that are in the Punta Gorda area. That is right near Fort Myers and Cape Coral. If you're unfamiliar with this area, I've been becoming very familiar with it. If you don't know me, I'm meteorologist Andy Hill. I went to University of North Carolina at Asheville. I'm 24 before all the comments come in, so I appreciate you guys commenting on my age. I'm glad to look young, and I'm glad to help out. So I hope you can trust me with that, like Ryan has. So very, very quickly here, we're actually going to start seeing Eyewall conditions, intense conditions from our Storm Chaser live feeds, which are right over here to my right here at the top of the stream. They are very close to the Eyewall, which is where the strongest winds in a hurricane are. Once the eye moves onshore, we actually may get to see some images of or some live feeds from the chasers if they're able to go outside in safe conditions of what the eye of a hurricane looks like. It's very possible that we'll be able to show you that today. And in addition, we'll be on for coverage for many more hours today, all through the afternoon into the evening for US time zones. Okay. So make sure you stay with us. Make sure you know that we're on. If you are going to be busy, we'll be here and covering the impacts down the line, impacts currently, you name it. Okay. We're doing our absolute best. Thank you guys so much for the support as well. we're going to do our best to make sure that we're worth it. All right. So our active tornado warning, I believe, was allowed to expire. So no current tornado warnings. However, as per the Storm Prediction Center, we will have a chance of seeing some tornadoes from the outer bands to the northeast of Hurricane Ian. So areas along Orlando to Melbourne, Florida, will have a chance to see tornadoes with any strong cells that track through the area. I'll be sure to give you updates on that. That will be a continual threat throughout the day, especially for those of us who have relocated from Tampa to Orlando or areas in the vicinity there. All right, so like some things we've observed today, Naples, which is well southeast of where Hurricane Ian is about to make landfall, has recorded a 112-mile-per-hour wind gust. The area is also undergoing major storm surge.
Go ahead, Vince.
Sorry, you may hear our chasers come through. Should I stop, Brian?
No, you're good to go. Sorry,
Okay.
I just had to respond to Vince.
I just lost cell service,
Okay.
but wherever my location is on Radar Omega, we've got power lines on fire, significant arcing. It's actually causing quite the problem here. Sustained winds are probably at 100 miles an hour now, but like I said, I've got terrible data right now. It just went out. Maybe it's related to the power lines going down. Cell tower might have just lost power.
Okay. All right, thank you. So that was Stormchaser Vince Welty. His feed, we have his feed in along our Stormchasers. He's currently in Punta Gorda, Florida, in the area. Sorry, that's our stream. Ryan's working on a quick fix right now. Do you need to be on that scene, Ryan? Or okay, there we go. We're good. We're good now. Sorry, guys. Minor tech issues. When we have 85, 90,000 people watching, things can get overwhelming very quickly. All right. So thanks for your patience too, by the way. Much appreciated. While I have you all here, Ryan is fixing his stuff right now. He's still here with us. He'll be back as soon as he can. Make sure that you are taking breaks to drink water and keep yourself mentally and physically well. Okay. Another drink of water for me. It does get tiring to talk this much, but we will be here all afternoon, all evening for you. Okay. So currently, Hurricane Ian is making landfall, about to make landfall right in the vicinity of Boca Grande to the southwest of Fort Myers and Punta Gorda, as you can see these locations here. So this is where Hurricane Ian will be making landfall. It will be going to the northeast towards all of our chaser locations in this area. So there's a very good chance that our chasers will be able to show you what it looks like in the eye of a hurricane if the conditions outside are safe to do so. In the eye of the hurricane itself, it will actually be more, it'll be quiet at times, actually. It's a calm conditions area where the most dangerous winds are actually in the eyewall. So right outside of the eye, the sort of clear slot you can see in here. This is where there's actually very few clouds, and we'll be able to see the clouds in the eyewall, the tall clouds. So you'll get a sort of a stadium effect that we may be able to see on the stream. So imagine that you're in a football stadium, American football, and you can see the bleachers going up and away from you. That's kind of what it looks like on the inside of a major hurricane if you're in the eye. So if we get to observe that today, that would be extremely interesting meteorologically.
Hey Ryan, this is Brad. You're going to want to check out my stream. I'm in Charlotte Harbor. We are looking right out into the harbor where a boat, just to show you how much water has receded from the harbor, there's a boat that is laying on the sand that was initially on water. So if you want to check out the stream.
All right, guys, I am back here. I still don't have a fix for our situation with the camera, unfortunately. Not sure what's going on there. I will eventually have to go get a different one and hook it up, but I didn't want to take that much time right now. Yeah, as you can see, we've got a boat that's flipped over here through Brad Arnold's camera. Through his live stream, and we're going to continue to see stuff like that happen. We've also been talking to Vince Welty behind the scenes with everything that's going on with him. As you heard some of the reports that he had coming through, we've got power lines down. We've got all kinds of situations like that unfolding. So we're watching very closely all of the storm chasers and the impacts that are coming out of this storm. I'm compiling a list of things I want to go over whenever I'm eventually 100% back. But I do want to try one more time to get this fixed, Andy. If you can just go just a little bit longer. Thank you so much.
Yep, no problem. Okay, so we are watching our storm chasers right now. What you're seeing happen with these boats flipped over and Vince observing power lines and transformers blowing is just the beginning for these areas. So we really need to keep all the people who were legitimately unable to relocate in mind with us today. So make sure that you're thinking of them, and also at the same time getting information out to as many people as possible. Ways you can do that are liking this stream. That will recommend it to more people through YouTube's platform. So make sure to hit that like button right below the video player. That will help this stream reach more people, literally. And also you can consider subbing to the channel. That will allow us to reach more people as well. But in the vicinity of the hurricane, we need to be first and foremost thinking of the people that are going to be feeling the direct impacts of this, that were unable to relocate due to any sort of reason, whether they don't have the ability to drive out, or they don't have someone to watch for them, or they literally can't afford it. This is a disastrous situation that we hope we can relay as much information as possible about.
Absolutely.
Are you good now, Ryan?
Thank you so much, Andy.
Yeah.
Everybody say thank you, Andy, for helping us out there. Once again, meteorologist Andy Hill, with all the awesome knowledge and updates that he usually gives us. I'm still having problems with this thing. We're just going to wing it. All right, we're going to go through it. We're not going to worry about it too much. Once again, you don't need to see my face for us to do what we're doing here today. But we're just going to keep on going. We've got a new mesoscale discussion from the National Weather Service Storm Prediction Center, and it's highlighting this part of Florida, right there, just to the north and east of Orlando in that area, for locally favorable corridor for tornadoes over the next few hours. So not only are we going to continue to see the rapidly deteriorating conditions along the landfalling hurricane here, once again, all of our storm chasers are like right here. When that big blob of red, when that inner core makes it to them, things are going to go south fast. So not only are we going to keep an eye on that, but we're watching the tornado threat. We talked about a tornado warning before I took my quick break, but that has been allowed to expire. So I just want to say the Okeechobee County tornado warning has been allowed to expire, but we're still under a tornado watch. So I want everybody, even if you're a little bit displaced from the center, circulation, you're still going to have to deal with the impacts from Hurricane Ian today, unfortunately. It looks like we're minutes away from landfall with Hurricane Ian. And another thing that is something that for you to possibly remember, I thought about this whenever I was working on the camera, is your smartphone actually has a barometer built into it. And you can download an app to view the data from your phone as it's dropping. So if there's anybody not necessarily in like the direct path of the worst part of the storm, because obviously you've got bigger fish to fry, you've got bigger things to worry about. But if you want to see the impact of Hurricane Ian on your local area's barometric pressure, I think if you have a phone, I think even Samsung, iPhone, anything, you can measure that and keep up with it in real time. Here is the eye of Hurricane Ian. It's now over. The Eyewall, I should say, is now over the island there near Pine Island. And this is some of the video that we're seeing on Snapchat. Upper Captiva, Florida, and this was just a little over an hour ago. So I imagine that the conditions are even more intense now than what we're seeing here through this video. And that is obviously some hurricane force wind gusts there as the storm continues to push through. Still waiting on the biggest section or the biggest impacts to work into where our storm chasers are. It's just it's unbelievable how slow this hurricane is moving. But it is moving. It's going somewhere, and it's eventually going to, once again, produce potentially catastrophic wind damage from a point where it's likely happening right now near Fort Myers and Cape Coral and Pine Island. It's going to continue to spread. Those effects are going to continue to spread up through Punta Gorda, South Punta Gorda Heights, and then eventually into Arcadia. So hopefully everybody's prepared for that as we continue to watch Hurricane Ian come into view. Let's see. Sarasota County government says weather conditions have changed rapidly. Emergency vehicles are no longer responding to calls in Sarasota County. So I assume that means you can no longer call 911 and have an ambulance come if you're in Sarasota County. That's how south the conditions are. That's how the situation's going in Sarasota. It's not safe on the roads. Use this time to shelter in place. Okay. And that's coming directly from the Sarasota County government. All emergency, kind of organizations are shutting down at this point. It is right now the time to prepare for impact. Obviously, if you're right on the coast, you should have been done with this hours ago. But now is the time to start preparing, even if you're farther inland. Here's another incredible visualization of the storm surge here. This is near Fort Myers. You can see that very quickly this beach has now taken over the pool, and it's probably even several feet high here and going around the building and everything from this webcam. So this is what is that's an hour difference, 1 hour difference. That's how much the waters have come up. We can see some debris on the road here where Stormchaser Vince Welty is. Lots of tree limbs down. We got a report earlier from him that there were also several power lines down. And that's going to continue to be the scene here as we go forward. And it's only going to get worse. Remember, they're still not in that center core yet. The storm is moving so slow that somehow they are still not in the center of this storm. And I don't know what's happening with his video there, but it's glitching around a little bit. Sorry if that was a little bit disorienting for you. Let's see here. The last 8 minutes. This was an hour ago, but still something important to show how quickly this happens. In Sanibel Island, this is the difference between 8 minutes. There's one, there's another one. Just 8 minutes apart. That's how quickly this water is rising in these areas. And we're still seeing massive bursts of lightning around the inner eyewall of Ian as it approaches the Florida coastline. Once again, I want to emphasize that this is a potentially catastrophic scenario, and we're going to continue to cover this all the way through Florida. It's going to obviously cause coastal flooding and all kinds of problems on the west coast, but the east coast has got a lot of their own problems that they're going to have to deal with as we go just a little bit farther into the future. I think we're going to get another National Hurricane Update at 2 p.m., and we'll tell you about that. But as of right now, we're still working on the fact that this is a Category 4 hurricane with 150 mile per hour winds. If you haven't done so already, please do us a favor and hit the thumbs up, the like button on the live stream here, just like you would on a normal YouTube video. That helps YouTube know that this is worth promoting to people who maybe possibly need the vital information that we're sharing here. And a lot of people on YouTube who end up finding us are not the typical people who would watch the regular news. So we're able to reach a pretty unique and specific group of people who, once again, probably need the information that we're relaying here. So if you don't care, just hit the like button for us, and that'll help us out a lot. Hurricane warnings are in effect for a huge area in Florida. I also want to make sure we talk about that a little bit. It's not just the western coast of Florida that we're specifically looking at for seeing hurricane winds. Now, the 150 mile an hour winds, the catastrophic wind damage will probably be kept to an area that looks like this, okay? But even farther out from that, throughout the entire, central part of Florida, there's going to probably be hurricane force winds and a lot of damage. That's why I believe we're going to continue to see those power outages go up. We'll probably end up with, hundreds of thousands, if not well over 1 million people without power due to this situation where we're just going to see the infrastructure get mangled by some of the stronger wind gusts. We got another video update from Stormchaser Brandon Kopic. So let's look at that.
As the outer eyewall is coming over us, and the inner eyewall is going to impact our location here within the next 10 minutes. Probably 10 to 20. Winds gusting, we're expecting winds in upwards of 150 miles an hour. We're kind of staying at the same location. As you can see behind me, the trees are really ripping out here. These gusts are getting gnarly. Stay tuned. I am live on YouTube and the Radar Omega app, so be sure to check it out there. Stormchaser Brandon.
All right, there you go. There's an update from Brandon Kopic. And he's out there in the middle of it. Once again, expecting 150 mile an hour plus winds here in the next little bit. Vince Welty, Chris Hall, and all these guys are getting ready to see the same thing. So we're going to stick with them through this. It's a dangerous situation for them. But I think we're helping them out in a way that will hopefully lower any sort of danger that ends up coming out of this. They're in a good position. They've got places to go. They've got higher ground nearby. They've got escape routes. They've got this. They've got that. We should be good to go here for our storm chasers that are preparing to intercept massive Hurricane Ian as it makes landfall here. We're getting some pictures in. Wow. Wow, this is Fort Myers Beach. This is just from storm surge, y'all. From the storm surge, that house looks like it's about halfway underwater. The water is still rising in Fort Myers, unfortunately. And this is, this is 100% something that we've been talking about for hours leading up to this event. So hopefully everybody that was in an area that could be impacted to that level, hopefully those guys are, have left and they're not in those houses and needing to like get on the roof or something like that. Let's see. All Sarasota outpatient facilities are closed. That's another update from the Sarasota County government. So pretty much everything in Sarasota County is closed at this point. Everything is closed. Once again, including the Waffle House, which is a kind of fun play on how serious of a situation that we are dealing with here. Some more pictures coming in from the Fort Myers and Naples area of the significant flooding that's happening as this massive hurricane comes ashore. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable how slow it's going. I don't know how many times I can say that, but it just continues to be true. This thing is just eerily creeping its way onto the shore of Florida. Another interesting satellite view of Ian here on Twitter I'm seeing. You can really see the scope and size of this thing by looking at it this way. And you can also see the depth of the inner eye wall there. It's a 155 mile an hour category 4 hurricane with a minimum central pressure of 937. This thing is a monster and it makes your gut wrench just viewing this chilling satellite loop. That's from Chris on Twitter. All right. Let's see here. What else? And obviously we're going to get some updates from the storm chasers, but I just want to wait until they're in a position that they don't have to move from before we start really talking to them. We've got it set up to where we can try to maybe do some interviews with them and stuff, but I want to make sure that they are in the exact place they're going to be before we start doing that. Here is a picture from somebody that's sent in from the southern end of the island. I'm assuming this is Pine Island. So there's some of the latest, look at the storm surge that's coming in there. Even without the reconnaissance data, by the way, we still got a hurricane reconnaissance mission underway. Some hurricane hunters are flying into this storm to get us some updated information on what's going on. But even without that, on just radar imagery, you can see the the intensification of the storm right at landfall. We can look at the reflectivity here. You can see that the eye is still very well intact, and we have a very strong core of the storm promoting the idea that this is not weakening. And then additionally, if we look at velocity, there's a lot of ways that we can kind of figure out what the wind speeds are just by looking at this. If you probe some of those velocity signatures, you will find that it's showing 170, 180, maybe even over 200 mile per hour winds. But it's important to know that those are coming from a little bit above the surface, okay? So that doesn't necessarily mean that's exactly how fast the winds are on the ground. But yeah, I definitely think that this hasn't weakened, and it possibly has increased in strength a little bit as we approach landfall here. Still seeing lots
Hey,
of...
Ryan, just wanted to give you a quick update from Chris and myself. Winds are definitely intensifying here in Port Charlotte. We have been seeing the occasional strike of lightning, one or two, and definite thunder. Just wanted to give you a quick update. Winds are definitely intensifying right over top of us as the Eyewall approaches.
All right, Brandon, keep us updated. We're watching.
I just lost cell service, but
Okay, so that was Brandon Kopic. We're going to come back over here. It looks like the trees continue to pile up here where Brett Adair is near Port Charlotte, and the winds are obviously getting a whole lot more intense there. So we're going to look at all these guys, and I'm going to reach out to Chris Hall. It's been a while since we've heard from him, but he's near Brandon, so we know he's safe. Hey, Chris, just wanted to get an update from you. I know you're all right. You're near Brandon, but we haven't seen a live feed from you in a second. Is everything all right with your equipment and everything? So that's Chris Hall. We're going to keep him updated on everything, just in case. One of the things that I like to do with our storm chasers is not only have them help us by relaying information to us, but help them in situations where maybe they lose cell phone data and they can't look at radar or something like that. So anytime they need that, I encourage them to reach out to me, and we will help them out with that. But I haven't seen a feed from him in a second. Michael Robinson just sent this in. He says, we've even got you up on the big screen in the Best Buy in Indiana. Well, that's one way of making sure that we get the message out there far and wide. Indiana is not going to see the impacts from Hurricane Ian like we're seeing over here near Fort Myers, but Indiana will probably see some impacts from Hurricane Ian in the form of cloud cover, temperature changes, and rain. In fact, a lot of people all up and down the East Coast are going to feel Ian as it moves up the coast, and some worse than others. There's actually hurricane warnings on the eastern side of Florida, and there is a hurricane watch that goes all the way up the southeastern coast of Georgia and South Carolina. So it's important that we talk about that more as we go later into the day as well. Here's an update from one of the hurricane hunters, directly from one of the hurricane hunters, Nick Underwood. And this is from an earlier mission. This is a picture out of the cockpit, I'm assuming. But he says, I've flown storms for the last 6 years. This flight into Hurricane Ian on Kermit was the worst I've ever been on. I've never seen so much lightning in an eye. This was the eye. You can see the curvature. Understand this is at night. This is the light from at night. Wow, that's crazy. So that's directly from Tropical Nick Underwood, which is one of the Hurricane Hunter pilots. Been doing that for 6 years. Is the worst one he's been in. Wow. Well, whoever is doing this, Chelsea, thank you so much for doing this and keeping up with this. Obviously, I'm not having time to shout everybody out, but she's taking screenshots of everybody's generosity here. And I promise at some point I'll go back and read these off and make sure everybody gets a shout out for the helping out with the channel and allowing us to continue to provide free weather coverage here on YouTube. I appreciate y'all. Captiva Island. My bad. I know I'm butchering some of the names, y'all. See here. It's been a while since we've heard from Brad Arnold's. Hey, Brad. Just once again making the rounds. looking for an update. What he's seeing, what he hearing, what he thinking. Oh, here's some more storm surge from Bonita Springs.
Hey Ryan, we are still in Punta Gorda on the Charlotte Harbor. We're waiting on the storm surge to come in, man, and it for whatever reason the wind direction is still coming more. I mean, it's almost neutral. It's not offshore or onshore. I guess we're in the process of the wind direction switching, but big time jump in wind velocity. We're probably seeing Category 1, maybe Category 2 winds right now. We're in the outside of we're in the outer Eyewall, and it's only going to go downhill from here. I don't know if you guys can tell. I can zoom out on my live stream just a little bit. You can tell the difference in the cloud colors. You see the bright right there, and then you see the really dark. The dark is the actual Eyewall that's going to have the 130 to 150 mile per hour winds. We're going to play around in it until we feel like it's not safe, and then we're going to get the heck out of here and go to the parking deck. Right now, we're okay.
All right, so that was an update from Stormchaser Brad Arnold. And man, did you guys hear that eerie roar in the background during that update from him? Did you guys hear that, or is that just me? You could literally hear the kind of distant roar of the winds there through the microphone as Stormchaser Brad Arnold gives us a final update, I believe, before they really get into the thick of things. And I'm telling you, this has been the slowest moving hurricane I've ever seen, which is not good. It's the longer this thing stays over water and the longer the Eyewall stays over these communities, the worse off it's going to be. But here is the deal. Brandon Kopic, Brad Arnold, all of our storm chasers pretty much are right here. This is the Eyewall that he was talking about. Okay. When they get under that, things are going to go south very fast. And that's what we're starting to see here through some of our storm chaser feeds right now. We're going to keep them up for you. And we're going to try our best to maintain connection with them. Brandon, just to confirm, Chris Hall's still with you, right? He's still behind you. I haven't got a feed from him, and I haven't heard from him in a little bit. Monster.
Yeah, Chris Hall is right next to me. He's with me. He is. I think we got different service providers, but he's with me. He's safe.
Okay. All right. So Chris Hall's good, y'all. Chris Hall's good. And we'll get him back shortly, I'm sure. Let's see here. We got an update from Chris, by the way, that says that the bank that they're near, parts of the roof are coming off there in Port Charlotte. Winds are really starting to ramp up, and the storm surge is also starting to get a lot more intense, especially in places in and around Bonita. Let's see here. Yeah, Bonita Beach, Florida. Look at this. This guy's going out here and he's saving a cat. Obviously, that's important. We are glad this guy's a hero for doing that. But just look at how fast the water is coming in. There's a chance that if somebody attempts something like this, that's going to raise enough by the time it's time to come out to not be able to walk in. But anyways, this is a view from Bonita Beach, Florida, of a guy rescuing a cat as the storm surge comes in slowly but surely. We're going to see a similar view here in some of the harbor locations. Depending on the exact trajectory of the storm, obviously the wind direction change hasn't taken place yet, so we're not seeing that much storm surge in a lot of the areas near Port Charlotte. But I believe that that's going to change unless the storm just keeps barreling east. But I believe we're starting to see a little bit more of that northerly turn now as we watch that the radar imagery move forward. Lots of video and information coming in on Twitter, so I'm trying to filter through that. Figure out what I should, what we need to relay and what we don't. At this point, I think there's so many people watching. There's so much stuff coming in, it's hard to filter through myself. But I do appreciate you guys. For all the help. We're doing this together. I should have, when I first made the channel, I called it Ryan Hall Y'all. should just called it y'all, because this is seriously the biggest coordination effort between a massive group of people as I've ever seen. I'm just at the head of it, compiling the information and then hopefully relaying it in a way that's easily understood. You guys are helping me out a lot here. Here is an update from Chris FL Tornado, who is with Reed Timmer, and this is the sunken Dominator 4, who's unfortunately halfway underwater, definitely unsalvageable at this point. And this is I think their only other vehicle that they have. Hopefully that one doesn't go as well, as they definitely going to be stranded if that continues to rise. Switch to the Tampa radar. Finally got it to load. Looks a little bit better here, and you can see much more clearly where the most intense parts of the storm are. And one of those really intense parts of the storm is getting ready to hit places near where our Stormchasers are. Just had a crazy glitch on Vince Welty's stream. Not sure what's happening there, but let me see if I can get somebody on that. Frank, if you could pull up the regular Vince browser source and instead of the one that we're using, and see if it's any better. Winds are also picking up pretty good where Bryce Shelton is. It looks like he's in front of a mall or something. Oops. Looks like he was in front of a mall or something. Looks like we're refreshing those feeds now. So we'll come back to those right here in a second. And we'll take a look at all of the different cameras that we're getting in from our Stormchasers. And then, of course, I do want to kind of go over some of this imagery that we're getting in through Twitter as well. Here's another update from Nick Underwood, who's currently on another mission. This is the Hurricane Hunters. When I say this was the roughest flight of my career so far, I mean it. I have never seen the bunks come out like that. There was coffee everywhere. So there you go. That's from inside of the plane that goes into the hurricanes there. It's pretty nuts.
Oh, there goes the signs. There goes the beds. Holy cow.
Andy, you got any short updates for us about what's going on out there?
About what's going on out there? Nope, Ryan, your best eyes are the Stormchasers. I don't have any better updates than they do.
All right, thank you. So I'm just guys, give me just a second here. I'm updating something on the back end, and it's requiring a little bit more of my mind than I can do. I can't do that and talk at the same time, pretty much.
I'm happy to fill in though.
Yeah, go ahead if you don't care.
Yeah, so people are asking if Chris Hall is your brother, and no, there is no relation between Ryan Hall and Chris Hall, but good observation. I'm Andy Hill, so I'm very close as well, but again, no relation. We need some lightheartedness, in the midst of this, just so we can stay on top of this and not be too grim here while doing our best possible coverage for y'all. There have been a lot of great questions on Twitter, by the way. Thank you for all of those. I'm doing my best to respond to every single one of them that I possibly can. I appreciate you all. Some good questions are actually where the most intense winds are in the hurricane, like along in the Eyewall. Where can you expect the most intense winds? And actually, in this case, in Hurricane Ian, the most intense winds will be on the eastern side and the northeastern side, predominantly, as you can expect winds at the surface to be a combination of the storm moving, so that's translational wind, and also rotating around the eyewall. So translational wind and rotational wind together mean that the winds actually travel faster on the east side as it moves north, and a little bit slower on the west side. So that's a great question I received on Twitter. Hopefully that helps visualize it a little bit better for those of you who can. Visualizing these things is actually pretty difficult. It's one of the hardest things to do when you're studying meteorology and you're in the midst of an event like this.
All right. Thank you very much, Andy. Just got a whole lot of information coming in here, and it's hard to compile it all and relay it, but we're doing it. We're getting through it here. And here's some more updates coming out of Naples. It seems to be like from Fort Myers Point south to Naples. That seems to be the area that's getting the most the severe impacts from the storm surge right now. I mean, this is significant flooding going on here in Naples. We've got an update here from the Naples Police Department that says the city of Naples has issued an emergency citywide curfew to protect and safeguard the health, safety, and welfare of the city of Naples. So that's going to go into effect immediately. The curfew is going to also be in effect until further notice. So I'm going to retweet that just in case anybody's in that area that wants to see that information a little bit more in detail. I got other updates for you too. I really want to kind of remind you, I want to throw this reminder out here periodically that we're not only watching the hurricane make landfall. Okay, we are also looking at a tornado situation up there in Central Florida. And last night we were live while several tornadoes touched down in and around the Delray Beach area. And this is some of the damage from that. So a lot of times, in a tropical system, we see tornadoes, but sometimes they're not very strong. Sometimes they're weak and brief. This was a strong tornado last night, and more images like this will be possible all the way up the peninsula of Florida as we go into the evening tonight. So I just want to make sure that is known as we go forward. Let's see, what else do we have? Another just really dramatic time lapse of the storm surge as it rose near Sanibel Island. I don't know. This was obviously up until just a few moments ago. I don't know if it started to recede. I don't know if it's still going up, but obviously we have lost a lot of the internet communications abilities that we usually use to get access to these things. So it looks like it's rising there. And then whenever this ends, it's who knows, look at this. So the farther in we go, obviously the winds are taking down the camera. And then the last couple of frames, we're actually pointing down towards the water, and it looks like it's still rising. So that once again, a look from Sanibel Island, which is an area that's currently receiving some of the worst impacts as far as storm surge goes. So unfortunately, that's happening there. We're going to see similar scenes in Cape Coral, Fort Myers Beach, and then possibly even up there towards Punta Gorda and the South Punta Gorda Heights. So we're going to watch that closely, but still this thing's moving incredibly slow, and that's going to continue to be the case down there for a while. Here is a composite radar imagery of the entire U.S. right now. And as Jared says here, it's very eerie. There's literally nothing going on across the states except for this massive hurricane down there in Florida, which you can see very clearly in our composite radar imagery. So that is one of the more interesting things that we've seen here from this hurricane. And of course, another view of Hurricane Ian's surge in Naples, which we've seen a lot of videos like this, but I think it's important to show it because this is going farther inland than I think what a lot of people thought it would. We've got people's vehicles out there that are submerged in water. That tells me more than likely that they thought, oh, well, the water will probably stop over there where it normally does, and we're all right. But that's just not the case in a situation like this, y'all. Going back to look at some of our Stormchaser feeds. Stormchaser Brad Arnold's riding the edge of that Eyewall. It's getting ready to overtake his location. But he's still in, for the most part, an all right spot for not seeing too much in the way of damage, thankfully. Lots of trees down, though. A whole lot of trees down. Obviously, there have been gusts well in excess of 70, 80 miles an hour. But right now, it looks like the sustained winds, for the most part, are not incredibly high. Okay, let's see here. Frank, if you could switch it back, I'm sorry. I don't know what's up with the crop on that, but unless you think you can fix it, we can just switch it back to the other one for Vince. All right. Anyways, what we are looking at right now is a live view from Brad Arnold, who's in Punta Gorda. Literally just a couple miles to the south, we've got Vince Welty, who has a very different view of the situation. Because he's getting closer to that inner eyewall. And as soon as we get the cameras back up, I'll pull that up and show you. But just really crazy how much just a couple miles of difference is making here with these guys as far as the impacts that they're receiving. Here's a new QPF outlook for the next 7 days. You can see that the impact that Hurricane Ian is going to have on the entire East Coast is mostly going to impact these places in forms of rain. So everywhere in the red and orange could see more than 2 or 3 inches of rain over the next seven days. Obviously, there's some areas that are going to see much more than that, potentially more than 10 inches of rain in a very short period of time. It's not even going to take 7 days. And that's going to happen across a lot of the East Coast. And that's going to be the main impact that most people feel from this storm. It's going to be the rainfall. The winds aren't going to be as big of a deal once it gets up in there to North Carolina, Virginia, and eventually up into the northeast coast. Looks like Bryce Shelton once again is right in the thick of this. I'm going to take a quick second and play around with something. Andy, if you could take it for just 1 second. I've got to fix one of these cameras, because Vince is getting ready to take a direct hit from the eyewall here, and I want to make sure we can pull to that.
Yeah, I got you, Ryan. I have a good pertinent information. A lot of people have seen the satellite and seeing this big storm off the east coast of Florida. So a lot of people are asking me about that. That is a separate storm. That is just your regular garden variety thunderstorm that's associated with the outer bands of Ian that are curving around the hurricane. That is not a tropical storm. Its primary risk that it holds is just a lot of rainfall. So anyone who's concerned about that, it's not a separate hurricane or tropical storm. It is just a storm associated with all the rainfall that is circling around Ian. Okay. So I've been getting a lot of questions about that. Hopefully that helps out. In addition to that, we've got a few questions that are actually a lot of questions that can be answered if you visit the National Hurricane Center's website and see the track for Ian, the times expected, the intensity expected along each time step. And possibly if you're looking for storm surge forecasts, you're able to click on Ian and then view the storm surge forecast on the National Hurricane Center's website. So a lot of questions like that can be answered just by opening up a new tab with that and keeping us on in the background while you're looking at it. So hopefully that helps. Make sure you guys we wouldn't be able to do a lot of this without the assistance of the National Weather Service offices and the National Hurricane Center providing amazing forecasts with all of the resources available to them. So shout outs to them. Thank them for helping keep us safe and giving us the life-saving information we need so that we can relay it to you and hopefully relay it to many hundreds of thousands beyond you if you guys are doing good stuff and telling more people about the stream and all of the information that's coming out so that we can save lives.
Awesome, Andy. Thank you. I think we got everything worked out. Once again, Vince Welty in the path of getting a direct hit from this eyewall, and things are going to get really nasty here where he is. Once again, a little bit farther south than the other guys who are also getting ready to be inside of the eyewall, but just Vince is going to get it first here. So we'll see some of the deteriorating conditions through his camera before we see it through theirs. So let's get an update from him if we can. Obviously, it's probably getting loud in his vehicle, so we might not hear anything back, but let's send something. Hey, Vince, we're live. We're seeing conditions are rapidly deteriorating there. We're just looking for an update from you. What's going on? What's your plan? And then we'll wait for that to come back from him. And it looks like we got Chris Hall's feedback as well. So we can see that he's following behind there.
Actually, the opposite. They're getting better now.
with Brad.
I'm sitting here at this fire department. It's sheltering me from the wind a little bit, and once it's passed, I don't really have a whole lot of storm surge concern here. This is it's either county road or state road 765. A little bit higher in elevation. It's even been excluded from the storm surge maps, so I'm not worried about that. But I'm just going to wait here, and once that eye goes by, see if we can get into it or not. But I actually had to come south. I was farther south. I was probably about 7 or 8 miles south of Burnt Shore Marina, which is south of Punta Gorda on this road quite a ways. I was almost due east of Pine Island Center, and we had to abandon ship. It was pretty bad. So just going to wait here and see how things go, and try to keep stuff from coming inside of the car that shouldn't be inside the car.
All right. Sounds good. So that was an update from professional storm chaser Vince Welty. Another storm chaser that's out there that's really starting to get into the thick of things is Brett Adair, who's near Port Charlotte. Obviously seeing a lot of debris on the road and stuff, but I can't I feel like the people who have been watching for a while probably don't believe me at this point that the Eyewall is approaching these guys, because I've been saying that it's almost to them for hours now. I guess I've been underestimating how slow this storm is going. It's creeping right up on them. The Eyewall is almost there. I don't know how much longer it's going to take for it to get to them. But we unfortunately are going to see that the damage and some of the conditions here go even farther downhill than what we're seeing right now. And my goodness, look at that box truck. What in the world are they doing driving around? That is almost certainly going to get flipped over. I can bet money on that. So whoever's in there, my goodness, you need to park that thing soon, because an 80-mile-an-hour wind gust is all it's going to take, especially when you're bobbing and weaving around the daggone tree limbs like that. I don't know. That's definitely not a storm chaser. I don't know what in the world's going on there, but hopefully those whoever's operating that vehicle understands the very dangerous situation that's getting ready to unfold as things get worse and worse here. We're looking at major flooding at Diamond Head Beach Resort. Somebody said same day shipping. I don't think that's what it is. I don't think it was a delivery truck for mail or packages or something. But anyways,
a new tornado warning.
Ashley Graham, we'll go over that tornado warning right here in a second. But Ashley Graham has pictures here of major flooding at Diamond Head Beach Resort at Fort Myers, and it's absolutely devastating. As you see, my God. Oh no, that's not good. That is definitely the most impactful and devastating picture I've seen so far. This is just, it looks like Fort Myers, at least so far, has seen the worst of this storm, as we now have multiple cars just floating through the city here. And this is at the Diamond Head Beach Resort, which is not necessarily in a place that would normally, obviously nobody normally sees this kind of storm surge, but it's a little bit farther back than what you would maybe think. So there's a look at the radar. There's a look at the eye as it's coming onto shore. We've got the latest information coming in from that mission number 29 into Ian. And I don't have anything definitive to say about that yet, but the hurricane hunters are flying around in there, and we're getting ready to get that final update before official landfall. It's coming in soon. Yeah, Fort Myers is experiencing a literal emergency right now, as I mean, just so many cars are underwater. I mean, look at this. This is somebody's taking a picture of a different outlet. I mean, all the streets are just filled with cars as the ocean is pouring into the streets in and around Fort Myers Beach. It still is it's still a possibility that we are going to see similar conditions to that up here near Port Charlotte, but it just depends on where the eye of the storm goes. If it continues going in the direction that it's going right now, yes, I think that we'll see similar storm surge situations as far north as that. But if it cuts east, I don't think that we will have to deal with that in those areas. But that's why we're here. We're going to keep you updated as time goes on. Things are definitely getting worse. The conditions are obviously getting worse up there, and we're going to continue to see that happen as we go forward. Here's another just incredible time lapse of the storm surge from Sanibel Island. From the moment there was no water over the road until I'm pretty sure the camera went out. So this is just incredible stuff here. My goodness. You know, even though this is sped up, you know that's still incredibly fast how quick that water came up there. And it's still coming up at this moment. As always, it seems like the letter I is pretty much always the most impactful kind of storms whenever it comes to these storms that make landfall in the U.S. Ian, Ivan, Ida, you know, there's so many I-named storms. In fact, I think 11 out of all 60 of them that we've retired. Obviously, this one will be retired. Or they start with I. So anytime we get an I-named storm, there's something about them that just ends up being historic sometimes. Let's see here. Still looking through. I mean, there's so much, you know, really bad, you know, imagery coming in from Fort Myers. I'm trying to relay a lot of that information without showing too much.
Brian, you might want to keep an eye on mine and Chris's stream if his is back up. We're pointing at cranes and these things are wobbling like crazy, hoping they don't go down, but these winds are getting intense over here. We're just near the water north of Punta Gorda on the Port Charlotte side.
All right, thank you, Stormchaser Brandon Kopic. Looks like those cranes are moving and wobbling there as some of the stronger wind gusts are starting to approach where Chris and Brandon are. Look at how fast those clouds are moving behind those cranes, guys. They're still not inside of the actual eye. They're not in the Eyewall. They're not in the most intense part of the storm yet. What you're seeing, that rapid motion with the clouds behind the cranes, is actually the outer side of the Eyewall.
Hey Ron, this Chris finally got the stream back up. Watch the stream. You can see the top of this construction site get shredded into.
So we're going to keep an eye on that as I continue to try to look for more updates on the Fort Myers and Naples situation. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable what's unfolding here. It looks like we got the latest 2 p.m. advisory from the National Hurricane Center, and there have been no changes for the most part. Winds remain at 155 miles an hour with a pressure of 937 millibar. The hurricane warning and the storm surge warning for the entire area continue all the way through the central portion of Florida, but they've actually started discontinuing some of those for areas at the extreme southern extent back there towards Key West. So we are going to continue to watch this. Look at this. We've got debris flying off the top of this building near Port Charlotte as some of those more intense winds come through. This is a live look at Stormchaser Chris Hall's vantage point there. And right next to the Eyewall, I want to kind of show you guys a visual representation of where we are once again, so you understand how close these guys are to getting the brunt of the storm. Let's go back to radar. Everything inside of this red circle is where the most intense winds are, 130, 140, 155 miles an hour. And then right on the outside of that is Chris Hall and Brandon Kopic. They are literally right on the edge of it. So things should start deteriorating there pretty soon. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, lots of people ask about our current tornado warning, as that does include Indian River and Brevard County in Florida, Brevard, whichever pronunciation. That includes the county of Melbourne is in, but the tornado is in the far southwestern corner of that, to the northeast of Yeehaw Junction. And I believe I can't really tell if it is on the ground or not. It's probable susceptible. Or not susceptible, but it's probable that that tornado may be on the ground, not hopefully not impacting anyone though in a rural area in the inland Indian River and Brevard County area.
Okay, thank you so much, Andy. Tornado warning for Brevard and Indian River counties up there in Florida. Lots of rotation, but once again, not enough for us to be able to confirm that there's a tornado down. Storm does look pretty suspicious. You can see the hook there, and this is going to continue to go up towards Locacy and Kenansville, but the warning right now is just for Brevard and Indian River County. So if you're in that polygon or if you're in those counties, consider taking shelter right now as we come back to Chris Hall's just really captivating footage of a lot of debris just flying off of this building here near Port Charlotte. As things are really starting to go downhill fast as the Eyewall approaches them. And I've got, oh my God, there's an incredible video, a rare first person view of storm surge. Mike Bettis from the Weather Channel posted this on his Twitter. So I think this is like Weather Channel stuff, so I'm not going to show it just in case they try to copyright us, or I don't know who took this video. Hopefully it was a Weather Channel Stormchaser, because we don't want normal everyday people in situations like this. But if you guys want to see something absolutely horrendous that's associated with this storm, that is definitely it. That is one of the most intense videos from a hurricane I think I've ever seen. Once again, there's a camera 6 feet off the ground on Estero Boulevard in Fort Myers Beach, which is, once again, taking the worst of this storm, which is just a terrible situation. That's one of the more populated areas of the entire southwestern Florida zone, and it's taking the full force of Ian right now. And once again, I've got that on Twitter, and so does obviously Mike Bettis. We've got several storm chasers out there. We've got our Radar Omega, a Cyclone Port network that we're intermittently getting a connection to. One of those cameras at the El Jabin Bridge, I believe is how you say it, is really taking a beating right now. And I'll show you a time lapse from that right here in a second. But I went ahead and retweeted that if you guys want to look at it there. Here's a video from Brandon of that crane. Look at how much it's moving. You can see it a lot better here with the higher resolution. But the whole thing is moving back and forth. Thank goodness there's no crane operator inside of there right now. And it looks like officially the Eyewall has overtaken Chris and Brandon's location. As you can see, the rain bands are starting to pick up. The wind is starting to pick up, and things are starting to look pretty bad here in the Punta Gorda area in Florida. So yeah, officially we have contact with the Eyewall through a lot of our storm chasers, including Brett Adair, who is obviously seeing some really strong winds come through right now. All of these guys are somewhere between Northport and Punta Gorda, okay? So when we don't have their exact location, and obviously Port Charlotte, when we don't have their exact location pulled up due to connectivity issues, just know that that's around where they are. So winds are really picking up there. We can see that through Brett Adair's camera. We can see that through Storm Chaser Chris Hall's view of this building. And we obviously can see that through everybody else's as well. We've got another shot from Brad Arnold here of some really significant winds starting to pick up. So let's see if we can't get an update from Chris and we'll see. We'll go from there. Chris, it looks like things are getting a lot worse. Looks like things are going downhill fast there. Can you tell me what you're seeing, what you're hearing, what you're experiencing?
Definitely going downhill quick. You just hear the roars of the wind, Ryan, probably maxing 50, 60, maybe even 70 plus. We're just sitting here watching these cranes and this construction site get absolutely shredded. You know, it's really weird to see the cranes moving as much as they are with no crane operator, but and you know, we're not even in the brunt of the storm, so we're going to sit here and see how this acts right here.
All right, thank you, Stormchaser Chris Hall. Also, things going downhill near Brad Arnold. So let's get an update from him. Hey, Brad, we're watching, we're following along. Looks like things are starting to ramp up. If you got time, why don't you tell us the sights and sounds and tell us your experience, what's going on right now there where you are.
Hey, Ryan. Still no onshore flow, but so there's no surge yet, so we're going to stay out as long as possible. Getting winds probably close to 100 miles an hour right now. I would guess they're getting close to Category 2, pushing the car quite a bit. Had a little bit of debris hit the side of the car, but we're okay. We've seen a couple of people out here actually walking around like it's just a normal day out here with their cell phone filming things. Just regular civilians walking around. I'm just surprised with everything that's going on, with how much warning they've had, that we're still having people that are walking around.
So that was an update from Stormchaser Brad Arnold. Once again, apparently some people are outside, not 100% aware of what's getting ready to happen. I think that, the storm is coming, but it needs to hurry up, because if it doesn't, I think people are going to get too comfortable out here trying to walk around. It's inevitable at this point. It's going to hit. So we're just waiting to see what exactly happens here. We got an update from Radar Omega. This is a video, which is not loading for me. I'm still not getting, I'm having a lot of problems with that right now, but we'll pull to that here in a second. But we're going to leave up Brad Arnold's view of Punta Gorda, Florida, near Port Charlotte, as things are getting a lot worse. Once again, we're probably seeing 70, 80 mile an hour sustained winds, gusts over 100. Every once in a while, you'll see a 110, a 120 as we get closer to the center of this eye. And beyond that, we're even probably going to start seeing the storm surge move into this area at some point as well. It looks like a lot of the really intense storm surge, at least for the most part, is staying right now in the Fort Myers area. That's where that really incredibly strong southwest flow is moving the water onto land, and a lot of that directional water movement isn't kind of lining up correctly with the Port Charlotte area here, which is good news. It's good news. How long is that going to last? I don't know. But if the storm doesn't start moving in any direction anytime soon, Fort Myers is just in a really bad situation, as that storm surge water is just going to continue to inundate the area as time goes on. Currently 2:15 p.m. Eastern, and we are still awaiting for an official landfall announcement. But basically, the worst of Hurricane Ian is being felt right now in Fort Myers, Cape Coral, and Fort Myers Beach. It's starting to be felt near the Burnt Store Marina in South Punta Gorda Heights. And within the next 10 minutes or so, we're going to start to see some of the really negative impacts being felt as far north as Punta Gorda, which is where a lot of our storm chasers are. And then, of course, Northport and Venice. And beyond that, it could be several hours from now, but even Arcadia, Florida, is going to be getting in on some of this really strong hurricane impacts as we go forward. Thank you once again, everybody, for sending me all of these updates on Twitter. I'm going to try to relay as much of this as possible. And the videos and pictures that I'm seeing right now coming out of Fort Myers it's a literal catastrophe. It really is. Lots of flooding. is starting in Port St. Lucie and around Stewart. This is just from rain, but the conditions are continuing to deteriorate in Tampa as well, where we're starting to see those winds ramp up and the really heavy rain start to break into some of the areas near Tampa, especially on the southern side near the bay and of Sarasota. Sarasota County is shut down. They've actually completely shut down Sarasota. Even the emergency management officials are out of there. The police, ambulance, none of that is going to be working for the rest of the evening, at least until a further notice. Power outages are climbing as expected. We got 450,000 people without power now in Florida. That'll quickly surge over 500,000 here within the next little bit, and I do expect that a million, if not millions, of people will be without power by the time this is all said and done. A lot of people are asking for an update on Naples, and unfortunately, this is the first thing I've seen from Naples in a while. This is a look at a parking garage just a couple moments ago in Naples, Florida. Obviously, the surge is still rising, the flooding is still occurring, and this is all happening now in the Naples area. So the water is still rising down there, and I want to take a brief moment and kind of explain once again, just in case anybody doesn't understand what's going on. Why are some areas flooding? Why are some not yet? What's going on? Or what's happening? It's important to know that this is the center of Hurricane Ian. This is the eye, right? We've got counterclockwise flow around it. Everybody pretty much north of this axis is seeing an overall average airflow that points this way. It's going from the land out to sea, right? Everybody south of that, however, is seeing the opposite. We're going from sea to land. And a hurricane as big as Ian, it's carrying a lot of the sea onto the land, but only south of that line. When the directional winds are coming from the ocean onto land, that's where we are going to see the most significant surge. Right now, this hurricane is just dancing around, pretty much staying stationary, and that's why we're seeing the constant inundation of water in Fort Myers. Fort Myers is, by the way, right here. Fort Myers Beach, right here. It's not moving. So the longer this stays here, the more water that's going to be pushed into this area. But if it starts to go north, once again, remember this axis. If the overall storm moves north, that axis will move north, and everybody south of it will have to deal with some of the same situations that we're seeing in Fort Myers. If it doesn't, the situation's just going to compound and get a lot worse down here from Bonita Springs, Naples, Fort Myers, all the way up there to Cape Coral and in the Pineland area. So that is what we're looking at right now. Everybody north of here is experiencing some of the heavier rain, and we're getting ready to experience some of the stronger wind gusts associated with the hurricane. But the real damaging storm surge is all kind of being held back into this zone right now. I can't tell you what's going to happen next, man. This hurricane is sitting still. It's literally not moving at all. So we're just going to have to watch every update as it comes in, as to try to determine, who's coming, what's going to happen next. So that's what we're dealing with there. I got a video from Radar Omega that I can show with you guys of that bridge. The video of the bridge. So here's that. So this is one of our sensors with a camera built into it that we've installed onto the side of a bridge, and it's shaking, and it's probably not going to last much longer. Once again, this is a part of the Project Mesovort thing, and obviously there's a lot of these cameras and sensors out there sending us data. This is some of the video that we're just now getting from around that bridge. Storm chasers are starting to see the impacts of this storm really start to unfold as well. You can see it's looking pretty intense in just about every one of the angles, but the center of the storm is still a couple miles away, and I don't know if the storm never moves. I don't know if they'll end up being underneath the most intense portion or not. Hopefully not. We want our storm chasers to stay safe. That's the most important thing. We want them to be there for us for the next one. My goodness, what is this? A boat? Oh my God, look at this. This is some chilling imagery. Somebody that's sitting on the second floor of a building and they're recording a boat floating by. This is in Fort Myers. The person recording this is on the second floor of this building, and a boat is floating by. Almost looks like to me like it's probably halfway over the first floor. That's got to be unnerving to see in person. Certainly would not want to be in that situation myself. But yeah, as you can tell, things are going downhill fast down here in southwestern Florida. It's 2:22 p.m. I missed my top of the hour recap. I'm going to try to do that right now. Looks like we just got a confirmed report of a 126 mile an hour wind gust as well, a little bit to the south of Cape Coral. So things are really starting to get intense out there. Let me come back to the multi-view for our storm chasers and remind everybody that's just now tuning in. We are covering the dangerous, the large, and the potentially catastrophic Category 4, almost Category 5 Hurricane Ian. There's a tornado watch out for a lot of southern Florida, and we've seen a couple of tornado warnings today. In fact, we have a tornado warning right now for Brevard and Indian River counties in Florida. If you're there, please take shelter. But the reason I bring that up is because even outside of the even outside of the centralized, Eyewall, where the most intense impacts are being felt, this is going to impact a lot of people in Florida. 12 million people, in fact, are under that tornado watch. North of the circulation, places like Tampa, places like Orlando, Palm Bay, Deltona, all the way up to Palm Coast. You guys are not going to have to deal with the storm surge and the catastrophic wind damage as much as your neighbors to the south. However, the really prolific rain is going to be the big problem there. Maybe over 15 inches of rain is going to be possible as we go forward. That'll lead to catastrophic freshwater flooding, even without the help of the ocean. So that's one of the things that we're looking at there. Obviously, there are multiple states of emergencies issued. There are mandatory evacuation orders in place. At this point, it's kind of pointless to talk about them because we've already, relayed that information a lot. And we're right now to the point to where it's almost at the point of no return, to where if you haven't left yet and you've decided that you wanted to, it's probably better to just shelter in place. This is a look at what a Hurricane Ian looks like on radar as it approaches land. And as you can see, a lot of the eye is trying to move right up into Port Charlotte. But the actual center of low pressure is still offshore. So I don't think we have an official landfall yet, but that might happen here within the next little bit. Stormchaser Vince Welty has sent a video of some damage to power lines where he is, and we'll watch that unfold right here. You can see this is, I think he came over the radio and told us about this when this happened, but this is another reason why we want people to be inside and shelter in place. This is going to happen a lot. This is probably happening right now in a lot of places across Florida. You don't want to be outside. Like apparently Brad says, people are just walking around like it's a normal day, and this right here fall down on you, and that's the end. And on those winds that we just saw in that video weren't even that intense. Don't get me wrong, there's 70, 80 miles an hour, but the winds that we are going to experience across the hurricane warning and the extreme warning area are going to be much more intense than that. So please stay indoors and do not be outside in a situation like this. This is a live look at Stormchaser Brad Arnold's feed, where we are in Punta Gorda, Florida, looking at conditions slowly but surely getting worse and worse. It looks like Fort Myers and Naples are getting the worst of this, though, by far. We've got a ton of cars that are underwater in this area. The streets are just completely flooded, and this is just going to continue to be the case as we go forward, because the storm is once again not moving. The axis of storm surge flow is just going to continue to be right up there towards Naples and Fort Myers until the storm decides to move. That we're going to continue to see the constant inundation and flooding until that decides to move. And I don't see any sort of changes in the trajectory, at least in the past little bit. Let's see here. There's a video. My goodness. Once again, some of the stuff coming in from Fort Myers Beach is just extreme. This is, I mean, honestly, this is what we were afraid of. This is what you expect when a catastrophic hurricane comes ashore. But we've got houses floating off of their foundations. Houses floating off of their foundations in the storm surge as the waters continue to rise and the winds continue to get worse. This is just moments ago in the Fort Myers area. My goodness. So we're going to continue to keep an eye on that. I am retweeting all this stuff, by the way. If you want to see these videos, they're on Twitter. Let's see here. Also, it seems like there was a report from the latest Hurricane Hunter mission of hail in the Eyewall from the Hurricane Hunters. I feel like that's also something that's a little bit rare. Lots of lightning associated with this storm, and apparently now we've got hail up there where the Hurricane Hunters are. I think that I've seen something like that, maybe with the Hurricane Sam back in 2021. But yeah, it's just another indication of how odd this storm is, and how strong it is, I guess, at this point. We are about to watch this thing once again go over some really populated areas here, but I hope that everybody is sheltered in place, and I hope that everybody that needed to make preparations leading up to this got that done, and you're ready to go now, and you're ready to kind of sit this one out, because this is, I mean, my goodness, the people that are living in these houses, all you can do is hope that they evacuated. And the lights turned purple, so that means we have a community update. So whoever's got that for me, go ahead.
Hey Ryan, it's Riley. Now's a good time to go ahead and pull up those cameras, especially Brett's stream. It's looking really crazy. We're watching trees come down. Bryce just had to flee because the water started coming up in the canal. Vince's, there's just trees getting ripped apart, and those cranes are really starting to get thrown around in all different directions.
Okay, thank you so much, Riley. We're going to stay locked in now on our storm chasers, as this is what we've been kind of awaiting for them, as they are now in some of the most intense parts of this storm. You can already see there's some damage happening here on Brad Arnold's stream. We've got lots of trees down. We've got power flashes I'm seeing from Brett Adair, Vince, and Chris and Brandon and all these guys, as they are now intercepting, once again, some of the strongest winds associated with Hurricane Ian. I don't have exactly what the wind speeds are, but I'm going to try to check in on some of that information right now. Once again, you're looking at a live view of what's happening out here in the Port Charlotte area. Okay. And currently, it looks like 80 to 90 miles per hour is what Vince is recording. But I've got a feeling that Brandon and Chris, especially, and possibly even Brett Adair and Brad Arnold, are seeing winds even higher than that. Just look at those rain bands whipping by there. And you can literally see the cranes swaying in the wind. Also, wouldn't be surprised to see those topple over as the winds continue to get stronger. This is the beginning stages of some of the stronger winds that we're going to see from this storm. And thankfully, these guys are not having to flee just yet, because we're not seeing a big storm surge problem like we are in Fort Myers. We've got houses underwater. We've got houses that are just floating away in the storm surge down there, and that's because the storm is literally sitting in one spot, sending the Gulf of Mexico onto the shore there. And the longer that this goes on, the more catastrophic the damage is going to be in that area. And unfortunately, these photos are from a resident. Every once in a while, we're going to briefly leave the cameras and come to show some of these reports. But this is somebody that lives here, and they said, storm surge outside of my mom's house in Fort Myers Beach. I'm so sick. So this is from somebody's mom is sending them this as the waters continue to rise. So unfortunately, if this storm moves, if it goes to the north, more people are going to have to deal with that, including people around Cape Coral and Pineland. If it continues to move to the east at the very slow pace that it's going right now, we're looking at just an unprecedented disaster in Fort Myers and Bonita Springs and these areas, because several more hours of the water inundation there is just going to be
a new tornado warning
too
has
much.
been issued.
And we got another tornado warning. Another tornado warning was just issued there. And as soon as we get the polygon on that, I'm going to show you that. But it looks like Brad Arnold and our guys are really in the thick of it now, as we're starting to get some dramatic imagery of the storm as it comes through. Let's come over to, looks like, I don't know what happened there. Looks like somebody's refreshing the feeds for us. Let's come to the radar and kind of analyze this a little bit. Once again, our storm chasers are here. They're obviously starting to see the devastating, some of the really high winds, but they're still not in the worst part of the storm. That's still several miles to their south. So I hope that these are trained professionals. They're going to be all right, but I hope they're taking heed of the fact that this is not the worst of it, and it's actually going to get more intense as time goes on. As you can see here, we've got several trees down, power lines down. Things are unfolding right before us as the Eyewall comes into the Fort Myers area. Let's see here. So many videos from Fort Myers coming in. I'm going to try to condense that down. I don't want to just show videos the whole time, because I want to make sure that we're constantly analyzing the radar, letting people downstream know what's going to happen next. But I do want to make sure we're also effectively communicating how bad this is going to get for the people that haven't seen it yet. Let's see here. Major storm surge happening right now in Fort Myers. Several feet. The first floor of pretty much all the buildings in the Fort Myers Beach areas is underwater. And of course, we have a lot of cars underwater too. We're seeing a lot of footage like this coming in from Fort Myers that there was a lot of warning out ahead of this storm. There was a whole lot of warning. So that the people who own those cars they weren't confused. They weren't like surprised by the fact that there was a hurricane. They believed that they were in a spot where the storm surge wouldn't affect them. Or that these vehicles were just left behind in the evacuation. I don't know. But seeing stuff like this just tells me that more than likely this is more intense than what the locals expected. By the way, if you are a local to Florida, just kind of hunker down. We'll get through this together here. It's not going to be forever. This won't last forever, but it does look like it's going to last a long time, as the storm is not moving anywhere in a hurry. And of course, Fort Myers, there's a shark in the neighborhood here. Look at this. There's an actual shark swimming around in one of the Fort Myers neighborhoods there during Hurricane Ian. And that I can tell that this is pretty far inland too. So that's one of the things that we're seeing. It looks like Stormchaser Brad Arnold is out there getting some wind measurements, doing some updates on what's going to happen. I'm sure we'll see those videos here soon. But you can tell that things are getting really intense there right in the middle of Hurricane Ian, as they are pretty much intercepting the eye at this point. The really intense winds, the strongest winds in the storm, are just kind of dancing around where they are. Once again, this is where our storm chasers are. They've had intermittent periods of some of the stronger winds, but they're still on the outside edge of it. I don't know how they've managed to pick this spot that's just kind of skirting around the biggest parts of the storm, but they've done it. And we're going to continue to see that. Barry Bones is watching. We'll show him here in a minute. And yeah, there's so many pictures and videos coming in through Fort Myers. I'm sorry that for all the people who maybe don't have Twitter or don't like Twitter, that's just the best way I can do it. I just hit a button and it retweets and it goes out there. Here is the video that we just saw Brad Arnold taking there. I don't think we have audio on this, but I think we're going to continue to see, we'll see the finished product from this here in a little bit as he's giving us an update on what's going on out there in the middle of Hurricane Ian. Man, so many really unfortunate videos, including the stuff from Fort Myers, which just continues to look worse and worse. If you're just now tuning in, this is live coverage of Hurricane Ian, which is about to make landfall here in southwestern Florida with winds at around 155 miles per hour and a historic storm surge that will cause a catastrophe the locals here will be cleaning up for a long time. We've already found some recorded wind gusts above 100 miles an hour. I'm seeing 101, 115, 126. Most of these really intense wind gusts are coming from areas where the Eyewall is actually coming onto shore. So near Cape Coral, down there near the Bonita Springs area and the Pine Island area. That's where we're seeing most of our wind gusts on the ground that are actually exceeding 100 miles an hour. The really strong winds on the northern side of the storm are there, but we have to remember they're really tightly compacted into close to that eye wall. So right now in Punta Gorda, we're probably seeing 100 mile an hour wind gusts, but the 130s and the 150s, if those are going to be felt, that'll still be a couple minutes from now before we actually end up seeing that. It looks like there's I thought for 2 seconds that this was that box truck that we saw earlier driving down the road and it flipped over, but this thankfully looks like an unmanned trailer here that has just been toppled over by the wind. If you're just now tuning in, we saw somebody driving a big box truck in the middle of all this, and we were just waiting for it to flip over. This is a perfect example of how that can happen. This Stormchaser Brad Arnold, live view here, and I'm going to ask for an update. Brad, was you out there getting some wind measurements? If so, what did you get? Want to show?
Hey, it was tough to get a really good wind measurement because it was more of a swirling wind, I guess, the way that the buildings were oriented. I will say we were out getting some wind readings and I heard a huge bang, and that's why I ran back to the car. I don't know if you get my stream on, but we've got a big tractor trailer that has flipped over, like completely over, and has started skidding on the pavement right now. So if things are starting to roll over, it may be about time for us to go back. But yeah, it's wild out here right now.
I don't know how much you've been able to keep up with radar, but the storm's basically just sitting still in the same spot. I don't know if the storm surge situation, I don't know when it'll unfold there or if it will. What's your current thoughts on that? Do you think you'll be staying where you are for a significant amount of time, or do you think you're going to end up having to go north, south, east, west? What are you thinking?
I mean, for the surge, I don't know if we can get there. A lot of things that I'm seeing on social are that Fort Myers is the place to be, but I don't know if we can get down there with all the flooding. It looks like from social that place is completely underwater. It may be just one of those things that we hope for the storm surge, but I don't know. All it takes is one little wobble, and then sometimes it'll change it to onshore flow quickly. So we're just kind of playing things by ear. We're definitely going to ride it out. We're not going anywhere right now in Category 3. And Category 3 winds is what I'm thinking right now. We're not leaving anywhere right now, but we will reassess when we get to the eye to kind of see what we want to do. Because we'll be in the eye for a while.
Okay, thank you, Stormchaser Brad Arnold. And by the way, that video that Zach and Brad took, this one that we were looking at, I thought that was Brad. I thought Brad stuck a helmet on and went out there, but that's actually Jim Cantori. I didn't realize that when we were showing it, but that's Jim Cantori out there getting him a live shot for the Weather Channel. Looks like we got an update from Andy. Go ahead, Andy.
Thanks, Ryan. Hey guys, Andy here. I've got a couple updates. The first one is that Ian is about to make landfall in Cayo Costa. That happens when the very center of the eye, the very center of the storm, passes over land directly. So I expect that we will have an official landfall from the National Hurricane Center shortly in that area. In addition to that, our active tornado warning is very I believe it is producing a tornado at the moment. I can see what looks like a tornado debris signature in just outside of Brevard County and in eastern Osceola County in Florida. I think there are no areas, residential or populated areas, impacted by the path of this tornado. However, I believe it is on the ground currently, and the current tornado warning is radar indicated, so it has not been confirmed yet.
Okay. Thank you, Andy. It does look like we might have a tornado down here, so we're gonna assume that there is one all the way up there to Deer Park. It's again Brevard and Osceola counties in Florida. Take shelter now as a tornadic supercell has developed here. It looks really convincing on reflectivity. You can see the inflow there. You can see the hook echo. You can see where the tornado would probably be. We verify that by looking at velocity, and yeah, there's a huge couplet here, but it's a little bit distorted. So we'll see what happens. If the National Weather Service ends up changing that over to a confirmed tornado warning, we will obviously be the first ones to let you know. We'll have that update for you as quickly as possible. So we're going to focus on that, but we're also going to kind of make sure that we're spending time looking at what the Stormchasers are sharing with us. Because they're about to experience the full force of major Hurricane Ian, which is moving into the area now. Once again, I want to be very clear that more than anything, more than any other place, Naples, Bonita Springs, and Fort Myers are definitely experiencing the worst of this storm right now. Because obviously the winds are bad. The winds are really bad out there all around the Eyewall. We're going to see a lot of wind damage from this. But the storm surge is going to be the main story here. And it looks like Fort Myers is just absolutely getting the worst of this as we continue to see new pictures and videos come in. A lot of the city, Fort Myers Beach, all the way up into farther inland, is experiencing flooding right now as a result of the coastal surge, and it's going to continue to get worse if the storm doesn't move, and it hasn't moved in quite some time. Here's a current look at conditions in Port Charlotte, Florida, courtesy of EarthCam. You can see there that things are rapidly deteriorating. We got an update from Chris Hall, one of our storm chasers, who's filmed for some power flashes there. You see them in the distance. That's also near Port Charlotte, where Chris Hall is right now. And then, of course, some of the more sad updates that we've gotten from Fort Myers show houses nearly completely covered with water as the ocean comes towards land. And this is Beth posted this not too long ago. Storm surge outside of my mom's house in Fort Myers Beach. I'm so sick. Unfortunately, a lot of people who are experiencing similar situations to that right now don't have power or service to get the videos and pictures out. And obviously, probably the last thing you're thinking about doing is taking pictures and videos in a situation like that. So there's so many other negative or bad things happening out there that we're unfortunately probably going to hear about as time goes on today, as a worst case scenario is unfolding in Fort Myers. More images are coming out from Fort Myers Beach. Once again, homes being completely destroyed, washed away from the ocean, almost as if a flash flood is occurring or some sort of tsunami, literally moving with force these buildings out of the way as the water comes into the shore. Here's a look at current conditions near Port Charlotte from Brett Adair's live feed. Things continuously look worse and worse. Let's see here. Hurricane warnings are in effect all the way through more central portions of Florida, as hurricane wind gusts are expected possibly all the way as far inland as Orlando. So even though that this thing, once this makes landfall, It is going to ultimately kind of weaken a little bit, but it's not going to stop being a problem for Floridians, not for a while anyways. So it's going to slowly move across the state, producing catastrophic wind damage on the southwestern portion, hurricane force winds all the way up until central Florida. And then on top of that, we've got the tornadic potential. There's probably damage being done right now near Deer Park in Florida, thanks to that tornado with the ongoing tornado warning. And then beyond that, we've got just flooding. We've got catastrophic flooding that's likely going to happen from Tampa up to Orlando and Daytona Beach as a result of just the rain from this thing. So this is it's about as bad of a situation as we could possibly be in here as we watch this monster storm come ashore. Big time water level rises in Fort Myers, once again setting records for storm surge. So, and once again, some of the pictures and videos we're going to see out of there are going to be pretty sad. Let's see here. I'm going to see Marco Island is updating yet. Oops. Looks like we lost the camera again. Guys, if you're watching, I know the camera went off. I don't know what's going on with it. It's got a problem with it. Every once in a while, it's going to go off. So, you know, my face is probably the least important part of this broadcast. So we're just going to keep going. And I'm going to give the camera a break. And I'll plug it back in. I'll get it set back up here in just a second. So as long as you can see me, and as long as you can hear me, that's what matters the most. And of course, we're mostly focused on our the visuals from our storm chasers anyways, like storm chaser Brad Arnold, who's in Punta Gorda, Florida, currently giving us a view of some of the really strong wind gusts that are coming through. Also, Brett Adair is showing us the street there near Port Charlotte, Florida, that's receiving a lot of wind damage from, looks to me like Category 2 to Category 3 conditions. I think the camera, it's probably overheating. I don't know though. We went all day. We went like 8 hours yesterday and it never went off. So it's all good though. We've got surge destruction getting much worse in the Naples area as well. It's not just the Fort Myers, which is a place that we've kind of been focused on, but also Warren, Storm Chaser Warren out there is showing pictures from Naples, which is still seeing water rise significantly here as we continue to see that storm surge just go right onto land there. I want to show you an animation or a view of this storm in motion one more time to kind of explain why we're seeing that. The winds coming around like this are pushing the water from the Gulf of Mexico onto land. So this is the area that's seeing the worst storm surge right now. It looks to me like the storm's going to make landfall here soon, somewhere right in here. So it'll probably be maintained. Most of the storm surge, the devastating storm surge like we've seen in Fort Myers, will probably be reserved to an area south of Cape Coral. I'm hoping that this doesn't randomly turn north and end up producing another catastrophic, devastating situation up there near Northport and Punta Gorda and Port Charlotte. But that's still something that could happen. So we're not letting our guard down, and we are going to make sure we're prepared for the worst, hoping for the best, but preparing for the worst. Here's a live look at Storm Chaser Brad Arnold. And somebody just messaged me and said, Ryan, it's been an hour since you drank water. And that is true. I probably should take a real quick water break. Andy, do you think you got me for like 5 minutes?
Yeah, I got you, Ryan. I'm here. Get some water.
All right. Guys, this is meteorologist Andy Hill. And he's going to walk you through this as I go get me a drink of water. And I'll hopefully have the camera back up by the time I get back. All right, take
Make
it
sure
away.
you put my camera on. Okay, there we go. Good. All right, hi guys. Yep, meteorologist Andy Hill here. If you don't know me, lots of new faces here. Thanks for stopping by the stream, y'all. It's important that we get this information out to as many people as possible today, and we're doing a fantastic job of that. But as Ryan is getting water, make sure you all are doing the same. Make sure you're hydrated, you're staying physically well and mentally well. Take a mental break if you need one as you absorb all this information. We'll do our best to keep it going for you. So glad to see all of you. Great to see you all in the chat. As I did mention, we basically should have official landfall now or in the immediate future as Hurricane Ian makes landfall near Cayo Costa to the west of Cape Coral. So that happens when the center of the eye, the very center of the storm, passes over land. And you can see that right here, just near Cape Coral and Pineland. We're expecting the hurricane to go north, where all of our storm chasers are going northeast into the Punta Gorda area. This is actually a very favorable track for this hurricane to take to reduce some of the possible storm surge impacts here in Punta Gorda because of the way wind flows around the hurricane. It goes like this, counterclockwise, so against the clock. And that means the winds are pulling the water up from the ocean on this side. And if it went into the bay with all those strong winds in the Eyewall, we would have a different situation for our storm chasers right now, which you can see live feeds right up here at the top on this feed. If you're wondering about who I am, I'm meteorologist Andy Hill. I got my degree at University of North Carolina at Asheville. Wonderful meteorology department there. It was very tough too. So I'm hoping that I can give you relevant life-saving information that you can trust as well. Ryan is not a meteorologist himself, despite what you may think, but he is an avid weather enthusiast who's been taught by so many meteorologists that he may as well be one at some, to a certain extent. But he does employ 3 meteorologists on his team, including myself, basically, nearly full time. So our team is strong. We have at least 50 people watching the back end, relaying information up to us. You can trust in us, I hope, because I think this is amazing coverage. As we get new tornado warnings, let me take you to that. Actually, I have the power to do that on this PC here. It is near to the west of southwest of Melbourne in this area near Palm Bay. It is in this remote area of Kenansville, though. And I don't expect this tornado to impact anyone. We'll wait for this imagery to download. While it does, though, I'll relay that it is in Osceola County. It is in eastern to northeastern Osceola County. And that is currently tracking towards Hualapa and Highway 192 and 44, or not 44, but the intersection of Highway 441 and 192. So if you know someone in this area while we wait for the radar to load, it might take a while as I'm doing my best here. Make sure you tell them. So for anyone who's relocating from Tampa into the inland in the central Florida peninsula, you are under a mild tornado threat today. Virtually every single hurricane that interacts with land will produce confirmed tornadoes. So Ian is no exception in that case. So we definitely are on the lookout for tornadoes, and the Storm Prediction Center is issuing appropriate outlooks for that. So this radar does not want to load. So let's put the satellite in there for a second. You back, Ryan? You got some water? Make sure everyone's getting water.
Yeah, I'm back.
Staying physically and mentally well. Thanks, Ryan. Yeah,
I'm hydrated.
I will also hydrate myself.
And we're going to get back into making sure we are relaying all this information here. And I am going to tell you about that most recent tornado warning. It's important that we cover the tornado warnings pretty intensively, guys, because everybody that's over here getting impacted by the hurricane, they know it's there, right? Like you're not going to get surprised by this whenever this is going on. But some of the people over here in more northern and in eastern parts of Florida might get surprised by the fact that there are tornadoes around, because it's not necessarily a hurricane over there.
Hey, Ryan, do you copy?
Yeah, Brad, what's up?
Hey, can you kind of can you search social media and kind of see what it looks like near like Fort Myers? I know Fort Myers Beach is underwater, but maybe Fort Myers, something like that, just to get us in the onshore flow of this. Because I'm not thinking that we're going to see any. We're getting really strong wind, and we're going to get the eye, but we're not going to get any surge with this, I don't think. And I can move in the eye, so I need to know something pretty soon.
All right, so I think we still got 100,000 people watching right now. So if anybody lives in Fort Myers that stayed behind, and you can do so safely, send us a picture or a video or something of what actual, not Fort Myers Beach. We know that that's like underwater. But send us a picture on Twitter or something of what the city of Fort Myers looks like. And when the eye comes over our storm chasers here, they might try to use that quiet period of weather to travel down to the south a little bit. That'll also allow them to be in position to possibly, like Brandon and them could possibly help people if people need help. But they only want to move during the period of time where they're in the eye. So if you guys could help me out with that, that'd be awesome. Twitter at Ryan Hall, y'all. And I'll be looking at those submissions here soon. But first off, this is that latest tornado warning. Okay, so we got a tornado warning for Osceola counties, and this is the area of rotation that we're talking about that could potentially be producing a tornado. Holopao, sorry, and the Highway 192 corridor here between Harmony and Deer Park needs to be taking shelter as a tornado is likely coming towards you right now. Let's continue to look at our Storm Chaser feeds. We're about to be in the eye. At some point, obviously, it depends greatly on how quickly the storm moves. It's still not moving very much, but these guys are going to be in the eye of the storm soon. They'll have the ability, while the eye of the storm is over the interstate area there between Punta Gorda and Fort Myers, to travel to Fort Myers and potentially be in a better position. But we want to make sure that that the city, downtown city, is actually okay right now, and it's not as much of a catastrophe there as maybe Fort Myers Beach. So I see a lot of you are going over to Twitter, and okay, here's some pictures from Fort Myers. I don't know, Brad, I'm starting to get a whole lot of pictures from Fort Myers. So if you want to look at my mentions on Twitter, if you have the ability to do that, you or Zach, you'll be able to see pretty much the entire city. But I can also send some of those to you if you need me to.
Ryan, Vince, we've got a subdivision being shredded alive here.
All right, I'm gonna pull up Vince. I'm gonna pull up Vince on a different screen because I feel like we're not seeing. I don't think we're getting the updated view of his thing here. So let me pull him up on a different screen, and we'll show that. Once again, he's saying that we've got subdivision and getting shredded here in, where exactly is he at? Vince, we're watching, we're following along. Can you tell us, I know your approximate location, but for anybody who may be from here or near there, can you give a little bit more of a specific location? Got stuff flying across the road.
My map says burnt. Oh my God, that almost hit me. It says Burnt Shore Marina. This might be like Yacht Club Drive or Yacht Club Road. This is Highway 765 or whatever. This is about 2 or 3 miles south of some fire department, like a station number 5 or something. I think it might be Yacht Club Road up there, but it's near Burnt Store Marina. And we've got tin and everything flying across. These look like they may be manufactured homes. But this place is being shredded apart right now. It's not even safe to cross the road. We're going to have to wait for the eye. But I really hope there's nobody back there. Most of these buildings have shutters on them, but like I said, there's just an incredible amount of debris going over the car and past the camera. The camera doesn't do it justice.
All right. Thank you, Vince Welty. He's a little bit farther south than the rest of these guys. But even up here where like Stormchaser Chris Hall is, you can see that things are getting worse and worse by the minute. I mean, if you guys have been watching for a while, you remember what this looked like 30 minutes ago. Now you see this. It just keeps getting worse as they get closer and closer to the most intense part of this storm, which once again is still promoting wind gusts well over 150 miles an hour. Once it's going to be slow, just like the approach of the storm was slow. But going through the center of this storm, the most intense part of the storm is also going to be slow. But once it moves past, our storm chasers here are going to be in the eye. And the conditions are going to be literally just like fine for the most part. And that'll give them the ability to kind of maybe relax a little bit. And then maybe even move to a different area.
I don't know what the delay is on your stream, Ryan, but that tree that I'm zoomed in on, there's literally an entire roof in it.
All right, we're going to come back over to Vince and see if we can see that. There's a little bit more of a delay here between me and Vince, and I think that's just because where the storm's hitting just a little bit harder where he is. There's a little bit more internet connectivity problems, but there's that tree that he was talking about. This is a live look at Stormchaser Vince Welty in Punta Gorda of Florida, in the southwestern portion of Florida. All of our storm chasers are in this general vicinity. We've also got a storm surge report down here from Fort Myers Beach that I'm just seeing coming through, and it says multiple. Okay, so there's multiple reports of storm surge levels up to the first story roofs. And obviously, we've seen a lot of videos and pictures that confirm that. Another live look from Stormchaser Brad Arnold, who is giving us a handheld view here at some of the winds that are going on here across portions of Punta Gorda, Florida. Rolling down the window even. I don't know if I'd be doing that right now, but you can see things are really, oh my goodness, things are really ramping up there with those rain bands just whipping by, certainly gusting around 100 miles an hour there, if not higher than that. If you're just now tuning in, we still do have a tornado warning up there in Osceola County. We have a tornado watch for the whole southern tip of Florida, and we have a hurricane, a Category 4 hurricane making landfall right now near Pineland and the areas around it, Fort Myers Beach. And we are just relaying live information from all of our storm chasers and from radar. Speaking of that, we've got an update from Andy. Go ahead, Andy.
Thanks, Ryan. Yeah, I just wanted to correct. Apparently, the landfall location does have to have a permanent.
And just as a heads up, we just got the alert. The extreme wind warning was just issued for the area until 6 p.m.
Will be the official landfalling location near in that Pine Island area. Sorry if I'm talking over Stormchaser, by the way.
You're good now.
Okay. And also, I just wanted to, I think something a lot of people will relate to again is that we can see all of the birds in the eye of Hurricane Ian right now, showing up on the Tampa Bay radar as the eye moves inland. It's amazing to see like the birds are still continuing to seek refuge, and as they get stuck in the middle of the eye. I'm wondering if once the eye reaches the location of our storm chasers in the Punta Gorda area, that they'll be able to see birds if they look up. We'll be able to show you guys from our storm chasers what the inside of this eye of Hurricane Ian looks like, what the inside of a major hurricane looks like. So if you're just watching, and you don't have anyone or any loved ones in the area, make sure you're liking the stream so that we can reach more people that may be looking for information with people in this area. And otherwise, we've got some really cool stuff to show you about it outside of the, of course, dreadful impacts that we are covering.
All right. Thank you, Andy. Yeah, so up on radar, you can see that there are, like Andy was talking about, birds in the eye taking refuge, taking shelter from the storm. I think it will be actually kind of interesting to see what that looks like whenever the eye makes it over where our chasers are, which once again should be soon. So I'm honestly like on the edge of my seat. Like I can't wait for the eye to come over them. It's kind of nerve wracking to watch. I know these guys. A lot of these guys are my friends, and they're right here next to the eyewall of this, really strong, damaging storm, and they're also literally just almost feels like inches away from just clear blue, sunny skies. So I'm hoping the storm gets a move on a little bit, and they get in the eye, and we can kind of take a break for the most part, and kind of show some of the more interesting and cool aspects of the storm. But right now, they are going through it, son. In the middle of once again some 100-mile-an-hour plus wind gusts. Here's a look from Stormchaser Chris Hall, and as you can tell, things just every update that we get from him, things look worse and worse, and that's just going to continue to be the case until right up before they get in the eye, and then everything just kind of goes quiet and calm for the most part. So that's what it's looking like there. That's more than likely what it looks like in Northport, Venice, all the way over to Rotonda, and all these places. Anybody that's along the actual eyewall here is experiencing similar conditions right now. Unfortunately, it's even worse to the south because we have the added impact of the storm surge down there near Fort Myers Beach, Cape Coral, and Bonita Springs. So of course, there's a lot of imagery and video and stuff that we've shown on that, and we will continue to show it. But for the most part, right now, our job is to let people know what it's like, what's happening, where this storm is making landfall. I know we've got a lot of people that are tuning in that likely evacuated. They just want to know what it's like, what's happening back at home. And hopefully this gives you an idea as to what's going on. This is really close to Port Charlotte. The same thing that you're seeing here through these cameras, this is what it's like in Northport. This is what it's like in Fort Myers, but in Fort Myers, there's devastating, flood going on, especially down there towards Fort Myers Beach and Cape Coral. But for the most part, the winds, this is the extent of it right here. It's going to get stronger. We're going to see this kind of get more intense the closer we get to the actual center of the eye. But this is the hurricane conditions that we're experiencing right now. Just really intense winds, as you can see here through Stormchaser Brad Arnold's feed. It looks like we've got more imagery coming in from Fort Myers Beach once again of the just insane storm surge that's coming in. Look at that. Not only is the water level high, but it's rough. So you've got damaging waves on top of the really high storm surge that's happening there, and that's going on now in Fort Myers Beach. Okay. And by the way, thank you so much, everyone who has sent me pictures of downtown Fort Myers. We're relaying all of that information to our storm chasers so they know what it looks like and whether or not they should either go there or stay where they are whenever the eye of the storm gets over them. If you're just now tuning in, this is live severe weather coverage. We are talking about Hurricane Ian, major Category 4 Hurricane Ian making landfall here with catastrophic impacts, especially around the Fort Myers Beach area. The main thing that's happening right now is we are seeing widespread coastal flooding as a result of storm surge of historic proportions, and that has led to just some really heartbreaking photos and videos that we've seen. The reason this is happening specifically around the Fort Myers Beach area is because the Gulf of Mexico is literally being flung into land here because of the angle of approach from this hurricane. This made landfall, or is making landfall a lot farther south than almost any forecast was suggesting. Originally, a couple days ago, I'm sure the people of Tampa remember, this was maybe going to go up through Tampa, and then we thought, maybe it's going to come up this way, and then, even as early as this morning, we were expecting maybe a direct landfall there near Northport, but it looks like it's gone even farther south than that, so that puts Fort Myers Beach, especially, look at how this concave area of beach is literally accepting all of that water as it comes in. This flow is going right into the bend of the beach there, which is going to promote the excess water compounding and all of the water inundation that's happening there, causing the really horrific flooding that's going on around Fort Myers Beach. And here's another thing, you know, once again, Floridians, the spirit of Floridians it's admirable. I love it. And we've got people out there who are trying their best to make, you know, light out of a really bad situation. We got people out there swimming around in this water. I think it's important, and I think it's important to say that you shouldn't do that. Now, obviously, you know that, but like, this is water is more than likely contaminated. It's probably not you probably don't want to submerge your body in it. Okay. If you're lucky enough to have, you know, shelter and you're able to get away from it and you can go play around in it, as tempting as that might be, I definitely would not recommend it. But still, I mean, very, captivating, you know, video there from Snapchat, apparently. And it looks like we have an official statement of landfall. Let me make sure I'm looking at that right. Let's see here. It has officially made landfall. Doppler radar imagery indicates that the eye of Ian made landfall along the southwestern coast of Florida.
We got entire houses coming across the road, Ryan. Entire houses.
And that was just moments ago. So we'll check in on that here in a second. Let's check in on Vince. Sounds like we have, he said, entire houses going across the road. Once again, he's in a hurricane. He's in a hurricane, so internet connectivity is going to be a little bit slow, but you can tell that things are definitely going south there where he is, which is south of Punta Gorda. We're having a hard time maintaining a connection with him, but like you can tell that he is really close to Burnt Store Marina. And there's a debris flying around out there. He's saying that he's seeing, you know, possibly houses being, you know, kind of damaged by this hurricane force winds that comes through. So we're going to keep an eye on him. And probably the best thing to do is just to keep this multi-view up, where we're looking at all of the different Stormchasers feeds, and then just kind of zoom into the ones that are maybe promoting the so some more interesting attributes. But yeah, lots of damage happening there near Burnt Store Marina, where Vince Welty is right now. This is a broad view, by the way. If you're looking at the big blob of red and yellow and green down there, that's a kind of a wide view of the location of the hurricane as seen from infrared satellite. We're going to continue to see this thing slowly move across the state of Florida today. It's nowhere near over. I don't know how long we've been going. Feel like, yeah, I have no idea how long we've been streaming, but we're going to keep going for even longer. See here. Okay, 5.5 hours. Wow, that was a 5.5 hours. So we'll probably go for another 5.5 hours today, continuing to relay information on this storm. If you're watching on YouTube, thank you so much for being here. Thanks for putting your trust in me, some guy on YouTube, to deliver this information to you. I hope we're doing a good job. Just do me a favor, in order to make sure that we get this vital information out to as many people as possible. Just hit the like button on YouTube like you would for a normal YouTube video. It tells them that it's worth pushing us to the next person who may be in need of getting this information, who normally doesn't pay attention to the government alerts or doesn't watch the regular news. Maybe we can get the point across to them and relay stuff like this. For example, just 10 minutes ago, we had a new extreme wind warning issued for Port Charlotte all the way up to Arcadia. Okay, Fort Myers Shores, Venice, Northport, all these places are included in this. And guys, this is 1.2 million people now under an extreme wind warning, which is I mean, it's a dangerous situation. It's a rare warning. It's not every day that you see an extreme wind warning issued in the entire United States. It's usually only reserved for the strongest hurricanes. So that's what we're seeing now for all of these areas. Please move to an interior room now. Treat this as if it's a tornado. Treat this as if it's a tornado. Okay? Take shelter. If you didn't evacuate, if you stayed behind, get to the lowest, most sturdy and interior room of whatever building you're in, but also try to make sure that it's also going to be safe from flooding. and then barricade yourself with as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. This is essentially going to be a long-lasting tornado that's over your area for the next several hours. So hunker down, make sure that you, are listening and you're understanding the forecast, you're listening to the local alerts and everything, and just we'll get through this together. It'll be several hours of this intense storm, but it will eventually be over. Yeah, major thanks to everybody that's tuning in. I see that we have a lot of people watching, and I really appreciate you guys helping to spread the word. I see you guys sharing us on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube. The definition of a grassroots effort to spread information here. I think that we're doing a great job. I couldn't do it without y'all, so thank you. Oh, let's see here. Video from Brandon Kopic. This is a couple minutes ago before things got even more intense. This is near Port Charlotte. Jeez, man. Wow. One of many videos that we'll unfortunately see like that today. Looks like to me that these guys they should be getting close to getting out of some of the more intense damaging wind zones. I'm once again I can't wait for them to be in the eye of the storm, but it might take us a while to get there because of just how slow the thing is moving. And speaking of the slow-moving nature of this storm, that's going to pose another threat. Not only is it going to extend the potential damage and the time frame for damage that we're going to see down here in Fort Myers, but we are also going to see a tremendous amount of rain on the northern side of this. We're already starting to see a lot of flash flood warnings get issued in Florida. I really do think that by the time this is all said and done, I know that this is a bad, hurricane. The wind damage is going to be bad. It's going to take a long time to clean up from this. But the number one story, the number one thing people are going to take away from this, and what we will remember this by, is the flooding. First of all, the flooding, obviously, along the coast, like in Fort Myers. The devastation down there is probably going to be just heartbreaking. But there's going to be a lot of flooding that happens on the northern side of the circulation as well, from Tampa all the way up through Daytona Beach. And in some places, now, I don't know for sure, obviously we're going to watch this unfold, but in some places that flooding will probably also be in some ways catastrophic. So I just want to make sure everybody understands that if you live in a flood-prone area, you need to take this one seriously. Hurricane Ian has officially made landfall. Just a little bit of an update here from the National Hurricane Center. In Miami, Florida, Hurricane Ian, extremely dangerous, Category 4, Hurricane Ian makes landfall in southwestern Florida. NOAA Doppler radar imagery indicates that the eye of Ian made landfall along the southwestern coast of Florida near Cayo
Flash
Costa.
flood warning for Charlotte, Manatee, Sarasota, CO.
And then at 3:05 p.m. Eastern. Okay. And then data from an Air Force Reserve reconnaissance aircraft indicate that Ian's maximum sustained winds were estimated to be near 150 miles per hour. The latest minimum central pressure estimated from reconnaissance data is 940 millibars. So that's kind of the summary of information from the last NHC update there. And it's officially made landfall. Hurricane Ian is here. But the thing is, usually in other hurricanes that I've watched, usually it makes landfall, and then the next several hours are pretty rough around the Eyewall, but we get a rapid de-intensification. It starts to weaken dramatically, and that is going to happen here with this storm. But the weakening phase is going to take a while. All right. This is still forecasted to be promoting or putting out damaging winds, potentially major hurricane level winds, all the way up to almost to Arcadia, Florida. So we're going to see widespread damage from this hurricane, not only in the places where it's getting slammed right now, but in a path that goes much farther inland. So Arcadia, Venus, Palmdale, let's see here, Northport, Limestone, all these areas, you've got to prepare now for damaging winds to kind of take over the scenery as we go forward. I don't know how long it's going to take to get there. This storm is one of the slowest moving storms I've ever seen, but it will eventually get there. And then you'll see conditions similar to what we can see right now through Brad Arnold's camera, which is just, once again, a very intense view of the inside of this hurricane. He's right in the middle of the Eyewall at this point, giving us all the latest updates there. Biggest recorded, Andy, if you could in the background try to put together a list of some of the official like recorded wind gusts and the locations, if we can get maybe somebody to do that and I could list them off. But I want to go through that and kind of draw, maybe point it on the map where that's happening. And he's also just sent me a GIF of the satellite, a high quality one. Look at this. Here is Hurricane Ian over the past several hours, the visible satellite loop. Cloud cover is filling into the eye, it looks like. So we might not actually have clear blue skies in the eye here whenever it makes it over the Stormchasers. But it's still going to be quite the difference from what we're seeing right now through these cameras. It's going to go from really bad to not much as soon as that eye comes over land. So we'll see that happen here very, very soon. But just another incredible view of the hurricane, by the way. It's a monster of a storm. And just been quite the experience watching all of this unfold. We started tracking this one, I don't know, well over a week ago. And here we are. It's finally on U.S. land, and hopefully we'll be done talking about it sooner or later. Once again, more videos coming out of Fort Myers. This is the Fort Myers Beach area. And this is like just shocking, man. Look at this. These are people like on the second or third stories of their homes or their buildings, wherever they are. And just boats are flying by them, son. I mean, can you imagine being in that situation? That is nuts. So that's what's going on there in Fort Myers Beach. Obviously, there's a lot of other kind of situations unfolding as well. We still have the ongoing tornado watch. We still have the tropical the hurricane watch that goes all the way up the east coast or up to the South Carolina coast. But the main thing that we've got to focus on right now is the storm surge and start trying to fill people in on what's going on, because I know that we've got a lot of concerned family members and friends that have people that stayed behind in Fort Myers Beach, Naples, and Bonita Springs, and they're going to want info on what happened and what's going on, and that's going to become a big part of what I'm doing as we go forward, is relaying that news. Looks like now 700,000 people are without power in Florida. We're slowly approaching that million mark. And once we get there, I don't think it's going to stop. I think we're going to see possibly several million people without power in Florida. So if you still have power, if you can hear me, if you still have power, please prepare for a power outage. Whatever you've got to do to prepare, get ready, eat the perishable food, and just make sure that you've got batteries charged. A lot of times, as you can see through our Stormchaser feeds, even when power goes out, we maintain cell service for a little while. So Make sure that you've got your tablet, your phone, anything that can get a cell service, a signal. Make sure you've got that completely charged so that if the power goes out, you could still get information. That's really important. So if you got, I know everybody keeps their phone charged, but if you got another device that has any sort of ability to connect to the internet via cellular data, make sure that's charged as well. Hurricane Ian is going to tie with Charlie for the strongest hurricane by maximum sustained wind to make landfall in Florida on record. So it looks like this is going to become in fourth place, the fourth strongest hurricane to ever make landfall in Florida in our recorded history, with maximum sustained winds of 150 miles an hour. And the table, there's a table on Twitter I can share with you guys that shows all 15 of the category 4 and 5 storms that have ever made landfall on record. So the only ones that are more intense than this one is going to be Hurricane Michael, 2018, Hurricane Andrew in 1992, and the Labor Day storm of 1935. So that's nuts. It's crazy to put it in that perspective. That is one of the strongest storms. This is one of the strongest storms that has ever hit Florida. Top 4 to be exact. And it's not over. It's still going to be causing problems for the next several hours. As we continue to see conditions deteriorate for a lot of our storm chasers, especially Bryce Shelton, who looks to be in some of the more intense winds right now. It looks like a lot of our other storm chasers, including Brad Arnold, have made it up to the top of a parking garage. Looks like Chris Hall and Brandon Kopic are near a gas station. And what we should see, what we will likely see here over the next little bit, is the wind starting to die down. Okay, as they get closer to the eye, conditions should get better for them here, and then they'll make the decision as to whether or not they're going to move to try to get in a better position to maybe get down there closer to Fort Myers Beach, or sit in the same spot, or follow the eye, and whatever they're going to do, they're going to make that decision whenever the eye is over them here in just a little bit. So this is a live look at Bryce Shelton near Port Charlotte, Florida, where the conditions are still really intense right now. We're going to pull them all back up here. This is another video being sent in from Naples, Florida. Naples and Fort Myers Beach seem to be the hardest hit areas. And just tons of flooding in Naples. It seems like Fort Myers, we're seeing more of like the violent winds in combination with the flooding. But Naples, obviously they're getting strong winds too, but it's mostly just the flooding. So they're just getting the residual storm surge down there, whereas the center of the storm is closer to Fort Myers Beach, and they are getting the crazy waves and the flooding on top of that. Yeah, so Cape Coral, I know we've got a bunch of people watching right now in Cape Coral. You guys are also in a very similar situation as our storm chasers, and things are going to start getting a little bit quieter there in the next little bit. You guys are going to be in the eye here. Hopefully that lasts for an hour or so to give us all a breather. Here's another look at a very up-close look at the eye of this storm as it's making landfall southwest of Port Charlotte. You notice how the center of the eye was completely clear, literally sun shining down into the center of it until it's gotten to where it is right now. It's starting, some of the upper levels are starting to fill in with some cloud cover. So I don't know if we'll be able to see the stadium effect or any of that from our storm chasers, but we'll definitely be able to experience the eye together as it comes through within the next 30 minutes or so. Also, as Andy was talking about earlier, we're seeing on radar that there's a bunch of birds in the eye of this storm that have literally taken shelter in the eye and are flying along with it. It'll be interesting to see what happens with that as storm, as those come into the area where Brandon, Brad, Chris, and Vince are right now. see. What else do we have here? Yes, I see a lot of people asking that has it made landfall. Yes, it has officially made landfall. It is a land. It's now on land, and it'll probably stay that way all the way until it makes it back into the Atlantic Ocean on the other side of Florida sometime a long time from now. This thing's going to take its time as it treks across Florida. What happens from there will be interesting. This is still going way farther south than any of the forecast models depicted. So the farther south that it hit Florida, I believe maybe that correlated with a more easterly trajectory out into the Atlantic before it recurves. We'll look at some forecast models in a little bit to see if that's the case. But as of right now, I'm not 100% sure exactly what the forecast is for Georgia and South Carolina, because we've been so hyper-focused on the southwestern Florida. Once again, some terrible pictures coming in. We will look at Florida and South Carolina and Georgia before too long, though. I promise you that. But here's some of the photos coming in from Fort Myers Beach. Got cars floating down the street. This is that Diamond Head Beach Resort. So that's one of the really unfortunate situations that we've seen. And of course, I believe as the storm lets up, as it becomes less intense, we'll start seeing more unfortunate news stories about stuff like that. Okay, I'm gonna read you off some recorded wind gusts. Captiva, I believe I'm saying that right, recorded 126 mile an hour winds. Pelican Bay, we got 112 mile an hour winds. Punta Rasa, 107. Punta Gorda, 106. Cape Coral, 101. Southwest Cape Coral, 99. And then all the way down to Bonita Springs, we've recorded all the way up to an 80 mile an hour wind gust, even pretty far displaced from the actual eyewall of the storm. This is going to last for several hours. Whenever the eye officially makes it to your location, if you're in the path of this thing, let's say you're in Arcadia, for example, okay, and you're awaiting this, it probably doesn't feel that bad right now, 30, 40, 50 mile an hour wind gusts. Whenever this part of the storm gets to you, that's when you're going to start seeing the 100 mile an hour plus winds coming through, even that far inland. Yes, Arcadia, you're going to see some similar effects from this storm as they did right along the coastline, because this thing, as you can tell, I mean, it's probably going to start weakening here, but for the most part, this is still a very strong hurricane that's going to come right up into Arcadia. Same thing, Lake Placid, LaBelle, all you guys, it's not going to completely fall apart before it gets to you, and there will be widespread damaging winds associated with this as it comes through. Let's see. Another picture coming in from Marco Island, Florida. Andrea sent this one in. And as you can see, just some really significant flooding going on there. Thankfully, a lot of these buildings that we've seen anyways have a second floor. And we're not forcing the people that stayed behind up onto their roofs, as you see in a lot of situations like this. Not saying that that's not happening, but for the most part, everybody's had somewhere to go from what we've seen. More pictures coming in from Fort Myers Beach. And guys, these are people that live here that are sending these to us. So I can't imagine what it's like to be in your all's position. I hope that you guys are okay. I hope that the water starts going down soon. This is on the second floor as the water started to come up there in the Fort Myers Beach Hotel. Unbelievable stuff. And anybody that's just now tuning in, I can tell anytime I glance at chat, I always see somebody asking a question that I just answered. That's part of this thing where like people are constantly filtering in and out. Yes, Hurricane Ian has made landfall. It's still an extremely dangerous Category 4 hurricane, and we are going to be live with you here for the next several hours, continuing to provide updates for you with our storm chasers. With meteorologist Andy Hill, and with you guys on Twitter, helping, sending me stuff and giving me information to pass along to everybody else. Thank you for being here. Here's another broad, wide view of this beast of a storm. Hurricane Ian is this big. And yes, it's parts of it can be visible. Some of the exhausting moisture is going all the way up to the North Pole. And you can see the interaction with the cold front that it's having here. That's one of the things that it's kind of steered it to the south a little bit, and possibly even has kept it from being even stronger than what it became, is this big area of cool, dry air that's sinking down like this. If you live back in Kentucky, Tennessee, back here, you know what I'm talking about. I came into the weather studio this morning in a golf cart, and I just about froze to death. And it's cool, it's dry, and that air mass is working against the hurricane down here. But once again, not much of, it didn't help much, because we still ended up with a high-end Category 4 making landfall down here in Florida, which we can see here live on the radar. Hurricane hunters, here's some pictures from the latest mission. This is what it looked like inside of the eye. Actually, this might have been from yesterday. Yeah, this was from yesterday. We showed this yesterday. The stadium effect, what we were talking about there with Andy earlier, is when you're in the middle of the eye and you can look around 100 or 360 degrees, and it looks like you're just in a big coliseum, a big stadium, and the clouds are like the bleachers or where the audience would be. Just an incredible view there from hurricane hunters. And these guys are super brave, man. Flying into the most intense storms on Earth in a plane on purpose, simply to, get information that we can use to better the forecast. Lucky to have us, a system like that in place. Oh yeah, a lot of people are sending me a video of Jim Cantori, who apparently got hit by a tree branch during the hurricane report. It looks like he's okay. I think he's all right. But yeah, that's not usually whenever you do the live shots and stuff, you want to try to do those behind a building or something to keep that from happening. But literally a 100-mile-an-hour tree branch just slammed into Jim Cantori live on the air there. My goodness, man. Yeah, you'll see that clip. That'll be all over the place, I'm sure. Go ahead, Andy.
Hi, Ryan. Yeah, I just wanted to let people know, a lot of people, you're watching Punta Gorda and Port Charlotte area right in the same vicinity on those Stormchaser cams. And for the last hour and a half, ever since about 1:40 p.m. Eastern, the area of Punta Gorda has been recording 100+ mile per hour wind gusts. And that's still ongoing as of right now. And you're seeing it with those palm trees swaying in the Stormchaser scene when Ryan goes back to that. So I just wanted you to know, literally an hour and a half of those intense winds in the vicinity of Eyewall. But actually, if you could believe it, the primary impact of a hurricane is not the extreme winds, even sometimes in the localized area of landfall, but rather it's the flooding that is the number one thing to worry about in a hurricane, which is why the Weather Prediction Center has issued high risks, so the highest outlook level that they could issue for excessive rainfall and thus flash flooding risks throughout the Florida Peninsula, the northern half of the Florida Peninsula, for the coming couple days.
Right. And I'm seeing a lot of questions in chat, and I just want your opinion on this. So far, from what we can tell, the highest wind gust that's been officially recorded is 126 miles an hour, but this is a 155 mile an hour Category 4 hurricane. Are those winds just not being recorded, Are they on the other side of the Eyewall? What do you think's going on there?
So 155 mile an hour, whenever it is recorded, is legitimately the strongest estimate from the primarily from the flights that are going through, the recon flights that pilots are going through and dropping meteorological instruments into the eye wall and into the center of the storm to record data. And when they get those wind speeds aloft, there is not as much friction up there, so winds are allowed to flow freely, and they do so more intensely than the actual hurricane forecast from the National Hurricane Center. So sometimes these pilots are recording 165, 170 miles an hour just above the surface as their meteorological instruments fall to the ground. And so the National Hurricane Center takes these measurements and then reduces it by a known ratio, known to be skillful, to estimate the peak wind speed that could occur at the surface. And typically you're going to see that on the eastern side of a hurricane, because if it's traveling to the north, then it's going to be the wind speed that you experience will be the storm moving forward and also the winds rotating around it. So they're summed on the eastern side, and then you subtract the northerly winds on the western side of the circulation. So I would expect that you would feel the probable 140, 150 mile an hour wind gusts that could happen with Hurricane Ian on the eastern side in a very localized area right in the eye wall. So it's actually tough to get those sort of wind speeds, but the fact that we have seen 126 mile per hour wind gusts recorded in Captiva is pretty impressive to me all the same.
All right. Thank you very much. Meteorologist Andy Hill.
Hey Ryan, just a quick update. Still in the Eyewall in Port Charlotte. From behind cover, just measured 110 mile an hour gust.
Okay, so Stormchaser Brandon Kopic just measured a 110 mile an hour gust up there near Port Charlotte, Florida, which is definitely one of the more intense readings that we've seen from our storm chasers. We'll learn a lot more about what's happened and what everything that's went on during the height of this storm as time goes on. But I imagine that there's probably going to be as an area, more than likely, just to the northwest of Fort Myers Beach, up towards Fort Myers and South Punta Gorda Heights and the Burnt Store Marina and places like Pineland that likely saw some of the higher wind gusts. And we'll probably see, as the storm chasers are kind of traversing through that eye to the south, we'll probably see the extent of that damage. I've got some other things to show you here. This is the Cigar Hut in downtown Fort Myers Beach about an hour ago. So another look at the major storm surge that came through Fort Myers Beach. Obviously, we've seen that from just about every angle. This is right now, or just a few moments ago anyways, in Port Charlotte from a traffic camera as deadly winds were moving through with Hurricane Ian. There's trees all over the highway. There's trees in the interstate. It's just a mess out there right now. And it's a wonder that that thing is still transmitting a signal and still recording. As you can see, the winds are obviously incredibly strong right there in Port Charlotte, which is close to where Brad Arnold is right now. Or we're still seeing a lot of that damage, and a lot of those winds are still moving through. I think that I can actually see through Brad's camera here that the winds
Ryan,
are
another update. A meteorologist we're with. I don't think my my radar Omega unit Cyclone port is working right now, but we just got a pressure drop of 937 millibars right now. 937.
Oh, wow. 937 millibars pressure read there, right where Stormchaser Brandon Kopic is, which is lower than the official estimate. But anyways, I think that these guys are getting really close to being at the edge of the eye wall and inside of the eye, because if you watch the winds here, if you watch the trees whip around, you can see that the wind direction is almost seemingly changing erratically. And that tends to be something that happens right before you get past the inner eye wall and you get into the more calm conditions in the eye. So that is what's going on there. Let's zoom out, look at all the Stormchaser's cameras, and continue to relay some of this incredible footage that we're getting in from Fort Myers. I know we've got a lot of people watching, once again, with family members and friends in this area. A lot of this imagery, a lot of this, like videos like this happened about 30 minutes to 45 minutes ago. So I'm waiting to see some more updated views of what's going on in Fort Myers. But it is my estimation that it's probably something sort of similar, because they're still getting that southwest to northeast flow from the ocean. So we're still seeing that water inundation there in this area, and it's probably getting even worse in Bonita Springs and Naples at this point as the storm continues to move east. All right, and another view from Chris Hall as the winds are really whipping and getting a lot stronger there on the edge of the Eyewall where he is near Port Charlotte. And then just a little bit of humor to lighten the mood, which is what Rocky for the Win said. I don't think this is very funny. I am personally very sad about the loss of Dominator 4. If you guys are unsure of what we're looking at here, this is Reed Timmer's car, the one that he's had for years. He's driven it through tornadoes. I mean, this thing has just been through the ringer, but it looks like it may finally have bitten the dust here in Hurricane Ian, as it was washed out into the bay a little bit by storm surge where Reed Timmer was chasing this hurricane. So I don't know. It might be salvageable, but I highly doubt it. I highly doubt it. Dominator 4 is getting a saltwater bath. But that thing has been through, once again, just about anything you could think of. So maybe the Dominator 4 will ride again. And of course, I want to really quickly just say thanks to all the support. I know we got families watching, not only in Florida, but around the world. Thank you guys for, once again, putting your trust in me and coming to some guy here on the internet to handle this delivery of vital information to you. I think we're doing a great job. Once again, it's not just me. We got a team of people behind me. We got meteorologists.
I'm in the eye, Ryan.
We've got storm chasers.
Not a clear eye. Can't actually see it.
We've got
big pressure
a lot, and you guys that help propagate all of this and allow this to happen. So Vince is saying that he's in the eye.
Big pressure fall.
He's got the pressure fall. Let's actually go into the Radar Omega app and see if we can't look at Vince's instrumentation there. Once again, I'm going to switch over to this. And the really cool thing about Radar Omega is you can see Vince, like our storm chasers, you can see their icons here inside the app, and you can just click on it or tap on it with your finger on your phone and pull up his information. Look at that. Yeah, big pressure drop. He's down to 950 millibars there with a temperature of 79.3 degrees Fahrenheit. 949. It's going down. It's going down significantly as he is almost in the center of the eye, it seems like, here inside of this storm. Pull up his camera. Let's pull up his camera real quick and see if we can't see what's going on. And unfortunately, thankfully, things are calm in there, but we're not able to see much. We're not able to see a whole lot like the stadium effect and the traditional stuff you would look for in the eye of a storm, because there is a lot of cloud cover that has kind of taken over in the eye. So things are calming down. Things are definitely, on a downtrend as far as the intensity goes here. But wow, look at that. But we're not able to see the full extent of the eye. Well, here's the important thing to remember. If you live here where Vince is, and you're in the eye and you're breathing a sigh of relief, that's great. But it's important to know that it's going to come back. The other side of the eye, the other side of the storm is still going to come through here. And we're going to get right back into those hurricane force wind gusts, 100-mile-an-hour winds, and that could last for another several hours before the storm completely moves out. So that's what's going on there. And of course, even though the eye of the storm is moving into the the Port Charlotte area, the Rotonda West area, and the Cape Coral area, the Fort Myers. Even though that's happening, it doesn't mean anything to all the people that we have watching right now in Venice Gardens, Northport, Sidell, Fort Ogden, Hull, all the way up towards Arcadia, because they are still experiencing the 100-mile-an-hour plus wind gusts that are occurring with this storm right here. So from Port Charlotte, points north, it's still a real big mess. It's still a real bad storm. But just to the south, we're starting to see the eye come through. And Vince is in it. And our other storm chasers will be in it here in a very short period of time. But right now, Storm Chaser Brad Arnold is still getting some of those really high wind gusts coming through, as you can see here on the camera. Going to go through Twitter again. Going to look through as many different resources as I can to give you guys an update. We've got an update from Task Force 1. So here's something. Maybe obviously it's unfortunate that we even need this, but it's a positive story in some light that Task Force 1 has been deployed to the state of Florida in anticipation of major Hurricane Ian's landfall. They've loaded down with supplies and boats and rescue equipment. And so, if people need help, obviously there's groups like this and lots of them that are already in place ready to help people if that's needed. So that's always a good thing. And of course, our storm chasers, if needed, are going to be able to help people as well. As I will personally, any resources that are needed, if we need to buy something, if we need to buy a bunch of something, I'll just give them my credit card number. We'll make it happen. And we will, if it's needed, we will make sure that anything that needs to be taken care of is taken care of down there in Florida. It looks like probably the most impacted area, the place that's got the most damage and negative impacts from the storms, probably going to be down there near Fort Myers Beach, to be honest. We're still yet to see what's going to unfold as this continues to cause big time wind damage from Fort Ogden up through Arcadia, but that will probably not be as bad as the overall flood damage that we saw down here to the south a little bit. So yeah, thanks to everybody who's sending me pictures on Twitter of you watching the stream. I appreciate that. I love the support. This is like an incredibly, overwhelmingly positive community overall. So happy to have you here. Happy to be in this position. Unfortunate circumstances, but there's nowhere I'd rather be than right here sitting in front of these monitors and relaying this information. If you guys don't know, I do this all year long round, no matter what it is. Tornado outbreaks, blizzards, hurricanes, whatever it is, this is what I do. I drop everything and I'll sit here and I'll talk to storm chasers. We'll relay information till the sun goes down for hours and hours a day. And then when the weather's not bad, I'll get out of your face. I ain't going to come around and do the here's the weekend forecast if it's sunny. That's not me. We are here whenever we feel like we're needed. Whenever you need more than the weather app on your phone. So a little bit of an update on the future track. A little bit of an update on the future track of this storm. It looks like it is going to try to cut across Florida. By the way, this is some of the newer ensembles from the Euro model. It is going to try to cut across Florida. How quickly it does that is going to greatly determine the strength that it's going to have as it comes back over the Atlantic and then recurves back up towards South Carolina and Georgia. Okay, so this is almost certainly now going to come back into the Atlantic Ocean. And remember, it's going to weaken over land here. But whenever it comes back over the ocean, it's going to get reintroduced to its energy source, which is the warm ocean waters. And it's going to have the ability to pick up some steam. Now, is this going to turn back into a hurricane before it gets to South Carolina or Georgia? I don't think so. But could it maybe maintain tropical storm status? Could it maybe pick up more moisture and cause more of a problem with flooding? Absolutely. So that's kind of one of the things that we have to watch as we go forward. This is going to impact South Carolina and Georgia. At what level? Nothing like what we're seeing here in southwestern Florida. But it will be, for some people, really bad. There'll be flooding. There's going to be some gusty winds. And, of course, we're going to update you on that as we get new information in. But remember, the faster it goes across Florida, the more likely it is that that's going to be a stronger storm over there. If it stays over Florida for a long time, it could be a situation where it weakens enough to where we don't have to worry about it that much.
Holy crap.
Holy smokes. More incredible video coming in from the Fort Myers Beach area from some of the people who had to stay behind.
4 of them.
Wow.
Holy crap.
That's why you don't go outside. Did you get that video?
Definitely some of the hardest hit areas up there in the Fort Myers Beach zone. And if you, a lot of these pictures and videos, I've shared it multiple times. So if you want to see all that stuff, it's on Twitter there. Here's an update from Vince Welty.
Precipitation free.
Let's get an update from our good friend Stormchaser Vince Welty here.
Here's a bit of an update. If you can even hear me over the wind, we're getting into the eye right now. We've got pressures down around 950 millibars. It's gotten a lot calmer than it was. Precipitation free now. We're south of Punta Gorda near Burnt Storm, the subdivision there, the Burnt Storm Marina. And conditions are improving a little bit here. A lot of damage has been done. In fact, a lot of it's been captured on the live stream. A lot of homes being ripped apart. This is a very sad situation here. Lots of surrounding areas with flooding. You can see behind me, we've had some minor flooding problems, but it's pretty much freshwater flooding. We haven't had a whole lot of storm surge down here in this area, but the elevation here is about 12, 15 feet, which is helping a lot in this situation. We're still live streaming in the Radar Omega app, collecting data. Cyclone port unit up there, pressure, wind speed, all that. We're measuring huge pressure falls right now, and of course on YouTube. All right, everybody, here's a bit of an update. If you can even hear me over
the Stormchaser, Vince Welty, with an update there. As things are calming down for now where he is. Things are not calming down, though, in Arcadia. Places like Sandy, Pine Level, Shiny Town, Venice, all these places in Florida are getting ready to go through the same thing that our storm chasers just went through there in Port Charlotte that ultimately led to scenes like this. So things are calming down now because they're in the eye, but the storm that produced the damage is now working up to the north and east towards those areas. So just keep that in mind. I know that we're all kind of letting out a sigh of relief here because it feels like something's coming to an end for us because all of our storm chasers are now in the eye. But for somebody else, this is just starting, and this is going to go on for a while. And of course, you know, it wouldn't be Ryan Hall y'all stream if we didn't show Barry Bones. If you guys don't know Barry Bones, he's tuning into every single of one of our live streams, and this dog like actually watches. Barry Bones is actually concerned about the weather, and it looks like Barry Bones is worried to bits today. But don't worry, Barry. Things will get better. Things will get better. The storm is going to. It's not just going to go away, but it will slowly weaken as time goes on. Here, the National Hurricane Center, in my opinion, did an incredible job with this storm. From several days ago, when this was Tropical Depression 9, they issued, the first advisory for the storm that would become Ian, and they forecasted that this storm would make landfall almost exactly where it did today. But over time, the forecast did shift a little bit. It went to the north, it went to the south, but the first ever advisory did have the storm making landfall pretty literally exactly where it did today. So that's the huge props, big kudos to the meteorologists at the National Hurricane Center who have guided us all through this. It's been quite the storm. But once again, I do want to reiterate that it's not over. We still have the tornado watch that's in effect for 12 million people.
Ryan, we just had Florida. 2 crane collapses into the building over here. 2 crane collapses. The big industrial crane.
So it sounds like things are still pretty intense over here where Brandon Kopic is, where apparently we had two crane collapsed, two crane collapses right there where they were. Let's ask him, was it the same cranes that we were looking at earlier on your guys' feed? Because those were massive. Those were big.
Yes, it was. One just collapsed and just fell into the building. The other one went right behind it. We have 2 out of the 4 that have completely collapsed.
My God. All right, so we're going to keep updated with our storm chasers. Even though they're really close to being in the eye, there's still those big gusts that are coming through and obviously doing damage. So, wow. So I'm reading an update right now from one of the storm chasers who's out here in this storm. And there's no video that goes along with it, but just reading this was kind of crazy to see. This is a pretty well-known storm chaser, Warren. He's reporting that he got sucked into a drain vortex, and the only thing that saved him was his inflatable vest. And I guess that's his vow to no longer go out and try to chase storm surge. But once again, the reason I like to show stuff like that is because this is a trained, this is like this is a storm chaser, is what he does. But still, he ended up in a position where he almost lost his life, and he had protective tools. If you don't have those things, you shouldn't be outside. And the only reason I say that is because we're still getting reports of people who are apparently trying to go outside and make light of this situation. We also just got a crane collapsing, into a construction building over there where Brandon and Chris are. I'm sure that they'll send a video of that at some point. Still getting a lot of videos and pictures from Fort Myers of the flooding down there. And this is an incredible video from space of Hurricane Ian from, I guess this is from the International Space Station as it passed over storm not too long ago. Unbelievable. It really is that massive. Bigger than the entire state of Florida. And some of the outer bands are kind of going all the way up towards the eastern coast of the U.S. So really, really incredible stuff there from NASA. Here. So I do want to touch on this one more time too. Obviously, we've had the big storm surge down here. This is going to continue to be a problem for the next several hours, but we're going to start to see, over the next, as the storm crosses Florida and comes back up towards the coast of Georgia and South Carolina, we could see 3 to 5 feet of storm surge up here, which could cause problems. Obviously, 12, 15 feet, that's bad, and we saw what can happen there in Fort Myers with that. But even just 5 feet of storm surge can cause problems up here. So go ahead and prepare if you live in a flood-prone area for that, if you live in Georgia and South Carolina. Yeah, we'll do a full-on future outlook for looking at all the models. I haven't looked at any forecast data today, guys. I have not looked at a single model. I don't know what's going to happen next. I'm not forecasting right now. I'm now casting. And what's happening right now is this thing is continuing to tear a path across southwestern Florida. Arcadia is the next kind of major populated area that's going to catch the damage from this storm. Here's another crazy video.
Houses under, you see boats sinking, boats are coming up through the roof, houses are coming up.
Wow, this is from Fort Myers.
Basically rolling down the street piece by piece. You got restaurants from the beach rolling down the street piece by piece. Houses going under, you see boats sinking, boats are coming up through the roofs of their little garages that they had on the canal. It's just really, it's actually crazy. It's crazy. Yeah, definitely evacuating next time. Like houses.
Did you hear that last line there? Definitely evacuating next time. How many times do you think we'll hear that today? I always, if I lived down there, I would err on the side of caution every single time. And if there was a category 2 coming, I'd go on a little vacation if I could. And I understand not everybody can, but obviously there are some people who can that choose to stay back. And it's just never a good idea. Never a good idea. Naples, Florida is still experiencing some flooding. I haven't gotten any sort of official update out of there yet. As the storm lets up, there's going to be a plethora of information that flows in. And, you know, I'll be here to relay that to you. But as of right now, you know, I just don't have anything just yet. Oh, well, never mind. Here's a video from Naples. What is this, inside of a mall? Wow, look at that. This is in Naples, Florida. I believe that's... Oh, it's at the bottom of a condo building. So this is a place where people live. The bottom floor of the lobby there. Just a tremendous amount of water rushing in. Now, this video was posted 35 minutes ago. I don't know when it was recorded, unfortunately. Yeah, so that's what I'm talking about when I'm like, we're going to see a lot more of this as time goes on. The people who are experiencing the worst part of the storm, they're not thinking about uploading to Twitter right now. So here's a video from the fire department in Naples. I don't know what's going on there, but you can see that even the fire department, despite the water, is still going to try to go out there and do what they do best and help people. But obviously, it's going to be harder for them in a situation like this to get out there. Nightmarish conditions from Fort Myers Beach all the way up to Punta Gorda. But now, thankfully, in the Pineland, Punta Gorda area, all the way up through the downtown Fort Myers area, things are getting a little bit better. Things are starting to calm down a bit, as you can see through a lot of our Stormchaser cameras. But things are going to ramp back up after that eye gets past. So we'll see what happens on the other side of that eye wall as Hurricane Ian continues to try to make landfall. I've got a lot of pictures and videos coming in here. I'm going to try to share as many of these as possible. It does look like Florida is now 850,000 people are without power in Florida. Once again, getting closer to that million mark. And then this is a tweet from Radar Omega, which I'll show you guys that here in a second. I've got to add it to my list. And I think we might have a video of those cranes.
Crane just collapsed! Crane just collapsed!
So I don't know if he captured it falling or not.
Both of them.
It doesn't seem like it, but it was the very cranes that we were watching in their feeds not too long ago.
It just collapsed.
Once again, sharing all this stuff on Twitter. Here's that update from Radar Omega. It says, wow, this METAR station at the Punta Gorda airport recorded a wind gust of 124 miles per hour at 3:35 p.m. Eastern as the eyewall of Hurricane Ian moved over the area. So, yeah, once again, retweeting all this if you want to see it up close. Whoa. Whoa. Here's a really interesting video from Alex in Central Florida. Let me show you this one if I can here. This is from Alex in Central Florida. It says, large tornado minutes ago in Central Florida on a non-tornado warned storm east of St. Cloud, Florida. So this is over here where we saw a bunch of, the tornado warnings earlier. Some of those storms, I guess, are still producing enough rotation to produce a tornado. That was just literally like 15 minutes ago there near St. Cloud, Florida. So this is just another good instance to kind of talk about this part of the storm too. It's not just the 100-mile-an-hour winds down there in and around the Eyewall. We're going to see several tornadoes this evening, probably all up and down the eastern side of Florida, especially right around Orlando. Okay, so if you are in Orlando, Wedgefield, Titusville, Rockledge, Satellite Beach, all the way up to Daytona Beach. This evening, as the storm continues to throw these convective bursts and supercells onto the land, we are going to see just tons of tornadic supercells that produce stuff like this. And this one apparently was unwarned. So you got to pay attention. You got to be hyper weather aware. You got to get ready to get into that shelter at a moment's notice on a day like today if you're in Florida, as this massive hurricane continues to march right on through. You got to take me another drink of water. I don't know. Once again, I still don't know. I need a daggone timer that tells me how long I've been going. Pretty sure we've been streaming for quite some time. But nevertheless, I think it's like 7 hours or something. We're going to keep going until YouTube kicks us off. But at some point today, I will have to eat food and maybe take a short walk. I don't think it's healthy to sit in the same spot for 12 hours straight. Even a young skipper like me, which I ain't yet that young anymore. But it'd probably be good for me to get the blood flowing for a little bit at some point. So if we can go a little while here without any major developments, I'll probably try to take a 10-minute break or something like that, 15-minute, and then we'll be good for the rest of the evening. But for now, I'm all right. Currently, there are no tornado warnings at this very moment in time. Let me see here. Where's Frank? Hey, if you could minimize that window in the bottom right. Thank you. Oh, look, there's an article. Somebody just sent me an article on Forbes.com about what we're doing. Look at that. We're on Forbes. Ryan Hall, y'all, the internet weatherman, behind the Hurricane Ian live stream with 100,000 views. Wow. They did an article on it on Forbes. Crazy. Thanks to whoever sent that. And thank you guys for, once again, allowing us to be in a position to where we can get 100,000 people in front of us so we can relay this vital information. Definitely is all, it's all you guys sharing, getting the word out there, putting it on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. I can't go to a website right now without seeing a link to our live stream, and that's all on you. So thank you guys. I think we've helped some people. I hope we can continue to do so all the way through the rest of the evening. Sorry, just absorbing some information here. I want to show this time lapse again down there near Sanibel Island to show how quickly that storm surge came up. Right now, some of the strongest winds are being felt in areas just to the north of Punta Gorda. If you're in Punta Gorda, things are calming down quite significantly. But those 100-mile-an-hour wind gusts and above are being felt widespread now from Northport to areas just south of Arcadia, and that's going to continue to be the case as the storm comes through. The storm is now completely over land. Okay, but it is still a massive hurricane, and we've lost the camera again. It's overheating. That might be a sign. That might be a sign to do the break now. Andy, what do you think? Do you think that you could take it for a little bit?
As long as I sound good. My PC just blue screened before this, but I'm all set back up again.
Oh, okay. Well, you take it for as long as you can. Or I probably 15 minutes or so. And
okay.
If you need me to, I can cut to like a we'll be right back screen too. But like I think everybody would love to hear from you for the next 15 minutes.
Yeah, I'm happy to do it. Let's do it.
All right, sounds good, guys. I'm gonna hand it over to Andy while I stand up and stretch my legs and maybe get some water, a little bit of food in me, and we'll be back for several more hours of coverage here on Hurricane Ian. This is meteorologist Andy Hill.
Hi, y'all. Good to see you. Oh, my goodness. All right, 15 minutes of me. I hope you can put up with me. Let's take a closer look at Hurricane Ian here from the Tampa Bay radar. I'm the one controlling this on Ryan's PC right now, so I've got exciting stuff there. It'll take a while to load, but while we get that in, I'll show you the satellite view, of course, until it loads in, so you have something beautiful to look at. Well, let me try that again. All right, cool. So if you don't know who I am, I'm meteorologist Andy Hill. I work with Ryan. He's got 3 meteorologists that we employ, and it's just been phenomenal to work with all of y'all. So great to see you all in the chat. I see you there. Thank you so much for all your donations to everyone who sent one in. I know we have had no chance at getting to all of them. It's just impossible. There's so much support, so many people relaying this information that we're making it on Forbes. Heck, while I was here, I literally got invited to be in an interview for a news station. I think it was a Russian news station with over 1 million subs on YouTube. I'm like, wow, I don't have time to do all these podcasts because I'm working with y'all here right now. So a lot of questions. I put out a tweet, and I think about 200 people sent me questions on that tweet that I could go over and answer on the stream. So much appreciated for all of you who are wondering. You can see right now in this satellite imagery down here into the bottom left of me. A lot of people are asking about the black blob out on the east coast of Florida. And that is not a separate tropical system. It is not a separate tropical storm or a hurricane. So a lot of people want to know about that. I can tell you that's just your garden variety thunderstorm. It is associated with Hurricane Ian, but it is not going to develop into anything else, separate. It is just a part of the outer bands that we like to call them. So, and it looks like it's going out to sea right now. I doubt that particular storm is going to affect anyone for now. And a lot of people want to know about the future track of Hurricane Ian. I invite you to go to the National Hurricane Center's website. You can search it up super easy. That will give you timestamps for each 12-hour period along the track from expert tropical system forecasters and meteorologists. All right, so any other specific questions, I'm happy to answer them. Go ahead and send them in chat if you'd like to. I will interact with you all as best I can. Ryan's going to be gone for about 10 minutes if you're just now tuning in. Got to stretch the legs, got to eat something good, and make sure that you're well nourished and you're physically and mentally well, okay? Personally, I'm impressed by Ryan's perseverance and the fact that he is just not fazed by sitting here for 7 hours and just going all in on Hurricane Ian. I hope we have been able to help a lot of people today. We will be live for at least another 4 to 5 hours tonight. In fact, I might even convince Ryan to stop the stream and immediately restart it once we hit YouTube's 12-hour limit. But yeah, speaking of YouTube, if you want to get this stream out to more people and you believe in what we're doing, then hitting that like button and subbing is the best thing that you can do. It is not a sellout. It's not anything. It's literally just how to use YouTube's algorithms to show more people this sort of life-saving information if you believe in it. Tampa seems to be okay. Luckily, they avoided the primary impacts of Hurricane Ian as it deviated to the south. Tampa's still going to potentially experience some storm surge on the back end of Ian as the wind regime shifts, such that winds are coming onshore rather than flowing offshore like they are right now. We've seen plenty of things sent in, the pictures and videos of how far down the levels have dropped out of Tampa Bay. There's just mud, ships sitting on mud. It's actually amazing. And that is a direct result of winds flowing offshore on the northern side of the hurricane. They're flowing counterclockwise around the center, around the eye of the hurricane. All right. Thank you, thank you, thank you for all your support. Huge. It allows us to actually employ meteorologists and make a career out of this. I never would have thought I'd been here a year ago, actually. Northport is seeing some really heavy rains and very heavy wind in the eyewall, sort of the outer eyewall of Hurricane Ian at the moment. Yeah, I can talk about the track of Hurricane Ian as it goes inland. It is expected to maintain its strength for a little bit of time, and then it will rapidly deteriorate once it is properly inland in Central Florida Peninsula. So once it goes up through the Orlando area, exiting of Florida, somewhere around Daytona Beach, as you can see on the satellite there, it will have weakened considerably. Winds will no longer be a concern. They will only be a tropical storm force, so really gusty afternoon in Florida probably is what you'll experience in Orlando and Daytona Beach. However, the problem then is the flooding. Ian's expected to be in inland Florida probably for a day or two, a day and a half or two rather. And in that time, we could see localized rainfall amounts of over a foot. So you're not getting the storm surge like you are on the coast, but you are still getting a foot of rain. And that will definitely cause some major flooding issues, as we've seen from the Weather Prediction Centers issuing a high risk for excessive rainfall today and tomorrow. Let's see if that radar has loaded. Okay, very nice. Okay, so we've got the radar loaded in here. Some of the storm reports that you can see here, Punta Gorda Airport actually gusted to 124 miles an hour, which is where our chasers are here. You can see all these blue dots and pictures of Brad Arnold's face. They're still located in Punta Gorda, and Ian's moving so slowly that they are just now kind of entering the eye, still on the sort of the inner eye wall there. And right in the inner eye wall is where this storm is actually been gusting for about 100 miles an hour or greater in the Punta Gorda area for over an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours at this point. So even though you may have watched the stream and thought that, oh man, that doesn't look so bad when you're watching the Stormchaser cameras, cranes are collapsing, houses are being flooded by a storm surge. So, take it as you would. I wouldn't want to be there myself. So I really hope that everyone who was unable to relocate, actually legitimately unable due to financial reasons, that we're able to help them in some way via our storm chasers or via the Y'all Squad Fund, perhaps. We would love to be able to do that in the future. In the near future, that is. So just to recap on Hurricane Ian's eye, it is passing through Punta Gorda currently. And on the back side of this, let me download some more frames. On the back side of this, we'll get some more very strong winds. Actually, I think the strongest winds are probably down here near Cape Coral and all along the eastern edge of Hurricane Ian's eye that you can see in the green to yellow, orange, red here. On the eastern side, you have southerly winds because the air flows counterclockwise around this eye. And Hurricane Ian, in addition to that, is also moving to the northeast towards Arcadia right now. So you're literally getting the winds on the eastern side, both from moving forward and rotating around. It's a summation of wind speed. So the most intense winds are over here, whereas you see this flash flood warning outlined in green on the western edge of Punta Gorda. And that's where the most intense rainfall is occurring right now. So areas of Inglewood, Northport, Venice are currently being just flooded out from all the rain. I mean, that is an intense rain signature in a hurricane's eyewall if I've ever seen one. Yeah, thank you guys all for all of this support. If you're just now watching us or you're switching over to another tab, keeping us open somewhere, Ryan will be back in a few minutes. He is currently eating food as fast as he can, so pray for his stomach that it actually survives and isn't affected by inhaling food too quickly. He's got to take a break, and that's why I'm here to help. Of course, if you don't know me, I am meteorologist Andy Hill, so I'm here to help. All right. Anything else you guys got? I'm watching the chat still. 110-mile-an-hour wind gust was reported from a weather station in Port Charlotte. We've also got the Mesonet, which is a series of local weather stations and instruments all along, all in Florida, and plenty of those from Naples up north through Bonita Springs, through Cape Coral, and up north to through Bradenton. There have been plenty of 100-mile-per-hour plus wind gust reports all along the coast here. So it's not just in the eyewall. If you get a significant gust coming through, you're going to feel it all along this area. So well south of Tampa, thankfully, but Tampa is still seeing 50, 60, 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts, which is not insignificant whatsoever. With such high winds, why is it a slow-moving hurricane? That's a wonderful question, Amy. The hurricane is moving so slowly because how it moves is determined primarily by winds at every layer of the atmosphere. So you could go 40, 50,000 feet. That's how tall the storm is. And the winds up there are actually guiding it just as much as the winds are at 20,000 feet and less so at the surface. So the winds up at 50,000 feet aren't actually that strong. They're pretty weak right now. And that is why you see Hurricane Ian moving so slowly, directly because of that. Any chance of vanishing? The storm will deteriorate very quickly while it goes over inland Florida. It's expected to maintain tropical storm force winds, which is about 45 to 60 miles an hour as it moves towards Orlando. So your main concern in the Orlando area and along the east coast of Florida, the northeastern part of Florida, is not the wind speeds, but rather the deluge of rainfall that's possible. Yes, I did go to school at University of North Carolina, Asheville. I'm actually going to turn 25 next month, for those of you all wondering. I know it's every time I come on here, y'all. Thank you for telling me how young I am. I appreciate it every time I see it. You make me laugh. Yes, the current National Hurricane Center forecast actually takes Ian out. Here, let me show you on the satellite here. I wish I could bring it up, but I'm scared to break everything on the stream because I'm currently controlling Ryan's PC. The current forecast actually brings Ian out of northeastern Florida and then recurves it back in again due to those upper level winds that I mentioned. Curves it back into the Georgia/South Carolina coast as a tropical storm. I don't expect it to actually intensify, neither does the National Hurricane Center, but rather maintain its strength as it gets to South Carolina and moves inland there. The main problem, again, in that area will be the rainfall, okay? Man, I really hope I was able to help you all out. I think Ryan's back and ready to go. How you feeling, Ryan?
I'm doing all right. We didn't go quite 15 minutes there. I think what I'm going to do is about 30 to 45 minutes from now, I might take another brief 10-minute break because my wife talked me into waiting on her to bring me food instead of ordering out. So that's what we're going to do. We're just going to keep it going. First of all, everybody say thank you, Andy. Once again, meteorologist Andy Hill always does an amazing job whenever I need to go do whatever it is I need to do, and also just intermittently throughout the entire stream. We value his input, and let's just show some major love in the chat there for Andy. And we're going to dive right back into this coverage. This, I mean, going on 7 hours now, coverage of Major Hurricane Ian that's made landfall here in Florida, causing significant damage, and it's not over yet. In fact, until 1 a.m. tonight, we still have a tornado watch for the eastern side of Florida over here, where a few tornadoes are possible, isolated gusts up to 60 miles an hour are possible, and that is going to impact an area that includes almost 4 million people. 746 schools and 47 hospitals are included in that tornado watch. So Hurricane Ian is, causing a lot of problems down here around the main core of the storm, but it's going to continue to cause problems in these outer bands that tend to promote tornadoes in situations like this. So we're going to keep an eye on that, but we're also going to keep an eye on our storm chasers, who are, for the most part, all located inside of the eye of the storm here. And we're going to see that the conditions start to deteriorate once again once the other side of the storm makes it to them. Now, how long is that going to take? I really don't know. It took so long for the
new
storm
tornado
to
watch
get
has
over
been
them.
issued.
How long it's going to take for the other side to come through, who knows? It just depends on how much the storm speeds up and the direction that it ends up going. Right now, it's just kind of floating off to the north and east at a very slow speed. If it keeps doing
tornado
that,
watch has been
probably
issued.
a couple, 30 minutes, an hour or so, we might start seeing things start to go back downhill where they are. Thanks to everybody who's showing all the love in the chat. You guys are awesome. You make this super rewarding. I think one of the cool things about what we're doing is, we're doing the weather, right? I'm just literally, telling you, me and Andy are giving you our opinions and our, ideas about what's going on based off what we're seeing on radar and satellite and through the storm chasers and stuff. But being able to interact with the people live while it's happening is just on the next level. And I think it's awesome that we have such a supportive group of people that hang out in the chat there. And also, super huge shout out to the moderators today, because apparently we peaked out at 100,000 people watching for a while there. And I know that probably was hard to manage for a little while, but they do an amazing job. So big shout out to the moderators and everybody that's involved with what we're doing here. More videos and pictures from the Fort Myers area continue to show flooding. It looks like the flooding is still ongoing, especially at Fort Myers Beach. But Naples and Bonita Springs, the flooding was ongoing there for a while. I haven't got an update from there as to what the current condition is, but I'm sure that the conditions are not completely reversed away from the flooding that we were seeing earlier. So things are still looking bad out there in a lot of places. We're going to start to see a lot more videos and pictures coming in of probably the wind damage now that we're in the eye and all of our storm chasers are kind of driving around out there. But for the most part, things are just looking like this in Inglewood, for example. This is Category 4 Hurricane Ian, the end result of what happened in Inglewood. But remember, it's not over in Inglewood. In fact, we've still got quite a ways to go before we can say that. And then there's going to be another side of the storm that comes through. And it's going to be several hours before we're completely finished with what's going on there. Another one, this is a Pine Island. So this is where the storm chaser Reed Timmer was, and his car got washed away. And you can see the video there of storm surge and strong Category 4 winds as it was making landfall, of all that water just kind of rushing over through the streets, and the roads turned into rivers for a moment in time there as the storm made landfall. We're continuing to see big-time wind gust reports coming out of areas north of Punta Gorda. Once again, I really do think Arcadia and a lot of these places are going to be getting in on those 100-mile-an-hour plus gusts pretty soon. So get ready. If you haven't started seeing those yet, it's going to happen soon. And we got another update from Brandon Kopic. So let's check that out.
Jason Brandon Kopic from the Eyewall of Hurricane Ian. We have 2 of the 4 trees have collapsed already. 1, 2. Number 3 is right behind me. We're watching how closely it may go at any time. If not this eye wall, the rear eye wall. Stormchaser Brandon Kopic.
Okay. So like Brandon said, there's a lot of things that are not necessarily completely, you know, there's a lot of damage, but there's some things that are on the verge of being damaged or destroyed, like a lot of those cranes that could, the job could be finished with the rear eye wall as it comes in during the next part of the storm. So we'll see what happens there. Of course, we're going to be sticking with our storm chasers throughout the duration of this thing. And we are going to continue to stay with everybody ahead of the storm. I know that we've got a lot of people watching in Orlando. We got a lot of people watching in Tampa. We got a lot of people watching in Sebring and Palm Bay and all these places. This storm's coming for you too. Thankfully, it's not going to be as, hopefully it's not going to be as bad. It's definitely not going to be as bad as in terms of storm surge and wind. But you know, there are other aspects to the storm that could end up being bad. So we're going to stick with you guys until we are no longer needed, or until YouTube boots us off, which I believe is at around 11 or 12 hours. Let's see. We're getting a lot of good comments into. We got Robert Williams who's saying, "Hey Ryan, I just want to let you know we're in Okeechobee, Florida, and I just want to say that we are getting more and better information from you than any of the other networks." That's awesome. Thank you. I appreciate the kind words. I think the reason it's better, I think the reason people perceive it as better is not, I don't think my graphics, I don't think the way that, you know, it's presented is necessarily better. It's just better because it's just there. There's no buffer, right? There's no, like, the information comes to me, it comes to you. I regurgitate it in a way that's easy to understand, and we don't have to wait on a producer to give you a thumbs up. We don't have to talk to corporate. We don't have to check with our sponsors and make sure, you know, like everything it's just a rapid fire, display of information put together by a bunch of people who are really passionate about the subject. My whole life has revolved around weather since the beginning of it, pretty much. Andy is also a big weather fanatic. All of our storm chasers are all obviously, super interested and passionate about weather and communicating risks to people. So it's just a really good system that works out here. Absolutely don't want to throw any shade on the TV networks, because what they do is also a monumental effort, and there's a lot that goes into that. But yeah, there's a couple more graphics I want to show you here, if I can find them. Everything's moving so fast. Everything's moving so fast. It's hard for me to keep up with everything as I try to relay all the pictures and videos that are coming in. More from Fort Myers, and I do believe that this has started to go down a little bit. Some of the highest storm surge was in Fort Myers Beach, past tense. So I do believe that this is now going down, and I'm sure we'll start to see a lot of videos and pictures coming in of what the result or what some of the damage looks like from the flooding here soon. But in Fort Myers, I do believe for the most part, the water is going down for now. The latest couple frames on the radar look to me like this thing's trying to go a little bit more north. So it's on land now, so it really doesn't matter too much, but I'm still interested in how this thing is wobbling and how exactly this is going to play out. But it does look like it's trying to move a little bit faster and a little bit to the north. So that means that those really strong damaging winds are going to be in Arcadia a little bit quicker. And maybe it's going to get across the state faster, meaning that it might have the opportunity to get back into the Atlantic and try to not ever become what it was, but a stronger storm as it approaches portions of the southeast coast of the U.S. Look at how different the cameras look compared to how they did just an hour ago. These guys are in the eye of the storm. You can see that the wind's still blowing, but barely. as they're right in the middle of the low pressure center as the storm is passing through. Let's get an update from some of our storm chasers, by the way. Start with Chris. Chris, we just want an update from you. Is this your first hurricane that you've chased? And if so, tell us what it's been like and maybe how it's been different versus what you thought it would be like. I think this is Chris Hall's first hurricane.
It is my first one, and it's been a good one to document. I'm telling you, there's a lot of damage down here in Punta Gunta. I can never pronounce this name, and I never will. It's exactly what I expected. You know, really wet and really windy. Nothing really really different. Just a lot of adrenaline goes into it as well. So you got to be safe. So we hunkered down at that gas station for a while, and now we're back on the road to try to hit farther south and access some of the damage as well.
All right, sounds good. Once again, Storm Chaser Chris Hall from Kentucky, but he's not my brother. A lot of people ask that, but he's still a part of the y'all team there. And let's get an update from somebody else too. Let's go for Brad. Brad, once again, just making the rounds, trying to get updates from everybody. What's going on with you? What's your plan from here? And what are you seeing out there? What is it looking like? Tell us the sights and sounds. I like going through and getting updates.
Hey Ryan, we actually are leaving. Where were we at? Yeah, Punta Gorda, and we are heading down to Fort Myers to at least try to get in. I don't know what the situation is down there. It looks like there's a lot of water. I do know there's some parking decks down here to be able to get to, so we're going to try to test that out and see what we can do. But we're on our way to get there. We're traveling through the eye right now.
All right, sounds good. Vince, it's been a second since we've heard from you. I had some technical difficulties, so I had to step away for a second, but we're interested in hearing what your plan is from here on out and how you're going to chase the rest of Hurricane Ian. So this will be Storm Chaser Vince Welty giving us an update if he can come back to me here. And then we'll also go to Brandon Kopic as well if we can get a hold of him. Unbelievable, honestly, at this point, how much. Whoa. I think we tried to receive something from Vince there, but it didn't go through. Yeah, but anyways, it's unbelievable how well we've been able to stay connected with our storm chasers. Like we're still getting HD, high quality video from these guys, and they are literally in the eye of a huge hurricane. So yeah, the infrastructure seems to be like, for the most part, it's all right for now. So we'll see what happens with that. Once again, we got a whole nother side of the hurricane to go through down here. And if we got anybody living in Arcadia, you're starting to see those winds really start to pick up, and it's only going to get more intense over the next hour. Same thing can be said for LaBelle, Venus, Palmdale, and of course Verna. So make sure you're hunkering down. It's going to be slow. It's a slow approach. This storm is moving slow, but it's definitely going to be there before too long. And the storm is weakening overall, but not to the extent to where you've dodged any sort of major bullet. So here is the latest on this storm. Let's watch. Let's actually see the extent at which it's weakening, and we can really start to see that happen now. On the satellite. If we watch what that looked like as it was coming in and to now, you can see that the eye's trying to close up. You can see that those convective bursts, those big areas of dark, high cloud tops are going away. And this is exactly what we expected would happen as the storm came onto Florida. This happening, however, does not take away from the fact that this is still going to have major impacts in the form of rain and potential tornadoes and continued strong winds all the way up through the rest of the storm system. Right now, it's still a Category 3, more than likely 120-mile-an-hour winds, 150-mile-an-hour gusts here and there. We're going to see that drop off pretty quickly. By the time it gets to Orlando, we'll see wind speeds around 70 miles an hour and 85-mile-an-hour wind gusts. And then by the time it gets off the shore there near Daytona Beach, 65-mile-an-hour wind gusts and 65-mile-an-hour sustained winds and 75-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So that's what's going on with our storm. Watch it. It's going to go out into the Atlantic and then might try to pick up some steam from the warm waters out there and bring a ton of rain and gusty winds to Savannah and Charleston. But for now, I don't think that we've got anything too crazy to worry about up here. It's definitely going to be a storm. It's definitely going to be something that we have to watch with the storm surge and the potential flooding risks. But there's no reason to assume that it's going to be like what we saw down here. Go ahead, Andy.
Hi, Ryan. Yeah, just about 20 minutes ago, actually, I saw that a yacht club in Cape Coral, so on the southeastern side of the Eyewall, had a weather stim station. So I did some research, and Weather Stim makes some pretty quality weather stations, reporting a 130 up to 135 mile per hour gust possible there.
Oh, wow. So we're once again, like I've been saying, guys, we're going to learn about what happened. Even though we were there, we were here live through the duration of the landfall. We're going to learn more about what actually happened during that as time goes on, as people are able to relay news and we start to see these reports coming in. So we'll see here. Okay, so here's an update from Collier County. From the Collier County Sheriff's Office. I'm just going to read this off here. This is straight from the Sheriff's Office 20 minutes ago. Here's some tough news you need to know. We aren't holding back. We are in call triage mode. We are getting a significant number of calls of people who are trapped by water in their homes. Some are reporting life-threatening medical emergencies in deep water. We will get to them first. Some are reporting water coming into their house, but not life-threatening. They will have to wait, possibly until the water recedes. Lee County's 911 Lee County's 911 system is down and rerouting to our center. You can't even imagine those calls. Don't call 911 unless it's an emergency. We all have the Collier courage, and we're going to get through this. So a really dark update from the Collier County Sheriff's Office there, where it sounds like they are having a hard time keeping up with some of the rescue operations that are going to have to be underway here now that the storm's made landfall, and we're learning exactly what happened down there where some of the worst impacts happened. So once again, that's really unfortunate. And I believe that was on their Facebook. The Collier County Facebook page is where that came from, or their Twitter. Yeah, and also I want to make sure I try to say it. I think 8 out of 10 times that I say Fort Myers Beach, I only say Fort Myers. Anytime that I talk about significant damage in Fort Myers, I'm specifically talking about the Fort Myers Beach area. I think there was widespread wind damage and stuff in the Fort Myers downtown greater area, but where all this flooding is happening, where we've been showing those videos, that's the Fort Myers Beach area. And I'm sorry for leaving off the beach portion a time or two here and there. Let's see here. Ian makes landfall. So Ian officially has made landfall. And we're continuing to track this thing as it goes farther into Florida. We're now starting to see some of those really heavy rain bands moving into Tampa and Orlando, some of the strongest winds moving into Arcadia. And the storm surge should be letting up for just about everybody that was experiencing it. After several hours of dealing with this, you can imagine that that's going to be a welcomed thing, because this is once again a lot of in Fort Myers Beach specifically, and Naples. This is in Naples. A lot of the first level of these buildings, where it was homes, houses, condos, hotels, were completely inundated by water, and on top of that, we've got the waves that are doing damage to the glass and stuff like that. So as the water goes down, I'm sure we're going to get a lot of updates about the extent of the damage that came as a result of that. Major major hurricane makes landfall in Florida today. And I think that for the most part, the worst of this storm is for the most part over. But we still got several hours of some pretty intense wind gusts around the center of the storm there for people deeper into the south central Florida. I do want to kind of celebrate and be like, okay, we're over it, like we're past the worst part, but I also want to make sure that I am continuingly effectively communicating the risks to the people downstream. Just because it's over for where it made landfall, for the most part, don't get me wrong, it's still gonna, the other side of the eye's got to come through and it's gonna get raunchy again. But just because it's over for somebody doesn't mean that it's over for you. So we're going to continue to track this until it's over for everybody, pretty much. Latest update from power outages. Looks like we are officially over 1 million. Over 1 million people are without power now in Florida. And a lot of that's reserved right down there to where the landfall took place. So I still believe that's going to drastically increase as time goes on. We'll see that these areas, probably all these counties right in here, will end up red too before the night's over, as the hurricane force wind gusts are going to continue for quite some time as the storm treks across Florida. Latest look at the radar still shows an eye on radar, but as far as satellite goes, it's really starting to close up. But all of our storm chasers, for the most part, are inside of that eye and experiencing a break in the storm, which is great. But once again, as soon as the other side comes through, we're going to get right back into those hurricane force wind gusts, and more damage is likely to be done as the storm goes up to pretty much northeast at this point. Big flash flood warning for areas between Sarasota and Punta Gorda. That is one of the areas where we really have to start watching for freshwater flooding, because you can see how those really intense heavy rain bands have kind of sat over the same areas over and over, and it's been there for this long duration of time. That's going to lead to flooding, whether it's coming from the ocean or not. That's going to be a pretty bad situation over there. So if you live in a flood prone area, get ready to take shelter in a higher ground, or if the winds are still gusting at 100 miles an hour, which they likely are in the Northport area, a lower, more substantial shelter that is kind of tucked away from any flooding concerns. I got an update from Lee County. Lee County's got a boil water notice. Lee County Utilities has issued a system-wide boil water notice effective immediately for all customers due to storm impacts. Visit legov.com/storm for more information. That was a weird one. So yeah, boil water advisory for pretty much everybody from Cape Coral to Fort Myers, Buckingham, Gateway, all these places. And that's obviously, we're going to see more problems arise with the overall infrastructure. We're going to start to see what happened there. It's not just the power, and in a lot of situations like these, it's all of them. There's parts of them that are going to have to be repaired. So just make sure you're paying attention to the local officials and what they're saying to do about stuff like that. Yeah, this is more crazy video from Naples, Florida earlier, of houses floating down the streets as the storm surge came in. Still, I've yet to see any aftermath photos and videos from Naples, but I'm sure those are coming. And I'm not looking forward to it. I do think we're going to see some pretty unfortunate stuff as an end result of what happened here. Once again, this reminds me of a lot of videos that I've seen of tsunamis. Like, I mean, that's just what it looks like. So, of course, the aftermath of those are often terrible. So, once again, I do want to say that we have a tornado watch. I want to reiterate this for the eastern side of Florida. So even though you're not getting hit by the landfalling hurricane, you are under a tornado watch, and that's going to include Orlando, Sanford, Daytona Beach, Palm Bay, and Stewart. So if a tornado warning comes through, make sure you know what you're going to do. Go ahead and have a plan in place. to get you and your family to shelter as quickly as possible. What it's all about. We want to, on days like today, we want to take the weather seriously, and we want to we kind of want to treat Mother Nature with a little bit more respect than usual. A lot of Floridians, in my interactions with them so far, have, and rightfully so, because you guys go through some of the craziest weather, and you come out unscathed. But a lot of the attitude is like, oh well, it's just another storm, we'll be all right. Every once in a while, you gotta not have that attitude, and just kind of go, do the more precautionary thing. See here. Yeah, this is once again. I'm going to show this a time lapse again because it's really telling of what we saw in a lot of these places. And there's hundreds of thousands of people who live in the communities who saw similar situations as this. So depending on how many people evacuated, this is probably going to turn into a big time search and rescue effort. If we had a lot of people staying behind, especially in Naples and Fort Myers, this is going to turn into probably a multi-day search and rescue effort, which I'm sure some of our storm chasers will stay behind and assist with. Vince and Brandon specifically typically are pretty good with that kind of stuff. And the full resources of the Ryan Hall Y'all Enterprises, or whatever it is, are going to be available to anybody that needs help. So if we need to dip into the Y'all Fund, once again, thanks to you guys, we got like tens of thousands of dollars we can just help people with. If we can find somebody that needs help, or if we can find some really impactful way to use that cash, that's what we're going to do. We're going to make sure it gets to the right people and we do the right things with it. And I'm sure Vince and Brandon some of our storm chasers will assist in us being able to do that. Thanks to everybody who's shown support in any way, whether it's the merch site or just becoming a member here on the channel. You allow us to do that. Let's see. There's a lot of this video that I'm seeing that's coming out of this area. A lot of it is, it looks similar. Like, it's just bad. It's bad in Fort Myers Beach. It's bad in Florida. Naples. And it's just streets full of water and cars and houses floating down them. That's a lot of what I'm seeing right now. I'm trying to find new and unique information that maybe we haven't touched on a lot, but that's pretty much the extent of it. That's what's happening. Here's the latest EPS model ensembles. So let's talk about the future of this storm a little bit more. And as you can see, Ian's going to come up from where it is right now, go across Florida, come out into the Atlantic Ocean, and then recurve back towards Georgia and South Carolina. I want to let you guys know, though, in Georgia and South Carolina, this is not going to be a Category 4 storm whenever it gets to you, okay? This is not going to be a repeat. It's not going to be the same here as it's going to be here. The peninsula of Florida.
Hey, Ryan, do you copy this, Brad?
Is going to weaken the storm significantly, and then it might try to strengthen back up a little bit before it makes landfall. But
hey, Ryan, this is Brad. Do you copy?
Yeah, go ahead, Brad.
Hey, we tried to get down to Fort Myers and Cape Coral. Too much storm surge. Too much storm surge. It was already coming up over the roads. There was no way we could get there. So we're heading back north right now on some county roads. So headed back to Punta Gorda.
All right. So that's an update from Storm Chaser Brad Arnold. Too much storm surge to get to Fort Myers, even at this point. So they had to turn around. And obviously, we're going to stick with these guys until they're done. We'll follow them around all day. I don't know what everyone's plan is. If you know, some of these guys are probably going to stay there around the Punta Gorda region and get ready for the next half of the storm, the secondary part, the rear Eyewall to come through. And then probably a lot of, or what I would do is probably try to go south a little bit. But of course, if we're seeing that much storm surge, that might not be an option unless you were to go over and get on the interstate and go down, which that might take enough time to where you'd get caught back in the storm before you even got to Fort Myers. So we're going to stick with them, and we're going to let them do what they do best as they continue to be our eyes and ears on the ground in one of the most dangerous situations you could ever possibly be in a high-end Category 4 hurricane. The fact that somebody is willingly doing that is a thing of in itself. But that's why I respect the Stormchaser so much. I'm so glad that we have them. They're crazy people, but like we are very lucky to have them on our side, because a lot of times in the severe weather warning process, they are the #1 reason why we're able to effectively get that warning out in a situation where technology and Ryan, radar and all that doesn't
Chris
cut
and
it.
I'll briefly be off for a minute. We're canvassing these mobile home parks, making sure everybody's all right.
All right. So we're once again, Brandon is already there at a mobile home park. It looks like there's some significant damage that's been done here, and Brandon's going to go through and check on everybody there. So that's awesome. Make sure you give us an update whenever you get back, bub. So we'll hear from him whenever he figures out what's going on out there.
Yeah, if you want to talk to Vince, ask him if he came in here at all. There's some pretty bad damage in here, but from what we're hearing, not too many people are here, but I didn't know if he went through here yet or not. I just saw him nearby.
All right. So there's a couple more graphics as I was wanting to show you before we move back into looking at the radar and the satellite specifically. First of all, of course, I already showed this one, but we are at over 1 million people. Over 1 million people are without power in Florida. We have a boil water advisory in Lee County. So Fort Myers is included in that. And then it sounds like Collier County is experiencing some really bad situations, as we got an update directly from the police department there that said that their 911 center was getting overwhelmed with calls. People are trapped inside of their homes. The people who are in the most danger, that are about to literally, die, those are the ones that are they're going to have to go for first. But if you're kind of stuck in your home and it's non-life threatening flooding, you'll just have to wait until the water goes down before anybody's going to be able to come for you. That's how many calls the police department there in Collier County is getting. So this is definitely turning out to be pretty much the worst case scenario, like we thought it was going to be. And it's my job now is going to be to not only do the forecast and talk about the future and what's going to happen with the storm and what's going on right now, but to start to try to relay some of the news of what happened back there during landfall. Because, when this thing was making landfall, we had a lot of people watching, and a lot of those people probably are just family members and friends of people who have loved ones in these areas, and they just want to know what's going on down there. So I'm going to do my best to get that information to you as efficiently as possible. And thanks once again. I'm trying to look through chat every once in a while and see if there's little things that I can touch on. Thanks for all the support. I see it. I see all the love. I see all the support. I'm tickled to death that you guys are happy with what we're doing here. And just thanks for all the positivity. You don't have to thank me, though. I went through this yesterday. I would be here no matter what. It didn't matter if anybody's watching. This is what I love to do. I thank you for giving me a reason to do it. So yeah, thank you very much. I am going to look through chat just a little bit more. Let's see here. What about Orlando? So Orlando is going to probably take pretty close to a direct hit from the center of low pressure with this storm. Like the storm as a tropical storm, more than likely, is going to go right over Orlando. So the storm's going to weaken significantly, and you're going to get hit by it in Orlando probably tonight into the early morning hours tomorrow with 50, 60, 70 mile an hour winds. Okay, we're not going to see any 100-mile-an-hour wind gusts like we did on the coast. But it's still going to be an impactful storm. We'll probably see some isolated power outages. And the number one thing for me, if I was in Orlando, the number one thing I would be paying attention to is that tornado watch. You still got a bunch of storms floating around you that could produce tornadoes. And that's happening now. That's not even later tonight. So if I'm in Orlando, I'm watching out for that. Let's see here. Let's see. Yeah, I'm trying my best here, but it's hard to look. It's hard to focus on the chat when it's moving, and also like a lot of it is just I'm not seeing a lot of questions. Anna said, "Thank you for all your hard work. Thank you for the support." Kelly said, "I appreciate all you do." I appreciate that. I just thank you so much. Show us the 3D model. What are you looking? Oh, so a lot of people are asking about the software we use. This is Radar Omega. Okay, this is Radar Omega. It's I'm using it on the computer, but I've also got it on my phone and my tablet. But this is what we've been looking at pretty much all day here. And if you guys want to look at another vantage point of the storm that you really can't get anywhere else, we can look at the height of these cloud tops by pulling this into 3D mode and really see that the storm overall is shrinking. So watch this loop. Watch this loop. Like you see how as this thing hit land, how the storm went from really tall, and now some of the cloud tops are getting a little bit lower to the surface, and that's a sign that the storm overall is weakening, which is to be expected whenever a hurricane makes landfall. So big, it's really incredible to have this ability to kind of zoom around and look at this in 3D, because you know, even though just looking at it from the top down like this, you can tell what's going on through the colors, but this really puts it into perspective and allows you to understand, you know, more what the colors mean and exactly what those high cloud tops and what those darker colors represent. And it's just basically the strength of the storm overall. We could look down into the eye here. It's closed off now, but you can see you get a really interesting vantage point right here at landfall. You can see down into it, and you can see how right when it got to where our storm chasers are, it kind of lets up. It kind of closes up. Right before it got to where Brandon and those guys are, it just closes up. So that's why we didn't get the stadium effect, I guess, from you know, Hurricane Ian as it you know, went over our chasers. Deb says, "Thank you for all that you do. It's so important to so many." Thank you, Deb. Mockingbird said, "Ryan, I don't know if you'll see this, but Fort Myers Beach is not an area in Fort Myers. They're two separate cities separated by a few miles. Conditions are very different as a result." Well, I'm sorry if I said anything that made you think otherwise, but I do know that. We've been trying actually to find out more information about downtown Fort Myers, because our storm chasers were trying to get there to maybe be at an access point that could get them to Fort Myers Beach, just in case they, you know, some of them needed to get down there to help. But I think a couple times I have slipped up and referred to Fort Myers Beach as Fort Myers. So I'm sorry about that. Clock says, "Thanks for the best coverage. I'm in Central Florida." Curtis says, "Thank you very much." Yeah, I appreciate all the support, guys. Thank you. What's the difference between wind gusts and wind speeds? Wind gusts are, imagine you're outside in a hurricane. Okay, you get hit by a really strong gust of wind, a burst of wind. That's the wind gust. That's what we're talking about. Maybe there were some instances where they could have been close to 150, 160 miles per hour as it was coming into Florida. But when the gust stops and the wind lets down and you got that stabilized overall average speed of the wind, that's what the wind speeds are. So if winds are 70 miles an hour and gusting to 100, then they're 70 miles an hour all the time and just intermittently 100. How is Sarasota? Sarasota, as far as I know, is still, experiencing some of the really strong winds. It looks to me like Sarasota is going to get missed by the really intense core of the storm, but there's still hurricane force winds that are being, reported and recorded there in Sarasota. One of the big problems that they're going to have now is once again the tremendous rain that we're seeing falling over here, and that's not good because with freshwater flooding, it can be just as dangerous as the coastal flooding. And we heard, I think it was earlier this morning or maybe last night, that the entire county of Sarasota is closed down. Like there's no 911. There's no calling, an ambulance in Sarasota. They got them all out of there because of the dangerous road conditions. So that's an unfortunate situation. But thankfully, I don't think that Sarasota experienced the same Hurricane Ian that Fort Myers Beach did. Okay, so that is some good news. But I still don't think that. It's going to be the best situation. Let's see here. Steven, thank you. Wow, huge shout out for the generosity from Ron Williams. You guys are too nice. Thank you so much. Here's another video from downtown Cape Coral around about 30 minutes ago, where it does look like some of that storm surge is still inundating the area here. And that's going to continue to be the case until the complete other side of the storm starts shifting the wind to the south. Right now in Cape Coral, the wind's still coming out of the south and west. As long as that's the case, you're going to continue to see stuff like this. You're going to continue to see storm surge, flooding, and all that. So as soon as that lets up, and it is about to happen, we'll see as some of those waters recede. Let's see. Somebody said, can you believe some people were making TikToks right when the big storm surge hit? I can believe that. I can. Yep. It's one of the reasons why I think that the way that we do this is important, and I think it works so well, is because I think we reach those people. The people doing TikToks in a category 4 hurricane are not the are not the people that are watching the news, the regular news. So like, I feel like if we can get in front of those people and maybe effectively communicate the risks, we're doing a good job. Let's see here. The cigar hut, we heard about this earlier. Before, after. Yeah, that's a terrible situation. There's the cigar hut. Notice the sign. And then if we look at the after, there's the sign right there. So obviously 6 or 7 feet deep, as a lot of the places in Fort Myers Beach were completely underwater for a very extended period of time. The flooding is still ongoing, but it's not going to get any worse. In fact, I think in a lot of places it's starting to get better. Here, still looking for more information that's coming out. Got another update from our Cyclone Port network. For some reason, everything that's associated with them is just not loading for me. I don't know what's going on. If you could download that one and send it, it'd be much appreciated. Here is North Fort Myers, Florida. Wow. Alan sent this in. He says, this is North Fort Myers, Florida, my 76-year-old mother-in-law's home, feeling helpless in Kentucky. My goodness. Oh, no. Yeah, that's That's some pretty significant damage there. It's Alan's 76-year-old mother, and it looks like some damage has been done. If we can get somebody to reach out, maybe if we're close, if we've got somebody close and she needs anything, water, food, anything like that, maybe we can organize something like that. We'll try to make that happen, man. I'm going to send you a follow. Send me a DM. But here's another broad, wide view of Hurricane Ian as it was making landfall earlier. Look at that big eye. I think we talked about this earlier. One of the crazy stats, one of the crazy things about this storm is a lot of people in this area remember Hurricane Charlie, and that's like the hurricane for them. But the eye of Hurricane Charlie, the eye wall, the entire thing of Hurricane Charlie could have fit well inside of the eye of Hurricane Ian. That's how much bigger Hurricane Ian was. So it's just an interesting little tidbit there. And here is a big loop of the satellite from last night to right now. If I can get it pulled up here. Yeah, so this is from last night to right now. Just a monster of a storm. It'll probably be some time, hopefully anyways, before we see a satellite, loop like that in this part of the world. So hopefully it's a long time before we have to deal with something like this again. But the flooding and all of the impacts in and around Fort Myers and Fort Myers Beach and all this area it's starting to really hit what's happening down there, and the more and more information that we get, the more bad it looks overall. Here is another just fascinating, like I could watch stuff like this all day. This is a loop of the radar as the storm approached from the time it left Cuba to right now. Look at that thing spin. Look at how it underwent that eyewall replacement cycle. And then the new eye was just this monster, giant eye. Look at that. And then went right up into Florida, really slowing down right before actually making landfall. Man, what a fascinating storm. Storm chasers are still out there in it. Haven't heard anything from Brandon. So let's get an update from him. Hey, Brandon. Some people are wanting an update on the people you checked on. Did you find anything over there?
Hey, Ryan. So Chris and I just got back in the vehicles. We're going to head more towards downtown. There were only a few people present, thankfully. We warned them that the second round was coming. Most of them thought it was over. And one family, their home was destroyed, an elderly couple. We advised them the best bet is probably to go downtown to the parking garages to seek shelter for round two, because they virtually had nowhere. They were kind of hanging out in their van. But no injuries, thankfully. Everybody was all right in high spirits. Best they can be right now, but no injuries, thankfully.
I didn't hear a single word he just said other than no injuries, so that's good. That's good. I think he got some water in his microphone on his phone. But here's another real close look at Bonita Springs. So this is from Lacey. She says, to give people an idea of how horrible Hurricane Ian is in Bonita Springs, and to think the second wall of the hurricane hasn't even hit yet. And that is true. That is true. The second wall of the hurricane is actually getting ready to hit in Bonita Springs here, or in the areas north of there, and the places hardest hit by the storm so far. But the storm surge should be less of a problem once this axis moves off to the north a little bit. Once those winds are, coming out of the northwest or something, it'll still be a problem, but it should allow it to start receding at least a little bit. Looks like we got 110 mile an hour wind gust there south of Northport. And the storm has slowed down again. It's kind of stalled out another couple of frames there, and it's kind of given our storm chasers an extra break. But now I'm starting to get worried about Northport and Venice and these areas over here. Like, they've had several hours of these really strong winds in excess of 100 miles an hour. Who knows what the damage is looking like over there at this point. Of course, we'll unfortunately find out soon enough. Here's a video from Radar Omega from one of our mesovort sensors about an hour ago. This is what part of Naples near the moorings looked like in one of the harbors. This is just as the edge of the Hurricane Ian's Eyewall was over the Project Mesovort pack. Yeah, so you can see the water levels incredibly high there. And that's going to continue to be the case. And I hear my wife, and I hear my son. I think that they've come to deliver me food. Andy, are you ready to give me another break?
I'm ready, Ryan.
All right, let Echo come over here, guys. I want to before we do that, I want to introduce you to. I want to introduce you to somebody. Come here. Come here. He lost his shoe. He'll be right back. Come here. Here, say hi to everybody. Say hi. Say something. There we go. He loves the screens and he loves the keyboard. If I would let him, he would go crazy and the stream would be over very quickly because he would hit something that definitely broke something. But we're gonna go take a quick break, and Andy, we're gonna hand it over to you. Okay.
All right, Ryan, I got you. Enjoy your food. Okay. That was adorable. How do I follow that up, guys? That's just amazing. I mean, can't get any better than family now, can you? Okay. Oh man. I hope you're all enjoying the stream as best you can. Finding some of the lighthearted themes in the intense coverage that we've been able to do here. So I'm thankful for Ryan for that. He puts a smile on my face behind the scenes, when you can't see me. I'm still in here and I'm watching and I'm smiling. So it's good to see you all in the chat. We've got plenty of coverage to go. Ryan's going to eat something real quick and I'm here to help you out. I'm meteorologist Andy Hill. And I wanted to let you know that we will be on for another good 4 hours, if not more than that. If we start a second stream here, we could just immediately get you all back up and into another one, just to make sure that YouTube does not mess with our video recording here. Because if we go over 12 hours, we actually can't save the VOD, or it starts cutting off some of the stuff that we have done in this coverage. And it's very important that we document it too, all the same. So I am happy you are all still here. Please stay with us if you want another resource, a good resource for some news coming up. I know a lot of you are worried about Central Florida and the continued track of Hurricane Ian that will be in the vicinity of the Florida Peninsula for the next couple of days. Thank you for the good luck. Yeah, a lot of people are asking about Carly. If you're new to this channel, Carly used to help us with the news relay and telling us all about the news that is going on. And I've been trying to double down on that today, but not as effective as she was. She was an incredible asset to our team. However, she's still working on her own channel, doing tornado event documentaries, essentially, with a focus on the humanitarian aspect of things. It's a very unique thing. So mods can drop the link to her channel in the chat. Everybody click on that and please sub to Carly. She is an integral friend of mine since I started here on the channel. I highly recommend watching Carly's YouTube channel. All right, so back to the Hurricane Ian coverage here. You can see we've got Hurricane Ian still coming into landfall here. Currently, it is just to the east. The eye is just to the east of Punta Gorda, but it is filling in right now. And what that means is the storm is actually weakening as it tracks over land. This weakening is not expected to be super rapid. Because the coastal area of Florida is actually still pretty humid and wet and damp. The surface, there's a lot of marshy areas, and that will still feed some energy to keep this hurricane going, at least somewhat. Not as efficient as over the water, though. So as it goes inland closer to, I know somebody pronounced this Sebring or Sebring. I'm one of those two is right, so I hope I got it right. Got it right for you. Arcadia to Sebring or Sebring. The hurricane will eventually start to lose its strength rather rapidly, as the inland portions of Florida are actually more desert-like in climate than the coastal areas, which see a lot more of the thunderstorms continuously throughout the year. Great to see you all. I am watching the chat. Don't worry, Ryan will be back in 5 to 10 minutes or so. So allow him to eat and actually give him time to chew. All right. We want to make sure he's okay. Sebring, thank you. Gotcha, chat. Sebring, that's the one. I'm never going to forget it again. This coverage is, I'm never going to forget this coverage too. All right. Thank you all for watching too. We will be on for still a long time today. So if you haven't hit the like button on this stream so far, it's right down there below the video player. And literally that's not a sellout, but it actually is how YouTube determines that this content is good. Essentially, people want to see this, and we want more people to see life covering information, do we not? So that's the best thing you can do to get this stream out and this content out to as many people as possible to deliver that sort of information. We know we've had firsthand accounts of it being super helpful. Numerous people reaching out to us, and I'm still flabbergasted that I'm able to provide some of that. So Cape Coral, yeah, our peak wind gusts today, if you're just now joining us, did actually happen in the Cape Coral vicinity. There was a weather station down here, a part of the Florida mesonet, that actually recorded a gust up to 135 miles per hour shortly after Ian made landfall in the Pineland vicinity, as you can see right here. So right on the southeastern eastern edge of this eyewall has seen the worst impact so far. However, not to be left out is the northwest portion of this eyewall near Northport, Venice, and eventually Arcadia, that is getting soaked with heavy rains continuously. And I think something Ryan hasn't really touched on quite a bit here. By the way, I'm controlling Ryan's PC right now while he's away. Something that he hasn't touched on as much is actually how much rain is going to fall. Several weather models have actually shown us that along the path of Hurricane Ian going to the north-northeast up towards Orlando, which it will be much weaker by then if you're worried, some of these areas are going to receive over a foot of rainfall, maybe even more than that in localized areas. And it's just incredible to receive a foot of rainfall, slowly over time or rapidly in downpours. The flash flooding risk is extreme in it. Flash flooding is always the worst part of hurricanes, despite what you may think. Yeah, so you may have seen a lot of our storm chasers lately. We've still got some storm chasers right here at the top of this scene that you can see. They are currently situated in the eye of Hurricane Ian. So just on the western edge of the eye here. And in the past, we actually saw them in the area of dangerous conditions. You may have seen Reed right on the coast with storm surge, literally waves coming into where he was standing. He is okay. So all of our storm chasers are all right. Some of their feeds have dropped because it's hard to get cell service in the area of that's been so heavily impacted like this one. Lightning strikes, yeah. Lightning in an eyewall is heavily indicative of a powerful hurricane in particular. It's hard to get lightning activity in the eyewall of a hurricane because, uh, well, because it's hard to maintain extremely tall storm clouds, essentially, and that's what you need for lightning activity. So whenever the inflow into the center of a hurricane is so strong uh, that it promotes these tall thunderstorms, that's when we see the peak lightning activity relative to other hurricanes, and that tells us the strength of it also, and whether it's intensifying or lightening up at any given moment. Yeah, so currently we have no tornado warnings at the moment, but several people have pointed out that we have special weather statements in several of these areas near landfall. That went alongside extreme wind warnings. Those are new warnings from the National Weather Service that are given out in the vicinity of a major landfalling hurricane. And the special weather statements now are like one tier less than that, but they still are issued for areas with up to 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts, like you'd see in a severe storm on the Great Plains. Hurricane comparisons right now are maybe that will help some people in the area understand, but I want to emphasize that they are relatively little importance because the people who are under Hurricane Ian are feeling the impacts now, and maybe they haven't been in a hurricane before or not one anything like some of the hurricanes you could compare to. It's not important to compare right now. We can do that well after the fact. Right now, our focus is on who's being impacted right now. Right now. Yes, so 135-mile-per-hour wind gust was reported in Cape Coral. Punta Gorda, actually, the airport here reported up to 124-mile-per-hour wind gusts at one point, and several other wind gusts over 110 miles per hour, which is the equivalent of a Category 3 hurricane, have been recorded. So we've seen plenty of evidence at the surface wherever a weather station happens to exist and record a wind gust. We know that there's a lot more happening than just those areas. So it is. We have seen plenty of evidence to support the National Hurricane Center's forecasts of the intensity of Hurricane Ian. Yeah, it's been absolutely incredible. And in case you're just now getting here and wondering where Ryan is, he will be back in the next 5 minutes or so. He's currently taking a break to eat. He hasn't eaten anything yet today, as far as I know. And we all need to take a drink of water too. So please be sure you're staying hydrated and keeping care of yourself. All right. So the most we know about Hurricane Ian's path right now, for those of you asking, let me send in the satellite here so you can see. So you can see this. The most we know, Hurricane Ian is currently located right here in the Southwest Florida coast. You can see my cursor here. And it is going to relatively, according to the National Hurricane Center, travel northeast and then recurve into somewhere in the vicinity of the Savannah, Georgia area up to the Charleston, South Carolina coast. When it gets up through the Central Peninsula and up to South Carolina, it is not going to intensify that much. It does not have time. It will begin to accelerate up here, and conditions over the ocean here are not as favorable for any sort of tropical cyclone intensification. Your main concern up here as Hurricane Ian travels back to the northwest, does a recurve back over here once it exits northeast Florida, is flooding. Your main concern in the Orlando area and Daytona Beach is flooding. The wind speeds are not going to be what you're worrying about here, but rather just areas of excessive rainfall that will probably occur as Hurricane Ian travels to the north. By then, it will be Tropical Storm Ian. So it will be a blustery day out for a lot of people as Ian approaches Daytona Beach and Orlando areas, but it will not be, patios and awnings flying off. I hope not, at least. You might want to check your construction if it is at that point. I wish I could show you the current trajectory on here, but there's only so much I can do while I'm controlling Ryan's PC. It's a bit tough for me to work with it. So I am doing the best I can. And don't worry, Ryan will show you all that and more when he gets back. It's amazing that I'm even able to do this. Cape Coral is still on the southern edge of the Eyewall. Is exiting the primary Eyewall area. I imagine winds down here are now still very blustery, but we haven't received any major wind gusts from this area recently in terms of reports. So, I mean, if you're in Cape Coral still and you somehow are watching the stream, that's incredible. But if you're also relaying information to people there, it is definitely not safe to come out anytime soon in this area. We're still going to get some heavy rain wrapping around the western edge of Hurricane Ian's Eyewall, and that will possibly impact Cape Coral area further because this is a slow-moving hurricane at the moment. Will the name Ian be retired? So the World Meteorological Organization retires names of hurricanes when they are extremely impactful, such that people are not going to forget that this hurricane happened, and they don't want to confuse a future, storm like, oh, I remember Ian. So, just looking at it subjectively, more than likely, Ian is probably going to become another retired name. Thank you guys all again for all the support. In case you didn't know, thanks to the views and the subs that this channel gets, Ryan does employ 3 degreed meteorologists, including myself. So I never would have expected to have a career based off of this, and to be able to deliver this to you guys is of utmost importance. Do I think the hurricane will speed up at some point? By the time it speeds up, it will definitely have already deteriorated to a tropical storm. And then it will, yes, the center of it will speed up, and as it goes offshore of Florida and back into the Appalachia area, the southern Appalachian Mountains. All right, I'm looking at chat, seeing if there's anything more to address in the chat. I can try to do specific locations, but it's impossible to tell everyone. I hope that you pay attention to the National Hurricane Center's track forecast. And of course, they've got the impacts lined up very succinctly there. We are here to reiterate that and also show you nowcasting stuff. That's a word you can attach to, is nowcasting, when we're forecasting the now. Essentially, that's what that means. Did you just laugh? Somebody just laughed at me. Was that you, Ryan? He might still be here. Somebody's laughing at me in the background. Oh, man. Make sure you're chewing, Ryan. Chew and swallow calmly. Don't want you choking. I can't give you the Heimlich maneuver back there. Tampa's doing all right, guys. Tampa was thankfully spared from the primary impacts of this hurricane. It landfalled to the south, so a lot of areas down here are now experiencing what Tampa was forecasted to experience. And while we can be thankful about Tampa, we have to keep the people down here in mind as well, because their livelihoods are being destroyed by the amazing amount of water that has come into the area from offshore, or from onshore rather. Tampa, though, is still experiencing some pretty gusty winds right now. 50 to 60 mile an hour winds are frequent along the Tampa Bay area. And as far as storm surge goes, because a lot of the forecasting and evacuation was based off of storm surge forecasts, which is literally when water is brought in from the ocean onto land by powerful winds. The storm surge is still expected to happen in Tampa Bay to some extent, but not definitely not the sort of a doomsday forecast that were happening before. So that will happen once Ian passes the latitude of Tampa. So once it's like due east of it, the wind direction should shift such that some of the water will re-enter the bay, and perhaps some minor flooding could occur. So that's what I think about the Tampa area. Is that good, Ryan? Are you done? Are you ready?
I'm ready to go.
Cool.
I'm ready to go. Thanks again. Andy, and as always, guys, let's give Andy some love in the chat. Let's get a bunch of thank you Andys. We need an emote to represent that or something. That'd be funny. Yeah, as always, super thankful to have Andy's input as I step away from the computers for at least 20 to 30 minutes every 12-hour period that we're live streaming here. So I really do appreciate everybody for sticking around, and I obviously appreciate Andy for his incredibly valuable input. And we are still in the middle of tracking this hurricane. Obviously, it's weakening. It's slowly going to lose steam as it moves over the center part of the state. But as the storm weakens and it gets into different terrains and different areas, the impacts and the potential dangers associated with it just change. They don't necessarily go away. So we're going to continue to watch the coasts, as there are hurricane warnings on both sides of Florida. And we're going to continue to watch the central part of Florida for all that devastating potential flooding that's more than likely starting to unfold already in the northern extent of that heavy rain band that's just been sitting over there over Northport and Venice, Verna, Vamo, and moving into Arcadia right now. I just, if something like this were to occur where I live, it would be just the most unbelievable thing ever as far as flooding goes. Obviously, Florida's a little bit better with the drainage, but if this goes on long enough, this amount of rain in this little spot in this short period of time will cause catastrophic flooding of its own. And we expect that this could continue all the way up there close to Tampa, and then eventually to Lakeland and Sebring, and eventually into Orlando, as well as the storm slowly chugs off to the north and to the east. Latest update from the National Hurricane Center tells us that we're down to 140 mile per hour winds. Now, this is 45 minutes ago. So we're going to get another update here in about 15, 20 minutes. But this is 140 mile an hour winds, and it's probably down to 130 now or something. But you can see that we are still expecting it to be a hurricane potentially past Arcadia, maybe even around the Sebring area. So we're still going to have hurricane force winds all the way into central Florida, meaning that a lot of places are under the gun for seeing the impacts that come along with that. Down trees, power lines, power outages, damage to roofs and stuff like that. So brace for hurricane, impacts in places
Ryan, this
like
is Brad. Do you copy?
Placid Lakes, Lake Placid, Avon Park, Sebring, Prairie Ridge, Hillcrest Heights, and Bowling Green, and all of these places. And we're going to check on Brad now. Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, we are finally starting to see that push of water. It took forever, but we're finally seeing the push of water here in Punta Gorda. Water has come up considerably, so I'm expecting storm surge pretty soon. It's coming up pretty quick. I don't think it's going to be the 15 to 20 feet that we were expecting, but it's going to be pretty high. So it's moving in now, and it should come up very quickly.
All right, that was an update from Stormchaser Brad Arnold telling us that the storm surge is starting to come up now in the Punta Gorda area. If you remember when we first started the stream, it was a pretty scary look at this very harbor that you're looking at here. Was empty, it was dry. There was no water where you're looking at right now because it had receded backwards into the ocean with that offshore flow from approaching Hurricane Ian. And there were people out there playing in it and stuff, and we thought that the storm was going to go just a little bit farther north than what it did and bring that wall of water that it did end up going to Fort Myers Beach, but we thought that was going to come up into the harbor. Now, maybe not the most intense storm surge, but definitely some bad storm surge is going to try to come into the harbor as the rear part of the storm comes through. So the backside of the storm, the rear eyewall, the second part of the storm that these guys are going to have to go through is going to try to drive some of that ocean water up into the harbor and cause storm surge problems. Don't think it's going to be 15 feet. Don't even think it's going to be 10 feet, but it could certainly be high enough to cause some major problems. So I want to make sure we're communicating this correctly. This is not over for Punta Gorda. This is not over for Northport. This is not over for Burnt Stone Marina. This is certainly not over for Boca Grande, Pineland, and all these places. And it's not even over for Fort Myers Beach. We have the backside of this storm to go through, and it'll be several hours before we're completely out of the woods here. And while we go through that, it looks like now an additional problem that we might have to deal with is storm surge. So one of our storm chasers, Vince Welty, is back in that rear eye wall now. You can see very clearly on the on his feed there that things are starting to go downhill again. He's on that same bridge he's been on for a while, and the rain bands are starting to come back in. The wind is starting to roar again, and we are going to see this just like we saw earlier. Is slowly but surely get worse and worse until we're back up there, probably seeing wind gusts in excess of 100 miles per hour, more damage to trees and homes, and that'll last for a couple hours, and then hopefully it'll slowly taper off, and we will be done with the storm down here in the southwestern portions of Florida, specifically around the area where it made landfall. However, we've still got some time to go before that's going to be a reality, so we're going to stick with you as long as we can, and continue to report on this until it's either over or until we're just not needed anymore. There will eventually be a time where it's not necessarily we're not necessarily going to need to be here constantly relaying information, and at that point we'll go back to making regular YouTube videos and save our live streaming capabilities for the next inevitable storm that comes through. That's a big deal. But for now, we're going to stay here for as long as we possibly can for you. We may even do another stream like Andy was talking about earlier. We may split this up and go further into the evening tonight, or we could come back tomorrow. I'm not 100% sure what the plan is, but just know we're not going anywhere anytime soon. Looking at the latest information coming in, and I really do appreciate y'all who are helping in the back end on Twitter, sending me stuff. Obviously, it's a big collective, all of us working together to send out or get information out, but there's also some people who are kind of a little bit more closely involved in what we're doing here that help out, and one of those people is Riley, who's a college student. And this is his setup in his college dorm room. He's literally had to go out and get all of these computer monitors just to be able to keep up with all the stuff that I have to get his help with to make this work. So he's took a picture there of all of his computers and everything that he's got going on. And then of course we've got Kinsey as well, and we'll take a look at her insane setup. This is a requirement to be on the team. Pretty much, you have to have way more than one computer monitor, or it's just not going to work. We deal with too much information coming in to do this one or two monitor kind of deal. So winds are really starting to pick up now on Vince Welty's camera. You can see that, honestly, this looks almost more intense than a lot of what we saw on the front side of the storm. And that might be the theme here, and some of the strongest wind gusts might actually end up coming from this rear side of the eyewall as it comes into view. Once again, very strong winds are ripping through there at Vince Welty's location, which is just to the south of Port Charlotte and just to the north of Punta Gorda. He's on that bridge that separates them through the harbor there. And look at this. Look at this. On the Radar Omega app, I can actually pull up his sensor. Oh, that's really loud. Sorry. But I can pull up his sensor and I can see that it's 93 mile an hour wind gusts is what we're getting here from his sensor. 93.4, 85 sustained. 96.8. Holy smokes. So that's what we're dealing with here. We're going to check back in. I see there's 52 of you guys watching with me right now in the Radar Omega app. You'll be able to see Vince Welty's instruments update live here. And also, I believe that, I believe we got Brandon Kopic's stuff in here as well, but I don't see a anemometer on his. It's just the pressure. But he's also going through quite some, significant wind gusts here. Things are really starting to pick up in Port Charlotte a lot quicker than what I think we saw with the first part of the storm. So unfortunately, this is going to go on for quite some time. We're going to continue to see these extremely dangerous wind gusts throughout probably the next couple of hours. And it's just, man, it's really ripping out there. Visibility is extremely low. Here's a view from Chris Hall, his view of the Brandon's car in front of him. And you can see that that's some very strong wind. Chris, I see things are starting to pick up again. What do you estimate the winds are blowing at right now? My goodness. Oh, and it looks like Bryce Shelton. Looks like Bryce Shelton is in an area in Port Charlotte that is starting to be inundated by water. I see a lot of water on the road. I believe that's storm surge that's come over the road there. So obviously we're starting to get to the point to where some of these feeds are going to get choppy. It's the internet and they're in a hurricane. So we're going to try to stick with these guys, but eventually there might be a point where we lose our connection with them, just to give you a heads up. Storm surge in Punta Gorda, Florida. Wow, 106 mile an hour reading there. Wow, from Vince Welty. Once again, this is coming from the Radar Omega app. He's got his instruments on top of the vehicle. You are going to be able to see that as it comes in. Live. It's going to update live. Okay, so I'm going to turn this back up. And looks like we're starting to see some similar images, unfortunately, of the storm surge coming into Punta Gorda now and some of the lower lying areas. Look at this. A storm surge now inundating Punta Gorda, Florida. Hurricane Ian. This is some of the latest imagery coming out from that. And unfortunately, that looks very similar to some of the images that we saw from Fort Myers just not too long ago. Look at that. Oh boy. So we're going to keep watching that, and we're going to go back and forth between that and the Stormchasers. And it is just getting nasty out there. Once again, if you're just now tuning in, we're watching the second round of Hurricane Ian unfold here in the Port Charlotte area. The backside of the storm is hitting with incredible intensity right now, with wind gusts well over 100 miles an hour. And it's actually driving some much bigger storm surge totals into the harbor here. So we're going to continue to watch this, but Port Charlotte, Punta Gorda, Harbor Heights, all these places along the harbor need to know that this is not over. In fact, we could be just starting to see what the impacts of Hurricane Ian are going to be for this area. So let's look back down on Bryce Shelton's. We've lost his feed, but the last frame that we got there is pretty concerning looking. He's somewhere in Port Charlotte. And the road is completely covered with water. You can see that the storm surge inundation is starting to happen in a big way there. Coming back to
I don't know if you can see mine and Brennan's screens, but we can't see anything in front of us. We're getting extreme wind right now.
Holy smokes. Chris, I mean, just from what I'm seeing, this looks a little bit more intense than the front side of the storm. Would you agree with that?
Oh yeah, for sure. You cannot see in front of you. I mean, Brandon is right in front of me, and you can barely see him, and it's blowing us all over. We're trying to get back towards the south, but Lord, we can't see in front of us at all.
Man, now this is once again, this is looking a whole lot worse than anything that we saw earlier with the front of the storm coming in. Let's come back to Brandon Kopic's feed here. These guys probably should try to get to a safe place quick, because we're seeing some concerning signs of some storm surge coming up into the Port Charlotte area. And then also they're in a situation where they literally can't see anything. And the winds are gusting well over 100 miles an hour. So we're going to stick with them. We're going to stay with them here. This is a live look at what's unfolding in and around Port Charlotte, Florida. And if we could change Brett Adair's location marker to something else, he is not in that location anymore. But yeah, this is probably going to continue for quite some time, as this storm is still moving extremely slow. Brad, it's looking to me like this is way more intense than anything we saw on the front side. Can you concur? So once again, two different sides of the storm whenever you are in the
100%. I don't know if you remember the Recon data that came in earlier from the hurricane before it made landfall. It was the 158 mile per hour surface wind estimation that it had was on the west side, which is very odd. Normally it's on the northeast quadrant, but the west side it's backloaded. So the back side is going to actually be the hardest part of this hurricane. So I'm hoping people don't get caught off guard by that.
Once again, another really useful thing with what we're doing here. Rapid information
Ryan, just
relay.
to kind of give you a heads up on my plan, the water is definitely coming in. I'm going to wait until the water is coming over, and then I've got to get back, and then we've got a parking deck to get to, just in case that 12-foot storm surge does realize.
Guys, this is Hurricane Ian. This is Hurricane Ian, and it was hiding behind the eye, it seems, and some of the worst impacts from this storm are going to be felt on the backside of it. So if you are currently in the eye of the storm, or if you are currently experiencing the front side of it, just know that it's not going to be any better whenever the backside comes around through. Remember, this thing, like he said, it's backloaded. A lot of that really strong, a lot of those really strong wind gusts for the entire duration of this thing, especially after it got past Cuba, have been recorded on the western side of the storm. And now we're seeing that translate into a ground truth here through our storm chasers who are in the Port Charlotte area, just getting absolutely battered by flying debris and, what you would expect to see from a Category 3 or 4 hurricane. Definitely seeing wind gusts well in excess of 100 miles an hour here. Power is out. These guys got to get away from those power lines too. That's dangerous. That's extremely dangerous right there. But we're watching this unfold. So if you are currently in the eye of the storm and you think it's over, unfortunately, it's not. You are getting ready to get in to some pretty big trouble if you are in areas like, let's see here, Ridge Harbor, Morgantown, Fort Ogden, all the way over into Vermont, Sparkman, and even as far north up there as Joshua. This hurricane is backloaded on itself. It's all behind the western side of the Eyewall for the most part, as far as the intense winds go. And it looks like this is going to cause even more wind damage as it comes through the Port Charlotte region. Also, you got to think there's a lot of other areas that are experiencing similar conditions right now to what we're seeing from our storm chasers. We're seeing the same thing happen in Seidel, in Hull, in Arcadia, in Pine Level, and it's starting to try to let up in places like Northport. But for the most part, this is still an ongoing, developing, dangerous situation. And on top of all this, we've got the storm surge that's possibly going to try to come back up if this storm continues to try to jog to the north a little bit. So incredible look at a very dangerous hurricane that's currently ripping through areas near Port Charlotte. And at this point, it's no longer, I don't know what the latest update is. I think 6 o'clock, we're getting a new one, right, Andy? We're going to get Hurricane Center update in a minute.
I'm actually not sure if they'll release a new one at that time.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm interested to see what the latest update is, because this still looks to me like it's a Category 3 or higher. And especially if we're specifically talking about this side of the storm, which is where most of Ian's wrath seems to be. Once again, downstream, you are going to experience conditions like this, what you're seeing from our storm chasers here, or worse than this even, if you are in places like Aquiline, South Punta Gorda Heights, Tucker's Corner, Sparkman, Gilchrist, Lakeville. It seems like things have calmed down right now, and I understand that. You've probably been through hurricanes before where once you get through the front side, the back side's pretty bad, but it's usually not as bad as the front side. This is different. The back side is actually going to be tremendously more intense, it seems like, than even the front side was. So we're going to continue to watch this, but everybody downstream here, get ready for what is going to be another long session of hurricane force winds. And it's crazy to me that we're still seeing this intense of a storm, and the center of circulation is so far onto land. It's not obvious. It's obviously you can't go very far into land in Florida, but for a hurricane, you know, the fact that we're still seeing gusts well in excess of 100 miles an hour, 110, 115 is pretty impressive, and it's pretty concerning for areas downstream. Looks to me like even places like Bowling Green, Avon Park, and Sebring need to be on the lookout for, you know, not only just hurricane force wind gusts as the storm gets closer to you, but maybe even Cat 2 hurricane wind gusts, Cat 3 as the storm is holding together as it comes through. So I'm getting a lot of updates on my phone. I don't know if you guys hear that thing going off or not, but I'm going to turn it off, kind of set it to the side. But my goodness, this has really turned into a little bit of a surprise on the backside of Hurricane Ian here. We got a purple light, so let's get an update from Riley. Why don't you go ahead, Riley?
Hey Ryan, if you look at Bryce's stream, he has our first view of storm surge coming up in Port Charlotte, Florida.
All right, thank you so much, Riley. Riley's the one that we showed the picture of earlier with the computers. He's helping out, talking to the storm chasers, making sure that they're okay, and letting me know which feed to bring up in a situation like this. It looks like we're getting reconnected to our storm chaser Bryce Shelton, who is in the middle of some pretty significant storm surge up here in Port Charlotte. Now, obviously, this is an intermittent connection. I'm not seeing. I don't know how delayed this is or anything, but we're only getting like a frame every once in a while. But you can certainly see what's happening. A picture tells 1,000 words. A picture is worth 1,000 words. And you can certainly see what's happening there. And I believe that the waters are only going to rise from this point as the storm takes a little bit of a jog to the north. Vince Welty's on the move again. He's on the bridge between Port Charlotte and Punta Gorda. He is moving, I believe he's moving northbound. And I don't know how he's doing it. I don't know how he's seeing anything. But you can see that the conditions are absolutely bad where he is, and we're going to actually look at his sensors one more time and see that we're still seeing wind gusts sustained and gusting at around 72 miles an hour. I believe that it's probably higher than that, but obviously there's a little bit of a delay in the the sensor and the internet and all that stuff. So we definitely saw well over 100 mile an hour gust on his sensor earlier, and I'm going to keep that up and in the corner of my view so that I can share that with you if anything else comes through. Widespread 110 mile an hour winds and higher on the backside of this thing are moving through portions of Florida as Hurricane Ian is ramping back up as the western side of the Eyewall is really showing the full force of what's going on here, especially up and down Interstate 75. I mean, what you're seeing through these guys' cameras, like what Vince is going through, is the same thing that you would be going through if you were driving on Interstate 75 right now, southbound towards either Punta Gorda or even if you were in Fort Myers and you were going northbound up towards Tampa. This is the conditions that we're seeing over a huge area on the very oddly the northwest side of this Eyewall, which is normally not where we see the strongest winds, not even close. So we'll see how our storm chasers fare. We'll see how long this lasts here. But this is definitely going to be something that goes on for quite a while in places like Arcadia. You guys are seeing a similar picture right now. And, you know, the eye is going to go just to your south. You're going to be in that outer eye wall for a significant period of time. But the good news for you is that the longer we go forward in time, the less impactful the storm is going to be. So it's going to weaken. This storm is weakening, which makes you wonder, like, how intense was this side of the storm out to sea? Can you imagine being in that whenever the winds were probably gusting around 190 miles per hour? So let's let me see here. Oh wow. There's some also more pictures coming in that I'm trying to compile and relay for you. So we'll go over that as time allows it. We've got more flooding, still flooding in Naples. By the way, this is a more recent look at Naples. We got cars underwater. I don't know if you guys caught that or not, but that was the trunk of a car just kind of up out of the water there. And this is what we're dealing with as far as storm surge goes. It looks like we're going to see, I don't know if we're going to see a similar or a worse picture or anything like that in the Port Charlotte area, but it does look like things are going to get pretty rough up here with the storm surge, as well as we have seen multiple, videos of the water coming out of the ocean and onto the street. Widespread flooding going on in, all these places. I'm trying my best to show you everything that's going on, but there's a lot of stuff that I could probably kind of glance over until we have more time to kind of focus on it. But man, here's a video from Bill, who's also in the Radar Omega app, who's in this around the same area as the rest of our storm chasers. So this is some of the intense winds coming on the backside of Hurricane Ian. Incredible. Storm surge is still causing major problems. In the Fort Myers area, the Fort Myers Beach area specifically. Here's another picture from earlier today. This is on Park Road near Edison Bridge in Fort Myers to show the overall scope of the storm surge that we're dealing with there. So that is an update on that. Let's get an update on the radar. What's going on? I mean, is this moving? Which direction is it going? Who's next in line? As you can see, this part of the storm here is what we're seeing an increase of winds with. So the front side honestly wasn't that bad. I mean, it was. Don't get me wrong. It was bad, but that's where we saw the majority of the storm surge. That's where we saw a lot of those wind gusts. That's where we saw a lot of damage. But it seems to me, at least on the northern side of this storm, the western extent is where the vast majority of the power is. And this is going to continue to, wreak havoc on this area and then go up to the north. Okay, so if you are in Wauchula, oh man, I know I said that wrong. I'm sorry. But Wauchula, Bowling Green, Avon Park, Sebring, Arcadia, Limestone, Gardner, or any of these places, you're next in line to see the incredible power of Hurricane Ian, which you can see through Vince Welty's camera here. And once again, we're looking at his instruments. He's seeing gusts over 90 to 110 miles per hour, which is just insane. This is way more intense than anything we saw from the front side of the storm, which is quite unusual, to say the least. Here's a video from Chris Hall of some of the debris flying around down there in downtown Port Charlotte and the Punta Gorda area. You can see the winds are still ripping. They're still ripping in and around this zone. I don't know if they're in a place that's extremely susceptible to storm surge or not, but they have very smartly positioned themselves next to a big parking garage so that they can get the heck out of there, get the higher ground if need be. Last frame that we got from Brad Arnold looks pretty concerning. Oh, there we go. Okay, we're loading up again. You can tell that he's in the thick of it. Brandon Kopic's got a view here, and really Vince is the only other one where Bryce and Brett both we've completely lost. We don't have service from them anymore, but we will get them back shortly, I'm sure. We'll see here. Yeah, thank you guys for sticking around. And once again, I really think that this is one of those instances where live relaying the this information as it comes out without having to worry about producers or making a graphic for it or anything is incredibly valuable. The people out in front of the storm need to know what the backside of it looks like. So one more time, if we haven't already, everybody that's watching this right now, if we could work together to get this vital information in front of as many people as possible, just hit that like button on YouTube, and that'll tell YouTube to push this out to some people who maybe need to see the information. I'm afraid that there might be somebody out in front of this thing who thinks that it's over, or who thinks that the worst of the storm has gone by, and we need to let them know that there's a sufficient risk in having that mindset right now, because it looks like a lot of the power from this storm is actually on the back side of it. So hit the like button, and then maybe even if you have time or if you want to, share this on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and all the other social media sites. All right, so back to looking at Stormchaser's feeds here. It's getting hairy out there, but it's still everybody's safe. It looks to me like everybody's safe as far as our Stormchasers go. I think Brad is getting dangerously close to being there where the storm surge is about to come up. So I'm sure that he's about to turn around and get out of there. But everybody else seems to be in a good position. Brandon and Chris have positioned themselves in a good spot. And then Vince is right there at an intersection where he can go either way. So I think that these guys are going to be okay. And I'm just so happy that they are in the position that they're in to allow us to really inspect and understand what the other side of this storm actually is looking like. And once again, Arcadia, this is going to be coming. This is, if you're not seeing these kind of conditions yet, this is probably similar to what you will see here soon. Same thing up there in Fort Ogden and Hull. Get ready for the detrimental impacts of the rear side of this storm. Oops. All right, let's take a look at this video from Brandon Kopic here. Hear the fire alarm going off in the back. Just look at the debris everywhere. When that rear eyewall first came in, it came in quick, and with probably some of the higher gusts that we've seen from the entire thing. Wow. There's a plethora of information coming in. I'm trying to organize it. I'm trying to, condense it for you. Here is some footage from I-75. This is from Venice in Florida, or Venice. And the winds are just insane. You can see that this is also a part of the backside of that storm that we're watching now through a lot of our Stormchaser feeds. And you can just see, thankfully, there's nobody on that road. Anytime I look at something like this and we see a normally heavily populated, area with no people in it, I know that the weather enterprise as a whole is doing their job correctly. Here, the latest extreme wind warning that was issued, just in case anybody didn't see this. This is about 50 minutes ago, but Port Charlotte all the way up to Gardner and Arcadia are included in this. So almost 1 million people were under the gun here in our latest extreme wind warning. So Fort Myers Shores, Gardner, Fort Ogden, Port Charlotte, Rotunda, Inglewood, all these places, you need to move to an interior room now if you haven't already, and understand that there are extremely dangerous winds currently en route to your area. This is going to cause damage to your home. I don't care, 110-mile-an-hour wind gusts are going to cause damage to your home. So please take this seriously. Get away from windows, and whatever you do, do not do this. These are storm chasers. I believe this is Jim Cantori. Yeah, this is Jim Cantori right here. This is a behind-the-scenes look at Jim Cantori getting just about knocked out by a tree branch here. I think this is the clip. This was live on the air. I don't know at what point he got hit by the tree branch, but somebody behind the scenes, I guess, filming it. And yeah, there's no tree branch impact there, but you can see he literally almost got blown away by a big gust there as the storm was coming in. So that's, part of what we're dealing with here. We've got high wind gusts. We've got terrible storm surge. We've got an ongoing tornado threat. And we've got just so many things happening right now. I hope we're doing a good job of getting, all the most important aspects of the storm, all the really key points. I hope we're doing a good job of communicating those. This is what the storm surge looked like earlier today in Fort Myers Beach. And I'm retweeting all this stuff, by the way. If you guys want to see any of that, especially some of the stuff that I'm throwing out there that has graphs, if you guys want to see any of that information up close, it's all on the Twitter. And it's at Ryan Hall, y'all, on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and everything. Some other good places to follow on Twitter if you're looking to get more information on this is Radar Omega. They're tweeting awesome stuff about radar and the satellite imagery associated with this storm. And then, of course, the National Weather Service, right? Your local National Weather Service office and the National Hurricane Center, NHC. Those are two unbelievably good resources for really vital information during a situation like this. It's where I'm getting a lot of the stuff that I'm telling you guys, a lot of it. Let's see here. Oh boy, there's so many pieces of information that it's almost overwhelming at this point. Once again, if you're just now tuning in, this is live coverage of Hurricane Ian, Category 4 Hurricane Ian, who's causing widespread, just really devastating damage across southwestern Florida. We've seen some bad flooding, and now we're starting to see some of the really bad wind damage coming out of this. This is just unbelievable. Some of the shots that we're seeing coming out of this place. This is a 100, 110, maybe 120 mile an hour wind gusts coming through here, knocking down trees, tearing the roofs off houses, and blowing things over. We've got a fleet of storm chasers out there trying to give us the latest information, but we are starting to get to the point where we're losing connection with them intermittently. But we've got an update from Riley. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, speaking of storm chasers, I just spoke with Brad Arnold. He said that he thinks the storm surge is delayed because it all went out. So he's sitting there waiting for it to come back in. But he said visibility is an issue, but he's going to stay there as long as he possibly can.
All right. Thank you, Riley. So Brad Arnold's going to sit there and wait for that water to come in, which once again, I hope he stays safe. We want him to do everything he can to remain safe. But that could be a vital piece of information for us to know when the water does start coming in, because it likely is going to. The center of circulation, that low pressure center, is going a tad bit north now, meaning that whenever this storm goes off to the east a little bit more, we're going to have a west to easterly flow from the Gulf of Mexico into the western shore of Florida. So we're going to watch that as it continues to unfold. And thank you, Riley, for the update. By the way, Riley's one of the people that helps me communicate with the storm chasers without necessarily talking to them directly, so that if there is something that's like really panic inducing that happens, we don't have to have that conversation right live on the air, because we don't want to have 70,000 people just start freaking out. That's really useful during tornado situations when we cover tornado chasing. But Riley does an incredible job communicating with the storm chasers and making sure that everybody's squared away and good to go. So, man, it looks to me like that storm surge is getting pretty close to where Brad Arnold is. As he said, visibility is an issue, but you can clearly see that we're starting to see some of the overspray come up and hit the headlights of his vehicle there. So we're going to continue to watch this as things continue to go south. Conditions continue to deteriorate in the eyewall of Hurricane Ian. Similar conditions to what we saw just a few moments ago from Vince's stream and Brandon's stream are being felt in Arcadia right now. Hopefully everybody is sheltering in place. If you decided to stay back, if you didn't evacuate, hopefully you are just hunkering down. This isn't going to last forever, but it is going to last a while. Even if you only get, and this is crazy to say, but let's say you only ever get 100 mile an hour winds. If that goes on for an hour, the amount of damage that happens from that versus even just a couple seconds of 150 mile an hour winds is quite insane to think about. So, just think about it. The longer the storm lasts, the less we're worried about maybe the overall sustained winds and just the fact that we're going to have such strong winds for such a long period of time. Here's a look just a couple minutes ago at downtown Fort Myers. So this is not Fort Myers Beach, y'all. Now we're talking about the water coming into downtown Fort Myers, according to KJ here, who seems to be a resident of the area. So the storm surge is a growing problem, it seems, as the angle of the storm changes and as it progresses. It's going to bring in a lot of water into some of these areas that's, first of all, already seen it, and a lot of places that haven't seen it yet are getting ready to, as the angle of approach from those rear winds are going to throw the Gulf of Mexico pretty much onto land in some of these areas. A little bit more explanation on that. When we saw the storm come in, We saw a lot of the water from the Gulf come towards Bonita Springs and Cape Coral in this area, leading to the devastating storm surge that we saw there. Now that we're seeing the storm kind of exit like this, we're going to see the winds drive the waters into places like Port Charlotte and all of these places right in here. Specifically, Burnt Shore Marina, Punta Gorda, South Punta Gorda, Charlotte Beach, and Port Charlotte. These places, along with Pineland, Pine Island Center, and of course, continuing for Fort Myers Beach in St. James City, the storm surge situation is only going to get worse and worse. Let's get an update from Vince Welty. Hey Vince, if you got a second, can you give us an update on what we're seeing on the road there? Are you seeing any sort of storm surge inundation yet, or are we mostly seeing freshwater flooding right now?
I don't know. So I was just sitting next to Brad, and we were getting 60 to 90 mile per hour wind. I just went through some ponding, but it's really hard to tell what's what because it's a little bit disorienting here because you can really only see about 5 feet in front of you, so I'm not sure. But the back half of this hurricane is a lot worse than the front, so that's for sure. Use caution. This is getting pretty dangerous here. May have to head south. There's significantly higher terrain. Oh, here comes a big wind gust. Significantly higher terrain here to the south that we measured, so I may end up going that way. I can't really go in a parking garage. I'm too tall, but I'm going to go over here and park next to it, get a little bit of relief for this, and try to figure things out.
All right. That was a live update from Stormchaser Vince Welty, who's right in the middle of some really intense, Hurricane Ian west side Eyewall action right now. And there's debris all over the road. I mean, seriously, there's going to be a lot of wind damage here. You can't see it now, but a lot of the windows are blown out of those buildings. There's a lot of roof damage to those buildings. This is what unfortunately, several millions of dollars of damage looks like as it's unfolding. Daylight, and of course, the day tomorrow will reveal likely more of exactly what's going on here with some of the damage. But man, the winds are really ripping there on the western side of this storm, and we're several miles inland, man. This storm it's weakening, but still it's a beast. And we're going to continue to see this all the way through the next several hours in places that are under that severe or extreme wind warning. Let's get an update from Brad. Hey, Brad, we're watching your stream. It looks like the water is coming closer. Is that in your headlights? Whenever we see the big splashes, are we seeing overspray, or is that just some bigger bursts of rain? Yeah, the backside of this Eyewall is insane with Hurricane Ian.
I think it's kind of a mix. The waves are definitely getting closer to coming over, but it's really, really tough to tell because visibility is so low right now, Ryan. I'd be lying if I knew for 100% sure. I do know that the water has come up quite a bit. It does look like when it does spray like that, normally a wave won't spray all at once, and this is spraying all at once, kind of like it's wind driven, like it is rain. So I don't think it's ocean spray, but not 100%.
All right, that's Stormchaser Brad Arnold. Guys, incredible video here from Danielle from Fort Myers. Look at this chaotic mess of flooding, winds. Looks like little vortices, little water spouts in there. You see that? Are you seeing this? This is 12 minutes ago. Danielle had her friend Rob, who lives there, send her this. That is nuts to see. You can literally see how the wind is interacting with the water there and producing all these little subvortices. That's where some of those really strong gusts end up producing more damage in those areas. So words cannot describe the sheer intensity of the backside of the Eyewall of Ian. Is that's what the weatherman, I'm the weatherman, whatever man said here with this video. So yeah, Fort Myers. So for a lot of today, we have been talking about Fort Myers Beach and the significant storm surge and flooding that they've seen. Now it looks like that's getting into Fort Myers, the downtown area, as we are approaching major flood stage there at 7.22 feet and rising. Please note, Fort Myers is across the river from Cape Coral. So with the changing directions of the winds here as the storm comes onto shore, we're going to see different impacts in different areas. Start seeing the wrath of Ian here, and it looks like the storm surge is making it into downtown Fort Myers now. Let's see here. Yeah, these guys, it looks like Brad is.
Hey, Ryan, I was able to get a better view of it. The waves are coming up, storm surge is getting higher, but the spray that you saw was not from the ocean. I believe that was just from the rain that was building up on the guardrail right there.
Okay. Thanks for the clarification, Brad. Looks like they are getting out of there, and we're going to head to a different area. And it looks like, so Vince is now in a stationary spot. It looks like things, obviously it's still a hurricane. Obviously the winds are still insane, and there's still a lot of damage occurring. But it looks like things might be trying to ever so slightly calm down, and we can only hope that that trend continues because, man, I'm telling you, the damage that's going to be uncovered whenever the rain and the wind stops here is already going to be very widespread, and too much more of this is just going to be it's going to be bad. So this is a live look at Hurricane Ian with our team of storm chasers and our endless amount of data that we're able to access thanks to the National Weather Service and thanks to Radar Omega, which is the app that we're using to show you this storm through radar and through 3D imagery like this, where we can literally look at Hurricane Ian from every angle and dissect it and show you what's going on with it. Watch how this thing had one of the largest and well-defined eye walls you'll ever see, and then as soon as it hit land, it started to fall apart. That's what happens with storms like this. There's nothing uncommon about that. But what is kind of uncommon is how still well-formed it is. Like this thing is still a major hurricane, and we are several miles inland now. So, some of these really strong winds are still going to be with us as the storm approaches Orlando. And look, the latest update still shows this is a Category 4, 130-mile-an-hour hurricane. By the time this gets to areas north of Sebring, right here in the middle of Florida, this is still going to be a Category 1 hurricane with gusts at 105 miles an hour, guys. Listen there. If we're in Bowling Green, Hillcrest Heights, Frostproof, Winter Haven, Davenport, St. Cloud, any of these places, it's very likely that even you will see hurricane force wind gusts as this thing comes closer and closer to you. I don't know when we're going to see significant weakening. We are seeing significant weakening, but I don't know when exactly this is going to drop below hurricane status, but it'll probably happen somewhere right around Orlando. So everybody in Central Florida needs to hunker down and prepare for some insane winds tonight. As some of the storm chasers have stated, words cannot describe the sheer intensity of the backside eye wall of Ian. Of course, we're going to keep you updated on the storm surge as well. Here's a video from Zach Hall, one of the storm chasers that's actually out there with Brad Arnold. At some of the really intense winds. I mean, man, it's unbelievable how much more intense this side of the storm is than the front side was. This, once again, this is Hurricane Ian right here. We'll see. Back over here. We are now at 1.5 million people in Florida without power. 1.5 million people in Florida without power now. That number is only going to continue to rise. I wouldn't be surprised to see that go over 2 million here before too long, as this storm, the wind field kind of expands a little bit out farther into the rest of Florida. Yeah. I forgot to bring a new water bottle with me. I'll get one here in a second. My goodness. This is terrifying. Hurricane Ian's extreme winds are just relentless at Northport. So this is a view from Northport on the I-75 live cam. My God. That just goes to show you how wide the wind field actually is. And let me show you something here to explain what we're looking at a little bit better. Note those extreme winds. This was just 10 minutes ago in Northport. Okay, this is where Northport is. All right, our storm chasers are down here. So everywhere inside of this whole thing here is seeing the incredibly strong wind gusts like we're seeing through our storm chasers cameras. That's scary, honestly. That's a bad situation that's unfolding here. Everyone under the red pretty much is experiencing category 2 or 3 hurricane conditions. So we're going to continue to watch that as it goes up to the north and to the east. And we're going to go back and forth to the storm chasers as well, who looks like Brad has found himself back in the middle of the madness, very close to Brandon's location. These guys are all right here at the intersection of Punta Gorda, Solana, and the Port Charlotte area. Sorry, I haven't been able to look at chat a whole lot. Been trying to keep up with all the latest information. We are now at 8.54 feet of water inundation at Fort Myers, which is once again approaching or going above the flood stage, the major flood stage there. And the lights are green. So let's get an update from meteorologist Andy Hill. Go ahead.
Hi, Ryan. Yeah, I wanted to update our previous maximum wind gust that we observed today was 135 miles per hour from a weather stim station in Cape Coral, which is on the southeastern side of the eye, now to the south of the eye. And we did get another wind gust report there from about 20 minutes ago of 140 miles per hour.
Oh, wow. Okay. All right. Thanks for the update. And just chime back in anytime that we've got anything new like that coming through. So it looks like we've got a confirmed, multiple confirmed reports now of above 125 mile an hour winds, 130, 135, and 140. I am interested to see where exactly the highest wind gust was reported. It's almost always going to be whoever gets hit by the eastern side of the Eyewall as it first comes onto the shore. In this situation, it might actually not be that, but it very well could be as well. So that's something that's interesting to me. We're going to keep an eye on that, and we are also going to continue to share some of these pictures from Fort Myers, and that we're no longer talking about Fort Myers Beach. This is also downtown Fort Myers. Experiencing the devastating flooding that comes along with a major category 4 hurricane like Ian. Hundreds, if not thousands of homes are destroyed. Once again, it'll take a very long time for the locals to clean up out here after a storm like this. And we haven't even seen the start of it. We haven't even seen the half of it. I'm afraid it'll be before whenever people start getting power back. It'll be whenever people start thinking about going outside, recording things, and finding new pieces of information online. Before we start really understanding the entire scope and impact that Hurricane Ian has had. So that's what we are looking at. Looks like, yeah, there's that 140 mile an hour wind gust report that came in. And I'm looking through Twitter. I know a lot of you guys are doing amazing work, tagging me and stuff, sending me stuff. And I'm trying to filter through that. Obviously, I'm not always going to see all of it. Here's a video from one of our friends of the channel. We've actually had Nicholas Isabella as a storm chaser on this channel before, like a year ago in a winter storm. He's from New York City, so he must have went from New York City all the way down there into Florida to chase Hurricane Ian. And as you can see, he's agreeing with the rest of us and saying that the backside of Hurricane Ian is insane. You guys are funny. Yeah, Reed Timmer's safe. Reed Timmer is safe and sound. I think the Dominator 4 is not. It's not. So, yeah, his car got pretty badly damaged by some storm surge inundation there. Okay, so we're going to talk a lot about Fort Myers and Fort Myers Beach. Here's a video from Fort Myers Beach about 3 hours ago. So you can see that we saw a lot of flooding, a lot of the storm surge situations going on down there. But Fort Myers now, the downtown area, is starting to experience some of these same impacts. Hurricane Ian has become a record-breaking hurricane for Fort Myers as storm surge flooding has eclipsed 7 feet and rising. The impact of this storm is truly life-threatening. Don't venture into floodwaters. Stay informed and safe. This is the most storm surge anybody alive today has ever seen in Fort Myers. If you're 90 years old and you think you've been through it all, you haven't been through a storm like Hurricane Ian. And the only reason I try to, use that language and reiterate that point is just in case there's still anybody out there who thinks that this has been an over-exaggeration and is wanting to maybe, disregard some of the warnings. By the way, I reached out to a gentleman earlier who was concerned about his grandmother whose house got damaged. He got back to me and he says, I've got people trying to get to her whenever it's safe enough. So it does look like there's going to be some people actually helping Alan's grandmother, the 76-year-old. I'm going to do our best to help anybody out that needs it. And that's one of the things whenever this is over, whenever that happens, whenever that actually happens, and this is over, one of the things that we're going to focus on is making sure that people who need help are taken care of. And one of the ways we do that is through our storm chasers. They're going some of them are going to stick around and just see if there's anything that we can do to maybe help out. Still looking for new information here. If you're just now tuning in, I've been sitting here for 8-9 hours now, talking nonstop about this storm. And as I do love it, I do love my job, I guess. But it is starting to get to the point where I'm a little bit exhausted. So if you hear me take a sigh or a break between speaking every once in a while, I'm just intermittently taking a break. I'm still here for the long haul, and I'm still going to be here for you guys for as long as you need me. And I'm still just as into it as ever. I'm just really trying to absorb some of the information that I'm seeing coming in, like this new tidbit from the Weather Prediction Center. Major inland flooding is expected this evening along and to the left of Hurricane Ian's track. So I've been harping on that for a while. Okay, we've been talking about this all day, but to the left and west of Ian's overall track, we are going to see widespread major inland flooding. That includes Orlando. That includes all the way up there to Daytona. So, Riley, go ahead.
Hey, Ryan. Brad did finally find the storm surge. It's starting to come up. You can see it on his stream.
All right. Thank you very much, Riley. Oh, there it is. There it is. You can see the water right there. Let's see if we can't talk to him. Brad, what exactly are we looking at here in front of you? I see the water, but is it getting ready to come up over into an area where it shouldn't be, or is it already in an area where it normally isn't?
Ryan, it's probably about 2 feet short of where it would need to go to get over this wall. To put this in comparison, there were boats probably about 200 yards out in the harbor that were sitting on dry, like dirt, because of all the water that had been thrown out, or all the water that had gone out of the harbor. So it's taking a little bit for the storm surge to come in, but it's coming in really fast now.
Wow, that's incredible. What I'm going to do real quick, I do have to go get me a drink of water real quick. Andy's also taking a break. Literally, this is going to take 1 minute. This is going to take 1 minute, 60 seconds max. I'm going to throw you on the multi-view here.
Also, I'm not sure how much longer I'll be able to stay at this location. We've got a lot of freshwater flooding in the streets and things like that. I don't know if you can tell, but there's a boat that has lost its anchor that is floating towards us.
Oh, man. Oh, man, let me pull that up, fool. Look at that. A boat that has lost its anchor is floating directly towards Brad, Stormchaser Brad, as the storm surge is coming in quick. Holy smokes. Once again, he's in a very dangerous situation. As much as we would probably want him to keep on this shot so we can see what happens with the boat, he should probably turn around and get the heck out of Dodge. Which is more than likely what he's going to do here very shortly. Guys, give me just a couple seconds. I'm going to give this camera a break, and I'm going to go get myself a water. BRB.
Ryan, are you seeing this?
Yes, sir. We're watching. It looks like it's going to come right up to you there.
Yeah, my main concern is that it's attached to all these high tension power lines, the cords that are holding them in the ground. I hope they don't snap.
That's a really good point. If you need to get out of there, get out of there. But at the same time, it's fascinating to see the power of Hurricane Ian here, as it's literally driving boats into the land, in the same way that it's driving a lot of the sea towards the land, as we continue to see this situation unfold. We're seeing hurricane force wind gusts from Sarasota all the way up to let's see here, Lake Placid and Sebring. How long you plan on staying there, buddy? I know he needs to leave. I don't want to make him make any rash decisions. I don't want to be like, get out of there, go. It's got to be his decision because he is the one that's been doing this for so long.
Well, you know, the smart person would probably say when they start seeing boats come ashore, that's probably the time to go back. I'm probably going to stick around here for a little bit longer.
Stormchaser Brad Arnold. Once again, these guys are crazy. We don't condone the actions that they take, but we are thankful that they take them sometimes because, once again, we wouldn't have known just by looking at radar, I don't think, exactly how intense the backside of the storm actually is without our storm chasers on the ground. And now hopefully we've effectively communicated the dangers and the risks associated with this to everybody downstream, the hundreds of thousands of people of downstream that are going to experience the same western side of this storm. So lots of information coming in. Lots of new kind of updates coming in from the National Hurricane Center, National Weather Service. So we're gonna watch Brad's feed here as the boat gets closer and closer. While I go over some of this other information, that's nuts. That is nuts. He's got to get out of there. It's literally getting hung up on. It's getting hung up on the power lines there. So the only thing holding it back at this point is the power lines. And I definitely see some overspray. That water's coming up quick. They've got to get out of there. But anyways, some updates from the storm or the National Weather Service, the Weather Prediction Center. We still got a high risk of excessive rainfall and flash flooding this evening. We're going to see widespread freshwater flooding in a lot of central Florida today. That will lead to some really bad, potentially catastrophic inland flooding as we go forward. Let's switch over to Brandon Kopic real quick because he's got a dude, don't drive under that. Don't drive under that. Please don't drive under that. That's literally just sitting there, right? Anyways, Brandon Kopic's also in Punta Gorda, Florida, giving us a live look at some of the damage that we're seeing here out in and around the streets. So I just wanted to make sure we saw that. And now let's go back and look at the boat. Once again, this is a live look right now at Brad Arnold, who's up against the shore here, watching a boat potentially float ashore right in front of him. Hopefully, once again, he's got an idea of how he's going to get out of there. He's got an evacuation route. He's got a backup plan. As soon as that water starts coming up and over the barrier there, he's going to hightail it the other direction because he's not going to have much longer after that before the flood really starts taking over. Look at that, man. The power of water and wind. That is one of the most insane things you'll see right there. My goodness. This is once again, the backside of Hurricane Ian is proven to be the true, it's proven the true power of Hurricane Ian. It looks like he's leaving now. They can only stay and look at that. Really interesting situation for so long before it got dangerous. So now they're making the very smart decision of turning around and getting the heck out of there. Once again, if anybody's wondering what we're looking at, if you're just now tuning in, this is a live look at Stormchaser Brad Arnold's feed, who is near Punta Gorda and Port Charlotte. And he's giving us a live look at everything that's going on here. Here's another look at a very close proximity. This is Brandon Kopic's view of the storm. And these guys are still in the Eyewall of the storm, but just a little bit farther to the north and to the east, things are calming down a little bit. So, you know, you go back and forth between, in a situation like this where the storm moves so slow, you got to go back and forth from being in the eye wall and being in the eye. And of course, Brad is in the eye wall right now, which is just proving to be incredibly dangerous. Oh, look, that's that same sign that Kopic just came across, but from the other side, and he's actually going to go under it. Oh my God. Once again, I can't, we shouldn't do that. I'm going to tell Kopic, it's official. You are smarter. You have a higher IQ than Brad Arnold. Write that down, mark it down, keep it noted. But once again, these guys are out here documenting some of the bad situation that's unfolding from Hurricane Ian. And you know, sometimes we can have fun with it, but what they're doing overall is important. Not only are we seeing that, you know, what's happening on the ground, we're able to give effective warning to people downstream, but people like Brandon and Vince have instruments on their car recording data, passing that information on to whoever finds it necessary, and it allows us to you know, better communicate what's going on now and what the future could be as far as you know, what the forecast is looking like. So looks like Brandon's got some pretty serious damage here to one of these buildings. And then there's a lot of damage in front of Brad Arnold here who is continuing to try to find his way out of here. One of the reasons, more than likely, that Brad Arnold is driving through some of these pretty nasty conditions, and probably some situations that you normally wouldn't want to, is because he actually does have to get out of here. It's not safe for him to be in this position that he's in, so he has to get to higher ground. And sometimes if you're in the middle of a hurricane, sometimes you have to drive under a sign that's fallen down in order to make that happen. So let's see here. I'm going to continue to keep these guys' feeds up so you can see what's going on here. But I've got to go back to kind of also interpreting some of the new information from the National Weather Service and relaying that to you, and then also looking at the radar some more. And then, of course, I'm also looking at Twitter. I know you guys are sending me so many reports and you're tagging me and stuff. I'm so appreciative of it. I'm going to try to compile as much as possible and give you some pictures and videos of what's going on out there. Still, I want to reiterate one more time. I know that I've repeated this a lot, but I want to make sure everybody understands this. Major inland flooding is expected this evening. Along and to the left of the track of Hurricane Ian's overall track. That includes Tampa. That includes Orlando. That includes Lakeland. That includes Barrow, Rockledge, Titusville. All these places are in the path of a rain band that's going to lead to catastrophic flooding. Go ahead, Riley.
I did not change the light colors. I don't know what's going on. My interface just bugged too.
Oh, okay. I saw the lights go purple. I think that's the first time that's ever happened. We had an accidental light change somehow. But usually when the lights turn purple, that means we got to talk to Riley, who has some sort of update for us from the Chasers or something like that. If you're just now tuning in, that's another thing to keep an eye on, is the lights behind me. When they're blue, it's cool, right? When they're green, that means we got to talk to Andy, meteorologist Andy, who's got an update for us. When they're orange, we have some sort of breaking news, and when it turns purple, we have some sort of other update. Very unique system that we've come up with here over the year of trying to do this whole live broadcasting thing on YouTube. Anyways, what was I talking about? Oh yeah, major rainfall is falling in our Arcadia, Fort Meade, all these places. It's going to continue to fall at an incredible rate as it carves a path up through Florida. That really bad flooding is going to take place, and it's not even just associated with the ocean flooding. We're also going to be talking about just river flooding, potentially record-breaking historic river flooding through a lot of central Florida. Brad is the definition of the Florida man. He's from Alabama. He's from Alabama. And all of our storm chasers they do this. This is like what they do, right? They're professionals. They've been doing this for years. They're all either meteorologists or, trained storm spotters. We would never just give a camera to some person's body and be like, hey, go do this. This is what every single person that you've seen today working with us, Chris, Vince, Brett, Bryce, Brandon, Brad. We got a lot of B names on the team today. But anyways, all of these people are, they would be out here whether I was live or not. They would be out there storm chasing whether I was here to showcase their live stream or not. And that's how I actually found them. And that's how we ended up working together. I was like, hey, you're going to be out there anyways. Let's work together to try to better communicate some warnings for people. So yeah. Trying to find, wow, here's a video from Inglewood, Florida a couple hours ago. And you can see the winds are incredibly intense there. Just like we've seen pretty much through a lot of these live feeds that we've been looking at through our storm chasers. A lot of people in the chat are saying, can I become a storm chaser? I think we're good. I think we're, all the guys that we work with, I think we're good. I don't think we need any more. We'll let you know, though. We might do applications or something one day. Lots of other storm chasers in the area are reaching out to me, messaging me, telling me their experience on the backside. Somebody just said, holy crap, the back half of this storm is way stronger than anybody expected. And that's definitely true. The backside of Hurricane Ian has been the powerhouse. It's been Hurricane Ian. The front side was bad enough, lots of damage, lots of really strong wind gusts, and the surge was really bad. But this backside is just a whole nother beast. Whole nother beast. Also got a note from meteorologist Andy Hill, who said the western and southern edge of the eyewall of Hurricane Ian is seemingly much stronger due to the effects of the heavy rainfall shield to the west and northwest of the core. Precipitation loads onto the downdrafts and accelerates them as they rotate counterclockwise. So one of the reasons why the backside of Ian has been so much more intense is because a lot of the weight, I guess, of the precipitation is helping to bring down those upper level and mid-level winds closer to the surface. So you can see it's backloaded. All the precipitation really is on the backside of the storm, and that's helping. The winds are pretty much equally strong all around the center of the storm, above the surface, but the rain, the precipitation on the western side is helping to mix down that those impacts closer to the ground, and that's why we're seeing such crazy kind of footage. And I completely lost my train of thought there. That's why the backside seems so much worse. 7 p.m. update from the National Hurricane Center. Ian is battering the Florida Peninsula with catastrophic storm surge, winds, and flooding. A NOAA National Ocean Service station near Fort Myers recently reported a water level greater than 7 feet. And a University of Florida Coastal Monitoring Program wind tower recently reported sustained winds of 64 miles an hour and a gust of 104 miles an hour. That's pretty far displaced from the actual center of the circulation as well. And a private weather station near Port Charlotte reported a sustained wind of 115 miles an hour and a gust over 142. So now that's our new record wind gust for the day so far. Will not be surprised to hear about more of that as time goes on. Here's a time lapse. We've seen a lot of these today, but this one's of Fort Myers, not Fort Myers Beach. This is downtown Fort Myers as the storm surge came in to the streets. Now, significant flooding is still ongoing in Fort Myers, okay? But this is what it looked like as it was first coming in. Look at how quickly the roads are filling up with water. It starts with the roads, and then it gets into people's yards. It gets into those alleyways, and then eventually the whole area is a lake. And that's what we're dealing with right now in Fort Myers. Oops, lost it. We'll try to find that again and complete that for you. But here's a really unfortunate photo from, let's see here. I don't know exactly. Oh, Naples. This is from Naples Fire Department. Chest deep in water as they perform search and rescue in this terrible flood situation. Man, I really want to finish that time lapse. I don't know where it is. I don't know where it went. There it is. Where were we? About halfway through. Yeah, you can see how quickly the water came in, and it's continuing to come in even as I speak. Eventually, though, when the winds change, we'll see that start to go down. But unfortunately, the damage has been done to a lot of the buildings and residential areas in the Fort Myers vicinity. So when it goes down, we'll just be left with some of the residual effects of the flood that happened here, thanks to Hurricane Ian. Has the storm weakened since making landfall? Yes, it has actually weakened significantly, which is why it's so surprising and kind of crazy that the backside of the storm was that intense. So usually the backside of the storm, whenever you go through the front side and then the backside comes through, usually that is not as impactful. It's not as intense as the front side. So it's pretty crazy that this backside has been so impactful. Looks like we got another report of a tornado too. We've had a lot of tornadoes. Well, not a lot, but at least two that I've seen with my own eyes today that have touched down in Florida with, it seems to me like no tornado warnings. So this is one of those things that happens in a severe weather situation where you've got everybody's eyes are on the hurricane, right? Everybody, and rightfully so. The storm surge, we've got thousands of lives in direct danger down here. But it looks like some of these storms out in the outer bands, this one specifically east of Deer Park, it looks like these are producing tornadoes. We saw one earlier near St. Cloud, a tornado on the ground with what I believe was a storm that had no warning associated with it. This one is, I believe, that same storm, and it was earlier today at 3:32 p.m. So the reason I'm even emphasizing the no warning thing is because we've got a big tornado watch out today, and I want everybody up there to, even though we're all paying attention, we're all obviously really focused on the eyewall of the hurricane and the impacts that are going on with the hurricane. I want us to also watch these storms very carefully because they are dropping tornadoes today. We've seen them. And these are going to move in this direction towards Orlando, Deltona, and Palm Coast as we go into the overnight periods tonight. Thankfully, I don't think the tornado risk looks as intense as it was last night, but it's obviously there, and we've seen a couple tornadoes already today. Mike says the backside of Hurricane Ian is slamming into Punta Gorda. It just shredded the roof off of this Shell station. So Mike is out there sending in pictures and videos. And yeah, it's literally tearing that thing apart with some really strong winds. And another thing to note here is one of the reasons why this looks so much more intense on camera too is because of the rain. Well, the rain, not only is it helping the winds reach the surface, but it's helping illuminate and kind of show us where the winds are happening, and you can just see it better whenever we've got the rain bands there to kind of show where the winds are blowing. Well, yeah. Let's see. Yeah, lots of video coming in here. I really don't know where to start with relaying some of this stuff. A lot of it is coming out of Fort Myers. It looks like downtown Fort Myers is the new kind of focus area for where this worst of the storm is occurring. So it was Fort Myers Beach at first. Now it's downtown Fort Myers. A huge shout out to Camp Alicious. Thank you for the support. Nathan Gale, Clear Creek Farm, Nikki Helmert, Beantown says thank you for this awesome storm coverage. It's helping us ride out the storm in Manatee County. And Alexa Lindquist, thank you guys so much for the support. I'm seeing it. I see all the love. I see all the support in the chat, and I'm very grateful for it. Just thank you. Thank you for being here. For everybody who's liked the video and shared us and helped us get vital information in front of a lot of people today. I don't even know how many people we've reached today, but I know that the numbers, from what I've seen from looking at screenshots and stuff, have been high. So thank you for helping us do this. Hopefully we helped some people today, and we're going to continue to help them throughout the rest of the evening until YouTube kicks me out of here. Until YouTube says, go to sleep. No, I think we will have to end at the 11.5-hour mark regardless. But if we need to come back at a later time, we will be here. Yeah, we did 8 hours yesterday, went to sleep, woke up, came back here, and now we've been going for 9 hours or so today. Non-stop weather coverage. That's what we do whenever we can. If you've enjoyed what we've been able to do today, if you found it useful, if you think that this might be useful in the future, consider subscribing to the channel. It's free. And once again, this is something that we are doing for everything: blizzards, hurricanes, tornado outbreaks, anything like that I can use my experience, meteorologist Andy Hill's knowledge, and all of our storm chasers combined efforts to help people understand the severity of a situation and better communicate a warning to people. We're here for it. We're not here on the sunny days every day, but when it's needed, we are here. Nine hours and 32 minutes. Yep. Dang. Some of the videos of the extreme wind coming out of Port Charlotte, just nuts. Just nuts. Sorry, I'm just looking through some of the incoming messages that I'm getting on Twitter and stuff, filtering through some of the data, some of the information. I do want to say, because I know we got a lot of people far downstream who are wondering what's going to happen next, what's going to happen after it gets past Florida. I do want to say that one of the biggest concerns that we have is going to be actually the potential flooding that happens in the coastal areas of South Carolina and Georgia. But there is going to be a tornado risk in the southeastern United States a little bit as we go later into once the storm recurves back up into Georgia and South Carolina. It's going to go up towards the Appalachians, and in the warm sector in the front right quadrant, we might see a little bit of a tornadic activity associated with that. And we'll talk about that as we do a forecast for everybody here in just a little bit. I want to try to give these feeds a little bit of a refresh here. It looks like we were a little bit paused up there with everybody, but I think we're going to get everybody back here.
All right, guys, we just lost. I think we just totally lost Verizon here.
Okay, maybe.
So, the stream's going to go to pot. I'm just going to tootle around here. Conditions are improving though, but we may be at the end of our rope here for the stream. Stuff like that.
That's probably what happened. It looks like all of our storm chasers have lost their connection. Except Brad Arnold. We got Brad Arnold back somehow. Or actually, we got Vince Welty somehow. We'll see if I can't get this new link set up. Give me just a second. Doing some behind the scenes work here. Some production. I do have a lot of help. For the most part, your boy is a one-man band here. All right, we're starting to get some of them back. Obviously, big-time power outages all throughout Florida. And we're going to continue to see that problem as we go forward. But even if we have no storm chasers, which I don't think that's going to be the case, I think we'll get them back here shortly. But even if we have no storm chasers, we will be able to continue to monitor satellite and all of our other tools through the Radar Omega app. All right, and Riley, if you can hear me, if you can switch Vince and Brad in the position order, that'd be great.
10-4.
Vince has a pixel party of video quality. Yeah, it's probably going to be like that for a little while. Intense storm surge is still continuing in areas north of Naples and near Fort Myers. So we'll give you a full update on that right here in a minute. And we are well over 1.5 million people without power now in Florida. And that number is expected to rise as time goes on. Smoking Ape says, much love for what you do. Always watching from Alabama, praying for everyone affected. Let's see here. Campalicious says, please continue this stream as it gets into Central Florida. We need this very life-saving information. Thank you for all you do for us. Paula, thanks for becoming a member. Cameron, thanks for upgrading to a high-risk member. Yeah, so I do plan. Once again, I'm going to be here as much as I possibly can. Once we get to the 11.5-hour mark, I will have to end this stream. And what I'll probably do is take a little bit of a break, I mean, you got, I woke up at, 5 a.m. this morning. It's currently 7 p.m. We're going to go till, 9 p.m., 9:30 or something, take a little bit of a break, and then come back for another burst of coverage if needed. All right. So, it's one of those things where we have to take a little bouts of intermissions in between what we do. And we try really hard to, get it right and make sure that we're live during the most intense portions. But sometimes we do have to take a little break here and there. But I appreciate you guys putting your trust in me and your faith in me and wanting me to be there. And I take this responsibility very seriously, and I'm going to do everything that I can to be there for you. Here's another crazy video from that tornado earlier. At 3:34 p.m., the tornado was approaching Gabriel's car, but he decided it would cross the road far away from me, and thankfully it did. This is that potentially unwarned tornado earlier today. What category of storm is the hurricane now? Let me double check, make sure nothing's changed. The last update still has this as a category 4, but that was at 5 p.m. Let me make sure there's not a 6 p.m. update here. Yeah, from what I can tell, we've still technically got a category 4 storm. I don't know if we've still got 140 mile an hour winds or not, but it's definitely still a major hurricane, I believe. Thousands of Floridians will need help rebuilding from Hurricane Ian. Let's see what Governor DeSantis has to say about this.
There will be thousands of Floridians who will need help rebuilding, and to contribute to the disaster fund, you can visit www.floridadisasterfund.org or text disaster to 20222. Again, that's text disaster to 20222. There will be thousands of Floridians who will need help.
Can you guys hear that? I think that was incredibly quiet. But anyways, basically there's a fund already that's available to help people in Florida, and that's floridadisasterfund.org, or you can text disaster to 20222. And of course that's going to go towards helping the people in Florida that are going to need help rebuilding. And obviously there are going to be thousands of people displaced by this. And it's going to be a long months for people down here in southwestern Florida. Coyote, thank you so much for the support. He says, I not only want to shout out all of the awesome coverage y'all are doing, but also the families behind you guys that support it. That's nice. That's my wife and everybody else's family around them that helps with this operation are definitely very supportive, especially in the beginning when we were all doing this and nowhere near 100,000 people were watching. I started this channel almost a year and a half, 2 years ago. And, sometimes we would only have, 50 people watching during severe weather coverage. And we would still even then go 11, 12, 13 hours nonstop. And my wife has been supportive the whole time. So that is a great shout out. Definitely want to emphasize that. Look at this. From Naples. The Focus said, my dad just sent me this video from Naples, Florida, during Hurricane Ian. Man, I've completely lost. Direct one is Chris Hall now, I think, right? Riley, I think we've lost everybody except for we're intermittently still getting Chris Hall. So if we can switch Vince and Chris in the order, I think that'll be the last one that we have to do.
Okay. Brandon and Brad are also intermittent.
Okay. Sounds good. Okay, so it's official. The National Hurricane Center has officially downgraded Hurricane Ian to a Cat 3.
Hey, Ryan, just so you know, for the most part, cell data's down around here. Obviously, I can't send my Starlink due to the winds right now and the precip, but I am trying to keep my feet up as much as possible up here. We're at the top of a parking garage.
All right. That was Stormchaser Brandon Kopic. Obviously, a lot of the cell service infrastructure is going down out there. I'm honestly surprised we were able to keep as clean of feeds as we did for as long as we did. Like that was an amazing like stream. Like we had 6 fully HD live feeds during the most intense part of the storm. And now we're even, starting to get some of them back. So Vince is back with us. You can still you still see the winds, which are whipping around out there in Punta Gorda, Florida. And then, of course, Chris Hall is at the top of this storm or this parking garage here, giving us a view of, once again, still some of those really strong winds coming through. Here is a look at the utility trucks staged up in the villages of Sumter County, Florida, in preparation for Major Hurricane Ian. Now that is a sight to see. There obviously are millions of people without power, and some of those power outages might be extended, but thanks to these people and the incredible work and the long days ahead of them, that power outage won't last as long as it otherwise would. Is there another tropical storm coming after Ian? No, not well. Obviously, yes. Like there will always be another tropical storm, but there's not another imminent one that we're watching as closely as we have been watching Ian. Let's see here. Matthew says my brother-in-law lives in Fort Myers and didn't evacuate. We've had sporadic communications. Water is and was coming into the house, and some other damage, and they don't know the extent of it. I've referred all of my family involved in this to your channel. You are absolutely fantastic. Matthew, thank you so much for the support, and I'm sorry that you and your family are going through this. Hopefully he gets some help, and hopefully we're doing everything we can to get the information that's needed to him in a quick and efficient manner. Additionally, this is just the beginning of our efforts here. I really do think we're going to be down there for a while. I might actually go down there myself at some point. We've got our friends here locally that can help us. We can bring down some big military style trucks and school buses and all that stuff that we've got with our friends. When we all come together and work together, we can really possibly make a difference down there if we need to bring supplies or something like that. So we're going to start planning that stuff in the very near future. And we should probably, Chad, if you're listening to me, we should probably maybe start designing a sticker or something for that. Laura says, watching from Ireland. I know I'm not being affected, but I want to show my support. Great coverage. Thank you so much, Laura. Here's an interesting little graphic put together by Ian Livingston on Twitter. Hurricane Ian is the 6th Category 4 plus to strike the Gulf in as many years. Oh, okay. I see. I was like, what? A very crowded family portrait. So Irma, Category 4. Ian, Category 4, slightly stronger. Michael, a very intense Category 5. Ida, we remember Ida from last year, Category 4. Laura, Category 4, and Harvey, Category 4. All very evenly spaced out. That's kind of weird. Kind of odd that they all almost seemingly on purpose hit in different areas to equally disperse the impacts, it seems. Vince Welty is back in some really strong winds here. His location is a little bit to... Yeah, so he's still in Punta Gorda, and they're just still in that backside of the Eyewall there, and as it's moving out. And things are still really intense over there. Julie says, me and my husband are spending our honeymoon watching your live stream. You're doing great work. Thank you so much, Julie. Happy, congratulations, by the way. Is there music playing in the background? Oops. I did not mean for that to happen. Sorry. I think I turned that on during the break and just forgot to turn it off. All right, so let's take a look at some weather model imagery and talk about the future of this storm. Right after we read this quick update from the Collier County Sheriff's Office, we got another direct update here from the Sheriff's Office in Collier County. So we like the music. Well, maybe that's what we'll do, something like that in the future. I don't know. I didn't think that the music. I thought that maybe that would be a little bit distracting. Anyways, Collier County Sheriff's Office said there's a new curfew installed in Collier County. A mandatory curfew is in place for all of Collier County between the hours of 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. The curfew is effective immediately and will remain in effect until further notice. The purpose of the curfew is to protect safety of the citizens of Collier County and their property as they begin the process of recovering from the effects of Hurricane Ian. There is much unknown left to face with the rising waters, debris in the roads, and many people have evacuated their homes and businesses. We do not want criminals preying on residents and businesses at one of the most vulnerable times in their life. Once again, this is coming from the Collier County Sheriff's Department. The curfew does not apply to emergency responders, employees at healthcare facilities, critical staff for businesses that provide essential services, or those seeking medical assistance. Violation of the curfew is a second-degree misdemeanor. Our deputies are compassionate and will enforce this with a great sensitivity to our residents and business owner situations. Don't panic about this. It's about keeping criminals out of areas they have no business being in right now. So once again, just direct information from the Collier County Sheriff's Office. Read that word for word off of their Facebook page. Oh boy, service is getting more and more scarce out here, it seems. Chris Hall just texted me and said that it's looking like the stream from a lot of the chasers is probably going to be over at this point, as there's just hardly any cell service. Looks like Vince is still getting it out there somehow, though. This is from Brittany. Says, my mom said that there are desperate neighbors with their houses underwater. She asked me to tweet that rescue boats be sent to Judd Park in North Fort Myers. Once again, if there's anybody out there, and I know there are teams out there ready to go, if once things get a little bit more, settled, and you're ready to go, one of the first places that you should probably go is Judd Park in North Fort Myers, and this is some of the imagery coming out of there. New extreme wind warning that's going to go all the way out until 9:30 p.m. Eastern Time, Wednesday, September 28th. This includes Avon Park, Sebring, Lake Placid, Arcadia, Gardner, all the way down to Venus and Cleveland. This is extremely dangerous. Hurricane winds are going to be possible through 9:30 p.m. Move to an interior room now. This is a dangerous situation. Treat this as if it's a hurricane. I'm sorry. Treat this as if it's a tornado and take shelter like you would for it, and don't come out until after it's over. Population 190,000 people are now under this extreme wind warning as we continue to watch the storm rage on here, even way back away from the center of the storm where Vince is. It's still a very intense situation. Thank you for all the support, guys. I really do appreciate it. John Fun, thank you for the kind words there, man. I appreciate everybody's love here. Forbes wrote an article on us today. It says Ryan Hall, y'all, the internet weatherman, the behind Hurricane Ian live stream with 100,000 views. I think they meant viewers. 100,000 viewers. And John says it's because Ryan is simply undeniable at delivering the bestest information in an understandable form. I really appreciate that, man. We've been going for almost 10 hours now, and we're not letting up just yet. We're going to stay with you guys. I know we got a lot of people watching in Central Florida who are very concerned, rightfully so, about the potential impacts of this storm as it continues to go through the state. We're going to be here for you guys. There will be at some point I will have to sleep. I have to, I am a human. At some point we will have to take a break, a little bit of a break here, but we're going to continue this coverage for as long as it is needed. I promise you. So thank you so much. And thanks to everybody who subscribed to the channel. I think we're at, 650,000 subscribers now. Really appreciate it. How's the storm surge? The storm surge in the area where our chasers are, around Port Charlotte, it did get bad, and it got up into some of the roadways and stuff, but it wasn't as bad as down south. We're not 100% sure on the exact we're not 100% sure of exactly what's going on, but Fort Myers, Cape Coral, Fort Myers Beach, Bonita Beach, Naples, all these places saw incredible flooding today, and some of these places are still seeing that flooding, and we're just waiting on that water to go down. Fort Myers saw record-breaking flooding just moments ago, and I think the water either topped out at 7 or 8 feet, or it was still rising at that point. Here is some pictures from Naples. Once again, Naples, Florida got it bad. Houses halfway underwater here. Boats floating down the streets. We saw plenty of that today. And then, just look at this. This is somebody's house here. Oh my God, can you imagine? Can you imagine? Looking out your window, you're on the 2nd floor of your home. You are on the 2nd floor of your home. You're looking out your window. You see this, and you go to look down the stairs, which we'll see right here in a second. I mean, that's got to be the most terrifying thing ever. Holy smokes, man. Whew. When they, that
right there is a Jeep.
Issue those evacuation orders in the future,
Can't see it anymore,
can
but there's
promise
a
you
BMW
anybody
on the
who
road
had to
there.
go through Hurricane Ian will not be staying around for any future storm. Almost certainly, yeah. Any news about Sanibel? The last I heard about Sanibel is obviously the flooding was incredibly bad. We saw some of that storm surge come in. We got a lot of time lapses, but they lost power and we lost communication with a lot of the people that we had in that area really early on. So I haven't heard anything else, but I would say that the storm surge has certainly let up in that area. Definitely the winds have. We're not seeing that same level of impact. We're gonna start hearing a lot more from all of these cities in the next little bit. I know we've lost cell service and a lot of communications, but stuff is starting to get out slowly but surely. Like stuff like this. This is another just unbelievable video from Naples, Florida earlier. This was hours ago, right? And while this was happening, even though somebody was filming it, the first thing they weren't thinking of getting this video out on Facebook, right? So as these people get to safety and you know more time passes, we'll see more and more examples of what exactly happened out here in the path of Hurricane Ian, which is still going on right now, by the way. We've still got Hurricane Ian. Category 3 now, Hurricane Ian near Arcadia, and it's moving up to the north a little bit, and it's going to slide right by Avon Park, and it's going to make it to Hillcrest Heights, and at that point, it's still going to be a Category 1 storm. Tonight at 2, or early tomorrow morning, 2 a.m. in the morning, it's still going to be a hurricane with 105-mile-an-hour wind gusts in the middle of Florida. But by the time it gets to Orlando and Daytona Beach, it'll be a tropical storm with winds around 65 miles an hour. That's good news. And then it is going to come out back into the ocean, and it'll make landfall again somewhere near Beaufort or Savannah or Charleston in a couple of days, probably around, what is today? Wednesday, Thursday, probably Friday. So the storm's going to go, after it leaves Florida, it's going to go back out into the Atlantic for a little bit. It's going to try to gain some steam, but it's going to make landfall again somewhere near Savannah, Georgia on Friday, I believe. And I don't know if it'll be a hurricane at that point, but it'll more than likely be a tropical storm with some really heavy rain. That's going to be the main thing that we have to worry about there. Lots of rain expected in southeast Georgia, southern portions of South Carolina. Less rain, but still a lot of rain expected up into North Carolina, all the way up into Virginia as well as a result of this storm. But the hurricane, like the really bad hurricane, is going to be over after, after it gets through Florida. This is the, let's use Radar Omega here to show you where the storm is now and the track. You can see the forecasted track right here, but I want to show you the cone of uncertainty, because people seem to like that, and it goes over pretty well. So let's throw up in our Radar Omega app. We can turn that cone on, and there it is in red. Basically what the cone means is we're going to see it. The center of the storm is either going to go through the center and turn like this, or it could go on the outside and go like this, or it could go on the inside and go like this, or anywhere in between. If the farther east it goes, the more over the Atlantic Ocean it goes. Let's say it doesn't make landfall again until it gets almost over to Myrtle Beach. The more intense the storm will be up there, because the more time this has over the ocean, the more time it's going to have to reform into something. But if it doesn't stay over the ocean very long, it'll likely just remain a tropical storm, and then just bring some heavy rain up here to South Carolina. But we'll definitely have to watch it a lot closer if it goes farther out to sea. I don't think, I think we lost Brad's feed. Hold on. For some reason, I've got Brad's feed is working, but it's not on our thing. Oh, okay, I see. I got a new link for him. Give me just a second. We got Brad Arnold out here in the middle of a really tough or really strong storm, and I want to throw this up here. I'm going to put him in the number 2 position, Riley. Actually, you know what? I'm going to put him in the number 1 position. So if you can get that order changed for us, be very appreciate it. I would appreciate it. All right. So we're going to wait for these feeds to kind of refresh here. All right. And then we're going to monitor. We're going to put Chris Hall in number 2. Brad's going to be in number 1. All right. So we've got Brad Arnold in the middle of a place that looks like the power's out here. And obviously continuing to monitor the storm as it continues to rage on near Punta Gorda, Florida. Let's take a look at this update from the Sarasota Police Department. In addition to officers at our headquarters, we have officers stationed at the SRQ County Government Emergency Operations, gathering, sharing information with partnering agencies to provide assistance and support as needed before and after Hurricane Ian. So there's a lot of people out there doing everything they can to keep you safe. And there's a lot of coordination that goes on in an event like this that does end up keeping a lot of people safe. And it all comes down to the National Hurricane Center and the weather forecast. You know, if these guys didn't know this was coming, they wouldn't have been able to organize the response that they've been able to. So once again, just a huge shout out to the National Hurricane Center, the National Weather Service, and all of the media outlets who covered this. I think that all in all, this was handled well, and I think that a lot of people were served well by every single part of the machine that is the information relay system in this particular storm. It's no longer a Category 4. It's now a Category 3. Center of circulation is pretty much right over Arcadia, Florida. Jenny says, thank you for all that you and your team does to keep us informed. Thank you, Jenny. Angela says, thanks for all you do. I'm sending some love on behalf of my dad. He would be watching from Lake Placid right now if his power were still on. Well, I hope his power comes back on soon, Angela. Thank you for the support. Star Studio says, have you ever seen 2 storms merge? And what would happen if that happened? Would it be a cannibal hurricane? If 2 hurricanes were to merge, it actually wouldn't be that big of a deal. There's something called the Fujiwara effect. That would be really cool to witness on satellite. If 2 hurricanes like the size of Hurricane Ian were to try to run into each other, it would be quite the sight. But it definitely wouldn't mean what you think it means. I don't think it would happen in the way that it happens in that movie, The Day After Tomorrow. Andy, what's up, Andy?
Hi, Ryan. Yeah, I'm still here, guys. I'm falling asleep, but it's hard for me to keep up for 10 hours. But we do have a flash flood emergency, and you can pull that up on radar, Ryan. It is including a lot of the northwest eyewall that Ian went, or the northwest portion of Ian's eyewall where we saw that heavy precip shield for a while.
All right, there it is. Flash flood emergency here. And if you guys are unfamiliar with that, basically what that is it's like a PDS tornado warning or something, but for flooding. It's the highest level flash flood warning that can be issued. I'm going to turn our cone of uncertainty off just so we can see this better. Everybody in the green dotted box here is under a flash flood emergency, and you've got to get to higher ground now. The last time one of these was issued, at least one of the last times one of these was issued, was during the historic flood disaster in Kentucky, up here where I live. 50 people lost their lives in that situation, and all it did was rain here. Now, in this situation, we've got the incredibly heavy rain, and we've got 100-mile-an-hour winds on top of that. So there are currently 339,000 people whose lives are, at risk for flooding, as the waters are going to rise exponentially fast as the rain continues to come down. This is a life-threatening situation. Seek shelter now. Seek higher ground now. Move immediately to higher ground. Avoid walking or driving through floodwaters. And once again, this includes Inglewood, North Point, Fort Ogden, Gardner, Mayaka City, and Fort Greene, and the Highway 17 or corridor between Fort Ogden and Washula. I think I'm saying that right. But I am going to retweet that. So if you guys want to help me get the word out about this, you can share the graphic there on Twitter, and we can get that out in front of as many people as possible. Once again, it's one of those things where the wind might be dying down just a little bit in some of these areas, and people are maybe trying to breathe a sigh of relief. And I'm 100% with you on that. I wish you could. But now we've got to worry about the extremely dangerous flash flooding that's going to come as a result of the heavy rain associated with this. We've been talking about it all day, since early this morning, since yesterday. We've been talking about how this would happen, and hopefully we communicated that message in a good enough way that people are prepared for it. Cheryl, thank you for the incredibly generous super chat. She says, thank you for the service and valuable information. Thank you, Cheryl. And my goodness, Caden, thank you for that. You guys don't have to do this. You really don't. But he says, thank you for your passion and your tireless dedication to your craft. Thank you, guys. I don't know what else to say other than thank you. It's not, obviously it's a team effort here. It's all of us together. It's the only reason why this works. Whenever I started the channel, I just happened to put my name on it. I do appreciate the positivity, though. It's helping me get through all this negative news that we're reading off here. No power in Lake Placid. The overlay audio needs to be reset. That is, Riley, if you're listening to me, that is not something I do. That would have to be Ryan, the other Ryan. He has to refresh it. Let's see here. The most recent RTMA has 10 to 15 inches of rainfall over just the past 12 hours across portions of west central Florida, just north of where Hurricane Ian made landfall. So we've already seen 10 to 15 inches of rain in some of these places here where the flash flood emergency was issued. And there's still more rain on the way. Yeah, it's something. It's not anything on my end that I can fix at this point. Usually it is, but if it's been working and then it doesn't, it just means that that system needs to be refreshed. Whoa. Here's the Lee County. Look at that. The Lee County Sheriff's mobile trailer floating down the street from the storm surge. Jeez. Yeah, most of the most intense flooding that I've seen today has definitely come from Fort Myers Beach, and Naples. Yeah, so Hurricane Ian has brought between 12 and 19 inches of rain to some of these areas in the flash flood emergency, and an additional 3 to 8 inches of rain are possible. Here's one of our video editors who's posted a really nice animation of Hurricane Ian from the Caribbean to Florida. And it's just, I once again, this is something that I could watch over and over again. I'm just fascinated with how this works, and how these storms are just freaks of nature. But watch how this thing literally just continues to explode and just goes crazy right before making landfall there in Western Florida. Just an absolute powerhouse of a storm. One of the strongest storms on Earth. And once again, it'll be this will be one for the books once it's all said and done. Philip says, you and your team have helped my family in Port Charlotte. Thank you so much. Well, thank you, Philip. I'm glad we could be here for them. Jennifer says, I just found your channel today. Thank you so much. My son is a block off Sarasota Bay. Hobby says, Ryan, I see you're exhausted. Thanks for you and your family's sacrifice to help us. Yeah, this is officially our 18th, not consecutive, but our 18th hour of coverage here. So I told y'all before it began, we'd probably end up doing 20 plus. And here we are on hour number 18. Preston, thank you so much. He says, I've been watching you guys most of the day. Thanks for all you do to help us stay informed. I appreciate it. Yeah, once again, no need to thank me. I thank you for allowing me to have a reason to do this, and for enabling me to do the good things that I do. Once again, we'll be able to do this live stream for as long as that's needed, and we'll be able to go down there and help people in need via the Y'all Fund and stuff. Just thanks to you guys and everything that you've been able to do. So thank you. No thanks needed for me. Trying to see if there's anything else like really important to relay here. That mostly it's just a lot of news. Basically, it's a lot of look at what happened earlier today, especially in Naples and Fort Myers Beach, where some of the worst storm surge occurred, which is what you can see here from Naples. Just an unbelievably terrible situation. We're going to see probably a lot of those pictures and videos coming out pretty soon of the aftermath tomorrow morning and stuff from this. So we may, another thing that we may do is we'll go as long as we can this evening. We'll break for a little while tonight, start back early in the morning and do some coverage tomorrow, not only for everybody in northeastern Florida and the eastern side of Florida, but also for everybody out ahead of the storm that maybe needs updates on what's going to happen from there, and then to do more recaps and news relay. But I'm big on not being in your face whenever I don't need to be. So if I feel like the coverage isn't needed as we go into Friday or something like that, then we'll just go back to doing our regular videos, and then we'll come back live on the air during the next big storm, which I'm hoping is a daggone snowstorm. I'm tired of the tornadoes and hurricanes. Had plenty of them this year. Well, we've really only had one hurricane, but this one's been enough to make up for what would otherwise have been a lacking hurricane season. Linda says, you saved my sanity. You're the best. Hurricane is still coming our way, but no longer freaked out. Thank you. I love that. Thank you. If I can ease your mind, if I can make you feel a little bit better about what's going on, I also love that. One of the things that I really don't like about what I have to do in situations like this is a lot of times I'll have to use language like catastrophic and massive and monster and, damaging and all this. And I imagine if you have some sort of storm anxiety or something like that, it's not, it may not be the best. But what I understand is a lot of people who watch this and they see all the videos and they really understand us or understand how I'm dissecting the storm and explaining every aspect of it. It's like exposure therapy to them. The more they understand, the less scared or the less, unsettled they are by the unknown that is usually, whatever's coming in the storm. So I'm glad I could be here to help you be a little bit less freaked out by the weather. Don't be scared. Be prepared. There's never a reason to be scared in today's world. You can always be prepared. And that's what the channel's all about. Zen says, unbelievable and unbeatable coverage of Ian. You guys are just being too nice now. Somebody needs to make fun of me. Let's see. You and your team are fantastic. Keep it up. Y'all you have relayed a lot of information to my family there. Thank you. And look, Amy Davis is at it again. Amy Davis is at it again with the gifted memberships. Everybody say thank you to Amy Davis for the 20 gifted Ryan Hall y'all memberships. That means 20 random people now have been given a membership. Thank you, Amy. And if you guys don't know, Amy's been here since the beginning. Amy was one of those 50 people watching back in the day. Back in the old days, when we first started the channel, and we didn't have anything other than a computer and a microphone and a dream. Amy was one of those people. She's been here from the beginning, and she's been a huge supporter. So we love Amy. Shout out to you, Amy. MK Travel says, from someone who lived in St. Croix during Hurricane Irma and Maria, you're great for providing real coverage. It means a lot to everyone impacted by natural disasters. I wish we had you then too. I wish I could have been around then too. I didn't know. I didn't know that people would watch. Something like this. Obviously, it's evolved a lot since the beginning when I first started the channel, but. I'm happy to be here. I'm very glad that this is providing some sort of value for the people who tune in, and I'll be here for as long as possible. This is what I do now. The internet's weatherman. So I'm here for the long haul. As long as I'm here, as long as the internet exists, long as YouTube doesn't boot me off or something, I'll be here for you. And unfortunately, during the next inevitable big storm, I'll be right here on YouTube guiding you through it. So once again, just one more reminder, if you haven't hit that subscribe button yet, please do so. You can turn on notifications anytime we go live or anytime we upload a video. You'll be able to see it. And I promise I don't get on your nerves. I don't try to get if there's going to be a week of calm weather, you won't have to worry about hearing from me. But as soon as we start seeing another big storm popping up or something, we always try to outline those threats. Dana, thank you so much. I do want to go over the weather again. I know we're getting into the pattern that usually happens here at the end of a stream. This is not the end. We still got a lot to go with this storm. But the amount of love and the outpouring of support in the chat is just so it's great, and I love it. And I just want you guys to know how thankful I am for you. But let's get back into some of the weather coverage here. Once again, a flash flood emergency is in effect for a lot of southwestern Florida. And what this means is that there's likely some life-threatening catastrophic flooding ongoing here from Northport all the way up to Bowling Green in Florida. So we are going to see that continue to kind of spread, and those rain totals are going to continue to get worse as the storm goes off to the north. I'm really worried about places like Zoflo Springs, Arcadia, Sweetwater. All of these places have already seen an incredible amount of rain, and they're seeing more. They're seeing more on top of that. So life-threatening flooding is possible to happen there. And then you draw a line this way, and that's where the next bout of heavy rain is going to be. Once again, Hillcrest Heights, Kissimmee, Orlando, Merritt Island, Titusville, Harmony. All of these places are under the gun for this big band of heavy rain that's getting ready to come through over the next several hours tonight. It'll be 2 a.m. more than likely before the center of the storm is just here. So the center of the storm's right here now. It'll be 2 a.m. before it gets that far. And then it'll be 2 p.m. tomorrow. It'll be a tropical storm over here. So here's now 2 a.m., 2 p.m. That's how long it's going to take for this storm to travel across the state of Florida. And that's why we're worried about the flooding, especially around Bowling Green, Frostproof, all the way up to Orlando. So if you live in a flood-prone area, or even if you don't, pay attention to those flood warnings and get to higher ground immediately whenever the flood warning comes through. Just to kind of double down on that, 10 to 15 inches of rain has already fallen in the past 12 hours in a lot of these areas, and 3 to 8 inches more will fall on top of that. More than 20 inches of rain is possible, and that always leads to deadly, catastrophic flooding, no matter where you are, Florida or anywhere. Is it still a Category 3? Last update we got did put it at a Category 3, yes. Take a look at some weather models here. Just run through them all one by one. What's the time, by the way, if you guys can put it in chat for me, what's the run time on the stream right now? How long have we been going? All right, so this is what the weather is going to look like in the future according to the European model. So the European deterministic model is going to take this Hurricane Ian out to the Atlantic Ocean for a brief period of time. It's not going to stay out there much longer, but notice how it does get stronger. I know it's hard to see here. I want to show the whole country just in case we got anybody watching from away from the area. Okay, 10 hours, 10 hours, 10 hours. 10 hours and 25 minutes. Okay, that means we got about an hour left before I have to end this stream. So we're going to go over the models here, and then we're going to come up with a plan for what we're going to do in the future. But anyways, storm's going to go out to sea. It weakens quite a bit, and then when it gets out to sea, and when it gets back over those warm waters, it's going to try to regain some strength. And then maybe we might see this make landfall again as a high-end tropical storm somewhere over here in southern South Carolina. And the main impacts there are going to be the gusty winds and the heavy rain. All right. And then we might have in the front right quadrant, on the front side of the storm here, if we can get enough warm air to interact with that system, we might have a severe weather and tornado situation that unfolds over here. So that's the European model. That's the next several days. This goes out to October 1st. So we're going from Saturday, or from today, Wednesday, all the way out to October 1st. That's how long it's going to take for us to get rid of this thing. By the way, by the time this gets into South Carolina, it's really going to unravel and just become a big rainstorm. There's really going to be nothing, even though you're going to get rain and wind from this in Kentucky and Ohio and the Northeast all the way up into Canada. It's not going to be anything really unusual. So we're mainly just worried about the coastal areas that get affected here. Now that's the GFS, or that's the Euro. Let's check out the GFS. It takes the storm out to sea as well. Also deepens the storm back down to a 987 millibar low. Once again, a tropical storm makes landfall in South Carolina and then kind of unwinds there in the eastern U.S. And then it looks like the weather's going to be kind of quiet for a little while. Thank goodness. And our next thing that we might be talking about is a big cold front that looks like might be trying to come through later in the middle of October. But once you get past this mark right here, once you get past 120 hours, usually that is weather la land, and those things change a lot. We're mainly focused on the hurricane track there. So GFS and Euro, very similar. Let's look at the NAM 12 kilometer, just see what it's showing. And the NAM 12 kilometer does show this thing getting quite a bit stronger and going farther north. So I talked about this earlier. This is an outlier model. This is more than likely not going to happen. But if this were to be the path that the storm takes, and it stays out over the Atlantic Ocean longer, and it doesn't make landfall again until it gets all the way up there into North Carolina, we might have a Category 1 or Category 2 hurricane on our hands by the time it gets there. So the only way that that's going to happen is if it takes a long time to kind of get over the Atlantic Ocean. I don't know if that's a realistic possibility just yet. We'll talk about that more tomorrow or the next day in either a video or a live stream. But that right there would probably be like a worst case scenario, and that would obviously be a problem for southern areas of North Carolina. But as of now, we're going to assume that that's not going to be the case, and we're going to be dealing with a weak tropical storm, or I guess a pretty robust tropical storm making landfall somewhere in South Carolina as we get into Friday and Saturday. So that's kind of what the forecast looks like. Another thing to keep in mind here is the rain. That's the main thing. The main thing that we're concerned about with this is the rain. We're going to see several inches of rain from Georgia into the whole state of South Carolina is going to be susceptible to flooding from this. Of course, North Carolina, even up into portions of the Appalachians there in East Tennessee, East Kentucky, Western Virginia, and West Virginia, 2, 3, maybe 4 inches of rain in some places, depending on how long you stay under the precipitation bands that come off of this thing. So we're going to watch that closely. But overall, the biggest and worst part of this storm. The worst part of the hurricane is going to be over after the devastating flooding takes place tonight, associated with the heavy rain that's coming through. Okay. I saw a couple comments in chat. Somebody said, "You look funny and you talk funny." And I was like, there we go. And that's what I asked for. I asked you guys to make fun of me. and you guys, you listen. I love it. Here's a look at the NOAA satellites. Latest imagery of major, giant Hurricane Ian as the sun goes down, still boasting an incredible view and presentation as the storm drifts off to the north and east, back into the Atlantic. And just looking at it from this angle, man, it does look like it's going to hit the Atlantic Ocean at a more southern spot than either the GFS or Euro are suggesting. So maybe we will see this be over the Atlantic Ocean a little while longer, allowing for more time for it to reform into something before making landfall in the Carolinas. I don't know. We might be covering a second landfall next week or something of Hurricane Ian up there. I will guarantee you this. It'll never be a Cat 4 again. It'll never be a Category 4 again. Lynn B says, "I'm ready for Snowtown." Me too. Yeah, whenever we go live for blizzards and snowstorms, I personally, I think it's fun. These live streams for the hurricanes and the tornado outbreaks, I love it. I'm glad that we're able to do it. I think we do an incredibly good job with it. But the fun ones are the snow ones, because I love snow. I'm a big snow fanatic. So yeah, I'm also ready for Snowtown. Next video you'll see on the channel is a winter. Well, if it's not concerning the hurricane situation and the tropical situation here on the East Coast, the next video we're working on for the channel is going to be a winter outlook. I'm going to try to look and see, based off of what's happened in the past and what's happening right now, what this winter could look like. How much snow we're going to get? When's the snow going to start? All that good stuff. It's a fun video. There's not a whole lot you can do when you're trying to make those sort of predictions and outlooks, but it's fun. While Hurricane Ian is weakening in terms of sustained winds, its impacts in Florida are far from over. In addition to continued winds, it's wind and surge, heavy rainfall to the northwest of the Eye has already produced 10 to 15 inches of rain and flash flooding, and up to 20 inches is expected up there into areas north of Orlando. I'm really concerned about Central Florida and the flooding aspect, and I know that people are not going to take that seriously because of everything that we've seen from Hurricane Ian on the coast with the winds. When that starts to die down, the rainfall aspect is going to be overlooked, and that's unfortunately probably when we're going to start seeing some of our worst stories about people who are unfortunately missing, or maybe even worse. In those situations where we have historic river and stream flooding. Holly says, as slow as this thing is moving, it would have plenty of time to build up more steam over the water. That's true. If it continued to move this slow the whole time it was over the Atlantic, it would have more time to kind of gain steam and turn into another big hurricane. But thankfully, the farther north this thing goes, the quicker it's going to go, as there's going to be a whole lot more ability for this to kind of get sucked up into the natural progression of storms getting attached to troughs that eventually lead them poleward. But you're right. I mean, if it does decide to keep being a slowpoke, it might try to reform into a hurricane before it makes it up there to the Carolinas. We're going to hope for the best, though. And just, I mean, no matter if it becomes a hurricane or not, it's going to be a pretty, a serious situation just in terms of the rainfall. We do expect there to be some pretty bad flooding over there, but it'd be even worse if you add the category 1 or 2 winds on top of that. Don't worry, I'm going to take a nap. Don't worry. Huge props. Getting lots of love on the internet today from Twitter, which is kind of weird, honestly. Jordan X says, no ad breaks, no fear. Ryan Hall and his team have done a better job tracking Ian than anyone in mainstream media. Just huge words of encouragement from everybody coming in right now, and I'm happy that it's went well. I'm glad you guys are enjoying it. I'm glad you found it useful. $1.8 million people now without power in Florida. Notice how it's slowly creeping up. When we first started looking at this, it was all here. Now it's up there. I do expect that we're probably going to see all these counties eventually in the red as well. 2, possibly 3 million people total will be without power at some point during this, which is going to be a substantial portion of the Floridian population, which is kind of crazy. Still looking at some.
Hey Ryan, this is Brad. We finally have the ocean coming over the wall in Punta Gorda.
All right, looks like some of the storm surge is officially starting to come through here in Punta Gorda, and it's crazy that we're still seeing such intense wind and rain here, even though the center of the storm is pretty good distance away. You can see here from Vince Welty's live stream that there's a lot of debris in the road, and there's still very strong wind gusts. There's still hurricane conditions going on. And now we're starting to see the storm surge come up, and oh, wow. Look at that big wave. Just, I think, that was actually a wave coming over the bank there, smashing into the windshield of Stormchaser Brad Arnold there. So things are still bad in Punta Gorda, Florida. So what you're seeing here, the conditions that we are seeing through these live streams is what we're seeing also in Northport still. This has been going on for hours. I'm telling you guys, the wind damage from this compiled together once we have daylight tomorrow, it's going to be widespread and it's going to be catastrophic. Hours and hours of this kind of wind is never a good thing. But anyways, the similar conditions as to what we're seeing here are also being felt right now in Northport. Okay, Arcadia has been getting hit hard by this thing. Limestone, Verna, and next in line, if you haven't seen it yet, you're going to start seeing this stuff in Avon Park and Sebring, Frostproof, all the way up there to Hillcrest Heights, Fort Meade, Bowling Green. It's coming, and it's not only coming with the extreme winds and the damaging winds and all that, but the extremely heavy rain as well. I want you to look at this. If you're not a meteorologist, if you're not somebody like me who sits here most of my time and looks at radars, I don't think you can really understand the gravity of what we're looking at right now. This is basically a stationary giant storm with 2 to 3 inch per hour rainfall rates sitting over the same places over like for hours and hours at a time. I don't know if I've ever seen something like this. Don't get me wrong. We've seen lots of training rain events. We've seen even like with Hurricane Harvey, if you go back and look at that, what that was a multitude of separate cells that kind of went over the same areas over and over again. This is one giant, unrelenting rain hellhole, that is sitting over the same spots for hours and hours at a time. I am really worried about what we're going to see coming out of places like Limestone and Washula as we come into the morning, because this is just an unbelievable amount of rain, already close to 20 inches in some of these places. And if it sits here for too much longer, we're going to approach some historic and downright unprecedented totals. Please, if you live downstream, if you live in that high risk for excessive rainfall tonight, have a way of getting the heck out of Dodge. Have a way of getting to higher ground if that flood warning comes through tonight, and it probably will. Yeah, still looking through Twitter here to get some updates. Here's the latest graphic. The 8 p.m. advisory on Hurricane Ian. I'm gonna retweet this one just in case anybody wants to help me spread the word there. Still hurricane force wind gusts. Pretty big hurricane hurricane force wind field evident here in central Florida. Still 115 mile an hour sustained winds. And the storm is moving to the northeast at 8 miles an hour. I don't even think it's moving that fast, to be honest. But it's crazy to see that. But yeah, still Category 3. Next update, it'll probably be a Category 2. Next one, it'll be a Cat 1. It's going to rapidly weaken from this point on, but it still is just packing just an incredible strength it still has with it, as we're now watching this thing go through the middle of Florida pretty much, the closer it gets to Sebring. Watson's computer science tips. Are you going live tomorrow? I don't know. Andy, what do you think about that? What do you think we should do? Do you think we should come back on the air tomorrow? Do you think that'll be necessary, or what do you think is going to happen as we go forward?
Well, Ryan, if we can provide really decent flash flooding coverage, then that's definitely going to be the top of the news story tomorrow for sure. I believe it would depend heavily on social media reports as we've done today, and video of any extremely heavy rainfall. But something to consider is that we've got huge population centers that will be on the periphery at some point of Ian's impacts down the line, such as Orlando and the Orlando Metro as it heads to the northeast.
Absolutely. So that's once again, whoever asked that, it's a good question. I don't know yet. We might as well. We might as well honestly just cover this until it's over, rather than making videos on it, because the vast majority of people who have found the channel and are looking for information on this are looking for it in this format. So there's a good chance that I'll go live tomorrow. But if I don't, if I don't, for whatever reason, I will still have an update video where we condense all the information into this nicely packaged 10-minute piece of information for you. And yeah, so make sure you hit that subscribe button, subscribe to the channel, make sure that you see that or the next live stream. Either way, we're going to be here for you in some capacity. Stormchasers Vince Welty and Brad Arnold are still out there, just absolutely getting pummeled by this thing. And I'm going to try to get an update from some of our storm chasers that we maybe haven't heard from in a little while. Starting with Chris Hall. See if I can get through to him. Oops. Hey, Chris. I know cell service is getting pretty hard to come by out there, but it's been a while since we've heard from you. Just looking for an update.
All the storm seekers are heading northbound. We're going to try to get towards Tampa. We're currently on 75 north at 2 overturned semis just outside of town.
2 overturned semis just outside of town. Wow. All right. Well, you be careful. I'm probably only going to be able to go for another, I don't know, hour or so. But just keep us updated on what's going on out there. Brad, just going around asking for updates. I can see that things are still pretty intense out there. Just wanted to hear the latest from you.
Yeah, Ryan, the winds are still, they're still over hurricane force, definitely over 75 miles an hour. I haven't gone out with the anemometer to go see exactly what the speed is, but I know for a fact that they're over 75 miles an hour. It does appear like finally the surge has come up. The spray that you're seeing is not from the rain anymore. You'll be able to see the actual, you see right there the big time, big wave that came through. So they're starting to crash over the wall now. So we should be dealing with some storm surge issues. I don't know if you've already talked to Vince and Brandon yet, but you need to let them know to be able to watch for that. Because up to now we haven't had any surge issues, but it looks like we're going to in the near future.
All right, so the storm surge is coming up back here towards Punta Gorda. And as the storm continues to move in the direction that it is, that will continue to be the case. Remember, we're looking at the orientation of the winds and how they line up with the shoreline. What needs to happen for this area to get impacted by a storm surge is winds to basically be coming out of any of these directions towards the shore, and that's going to happen the farther north that the storm goes. We're going to see that kind of change in orientation here. But remember, the farther away that the storm gets, the less intense the wind and the pull on the water is going to be. So if this takes, if it's all the way up here before we get that onshore flow completely, the storm surge will be less bad than what it potentially could be. But it is definitely coming up fast. You can see it there live from Stormchaser Brad Arnold's point of view. It is definitely a deteriorating situation out there in this thing. And I'm really, I just, every time I look at this radar image, I just get this overall just nasty, dreadful feeling as to what is going on underneath this big red blob. The amount of rain that is falling in this area is something that a lot of people just haven't seen before. So all you can do is hope for the best for those people. Once again, obviously the flooding, the coastal flooding is it's a bad deal out here. To the south and to the west, and where the hurricane made landfall. But this is a whole other beast, and I can't help but thinking about some of the people that live out here that probably just don't understand what the risks actually are with the historic stream and river flooding that's getting ready to take place out here in Central Florida. If you know anybody out here, obviously I believe that the vast majority of everyone is pretty much on the same page now. I think all of the world knows about Hurricane Ian at this point. The media has been covering it exceptionally well. But if you know anybody that thinks that the storm is over and it's time to go to sleep, and they live in Central Florida, please let them know otherwise. That's not the case. We're going to be dealing with this for a while here with the flash flooding. More insane video coming in from earlier today near the Fort Myers Beach area. Water was creeping up to the first floor of the hotel, and it looks like the inside of the Titanic. Cars are fully underwater. That's from Taylor earlier today, once again near Fort Myers Beach. More flooding. This is from Naples, Florida. Somebody is on the second floor of their home looking down to the first floor, which is completely submerged in water. Scary stuff. Absolutely scary stuff. And of course, there will be more photos and videos like that coming out as we go into the future. Here's that latest update from the Weather Prediction Center with that high risk of excessive rainfall tonight. Pretty much the entire peninsula of Florida has got to watch out for the very real potential for life-threatening flooding tonight. We do have a flash flood emergency in effect for a large area that includes Charlotte, DeSoto, Hardy, and Highlands counties in Florida. If you're in there, seek higher ground immediately. Next up, though, some of the next places, there will probably be another flash flood emergency issued. And I don't know when they'll do that, but it'll be, if this continues to dump rain at the rate that it has been, within the next 2 or 3 hours, we'll see that come out for probably Bowling Green, Frostproof, Avon Park's already included in this one, but areas near Hillcrest Heights, and places like this, I think that you guys are going to be next in line for seeing some of these really, really insane rainfall totals. So get ready for that. If you hear that warning come through, you got to go. You got to go and get to higher ground. And if somebody could remind me the moment we get to 11 hours and 30 minutes of runtime, that way we don't accidentally go over. Here's a dramatic video from, what is this from? Port Charlotte. This is from V. She says, my aunt, who is currently working at the hospital in Port Charlotte, sent me this video showing the roof caving in. ICU patients are being carried down flights of stairs, and flooding is happening throughout the hospital. My goodness. So the Port Charlotte hospital is undergoing significant damage and flooding right now. Really unfortunate. Thank you for the support, Jackie Johnston. Very generous contribution. Wendy, thank you for the Canadian contribution there. And then everybody say thank you to Bash, Debash Mode, who is also another OG member of the Ryan Hall Y'all club here.
Back off a little bit. They're pretty far back.
So thank you, Bash. Appreciate you, man.
Wrong person, I'm sorry.
What did he say?
Wrong person, I'm sorry. They want to back off a little bit. They're pretty far back.
Oh, okay. That was a misclick. He meant to send that to somebody else.
Exit 45, District 45, remain available. 23, did you have emergency traffic?
Lots of damage pictures also coming in from the tornadoes that we saw yesterday. We were live for a long time yesterday as well, covering pretty much a small regional tornado outbreak up there in eastern Florida, southeastern Florida. And a lot of damage pictures are coming in now from that. And we saw a lot of, just on radar, we saw a lot of probably big tornadoes, and you can see pretty clearly that that's exactly what it turned out being. Lots of cars and homes damaged here in the Delray Beach area from those tornadoes yesterday. A lot of people are asking what happens at the 11 hour and 30-minute mark. Unfortunately, due to the restrictions of YouTube and the human body, we have to kind of call it a day at 11 hours and 30 minutes. We've been live streaming for that long straight. And we're going to call it a day at that mark. We're going to take a break. And then we'll come back at some point. I still, well, honestly, I haven't done anything other than this for the past 24 hours. This has been my life. I've been sleeping and I've been doing the live coverage. So we'll take a quick breather, whenever this live stream ends, and we'll figure out what we're going to do next. We'll either do more live coverage to early in the morning tomorrow, into the day tomorrow, or we won't. And we've just got to look over some information, some data to figure out what we're going to do. Either way, we're going to have a video or a live stream or something coming out soon so you guys can get the latest information. I should say, yeah, for the past 48 hours, this has been my life. Really, for the past week, we've been spending every day creating content on TikTok and YouTube, promoting the idea that this could happen, and then doing the live stream while it was happening. And now probably for the next week, we'll be dedicating a lot of time to the aftermath and covering that and making sure that we're doing whatever we can to help out. Yeah, this will rank in the top 5 hurricanes to have ever hit Florida. I think it ranks at number 4. Like if you're talking about strictly numbers, specifically relating to pressure and wind. Now, as far as costliness and injuries or fatalities or anything, obviously we won't know anything about that until several days from now. We won't know any final counts. Hopefully we're low on those ends. Stormchasers, Brad Arnold and Vince Welty are still out there just getting battered by this hurricane. Once again, hurricane chasing, for the most part, is just like being inside of a dishwasher or a washing machine for an entire day. And that's what they're going through right now. And to think, here I am, we've been doing a live stream for a very long time here. But these guys have as well, and they're in the middle of a hurricane. So huge shout out, huge props to the Stormchasers here, who are just tanks of human beings out there in the middle of this stuff. Just so we can have eyes on the ground as to what's going on. Huge shout out to Vince Welty, Brandon Kopic, Chris Hall, Brad Arnold, Brett Adair, and Bryce Shelton. Everybody who was a part of this today. You are a big part of what we were able to do. I'm running out of words to say. My brain is scrambled right now after sitting here doing this for so long. Good news from Fort Myers. The wind is whipping, but the water seems to be receding. So that is good news. Little Bear, thanks for becoming an official sponsor. Thank you so much. Andy, I got to grab something real quick out of a different room. I'll be 2 seconds. I'm going to hand it over to you real quick.
All right, you got it, Ryan.
All
Well,
right,
yeah, okay, I'm already going.
Go ahead.
Much like Ryan, guys, after nearly 11 hours today and over 8 hours yesterday, so we're doing 20 hours across the last 2 days. It's possible that we'll extend it into tomorrow because a lot of people are wondering about the track of Ian as the hurricane weakens and moves to the northeast, more northeast at this point, and then reemerges into the Atlantic Ocean on the east coast of Florida. And again, I want to reiterate for anyone who, may not be fully on board yet or is just now joining us, the hurricane is expected to weaken dramatically as it's going on shore, as it is currently doing now, and eventually exit as a tropical storm force, which is, that's around 60 miles an hour or 70 miles an hour or less. So the winds are not the major concern as this thing weakens overnight. We're more concerned about the flooding that Ian will bring with him into inland Florida here, and then eventually into South Carolina and Georgia as well as he heads into the southern Appalachia area before dissipating entirely. So the remnants of Ian, you've probably heard that phrase before. The remnants of Ian will be something to monitor, 3-4 days down the line as we go into that phase of the storm. People will likely still be talking about him because, it'll be raining a bunch in Columbia, South Carolina, raining a bunch in Charlotte, North Carolina, and then into maybe all the way even up into Eastern Kentucky where Ryan is based. So if you've been watching the whole stream, nearly 11 hours now, I want to see some hands in chat. If you've had the stream up the whole time, I would love to hear from you. And I'd love to extend my gratitude, and I believe the rest of the team's gratitude to you as well for, making this what it is. And even if you haven't been here the whole time, if we have been able to deliver some good information to you in particular, that's why we're here. So I hope that's happened. I hope that we've been instrumental in, either delivering new knowledge or what have you. Look at all those hands. Wow. Really, guys? All of you? 9 hours. First 2 hours come back. Wow, look at that. Dang. That is impressive. All right. Well, that's good news. That's good news to me. I think that means that what we're doing is working. Right? Wouldn't you say? So, man, you like to see that. Yeah, thank you guys. You guys are absolutely almost as instrumental as the fact that we can even put this live stream on YouTube. The fact that you're spreading it all. That is good stuff. Good stuff. Again, if you don't know me, I'm meteorologist Andy Hill. I fill in for Ryan whenever he's taking a break, or I also relay the most important meteorological information to him from our team of so many people in the back end that are helping us out. And, basically the most important points at this point is just that there is still a minor tornado risk to the northeast of the center of Ian, which is now inland and is crossing near Sebring at the moment. That's right around where the center of Ian is now, the center of the low pressure. It looks like it's headed towards the Palm Bay and Melbourne area for when Ian exits. If the storm continues to take such a harsh northeast path, but if it does curve back to the north, perhaps it'll be more to the north near Titusville, where Ian exits the eastern coast of Florida and back into the Atlantic. Again, we're not expecting dramatic re-intensification. It will definitely not be a major hurricane again. If it does manage to retain or re-attain hurricane strength, hurricane status, please pay attention to the National Hurricane Center for that if it does happen while we are offline. Since we are human, I wish we could continue this broadcast, 24 hours around the line with multiple shifts, but Ryan is one person fronting the personality, and we only have so many meteorologists employed at the moment, but all of you here are the start of perhaps making the change in that and allowing us to actually give you full clock coverage for something like this. Just an idea coming off the top of my head.
All right.
Perfect.
I'm back. All right. Thank you, Andy, once again for filling in there. Meteorologist Andy Hill giving us the rundown as we are wrapping up. We're going to wrap up the stream here and get some rest and get ready for maybe continued coverage tomorrow. And I'm not sure exactly when that would start, but we need to let the whole team just kind of get our bearings together and take a little bit of a breather. So once again, a huge shout out to everybody that's involved in this: the Stormchasers, the meteorologists, the moderators, everybody. Thank you for being here and allowing us to do this. Once again, we've reached almost 2 million people today, had 100,000 concurrent viewers at one point. I think we're really making history in terms of, the way weather is broadcasted. So thank you so much to everybody that has tuned in and become a part of this. And thank you to Little Bear, David Edwards. Thank you to everybody who is showing the amount of support that you're showing right now in chat. You are awesome, and we're going to be here for you at some point in the near future. We're just going to get some rest, and hopefully our Stormchasers do as well as we go into the future here. Thank you, Annie. Thank you, Jessica David. Thank you, DMCX. And Little Bear, a huge shout out to you for gifting 50 memberships. So thanks for all the love today, guys. Follow me on Twitter at Ryan Hall Y'all. Subscribe to the channel so that you can get updated on what we're going to do next. If you want to keep up with me, at Ryan Hall Y'all on all social media platforms. We'll be posting, intermittent updates here and there. But we will be back, and we will see you again soon. All right. 1.8 million people are without power now in Florida. Yeah, thank you guys for all the support. Subscribe. Please hit the subscribe button. Turn notifications on so you can see the next time that we are going to go live or do a video. All right. Is there any? I know that you probably wrapped it up during that intermission there, Andy. But is there anything else that you want to say before we sign off?
I'm honestly at a loss for words.
All right. Thank you, Andy, and thank you, everybody. This has just been incredible and a devastating, impacts on Florida. But I'm glad that we were able to be here for anybody that needed us, and we will be back as soon as we can. So thank you. We're going to end the stream now, and I will see you very soon. Wink.